Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
Anyways, guys, I don't want to repeat myself, so we are waiting till more people have joined. Starting the manifest on an hour.
Imagine thinking Noni will be on time with this shit.
You have the exact time and place.
We all have waited for this day.
Obama.
You have the exact time and place.
We are all at this exact time and place.
Obama.
Obama.
You have the exact time and place.
Obama.
YouTube chat, rise up.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
Strap in Irish lady.
Obama.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
Why do they make me do this?
And I keep it 110 with you, dog. I don't know what you mean.
Explain myself over and over. Spending months drafting a schizo stow. I can't take much more of this. If I have to do this one more time.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
Me, former
Keep
Prime
hating
Minister
your life
of
then,
Japan,
working class
do
Andy.
everything in my power to improve my country's startling population decline and improve living conditions. The Japanese get shot on the road.
He whiz, is it manifesto time?
Obama.
This is it, chat.
Keep hating
This
your
is
life
the
then,
end.
working class Andy.
Hold my hand and I'll never let you go. Hey. Hey.
That string feels strong now. Control all of us.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
Gathers today is the day, a day we never believed would come, but it is here, and we are here together. Let's cherish this moment, for this moment only comes once in a lifetime. All of these years, all of the tears and laughs comes to this moment.
Been watching for years. The time I finally gave you a tip.
This is the end. DGGL.
songs after this. It's actually the end. Also, this music is making me tear up the level.
I've come here to kick ass and guzzle cum. And I'm all out of cum.
Pepe wins.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
It's the end of the world, and I feel fine.
Fuck you, F1, M. Woo! M.
Obama.
Woo! M. Woo! M. Woo! M. Woo!
For far too long, we've allowed the other side to paint us as racist, as sexist, inhumane warmongers. Well, today's a conservative black Republican and former Saw-Liner. I'm here to set that record straight. It is time we release this manifesto. Cock.
Thanks for 11 years of good memes.
Didn't say Simon Says.
Today, at the edge of our hope, at the end of our time. Not a DG Jer will stand alone. Not today. Today we fight the monsters that are at our door. We are canceling the apocalypse.
When do we unsub from bots? I have a good foreboding feeling about this voice. Watch BAD, watch RAD, watch SAD, watch LAD, watch the end.
Obama.
Why you really got cupped in 2022? Huh?
Keep hating your life
Happy
then,
Blade
working
D.
class Andy.
Obama.
Inshallah, my brothers,
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
Hey,
Obama.
Obama.
Down back. Pancake.
Sigh.
Obama.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
M. Woo! M.
BGT is spam. Okay, here I go. Jump, 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 jump,
Working class Andy.
BGG for life. Let's go shoot up a school, fellas. This is the end.
I always think that you finish one movie, you start a new one, and you think, okay, I did that last one. Now I've learned. I know how this works, and by the end of the movie, you think, no, really?
Today, it is the final day of the L. So my GigaChads, let's gather and pray together. L. 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 Still running on it right now. Stop it. It won't get better. It's time. Proceed with the launch procedure. Target the fortress. I was here for the Harrison wake up. Here for the area need a drama. Really would manifesto. Here for the lefty arc, the repair's arc. And now finally, the end of all things. Obama.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
BGG, rejoice. This is the season finale. The end of everything. I hope Destiny opens up with a few games of lead.
Seen things you chatters wouldn't believe. A rap god on fire off the shoulder. A Mr. Mom. I watched N-words glitter in the dark near the Kamala Harris debate. All those moments will be lost in time, like tears in rain.
No, seriously, Melina, these guys really think there's a manifesto. Like, I just turned on a stream that's basically a glorified bullshit stream, and these nerds have just done it L over and over again. All I had to do was write a contents page.
Obama.
Eurocock.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
Eurocock. 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 Eurocuck. Obama.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
A great accomplishment shouldn't be the end of the road, just the starting point for the next leap forward. This may be the end of DGG, but it will not be the end of the memories we had together in chat. From Aspid like to celebrate the end.
You won. To all the Day One StarCraft fans cheering for Steve Katz, Minikanen, and the rest of the group, to the new political fans cheering for the poster dunce on left wing and right wing goose, it's the DGG Super Bowl. Feels strong man love clap, you all are golden.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
TL to Dr. Voshbad.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
The planet is dying. The government hates us. The animals are leaving. The aliens aren't contacting us. We might be alone. It just might be you and me, but that's okay because we really need anyone else. Come break me down, bury me, I'm finished.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy. Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
What do you have to say to these allegations, Mr. Barnes?
We'll see.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
Load out your ass. Load out your ass. Load out your ass. Load out your ass. Load out your ass.
Obama.
Chat, remember to like the stream.
Play wins.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
You said that I would be guzzling buckets of his.
Obama.
Yo.
I love you all, DGG.
Miano, hype Miano, hype Miano, hype Miano, hype Miano, hype Miano.
That's right, fellas. It's time for the manifesto. Time to be concede. Download side by side with your friends.
cherish the next several hours. For when the last computer screens turn off, the future is uncertain. This community has brought so many people together from all corners of the earth. My heart is full, and I thank each and every one of you.
It's really just going to be a 10-hour League stream, guys. You're about to witness the crowning achievement of the most work I've ever put into the least amount of content you're ever going to see in your entire lives, guys. Right now, there's a lot of energy in the room. Need you guys to bring that down like 12 notches. Everybody get your sippy soylents out. If you're donating or subbing right now, it's not being read because I'm not going to have those screaming in my ear the whole time. To be totally honest with you, the only reason I titled it this is because you guys were all watching Lord of the Rings. I cried when Frodo and Sam were talking to each other at the end. Just like I did in Everything Everywhere All at Once. Well, are we ready? Oh god, this is gonna be This is just gonna be something else. There's a, yeah, whatever. We're just gonna read it down, okay? Because fuck it, why not? And then afterwards, play some League of Legends. Welcome to the end of all things. If you're cold while you're watching this, you need to buy some new merch. Check out store.destiny.gg for some really cute shit, okay? Alright. God, fuck, this is so cringe. We have our cute little table of contents. I don't know why. Presentation, that's why. I've broken this far too expansive document up to roughly 5 sections. A preface. The trans question. A section on character. Our good friend of the stream, Ian. And then a closing section called The End. Wow. How exciting. This is the preface. This document was made possible by the tireless contributions and assistance from many in my chat, including, in no particular order, Can't Close Vim, Docs, Rhodeezy, I'm assuming that's how you pronounce it, Punished Fury, Tick Brady, Cyber Vegan, and our wonderful champion effort poster of the subreddit, Wannabe Sad Boy. The beginning. It's a dangerous business, Frodo, going out your front door. You step onto the road. If you don't keep your feet, there's no knowing where you might be swept off to. From Bilbo Baggins, from The Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring. I was a streamer on Twitch TV for 3,943 days, from June 6th, 2011 till March 23rd, 2022. In that time, I've been a StarCraft 2 ladder hero, a StarCraft 2 semi-pro turned entertainment streamer, the most popular Twitch streamer for about a year, an aspiring League of Legends player, a variety game entertainer, finally an online political pundit. Before Twitch, I streamed on Twitch's predecessor, Justin TV. Before that, I streamed on livestream.com and ustream.tv before streaming was even an established medium. I am many things have been said about me. I'm obnoxiously abrasive, oftentimes far too hyperbolic, and can be annoyingly offensive. Can also be incredibly passionate, fiercely driven, sometimes even considerate to a fault. Do not consider myself to be nice, but I am kind. Don't consider myself to be very friendly, but I am, without question, a good friend. This document is vast and encompasses many different topics. By the end of this journey, I will have established the following things: a brief overview, the start and end of my political project on Twitch, a detailed understanding of my transpositions and how they came to be, a comprehensive overview of who I am and who people say I am, the lies spread about me and my community and how they're created, and Vouch's central role in the propagation of malevolence towards me and my community. The birth of Twitch politics. A good quote from a friend of the stream, Albert Einstein. The world, as we have created it, is a process of our thinking. It cannot be changed without changing our thinking. I have quotes for every section, just for you guys, because I know how much you like them. Please type soy for every quote. In the beginning, I've always had an interest in philosophy, science, and politics. Even throughout the early days of my streaming, I'd often venture off into topics completely and totally unrelated to gaming. The discussion of these subjects was always peripheral to gameplay, however, and it wasn't until 2016, the rise of Trump, that I decided to take political discussions a bit more seriously. I thought online political discourse at the time was characterized by a fundamental misunderstanding of what was factually true on both sides of the political discourse. I figured, at the time, perhaps naively, that I could contribute to and shape this dialogue in a more meaningful way to improve the state of online discourse. 2016 days of online politics were best characterized by the likes of Armored Skeptic, Thunderfoot, Sargon of Akkad, and the Amazing Atheist. The arguments were rife with what I would later call gamer bro politics, a center-left social ideology with a special disdain for third-wave feminism and LGBT issues. Can I click links like this? I have so many links in this, guys. Look at how cute this picture is. The Four Horsemen, guys. Wait, move cam. Did the camera mess it up? Oh, it says the iconoclast at the end. I'm sorry. The political content these figures specialized in was essentially the lampooning the blue-haired, overweight feminist seen screeching in Ben Shapiro Owns College Student compilation videos. In those early days of 2016, no one on Twitch, or the gaming community in general really, was representing left-leaning or progressive social positions, so I decided to toss my hat into the ring. Coming from an aggressively toxic internet background gave me the unique ability to communicate with younger people, gamers, in a language they understood while still representing a distinctly progressive agenda, something that, at that point, was only really talked about by those who were perceived as outsiders, such as Anita Sarkeesian and Brianna Wu. Early days politically on Twitch were rife with racism, sexism, and transphobia. Hopefully this isn't that bad racism. I don't know how much of this I need to prove to show people. We got the tryhard spams, GGX gangs. Oh, we got videos? Oh, wait, hold on. We need volume. Which one was this? Why is it sped up?
That's crazy. Oh, wow, look at this.
Is there no way to unspeed this up? It is sped up, right? Hold on, Jesus. I don't know why this video is sped up.
Great, shiny.
Oh my God. Near the play button? Oh my God. Under source video. What? Press R. That's just how he talks?
Greek, shiny.
Oh my God, the R worked. I don't know why or who you are, but thank you. Good job.
That's crazy. Oh. Wow, look at this. Greek, shining example of your community. Right here, Greek. Try hard God CX waiting room. Shining example.
It was quite the place. These are just screenshots from a lot of random old Twitch streams, Twitch chats. Most stream chats were initially combative against me, as Gamergate politics had taken hold strong in the larger Twitch communities, and it wasn't uncommon that I would receive massive waves of harassment after every panel or debate I participated in. What link is this? Oh, people would always get mad. Destiny said everything is bad except liberalism. Destiny is a commie scum. Destiny wants communism. Liberal, by the way. Oh, this is back when on Twitch, every time somebody called you a liberal, they were actually a conservative insulting you. Now on Twitch, when people call you a liberal, it's because they're a communist. Political, I can't read that word, but, geez. What a world we came from. This harassment included 3 separate visits from the FBI. For some of these links, I just include me talking about things in the past, I guess. So if people click through and they think I'm making shit up, you can see I've like talked about this for a while. I don't think we have to watch every single thing I've linked, but 3 separate visits from the FBI, people coordinating messages to send to law enforcement to falsely incriminate me, including cutting up past discussions I've had over a video of me showcasing my Glock in an attempt to make it sound like I'm encouraging people to kill conservatives. I don't know if I've ever posted these messages before, but these were some of the people that would create alts on Reddit to tell people how to spam report me to the FBI. Destiny had said some things a few days ago about bombing a hospital and killing the families of a viewer who he was having issues with. Shortly after, Destiny, who's already in legal trouble and being sued, realized the legal implications of letting his plan to blow up a hospital leak and tried to play it off as a joke. I know most people here are, like Destiny, psychopathic and mentally ill, but if there's any sane people here, I strongly encourage you to report Destiny to the FBI. They will likely SWAT and raid his location as they should, and by reporting this terrorist, you can save lives. You can report him anonymously by phoning this number, or you can submit a report on the FBI's website here. Make sure to include this clip of him threatening to kill the viewer's family, then blow up the hospital. I've already reported him multiple times, as have some of my friends, so Destiny will be inevitably swatted. But if you're not mentally ill, like most Destiny viewers, I encourage you to report him as well, so you can get this freak off the streets before it's too late. Good one, Mr. Mooden. Been doxxed multiple times across multiple addresses. I've had people searching for my child's and his mother's address. Multiple DDoSes on both my personal connection and across all of my websites. Tens of thousands of hateful messages across Twitter, including death threats and graphic death and rape depictions of my son. Thousands of hacking attempts across my bank accounts, emails, Reddit accounts, cell phones, and other private media accounts. Investigations into Jewish and Arabic donors in my community. For a time, 4chan was trying to figure out who, like, Hadri was, who was a donor in my community, where Dan comes from. I think at some point they said I was Jewish. Can we look into this Mr. Mooten figure? He seems to be in a lot of Destiny videos. From what I can tell, he's some guy Destiny shilled to his community. Did Mr. Mooten pay him? Is he also a Jew? His name in the community is Hadri. He's Destiny's biggest donator. Destiny only has truly 4 main guys financing him. The other 100 kids are chump change. The ones I know of are Hadri, Harken, sick, which is a wealthy Jewish guy Destiny did a stream visiting. He's a big Bitcoin investor. Lately, he bought a building and made a big mining facility. Oh, they even link articles and everything of him. Nice job. But, oh my God, I didn't even see this link at the bottom. 52 more images. I don't know if I even want to scroll in on this, but yeah, decent amount of time spent trying to figure out who everybody in my community was. People posting images of my house on pull, telling me they were going to show up to where I live. Spam chargebacks across hundreds of credit card donations. Dozens of catfishing attempts to solicit nudes, passwords, or personal information from me. Spam reporting of my YouTube and Twitter account, coordinated by multiple online communities, almost forcing me to quit online politics. I remember a long time ago, I think it was the FBI stuff, and all the spam reporting was stressing me out. I think I took a break from debate and politics. We're not going to listen to this 46-minute video, but I recorded this like 4 years ago. Multiple attempts to contact my son via his social media. People sending inappropriate, hateful messages to my mother on Facebook and Twitter. Racist and hateful spam across my donation platforms using stolen credit cards. Racist and hateful brigades across my chat rooms, Discord, and subreddit. I had a leaked dick picture incorporated into a cascading style sheet of a subreddit hosted on official Reddit servers that wasn't removed until I made a Reddit post that reached the #1 spot of r all complaining about it. That was a wild time. Had several communities dedicated to spamming my sponsors and the clients of my sponsors with complaints to get me removed from teams or sponsorships. What a part of the wild ride we've been on. Despite the harassment from others, to the chagrin of the broader Twitch chatting and gaming community, I managed to carve out a decent space for myself doing political content on Twitch. I was the sole occupant of this space for about 2 years. For the first wave of Twitch political descendants, Hassan and Irish Laddie would mutate and slither out of my community. the Chubber, and the Chadwick. On December 26th, 2012, I had my second discussion with a shit Reddit Says community member, Ian Kaczynski, known online as Irish Laddie, about feminism, rape culture, and other political and social topics. 2012. Old videos.
Problem is, fundamentally, the problem with
one of my first chats
that,
with a good friend of the
there's
stream,
something called
Ian.
Enthusiastic consent. Okay,
Oh,
it's
yeah.
something that we give them.
2012, December. What a blast from the past. Oh my god, I just exited the whole thing. I pushed the wrong button. Wait, hold on. Shit Reddit Says was a subreddit of highly active, radical progressive posters who were well known for brigading and harassing other communities across Reddit with what they perceived as anti-LGBT and progressive views. Though they also arguably led the charge to getting the notorious jailbait subreddit and other jailbait-like subreddits banned from Reddit, SRS was eventually neutered effectively by one of the admins. According to ex-CEO Yishan, a large number of their posters were banned due to excessive brigading and harassment, even after multiple warnings to moderators. Irish Laddie would go on to have several conversations with me and other members of my community before being ousted for a long-term sexual harassment event that took place in my Discord community. To distance himself from these accusations, he changed his name to Vosh and began a YouTube channel January of 2019. Hassan Piker established himself early on as a frat boy content contributor on his uncle's show, The Young Turks, and eventually would go on to do light pop political commentary videos on The Young Turks Facebook page. He would then try his hand at streaming on Twitch in early 2018, though he'd have difficulty breaking past double-digit viewership until reaching out to me in October 2018 to review a debate of his against Charlie Kirk. Over the next several months, Hassan and I would frequently collaborate across both of our streams and popular Twitch shows, including the Raj Royale and Trainwrecks podcasts. I don't know what clips I chose here for some of this.
I guess these articles must have impressed Chank because he was allowed to adapt the blog
it's just
into
like,
a series for TYT University.
Just an explanation of some of the stuff that he did when he went on to work for the Young Turks. Okay. What is this? Hassan Piker destroys viral conservative car rant. Oh, this is a link to one of his Facebook videos. Okay. I never know how much I need to link or source or document because I feel like if I make a claim, you need to have some kind of like backing for it. But maybe I can just say some of this stuff and you just agree with it without sourcing. I don't know. Soy up. I will be I'll be linking a Google Doc to this when I finish, okay? The Great Schism. While I had built a reputation fighting with conservatives and alt-righters across the internet, gaining enough notoriety to be featured across multiple profile pieces on Mother Jones and Slate, as well as mentioned in a New York Times podcast, an article about de-radicalizing alt-righters, why wouldn't I link this here? It really makes you think. I was unaware that I was doing a poor job at establishing a better foundation of thought for the people I was bringing over from far-right extremism. Instead of replacing the extremist mindset of many far-right people with a more rational one, I was simply trading out one extremist far-right mindset for an extremist far-left one. I underestimated the amount of actual communists and socialists in my fan base, foolishly assuming many people were only joking when they'd make comments about it, as I'd always been a social democrat who believed in capitalism with strong government interventions. An uncomfortable turmoil would grow amidst my fans anytime I had a strong disagreement with any figure to my left. These conflicts would culminate in a massive schism in my fan base, jump-started in July of 2019 over a disagreement about Kamala Harris, among other things, with Hassan, with me eventually bleeding off thousands of viewers over the next few months to both Ian and Hassan. I think this is the Kamala Harris video. I think somebody wrote a huge summary of all the events leading up to the big Destiny Hassan split. I won't read through this entire thing. This is going to be long enough. The trans question. According to discoveryphds.com, the average master's dissertation length is approximately 20,000 words, whilst a PhD thesis is approximately 80,000 to 100,000 words. This document contains over 32,270 words and 490 external links. I will never write anything this long again in my life. Indefinite suspension. It's not about how hard you hit. It's about how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward. From the movie Rocky Balboa, a horrible movie. Anybody that says otherwise is lying to you. The official reason. Twitch sent me an email on March 23rd notifying me that my account had been permanently suspended for hateful conduct. Said email. Take a moment. Absorb it all. Because a lot of people quote a lot of dumb shit related to Twitch to try to claim why I got banned. 10,000 viewers, but only 1,000 likes. So like 9,000 bots. Is that true? Are there 9,000 bots in my YouTube stream right now? Can I get some goddamn likes on my fucking stream? Hey. Hey, are you watching my stream on YouTube right now and you haven't liked the stream yet? Is it because you're a bot? Soy up. The email does not specify what words were used or what exactly was said on stream, though it does provide some links to the hateful conduct section of Twitch's community guidelines. As I was not a partnered streamer on Twitch at the time of my suspension, I unfortunately have no other way of gathering any specific information related to my suspension. I've attempted to appeal twice, requesting information relating to my suspension, but I've only been answered with automated rejections. My speculation. With no direct and clear communication relating to my ban, there's not much for me to speculate on. It's possible that my position that trans women ought to be excluded from NCAA and professional athletic competitions against cis women fell in direct violation of Twitch's hateful conduct and harassment guidelines, which states, calls for subjugation, segregation or exclusion, including political, economic, and social exclusion and segregation, based on a protected characteristic, including age. We do, however, allow discussion on certain topics, such as immigration policy, voting rights for non-citizens, and professional sports participation, as long as the content is not directly denigrating based on a protected characteristic. Wait, why are we all saying nice community wash? Oh. I'm sorry. That should have been in the manifesto. Jesus. Don't give me... Hold on, I gotta go away for 5 minutes now. Damn, I'm sorry, I can't. It's also possible that any number of comments I've made concerning certain individuals or online activist communities constituted hateful conduct, as it's impossible to determine what constitutes hateful at any given point in time, and since it seems to be a moving target at Twitch depending on the year and the streamer, it's impossible for me to say. Just show it. Let's see. Shout out to VGG that's watching us right now. Thank you for the kind words. What does that symbol mean? Is that guy is he a sub? Rumors. Tier 1 sub. Oh, they have tiered subs in the fortress? That's crazy. I feel like I have blueprints to that fortress. Many across Twitter and Twitch have speculated numerous reasons for why I've been suspended. Well, these reasons are unlikely unless Twitch made a mistake in their email to me. It had nothing to do with platforming Fuentes during a debate for 10 minutes, as the suspension would not have been for hateful content, but for aiding in ban evasion. The suspension also had nothing to do with anything posted on Twitter, as the email specified that the conduct occurred on stream. Others have speculated that my suspension occurred for hate raids, harassment, or other forms of brigading, but again, none of these were specified in the email sent by Twitch, and none of them fall under hateful conduct. Political considerations. Many from both the right and left speculated on how this ban will affect my political stances concerning not only trans people, but more broadly across the entire spectrum of social and political issues. Many find it apt to define their political positions based on the social groups they belong to, or to their reactions to opposing social groups. I have maintained an incredibly stable internal moral philosophy, the greatest amount of good should be created for the greatest number of people, that I've used to generate my political positions. To this day, that moral philosophy remains unchanged. Some claim that the political positions I occupy are ones I arrived at spitefully, but the reality is that conversations take different shapes depending on who is participating. If I were to argue about BLM against a progressive figure far to the left of me, I imagine a lot of our conversations would revolve around the effectiveness of rioting and how much of the protest can be characterized as such. It's entirely possible that we'd spend an entire conversation arguing that rioters should be punished, property owners should defend their businesses, and the government should be taking a more active role intervening against the violence. But perhaps the next conversation were to be against a conservative who believes BLM has no legitimate grievances. In this conversation, I may point to the idea of riots being the language of the unheard, and that there are, at the very least, the perceptions of systemic issues that require addressing in some manner. Otherwise, it's foolish to simply complain that the problems start and stop with only the rioting. I haven't really changed positions in either of these conversations. I'm merely representing a different shade of my position based on the direction the other person is heading in the conversation. Also, it's entirely possible, if not expected, that my social or political positions may evolve over time. It's not because of spite, though. Rather, it's because I've discovered a new political position that more closely adheres to my guiding moral principles. Finally, let me say this. You may have seen many inflammatory 30-second video clips of me on Twitter or YouTube. I will no longer attempt to defend these statements because most of them are indefensible. I do not make 30-second videos, and I cannot defend a 30-second statement. If you see someone who's posted a 30-second clip of me, that video is not my content. That video is their content. There are many viral video moments of me that look bad, largely because they lack the context of the conversation surrounding the clip. Even within the full context of the conversation, the soundbite may be spicy, but it's nowhere near as hateful as people attempt to portray. One of the things I'll be addressing in this document is the importance of engaging with my source material when making political arguments. I don't want to argue against a 20-second representation of someone's argument. I want to extract the essence of their argument, the strongest form, and fight against that. I expect others to extend that same courtesy to me. Dysphoric discourse. You can only lie about who you are for so long without going crazy. From Ellen Whitlinger, from the book Parrotfish. Why? Many ask, why debate trans-related topics at all? It affects a niche percentage of the population, with some estimates saying less than 1% of people are trans. It is incredibly divisive. It invites, maybe even begs, misinterpretation. It opens you up to liability from disagreements. Most people on either end of the argument are too dug in to ever even consider changing their minds. I argue about transpositions for the following reasons. 1, transpositions help you explore another person's view of their morality and how they view the world. 2, trans discourse is especially prone to being incredibly poor, so it's a conversation I want to improve. 3, there's poor representation among people who support trans issues on the internet. And 4, I have a sizable trans community in my own audience. Conservation. It's a conversation. Are you guys actually fucking serious? Typo on like page 20. You're all fired. Unbelievable, guys. Actually unbelievable. Many have incredibly strong views about gender and sex and their place in our society, yet have little understanding of how these concepts are constructed. While they're quick to push you for definitions about what is a man or a woman, you ask them the same question, they'll quickly default to definitions surrounding chromosomes and genitalia, rejecting the sex-gender distinction, while neglecting the fact that we determine someone's gender 99% of the time without ever having access to either of those pieces of information. The reality is that sex and gender are complicated topics that are worth having complicated discussions over. Even if we all broadly agree on 98% of gender and sex definitions, there's no harm in pushing the boundary a bit if we can encompass a few more people in society to drastically improve the quality of their lives without causing harm to anyone else. The state of trans discourse on the internet is abysmal. It seems that On one extreme of the argument, you have genuinely transphobic figures who don't believe trans people even exist. These people say trans people should be denied healthcare, community support, opportunities to integrate into society, and feel that their entire existence shouldn't be acknowledged as anything other than mental delusion. On the other end of things, you've got people who want to eliminate women's sports, unquestioningly affirm every single person's belief that they're trans, even if they're a 4 or 5-year-old child, claim that trans women experience periods, attack lesbians for their dating preferences, and claim that not wanting to have sex with a trans person is transphobic. It's important to acknowledge the biological distinction between trans and cis people so that we can have a realistic conversation about how best to integrate trans people into society in as many ways as possible. I feel like we all know conservatives say this shit, so I don't have to source it. But I wanted to like have like sources for every time I've heard somebody or seen somebody make this claim. I try to make sure that whenever I source an opinion here too, that these are like pretty popular things or there are like stories written about them. Like this tweet had 85,000 likes. Okay, I'm a trans woman who is experiencing her first period cramps and what the fuck? I've literally lived with trans women don't get periods. This tweet was over 100,000 likes. Not wanting to date trans women stems from you all not viewing them as real women. So yes, your preference is transphobic. I think there was a BBC story here written about the lesbians who feel pressured to have sex and relationships with trans women. Just goes on to talk about some of that. From Destiny. Wait, it was something... Was the person's name Destiny? Did I not even notice that? Oh shit, it is. Oh man, the simulation's breaking down, guys. A few stories of what I did when my 4-year-old told me that he's transgender. Mom opens up about raising a 5-year-old son who is transgender. Just... okay. Trans supporters, along with many other supporters of issues that are considered left on the internet, like sex workers, seem to be ubiquitously tied to extremist leftist economic and political ideologies. Almost any trans-supporting public figure you find on the internet seems to identify as a socialist, communist, or some type of anarchist. I think it's positive to show that a moderately positioned person can be staunchly in favor of trans rights, and it demonstrates that you don't necessarily need to embrace an entire change of economy or government in order to respect and accommodate trans people in daily life. From those in the back. Okay, this is the most controversial section, and you'll see why in a second. I don't know how I'm going to do this. The nature of political and social discourse lends itself to conversations that involve a wide breadth of experiences foreign to myself. One of the most valuable tools available to me is soliciting others for feedback to ensure that my opinions are tracking with the lived realities of many of those I speak for. Trans experiences are no different. Before I get into any detailed accounting of my social and legal positions on trans issues, I'd like to cite 31 excerpts from the hundreds of emails I've gotten from my trans viewers over the past few months. I understand there may be a selection bias due to the types of people who are more likely to watch me, but all I can do is ask for experiences from my audience and listen. I believe that will better lay the groundwork for the development of my perspective and why I have the positions I do on these topics. Do I want to read every single one of these emails? I'm not sure. We'll start going and I'll see how I feel after a few of them. But I got hundreds of emails from different types of trans people when we had this whole debacle a few months ago to see how we felt or to see how they felt about things, what their positions were on things. And yeah, but we'll see. Some names and details have been changed in order to protect the anonymity of those who've emailed me. Email 1. It's exhausting as a person who is sort of into politics who is also trans. In podcasts, people will bring up trans people out of nowhere and everyone has to have a strong opinion on trans issues. 1 second, I'm chilling, listening to a podcast, and the next second, somebody's given a take that feels very personal and relevant to me. It's stressful. It's not just the trans stuff, of course. There is so much politics and shit happening all the time and nasty, disingenuous people out there everywhere. After a while, I just want to tune out and live my life. Go to work, come home, play some games, work on some hobbies, go to sleep. I don't have the stamina to be out there on Twitter or Reddit arguing against anti-trans people and pro-trans dear gender people. Contra said something like this a while back with the Buck Angel controversy. It hurts a lot of people to be casted out and rejected by the trans community after feeling like the trans community is one of the few places that was supposed to be a safe space of people who understand me. I don't want to be in chat and all of a sudden somebody's asking me if I'm trans and it's a big deal and like a regular Discord server, some of the people will be cool with it and some of them are not, and all of a sudden I just started a bunch of drama by speaking words in voice chat. So there is strong pressure to conform, or at least not challenge whatever stuff trans people are saying online as a trans person myself. It really hurts when the community turns on me. It also sucks that the noisy trans people online have some more extreme views on things. Nobody will hear my point of view because I'm too busy living life and too tired to be arguing with people on Twitter all day. It's the same with my trans friends, and it sucks that some people get aggravated by whatever dumb shit crazy trans people on the internet say. Even when you're super duper careful with which trans people you're talking about, emotionally, I still feel like I'm being lumped into that group. I fear people will lump us all into the same group. It's just how a human processes emotions, I guess. I hope crazy online people don't warp your sense of perception of how the real world is. Number 2. I always just wanted to live a somewhat normal life as a woman, living stealth in trans terms. Not a trans woman, not a trans activist, not a person in queer culture, just a woman. The reason to distance myself from being a trans woman grow with every bad take these online communities give. Number 3. Both my partner and I are progressive peeps. My partner was actually a huge Hassan fan when we met, but not anymore. But we both harbor beliefs about trans issues that we'd never share publicly or with most of our friends because we know we'd get ostracized for them. Or in my case, even potentially banned from a huge gaming community I'm a part of. This bothers me a lot more than it does her. Here's some examples. You need dysphoria to be trans. She feels strongly about this. I'm still thinking about where I stand. Trans women cannot fairly compete in cis women's sports. Neo-pronouns are made-up internet bullshit. Non-binary people aren't trans. She feels strongly, something I'm still thinking about. Both of us cringe at the ultra-left online trans community, but in my case, I sort of went through a year-long phase of being one of those people, which obviously I now look back on and cringe, but yeah, I used to be friends with a lot of the people you now fight with on Twitter. But yeah, not a huge fan of being lumped in with those people, but it's almost unavoidable if I value my relationships and ability to participate in certain communities more than I do the ability to speak my mind about everything. We both pass, but she really wants to be completely invisible, where I, on the other hand, just don't care as much if people know. However, it does feel really shitty that there's this culture in this new age trans community of like, oh my god, I can tell you're trans. I'm trans too. Let's talk about that. And I hate that shit. I had a friend of a friend clock me, like in this woke way, and was sort of put off by it. My friend couldn't understand why I cared at all. Worse than just being clocked to me is when people who do know I'm trans try to virtue signal this allyship to me. Like, go out of their way to say stuff like, hey girl, when they don't normally speak to people like that, and I can tell. This shit makes me physically cringe, and more othered than when someone actually does just misgender me. But some people do like that shit. I don't know, it's all my perspective. Number 4. I'm a trans woman and local political advocate in my area. I know you said you don't want trans women to come on to agree with you as a trans shield, as you said, but I don't think these people truly understand how dangerous their influence is. I've worked for 2 campaigns door knocking for people in my district. If a progressive Democrat wanted me to read off lines similar to what like Demon Mama, Josie, or Vosh sometimes says, I wouldn't partake in door knocking or canvassing, because I would be afraid of how people would react. Like it's basic reality they're denying, and somehow it has webbed so many normally rational people who, like in my college, have started believing this. Number 5. I'm kind of insulted that Mr. Beard thought he knew anything about trans folk. It honestly sounded like the only thing he knew was radical statements he found on the internet. I understand the sentiment of don't gatekeep being trans, which is where the whole true scum trans medicalist hate comes from. And I don't think someone's invalid for not doing invasive surgeries, but at some point we have to be able to accuse people of fuckery. I never wanted to be trans. I had seemingly permanent depression for the last decade. I also suffered from suicidal ideation and panic attacks while I was confronting myself to make a decision on my identity. The only thing that's helped me was counseling and moving towards the goal of physical transition. Dysphoria is literally the only reason I call myself trans. My brain said, whoa, something's wrong here. I'm not like the others. It's the only reason I changed my identity to reflect and describe my experience. If someone's not actually describing an experience they are a part of, should they really be allowed to claim it? If someone called themselves a veteran, but they've never served in the military, we would agree that that means they're not a veteran. Hence the reason we put the word veteran on their ID to separate the liars from the real ones. I don't think we need trans IDs, but I do think the term transgender should be reserved for the people actually transitioning or desires to in some manner. Most likely because of dysphoria. Changing your pronouns is like changing your full name to a shortened version or a nickname. My given name is Draven, but I dislike it. Drave, on the other hand, feels easy, simple, and neutral. Drave is my preferred name. He, him are my preferred pronouns. But nothing about my preference actually means anything. I would say that identifying my dysphoria and my desire to correct it as the indicator that I am trans. I would say that feeling happier and healthier on the opposite sex's hormones would describe my experience as trans. Changing my pronouns does not actually describe the suffering, struggle, or experience I deal with. It merely allows me to feel respect for my journey to manhood. Number 6. Within the 2 months between starting HRT from October 29th to December 27th of 2021, it felt extremely similar to me when I took the SSRI Lexapro in the past. My brain felt calm and satisfied by the correction being made to the medicine. I still question myself, thinking I must still be high off the weed from last night sometimes. Once the estradiol, estrogen, and spironolactone, anti-androgens, testosterone blockers, kicked in, my seemingly permanent depression vanished. I've never felt more happy and mentally free than right now. I've even spent $2,000 on laser hair removal for my face, which improved my self-confidence tenfold. Not because society doesn't want women to have facial hair, but because I don't want facial hair. It's basically itchy pubes on the face, and it's entirely unneeded. Waking up in the morning and noticing that all the shaving I did yesterday meant nothing because it's already growing back is an insanely frustrating thing, especially when you have sensitive skin. Nothing about taking HRT the last 5 months or socially transitioning the last year and a half has ever proved to me it isn't a fucked situation between my brain and body. I'm absolutely getting the short end of the stick no matter which direction I take. To be honest, I would rather be alone forever as trans than to regret never transitioning, which feels like never being happy. But only because I feel like people actually see me for me now. If it were the case that I could be socialized into being cis, I think all the transphobia and internalized hatred of myself would have cured me. No amount of poking and prodding of a cis person will ever make them want to transition. So why is it that people refuse to accept that, from our best guess, the identities of trans people reflect that of cis people and are immutable? It's practically the same argument as sexuality. I was never straight or cis to begin with. You could even say that they attempted to socialize me into being straight and cis, but it never worked. I just chose to accept the fact that I was bi or as a trans woman. In middle school, my real-life aspiration was to have a woman's body when I became an adult, but I assumed it was just a fantasy and couldn't actually happen because I knew nothing about being trans until half a decade later. I refuse to hang out, number 7. I refuse to hang out in trans or LGBT activist-type communities. There are great trans meme groups and great trans-friendly spaces for other topics, but when everything becomes about how negative everything is and how rhetoric demands outrageous claims otherwise all is lost, then I'm outie. I enjoy my queer and trans friends, and I enjoy my straight cis friends, but joining LGBT plus discords and that Zoomer app Amino was horrible. It literally rides on elitism and the proclaimed suffering. There's nothing fun about obsessing or coping with a group. It's often focused on idpol anyways. I also joined a queer app called Taimi? And there seems to be a load of clueless pre-transition trans folks. If they're all on this social or dating app trying to match with further along trans folks to ask questions like, where do I get HRT? And my counselor referred me to a place that closed, or what insurance do I need? There clearly aren't proper spaces for them. Those communities that claim to support trans folks are dumb fucks who obsess about fuckboys online identifying as super straight and how you should be able to change all the documents with all the documents that literally declare your existence from assigned gender at birth to preferred gender at the click of a button with no mediation. Not to mention the inability for allies to ever visit these communities without having to be programmed and set in the corner to repeat catchphrases is ridiculous. I'm most likely the only trans person most of the people in my life will ever hold a connection with. If I were to take any of these dumb fuck takes from online and shout them at my friends or family, then I'd never get to build anything with them. Compassion and empathy for people in a changing world is the most impactful thing I can offer. And at the end of the day, the people around me understand that trans people aren't all that different. Sippy soy up time. Number 8. I started watching more and more debates, and eventually I started to really appreciate your arguments. You've helped me learn how to foster an internal value system and derive ideas and stances from that. You helped me understand the importance of being introspective and consistent. I know people think that your fans are just cringe debate bros, but from your conversations I've learned to listen and ask questions. My discussions with friends and family become more productive and far less heated because I have the tools to navigate them with a level head. Your work has improved my life tremendously and improved the lives of those around me by some amount as well. I also want to thank you for talking about trans issues the way that you do. I find you discuss trans issues with an enormous amount of empathy. I really feel you've done your best to consider a trans experience in the way a shallow retard I don't know. I should have edited that. Like Hassan never could. You articulate the trans experience better than any cis person I've seen online and better than 95% of trans people online. I've also felt so frustrated and invalidated by the sports debates. It drives me crazy to hear people say that hormones erase all biological difference. HRT has been wonderful for me, but it's not magical. It's very limited, actually. While I can get plastic surgery on my face to better approach a cis appearance, because of the effects of male puberty, I have broader shoulders than 95% of cis women. It's one of my biggest insecurities, and I have to be careful with the clothes I choose not to emphasize that feature and evoke the image of man in a dress. Incidentally, those same broad shoulders would absolutely give me an advantage if I was a competitive swimmer. Just look at look at a picture of Michael Phelps. Oh, this is controversial. Autogynephilia, I think is the term, is something that trans spaces won't engage with at all. They'll flatly tell you it doesn't exist and that it's just a transphobic lie. I find that very invalidating to my own experience. At the same time, I still feel very ashamed of my sexual proclivities. I often question whether or not I'm really trans, and I feel like I can never discuss this publicly because my words will just be weaponized by TERFs and transphobes to hurt other trans people. I've thought about writing a book exploring some of these ideas, but I question whether or not it would be responsible to do so. Logically, I think I really am trans. I can recall a desire to be female that predates any sexual attraction, and even as hormones have slashed my libido, my desire to be a woman has not waned. When I reach new levels of appearance, I get aroused and I masturbate to my reflection. Then after a few times, it just becomes mundane and normal to me. I keep these feelings under lock and key because of how much trans people and transphobes alike would hate me for this. Emotionally, I feel like a fake. Still, there's also an internal transformation that occurs during transition. My vocabulary and inflections have started adapting in ways I hadn't anticipated. My emotional self is changing, partially due to hormones. I never used to cry, but now I'll find myself tearing up at random bullshit like pictures of cute puppies or a really delicious slice of cake. Estrogen is a hell of a drug. I'm picking up some new hobbies and friends and dropping old ones. I'm undergoing a social metamorphosis, not just a physical one. I really enjoy when I can just pass as cis. When I move through my life like a normal woman, it feels really nice and really peaceful. COVID has helped by normalizing masks. Masks are a godsend for trans women. When people realize I'm trans, they'll ask me my pronouns or start trying to talk about trans politics with me. It's just really annoying and othering. I have enough anxiety as is. I hate attention. I hate pronouns. I hate people patronizing me and telling me how brave I am and how happy they are for me. I literally just want to be a normal person. Number 9. Hearing Mr. Beard talk like this made me want to 41% myself, and I wanted you desperately to clarify that some people aren't trans. Some are white suburban privileged fucks seeking attention off the back of actual trans people who face actual harm in society. These are the trans people this dumb fuck talks to. You made these clarifications clear during the cringe neopronoun shit, but God, I just wanted you to hammer it in each and every time he made these claims. It does not matter how mild or severe your dysphoria is, but you need some gender dysphoria to be trans. Well, at least I'm 99% sure that's true for what we know. Though I am certain you just stopped caring halfway through the debate when it was clear how terminally online this guy is. Still, I wish it was hammered more because of my next point. I'm convinced that lefties and toxic trans people like Keffels believe people in the middle do not exist. To these people, only the far right and far left exist. You're either a trans ally or a transphobe. The current online trans community is the most harmful thing for trans people as a whole. I hear you keep saying that these people do not represent the trans community, which I feel is mostly true. I'm worried for the future, and I'm seeing the effects of people like Keffels bleed into the real world. I know these people only exist on Twitter and have no real-world interactions. However, I do. I live in the Deep South, a small town. I suck off Bezos in a huge factory so that I can have an opportunity to get HRT. I get the opportunity to see many different faces and talk to them. A good majority are right-leaning and are of the crowd of tolerating trans people, and others are just on the fence. Truth is, it seems most everyday people just don't care and don't know facts about the issue. Understandable. The thing is, from what I can tell, it's cunts like Keffels and the far left that push these people to the right to these issues the most. The reason I feel like I can't come out to some of these people, a few of which I become friends with, it's not because of J.K. Rowling, it's not because of TERFs, and it's not because of Kiwi Farms or 4chan. Normal everyday people don't give a fuck about those things. It's because of these crazy fucking lefties on Twitter or IRL and the bad interactions with radicals that stick with them. When I probe some people about trans issues, I don't hear about how cool J.K. Rowling is and how based her tweets are. I hear about how they got called a transphobe by some dear self because they wouldn't burn their Harry Potter wand they got at Universal. The small number of people I do come out to joke about how I'll get canceled or fired if they misgender me. It's lighthearted, but it's because of what they see from memes or TikTok. For older people, it was Facebook mom shit. It's upsetting to me, and I know this is likely not what the rest of the US is like. It's probably not how most of my state is, but fuck, it irritates me to see any normal voting person pushed to the right by these crazies. I feel like these people are going to actually set us back 50 years at this point. That won't happen, but I hope you can feel my frustration. DGG might be the only bastion left that can represent a normal online trans community. I have been called a transphobe so much the past few days. Communities on Twitter or Reddit are like too far gone now. Granted, they always were, but at least I could exist in those spaces and have normal takes. Now I just feel alienated, I feel lonely. It's all a crazy echo chamber of shitty takes. If I say anything against the community or narrative, I should kill myself, or I'm not a real trans person, or I'm just transphobic. I'm so thankful that you and your community exist. I'm glad I can exist here with normal ideas. More importantly, you might say something along the lines of not going to these crazy places in the first place or disengaging with dumb fucks on Twitter. It's a little hard here. We don't exactly have a strong trans community. In fact, the biggest left community we have here is, can you guess? Yeah, they're tankies. So usually, if you want an IRL trans interaction, you're a little forced into it with these people. I dated someone from this group, and I'll come back to that. If you thought there was any hope in this, well, there's not. They watch Hassan and meme on Twitter. So I just want to say, as far as online spaces go, I'm grateful that I have some representation that know what the fuck they're talking about when it comes to trans issues, so thank you. Number 10. We're 1/3 of the way through these emails. I don't know if we'll read them all. We'll see. I scoffed when I heard the guy you were debating say that trans people can find realizing they're trans as freeing, because to me, it's felt like a curse that ruined my entire fucking life. By the time I made it to 20, I was genuinely going to kill myself. I tried to. I threw myself into traffic in the hopes that I would get murdered in a car crash, but unfortunately I was only injured and I kept living. I tried swallowing a bunch of pills, but I ended up vomiting them up. I was too anxious to go and buy a gun to kill myself with, so I didn't end up doing that, and the idea of stabbing myself to death was just a little too painful for me. It was around this level of suffering that I realized I was being foolish. Not the suicide part. I was still pretty sure that was happening, but I realized that I may as well try to transition. My logic at the time was this: if I don't transition, the odds of me committing suicide are 100%. Life is pure pain, and I just wouldn't be able to take it for much longer. But if I transition, if I fundamentally change every single aspect of myself as a human being from the ground up, or if I learn how to talk like a girl, walk like a girl, get lucky with the hormone treatment, somehow fixing the problem with my body, learn an entire new set of social skills, lose 150 pounds, every single person my friend and family accepts me, if I'm blessed with the right facial genetics to pass as feminine, if I'm able to find a doctor in my area who's even willing to administer the medication to me, if I can do all of this, I might be happy one day. That astronomically low chance is still higher than 0%, so I decided, fuck it, I'll try. This thought process alone, I think, encapsulates the suffering of gender dysphoria the best. Imagine living your entire life and putting in as much effort as possible every single day, overcoming severe mental distress and essentially recreating yourself while still overcoming the challenges of everyday life just to get yourself a chance to feel happy. Even if everything goes right, if you do everything perfectly, it's still entirely possible and frankly even likely that you won't even be happy. I would know because that's what happened to me. I worked hard and I won the lottery. I objectively pass. I can go out into the world with no prompting of any kind. I'm treated as a woman in society. But it didn't fix my anxiety. It doesn't make me hate myself less. It doesn't even help the dysphoria that badly. Probably at least once a week, I need my boyfriend to talk me off the ledge of a building, metaphorically, because I go on a psychotic rant about not being a real woman and how I'll never really pass. It doesn't even matter that I have years of lived experiences telling me that I pass, because the demons in my head won't let me believe it. This is the reality I deal with every day, and I know many other trans people, anecdotally speaking, who go through something similar to this. I know a lot of passing trans women, and it doesn't even matter that they pass. The dysphoria struggle is still real. So with all of that being said, when I hear about non-binary deerkin on Twitter with blue hair talking about how oppressed they are and how transphobic people are for not using their Z-Zim pronouns, and how valid they are despite the extent of their transition being their Twitter bio, and never feeling a shred of dysphoria all their lives, it makes me want to shoot myself more than the dysphoria ever did. I actually hate these people. I've had friends kill themselves because they couldn't handle it anymore, and I'm supposed to pretend that these people are the same as us? Fuck that. Not only do they try to pretend that we are somehow the same, but they actively fuck things up for the rest of us. For every stupid tweet one of these dipshits make, it's yet another conversation I have to have with my religious conservative family. I've had to unravel their lunacy more times than I can count. It has evolved past frustration into genuine hatred. I'm gonna grab my drink of water real quick. Number 11. Should we keep reading the emails? Okay, continue on. Number 11. Anyway, after this long ramble, I just want to say one thing on the broad subject. The term transgender is overly broad to the point where it's losing value as a descriptor. If people who don't have dysphoria or don't want to medically transition want to call themselves transgender, then whatever. I don't care about what anyone does or doesn't want to do with their bodies or their social presentation. But we are not the same. To lump us all together, all under the same umbrella term, does people like me a disservice because it dilutes the importance of having the proper medical care. It's like if we didn't have words for gay or lesbian or bisexual and just called everyone who wasn't straight queer. I really don't like it when people who don't have these intense life-ruining issues I've had come in and start muddying the waters surrounding those issues. If people want to push for placing less importance on gender roles in society, then sure, fine, it's probably a worthy cause. But don't do it by hijacking the discussion around a very specific issue relating to a very specific group of people like me. If people want transgender to be an inclusive umbrella term for anyone who doesn't rigidly conform to the most strict definition of traditional gender, then so be it, but we need new, narrower terms to describe specific things. Number 12. With time, I came to realize that trans online communities are extremely toxic. They overfixate on acceptance and validation to the point of insanity. Subreddits that were dedicated to educating and poking fun at trans people in denial have become toxic sewers in which if you dare to speak up against the current beliefs, you are immediately shunned, silenced, and called a transphobe or a true scum. All reason and civil discourse has been silenced. The obsession with being valid runs rampant. They do not care whether they're right or wrong. The only thing they care to look online is validation and blind acceptance. It deeply saddens me because it's going to lead to a massive outburst in transphobia. 13. For a bit of context, I transitioned at 15 in early high school. I'm 21 now. When I transitioned, this was barely even a thing anyone knew about, and I was the only trans person I knew. Non-binary stuff was only just beginning to exist, not like it is today. But by the time I got to college, that had changed, and it's honestly been very surreal. I swear to God, I've met like 30 plus online people or 30 plus in real life people at my school that go by some other pronouns or claim to be trans while just looking like normal cis people. Now I'm stealth, so like I'm not even really in specifically LGBT spaces either. At first, I didn't really mind, but the more common it got, the weirder it got for me. These people rarely even know much of anything about trans issues either. It's very strange. It's like I'm walking on thin ice, trying not to offend a group that I'm literally a part of. The most surreal experience I've had out of all of them was when I made the mistake of telling a specific friend I was trans, and they didn't really realize I was stealth, and they told their roommate. When I hung out at their place, once they were like, oh my God, I'm the only cis person here, and it was just her and her extremely gender-conforming female roommate, and that roommate, after specifically having me telling them that I'm stealth, would somehow bring it up to every other person that ended up coming over. It was insane. They would like joke about cis people like it was some uncool thing to be, and it was weird as fuck. That reminds me of another thing you said, which was that online spaces are like 99% male. I've actually had the exact opposite experience. While online tends to be male R, and I've definitely met some male NB types in real life, it is hugely dominated by like woke white women. Like the trans support group at my university is roughly 90% AFAB, assigned female at birth, with most of them being like cis women with dyed hair and she/they pronouns or weird neo-pronoun shit. I have yet to meet a single other trans woman that wasn't super early in transition despite their support group chat having like 50 people in it. It's very isolating and weird. Like, why is a group supposedly about me not at all relevant to myself? That also connects to my biggest pet peeve where people will do dumb woke things in the names of supposedly helping me that actively make my life worse. Like pronoun tags for everyone and introducing themselves with pronouns on everyone doesn't help me at all. My entire point of my transition is that I actually wanted to be seen as a woman by others, and now I basically can't tell if I'm being seen that way or if it's some woke shit. The worst offender was that a bunch of clubs at my school swapped out woman for woman identified. Like this a cappella group changed its name from the all-women's a cappella group to the all-women identified a cappella group. I wish I was making this shit up. This has turned into a bit of a rant, and like at the end of the day, I can blend in as cis for the most part, so it's not like it's the end of the world. It's just very weird, and the extent of it in recent years has been insane. It's like despite being only 21, having transitioned earlier meant I transitioned in a completely different time and culture to most trans people my age. And now that I'm stealth, I don't have the I'm trans defense without outing myself, and I can't even really say anything when I hear people say this insane stuff. 14. I personally have battled with a trans identity for as long as I can remember, before I even knew what that was. Growing up, it was obviously scary to explain to someone, but as time went on, it wasn't being scared of people judging me from coming out that kept me from doing it for so long. It was the opinions and insane talking points on people in the LGBT communities, because I was afraid to be casted out by the only people I thought could understand me for not agreeing with their viewpoints. 15. Oh, this is like a little bit of background on like the true scum and 2 cutes and all of that. I don't know if I've read this on stream before. As I understand it, years ago, mostly on Tumblr, there was a huge surge in the uwu, xenogender, otherkin stuff in the trans community. There was a rift between people who accepted that and those who believed that transgender was a serious thing, not something to express how different and special you were to your friends. The uwu community started calling these people true trans because they felt that they were deciding who was really trans or who was a true trans person. The true trans started calling the other side 2 cutes because it was a meme on Tumblr and Reddit for someone questioning their gender to post a selfie with people in the comments, etc., saying the OP was too cute to not be trans. Ooh woo. Of course, because the online trans community is toxic as fuck, the 2 cutes started calling the true trans the new insult, true scum. They decided to embrace the insult, calling themselves that. The true scum community was composed of mainly hardcore trans medicalists in the beginning, i.e. not only needing dysphoria to be trans, but also needing to be in the process of transitioning physically, usually working towards eventual surgery to be legitimate. Some trans meds were not considering non-binary people to even be real at all. This is where I step into the community. I'm going to talk about Reddit in particular from here on, because once the Tumblr became SFW, I noped out of that hell site. As time went on, more moderate people such as myself started to feel alienated by the general trans community because of our stances on dysphoria, 2 cutes, xenogenders, etc. I found the subreddit True Scum at some point because I would see other posters and commenters on the transgender subreddit, male to female subreddit, the trans subreddit, etc. Get threads locked, posts deleted, and users banned for saying you need dysphoria to be trans or questioning anyone's legitimacy, no matter how ridiculous they were. Things like he, him, lesbians, neopronouns, self-described trans men femboys with no dysphoria showing off big booba, not safe for work selfies, etc. Our True Scum became a pretty chill place, basically just like the other trans sub, but safe for people like me to express their opinions without fear of a ban, which, by the way, I had to use a separate account entirely so as not to get banned on other trans subs. The community is painted as hateful bigots, transphobes, racists, right-wing, etc., but for the most part, it's just a normal center-left trans community that occasionally makes fun of the cringe teenagers on Tumblr, on TikTok mostly nowadays. All of this is to say, if a trans person is labeled true scum on the internet, don't assume they're a bad person or hold bigoted views. Now, for the most important part, do you need dysphoria to be trans? I believe that in order to be considered transgender, or at least not in a separate category, you ought to have current or alleviated gender dysphoria. If you don't have gender dysphoria, that means you have no negative feelings about remaining in your assigned birth gender presentation or identification. At this point, it seems to me like a person just wants to be transgender because they just choose to. Transgender, a person whose sense of personal identity and gender does not correspond with their birth sex. That sense of personal identity is an immutable characteristic. You can't help this. This isn't a choice. You've argued this several times before on stream. It's who I am inside. I have difficulty believing that there are people in good faith saying that who they are on the inside is opposite their birth gender, but legitimately have no negative feelings about staying that way they were assigned at birth. If these people exist, they may as well not identify as trans because they're not really any different than people who aren't trans but want to be the opposite gender because they think it's cool. It actually reminds me of the champagne socialist argument you had with Vaush. Even if these people technically fit the definition, they're not really worth talking about when discussing the difficulties of the group as a whole. I and many others in the true scum community have a pretty low bar for what is considered dysphoria. I don't think you need to be in the process of transitioning. If you can't because of your financial situation or because you live in an unsupportive family or community, that's fine. You can still be trans. You don't have to have dysphoria bad enough to be suicidal. You don't need to get sex reassignment surgery. The point is, you want to be the opposite gender if everything was perfect, and importantly, not want to stay in your current gender assignment. Oh, halfway done. Get some more water, guys. I'll pull again at 20 emails. We want to finish them all. 16. What changed my life was facial feminization surgery. At 13 months, I had FFS with arguably the best surgeon for $50,000, which my insurance fully paid for thanks to my cushy engineering job. And suddenly I started presenting as me 100% of the time. Initially, I was very much an activist. I used my Instagram to advocate for pro-trans causes, to raise awareness of anti-trans legislation, etc. Part of this was me wanting to give back to others like me, to help create a future where trans people wouldn't have to wait until 27 to feel like they could transition without throwing away their chance at a happy life. I grew up steeped in media that made me hate who I was. Maury and Jerry Springer shows featuring trans people were some of the only media I could find that featured real-life trans people, and those depictions were so negative. These are people who were subjecting themselves to this ridicule to survive. I didn't see any hyper-successful engineers or business people that were trans that I could look up to. And now that I was this person I'd wished society would show me, I wanted to be visible. Fast forward to now, this isn't quite the case anymore. I still feel similarly in that I hope trans people don't face what I faced growing up and don't have to be afraid of being disowned and ruining their lives by coming out to their parents, for example. But I no longer engage very much in the online advocacy outlets. I started out really engaged in early on. I just can't relate to the online trans community in so many ways. I have a few really close trans girlfriends in real life that I adore. Most of them identify as heterosexual and are in relationships with men, and for all of us, being trans is just one part of who we are, and not really a major facet at that. I don't hide that I'm trans. I'm still open that I am on social media and with friends, but in real life situations, I don't want every person I interact with to know that I'm trans. My whole identity and set of interests aren't derived from that aspect of my identity. Also, I do feel like some of the online Twitter trans advocates are advocating for causes that will end up hurting our progress as a community, will cause more real transphobia to manifest. And to be totally honest, I'd be really afraid that if I spoke up about these feelings, I would have crazy people trying to get me fired and ruin my life. Number 17. Basically, trans communities online are super mega extreme. People use positions of authority to convince kids to get on hormones with no accountability or regulation, which is really dangerous and reflects on the trans community and feeds into the grooming kids narrative, as well as banning anyone who dissents or isn't super ooh-woo hug boxing. Secondly, it hurts so much to be demonized by other trans people online. I can't go to many trans communities online because they all inevitably become super ooh-woo validating, ooh-woo hug boxing. If you go against any of this, you're putting the trans medicalist label, which has tons of really bad associations. Like any level of dissent or like disagreement when it comes to these spaces, you are cast out. It's really fucking alienating. These spaces also are super hug boxing, saying everyone passes, which can be dangerous to younger people who may be attacked. You can already understand this, but it's really scary that there are people in these communities online that are like figures of authority, like admin mods or big community members who convince these kids to get on do-it-yourself HRT with no accountability. And when this shit goes wrong, it reflects back on the entire trans community. Basically, it is a huge fester that grows in online spaces that pushes out literally all not extreme people out of the spaces to spare everyone's feelings and engages in very dangerous actions. TLDR for the next section, all online content creators but you and some others engage or encourage this behavior I talked about above, and it is very scary. Because I feel like we are barreling towards undoing a lot of progress and making things materially worse for a lot of trans people with how ideologically bought into positions they are. Because it is just a fact of reality, these online people gain more and more real-life influence every day as more and more people tune into Twitch and their streams, and they grow especially within the trans community. Thirdly, I feel like all online political communicators for trans issues engage in all of these terrible behaviors I've explained above. It's really scary. I go door to door for local elections, and if I had to repeat talking points for a Democrat that Vosh, Demon Mama, or Josie or Maddie or any of these people say, I genuinely fear for my life. I'm scared. I love politics, and I don't like being doomer-pilled, but Steven, I'm genuinely scared deep down things are going to get significantly worse before they get better. I fear we're heading towards this edge, but we have already hit the velocity to where it's too late to stop. I'm scared for my future. I know that society won't fall. I know trans people probably won't be gunned down in America. I'm not delusional, but I'm afraid of hate crimes going up. I'm afraid of losing my friends. I'm afraid I'll have to quit politics that makes me happy. I'm too emotional at the moment to keep writing. I'm super sorry this is so long. I just care so deeply for all of this, and I feel like as things online become more prominent, literally in my college clubs, in a progressive meeting. And I feel like this as things online become more prominent, literally in my college clubs and at a progressive meeting I went to a while ago. 18. I'm so glad that suffering is not necessary for many young trans people these days. On the other hand, how people speak about trans issues now is troubling, putting so much emphasis on everyone and every gender being valid, to the point where you could probably categorize any normal person as non-binary because it's all so encompassing. This makes zero sense and leads us to the xenogender discourse, which I would like to go away forever. The biggest reason I'm grateful for your voice is because I begin to lose faith in people. I began to lose hope that people still thought like I do when I joined discourse on Twitter and spoke against xenogenders. I got death threats and people encouraging my suicide, including from prominent people in the Demon Mama community. Further, I believe this de-emphasis I see on medical transition in these communities is troubling. Who will fight for that for us if we have half of trans people saying medical transition is unnecessary to be valid? Let me drink one second. Gender dysphoria at number 19. Gender dysphoria is about as close to an IRL body horror as you can get. Being trapped in a body that you know isn't right for you is hell. I constantly worried about my appearance. I fretted over things no one else would notice, and I always felt like I was taking up space for real, cis women. Online, everyone might go, yes, queen, you're so valid, of course, you're a woman, you look so good. But those are just words, and most of the time, they feel like lies. Sometimes they are. The reality of being trans is, if someone can tell you are trans, if they can clock you, they almost never consider you a member of the gender you identify as. You're a fucked up man or woman, or, depending on how bigoted they are, just a thing to them. Number 20. When I've been discriminated against at past jobs, my most significant non-one-off experiences with bigotry was never because my coworkers got bad opinions about trans people from dipshits on the internet. It was because there were, so this is like an email from the other end. Not every single email I got agreed with me, so I tried to include a couple. There weren't as many that disagreed with me, maybe because of my fans or whatever, but I tried to include the ones that would have other points of view as well. When I've been discriminated against at past jobs, my most significant non-one-off experiences with bigotry, it was never because my coworkers got bad opinions about trans people from dipshits on the internet. It was because they were conservative types that hated me because I was early in my transition. I looked like a weird guy in my Waffle House uniform because I was on HRT and wore makeup, and I sounded like a girl because of voice training. I don't think most people care about the online shit. It's just an excuse they use. They'd use some other excuse for why they don't like you if they didn't have that. The other worst sorts of experiences I've had were in college when I thought people legitimately wanted to be my friend, but it turned out that they actually just clocked me and wanted to sit me down to ask me some personal questions about being trans before they moved on and didn't talk to me again. I cannot tell you how many times someone has asked me if I've gotten the surgery after talking to me for less than 5 minutes. Oof, okay. We're at 21. Do we want to finish the rest of the emails? I think we're going to. I think it's important to hear it. Even if you guys don't like it, I'm not pulling it. "21. I feel like I have pretty mild gender dysphoria from stories I've read. I used to absolutely despise looking at myself in the mirror, avoided people taking photos like they would kill me. I spent hours upon hours a week plucking hair, one by one, out of my body and starved myself to the point of looking like I was in a concentration camp. I've thankfully been able to mostly solve these issues by taking care of my skin, living a more healthy lifestyle via eating well and working out, and dressing and acting more feminine. I 100% feel like I am an oddity when going outside with my nails painted, carrying a handbag with feminine mannerisms, but I can actually function like that compared to previously where I used to struggle to place an order at a fast food restaurant. I have an appointment with an endocrinologist booked, although still months out to see if HRT is a good solution for me, and I'm testing the waters to see if I want to slowly transition. I will say that there's been a weirdly scary amount of people who I have come across along my journey to figure out what the actual fuck is wrong with me, who claim to be trans, to not understand gender dysphoria. Seem to not understand gender dysphoria, which ends up making me feel fucking insane. It is legit frustrating joining a community of people who seem to think it's just fun or fashionable to be trans and don't seem to have any reason to have transitioned in the first place. It's even more frustrating having people try and convince me that I'm currently trans due to the way I present and act, even though I really haven't done anything yet. It seems fucking bizarre that it seems like the bare minimum to be trans is to just act or dress non-conforming to your assigned gender. All the recent stuff in the news, thanks to the, in my opinion, retardation in America over trans issues, which then has spiraled into arguments on social media, has legit made me feel unwell for weeks at a time due to me wishing I had nothing in common with these people. While there are some very good vocal pro-trans voices out there, it feels like the vast majority make it seem like an insane cult. While thankfully, this has made me rethink my approach to potentially transitioning, has made me more cautious, I feel it would be easier for people like me if we just faded back into the background and went somewhat unnoticed. 22. Hello, I'm watching your latest video and the subject of toxic online trans communities came up, and at 53 minutes you mentioned that you get emails from trans people saying that they also hate the toxic online trans community and that they believe it makes their online experience worse. If you have a list of trans people who feel this way, feel free to add me to it. The people who make me feel ashamed of being trans are those toxic online trans people. They make me feel like I can deeply understand why so many conservatives despise the left. Even on Reddit, the only way I can seem to get through to radical trans people is by pulling out my trans badge, and even then they seem to tend to just ghost me afterwards. "23. I see so much straight hate from online queer communities. It almost feels like queer people have been otherized and demonized for so long that they begun to start otherizing themselves. Breaks my heart. All I want is to feel like I belong and am accepted. It upsets me so deeply to see so many voices and opinions echoed that are full of so much hate and disdain. It only serves to further divide the very people that we should be working to build relations with." 24. I'm not active in trans circles in real life anymore, and neither is my friend, even though at first we'd go to the local trans associations every week. And if you were to go to an association anywhere, you'll notice that besides a few exceptions, it's almost only questioning or early trans people that are in there. I don't think the reason is, in most cases, is that people can't vibe with uwu xenogenders. It's because that when you start transitioning, it's an explosion in your life, positive and negative. Being trans is central to your experience, always on your thoughts, etc. You need validation to be reassured, to feel that you're not alone, and also advice for admin and medical stuff. But as time goes on, it's been a few years, while you're more confident, you're now less of a trans and just a woman, or a man, or an NB. Life goes on, you don't think about it much. These places just aren't for you anymore. Also, most trans people cringe at who they were at the beginning of their transition, kind of like how you cringe at your teenage self. I think it's very easy for older, when I say older, I mean time since realizing you're trans, not just old since birth, trans people to forget how they were and just judge the behavior and insecurities of younger trans people. A lot of early trans people are very angry at society and the system because their life is shit and people are mean to them constantly in real life. Again, it's easy for passing trans women or men to look at that anger and be annoyed because, well, now we're pretty well integrated. Almost nobody knows that we're trans. They give us a bad rap. They're too mean, etc. I'm not saying there's no truth in it, but it's also because we now just want quiet and peace because we are the good ones. We look and act like the gender we are, so even if someone learns that we're trans, they'll probably react neutrally or positively. However, that's not the experience of these younger trans people. They get insulted and mocked, and they're often going through tough shit with their family. They're losing friends. We don't have the same problems they do, or even the same political interests necessarily. They want shit to change fast and drastically. We want to be more integrated and left alone. 6 more. I don't think someone has to transition medically to be transgender, but I do think there has to be some underlying discomfort with the way you're perceived and or the way your body looks. You can't just be an AFAB who puts she, they in your bio and has no desire of going any further than that and then claim to be transgender. This dilutes the meaning of the word to an absurd degree and delegitimizes us more than we already are. I also don't feel at home in most trans communities. It feels like I'm having to walk on eggshells to make sure I don't say anything that could be misconstrued as invalidating, and it's extremely mindfucky. I saw a post the other day on RMTF where someone said, "I wish I were a girl," frowny face. And while some of the comments understood what she meant and responded accordingly, there were a lot of people berating her and telling her that she couldn't be posting stuff like that and that she obviously already was a girl. Sorry. Already was a girl, and that posting anything outside of that sentiment made other people in the sub feel bad. This is reflective of a larger problem with queer people are being called out or ousted from queer communities if their language and or opinions don't 100% match with the current progressive rule book. Hesitant towards the use of neopronouns, don't say anything or risk being demonized and rejected from the community, and then have absolutely nowhere else to go because 95% of all queer communities follow pretty much the same guidelines. Same with trans sports, discussions on words like tranny, transsexual, AGP, etc., medical transition for kids, having police outside of anarcho-communism, etc., etc. Why should trans people have to tone police themselves to such an absurd degree and make sure to only use language that's fully inclusive and go out of their way to cater towards everyone's ego? These issues are messy and deserve to be discussed. Whoa, shit, These issues are messy and deserve to be discussed in a way that acknowledges that. Woke scolds across the internet, most prevalent on TikTok and Twitter in my opinion, make being trans even harder than it has to be because now I have to watch how I act and what I say, not only around conservatives, but also queer people. I want to be able to give an opinion like trans women probably shouldn't be competing in sports with cis women without some white cis ally or a dozen 14-year-old trans people telling me I'm transphobic. 26. Most people would agree that people like Shapiro and Crowder aren't helpful for trans people due to similar reasons, which I agree with. On the other hand, I personally think people like Demon Mama or maybe even Vosh nowadays are doing a similar disservice to people like me. Nowadays, you don't even need a Ben Shapiro to make trans people sound ridiculous. The online trans community is doing it for them, which is so much more frustrating to me since the harm to trans people like myself isn't as obvious anymore when lefties are advocating for neo-pronouns than when some conservative calls trans people mentally challenged. I personally felt the need to clarify to every person I came out to as trans that I'm not an online trans person, even though I'm mostly online and a trans person. It's exhausting. To be clear, I don't hate people like Demon Mama. I think they just aren't aware of what they're doing to some trans people and how it affects us. I don't even necessarily have a problem with people identifying with autism or as a deer in some abstract way. It is a part of their identity, and if it makes them happy, go for it. I just think it should not be under the same umbrella as gender identity and therefore treated a bit differently. I also don't like the use of the word, I don't like to use the word transphobic anymore. The term is so inflationary nowadays to the point to where anybody that disagrees with a trans person whatsoever can be called a transphobe. I have some progressive friends, and it feels kind of humiliating when they clearly don't want to talk to me about certain topics because they feel like their opinion might come off as transphobic, even though their thoughts might be reasonable. Sometimes it feels like I am left out of good conversations due to me being trans. 27 out of 31. We've almost made it, guys. I am a college student, sorry. I've been watching your content for about a year. My best friend is a trans man, and I have plenty of other trans friends. Being active in LGBTQ plus groups at my school, I've come to learn that, for the most part, no one in real life respects the online trans activists. I'm sure you've gotten emails after emails about this recently, but I'd like to add my 2 cents. Trans men are seriously fucked over. You've mentioned this on your stream a few times, and it's true. Every issue is centered around trans women. On the right, it's because they fear that it's perverted men, etc., etc., and on the left, it's because of the way too vocal online communities. The problem is these communities claim to represent trans people, but all trans people I know want nothing to do with them. Lately, I've been talking to my trans friends about this a lot, and they feel like they're being used as a political pawn for a culture war that they didn't sign up for. It makes me depressed to see these bad faith political actors are using a group of people that already have it rough to advance an agenda. 28. I'm a 22-year-old trans female nursing student at a private religious university in the South. I'm not rich or religious. I'm only here for scholarship money. Being a private religious institution, they will not allow any official organizations for LGBT people or anybody left of Democrat. This led to the creation of an unofficial LGBT club organized over Discord. After the original leadership of the server graduated last year, it has been taken over by the most terminally lefty-brained dumbfucks who use the word gender in practically every other sentence, who are only here because of their parents' money. Usually, I would stay away from these types of people, but it's hard finding friends who will openly associate with a trans person at a religious university. For reference, a majority of the student body doesn't agree with gay marriage, and the conservative club is functionally a Groyper club. It's extremely alienating because this is a relatively large group, and I don't feel like a single person here has the same experience with their gender as I do. They use it as an accessory that you change every few weeks instead of an identity. The other trans people don't experience dysphoria or do anything to further their transition. The only other person on HRT was a trans guy who was socially pushed out of the group for being slightly conservative. The most alienating thing, though, is when they talk in the Discord about how they want to make cis people feel uncomfortable and be more visibly trans, which both sound like nightmare scenarios to me. It's really scary to me when the people advocating for trans stuff at my school are making me, a trans person, feel almost transphobic. Just almost. 3 more. With time, I came to realize that trans online communities are extremely toxic. They overfixate on acceptance and validation to the point of insanity. Subreddits that were dedicated to educating and poking fun at trans people in denial have become toxic sewers in which they dare to speak up against their current beliefs. If you are immediately shunned, if you dare to speak up against their current beliefs, you are immediately shunned, silenced, and called a transphobe or a true scum. All reason in civil discourse has been silenced. The obsession with being valid runs rampant. They do not care whether they're right or wrong. The only thing they care to look online is validation and blind acceptance. It deeply saddens me because it's going to lead to a massive outburst in transphobia. Wait, I think... Holy shit. It should only be 30 emails. I think I copied part of this twice. Whoops. Well, now I have to reread all the other ones again, too, since I read that person's twice. Hold on. Nice job, proofreaders. I put all the proofreaders at the start, so if there's fucked up shit in here, you can blame them, okay? 2 more. I see people like Vosh, who are neither trans nor a woman, effectively meaning he is nothing more than a cis man, making misogynistic comments in the name of trans activism, or people saying maybe we shouldn't have women in sports, etc. I see it for what it is, a fucking goldmine for TERFs to capitalize on. The misogyny from Vosh is the best recruiting material in the world. It cannot be understated how good it is for them. It is the trans discourse equivalent of proof of WMDs in comparison to comments like maybe we should do away with women in sports, which is more akin to an ISIS beheading video. It does far more harm for trans women, because TERFs usually have to point to crazy or misogynistic things that trans activists say that come from people like Demon Mama, who happen to be trans, and no one can really argue that Demon Mama isn't part of an oppressed group, so there's still that discomfort because her word can be hand-waved as an oppressed person punching up, or just an oppressed person being frustrated at a perceived oppressor. Meanwhile, Vosh as a cis man is perceived to be speaking from the position of a group of people who are the facilitators of gender oppression, or have been throughout history, so his words carry a lot more weight than some frustrated trans woman, because TERFs can use it and point to it as, see, men are just using trans ideology to oppress us. It is a lot easier to develop a boogeyman or an enemy when you develop a narrative that your enemy is supported by a group of people who have historically held all the power in the first place. Final email. I've been watching through the recent nonsensical trans sports debate debacle and all of the associated drama, and holy fucking shit, it is perpetually exhausting to be someone who literally just wants to vibe and be treated as a normal girl, but to have your entire existence dragged out into the open and paraded around like some sort of freak of a lost cause for a bunch of purposeless, perpetually online dipshits to group around and pat themselves on the back so hard they leave a bruise. All the while, the only feeling I ever have is like they painted a target on my forehead and kicked me out to the front of the crowd, cheering and telling me that it's for my own good, while they sit back and face none of the repercussions for the stupid shit they say or advocate for on my behalf. Honestly speaking, it feels exactly like the same shit I've always dealt with, except instead of being told I'm wrong for existing, or telling me I'm a freak and that I should be cut out of my rights or cut out of consideration for my own good, I'm told that I need to shut up and let them speak for me now because they're here to save me from myself once again. You mentioned a bunch of things recently that really stood out to me and legit made me feel like, yes, someone fucking gets it. Like when you mentioned how you had the impression that trans women didn't want extra visibility or to be treated special for being trans, that the whole concept or idea was just being or becoming an average woman, and yes, absolutely, that's all I've ever really wanted. That was what most people I knew, and people I know in real life, felt or worked towards. I've quipped before, fuck trans acceptance, I want trans indifference, because that best reflects how I really feel about it. I want my status as trans to be one of the least important, least interesting things about me, because in my own mind it already is. A lot of these absolute specimens that you have the displeasure of talking to online, though, I notice this really huge difference in perspective that I can only really sum up as like, I wonder how many of them actually identify as woman, and how many of them identify as trans woman. It's like that old difference between a girl gamer and a gamer girl. Yeah? I feel like I'm just a woman. I identify as a woman, and that makes me trans, but for some reason for some of these people, being trans seems to deadass be the goal, and that is so fucking wild and so fucking uncomfortable for me, honestly. I'm not entirely sure how to really sum that up or apply some sort of sorting algorithm to filter these people out or differentiate them from the poor normie fucks like me who just want to vibe, but it's been something on my mind for sure. Additionally, it feels so wildly, absurdly fucking uncomfortable seeing the plethora of cis male presenting dipshits out here claiming ownership or expertise on trans discussions and dictating rules or claiming total ownership over trans positions, when I just feel like, shut the fuck up, you don't speak for me, none of this affects you. You get to go home after your shitty debates and stare slack-jawed at your computer screen while I'm the one who gets thrown out of the bus for all of your bullshit. It's incredibly frustrating, and it just seems to have gotten worse with time. So I'm 30 now. I originally came from old 4chan nonsense before there even was a political board. I was an edgy kid who was, like a lot of folks back then, just some social reject who liked edgy jokes and Japanese culture nonsense. I wound up finding a community there and had a bunch of fun, back when all of the stupid racism and Nazi shit was legitimately a joke, before the word got out that 4chan was full of racist Nazis and all the edgy kids making offensive jokes got lawed out of existence by mainstream dipshits, flooding in, missing the point that all the edgy shit was only funny because it was untrue. Kind of like that time you mentioned when someone took you saying faggot seriously and went, yeah, screw them gays, and you had to do a double take on, what do you mean? That's not what I meant in the slightest. Back then, the thing that really got me out of my shell was, hilariously, all of the fucking trap threads. I had considered all the trans stuff, but all the trans spaces were a bunch of ugly, bitter, 40-year-old women with hardcore sexist views on what being a woman is like. You want to play games? You want to watch anime? You want to tell jokes? Oh no, honey, that's not feminine enough. And all the needlessly exhausting drama that hasn't changed to this very day. I was deeply off-put by that, but I looked up to the traps as these fucking amazing people. They were chill, they were funny, they were cute as heck, and they just did what they liked, played games, had interest, had actual personalities. For a long time, I proudly proclaimed that I wasn't trans. I was totally a trap. But of course, times change, and so did the context of that word. Suddenly, that playful term that represented my whole identity and the things I looked up to changed, and overnight, everyone recognized it as a term of hate speech. No amount of argument was good enough. No debate could ever really be won. People argued with all these personal anecdotes about their personal fears on trans panic being used to murder them because some edgy dipshits online used the term trap, and all of my own personal fears or personal experiences didn't matter in the slightest because they didn't align with the popular narrative, you know? That was when I realized that all of the personal anecdotes and this thin veneer of protecting people's feelings or representing people's experiences or standing up for people's unique lived history was all a bunch of horse shit that nobody actually believed. It just looks nice on a resume when you're trying to fluff yourself up to look better. I gave up on that fight, and fine, whatever. I guess I'm begrudgingly under the trans label now, but that was still one of those early things that made me really put off by trans spaces. Beyond that, there's this really weird break in experiences that I feel where my perspective is informed entirely by a deep level of introspection and deconstruction. I was presented with binary options, and to arrive at the thought or feeling of being trans, I had to dig in really deep to try to take it apart so I could understand why I felt like I did. It was tough and it was scary. I made a lot of mistakes, but I got here on my own, and with that journey or process came a lot of introspection and self-awareness. Because I question everything, because I question myself, I have answers to all sorts of weird internal questions and a basis by which to reason most gender-related things. This is one of those things I find is so severely and sorely lacking from any self-avowed trans spaces these days, personally. The term that used to get tossed around a lot was hugbox, and I think that's kind of what they all inevitably became. No questioning, no introspection, no ability to just be wrong. It's just a continuous outpouring of external validation for anyone, except the dumb autistic motherfuckers like me who actually ask questions. The idiots who walk in and go, "So, I don't understand this," and aren't content with, "That's just how it is," as a hand-wavy answer. I feel like the whole toxic positivity culture is doing nothing other than ruining anyone's chances of forming a reasonable, grounded sense of self. They never have a reason to. Reminds me a lot of your commentary on therapy, with the idea that if you're going to therapy for 10 years and there's no breakthrough, your therapy isn't fucking working, because the point of it should be to get you to a reasonable place where you can take care of yourself, and the same here. The point of a support community is to give you tools, perspectives, and support so you can eventually not need that support group anymore, or maybe so that you can be strong enough to support more people, but that's not what these things become. They're more like a perpetual state of endless validation that protects anyone and everyone from the horrors of even the tiniest fraction of introspection. Folks will tolerate anyone and anything, except for someone who dares ever upset the established status quo or deviate even slightly from the script. Like, goddamn, do you know how many gapes and guffaws you earn just by going, "I'm not a literal communist actually, I'm like a sockdem at most"? Anyone that claims to be trans-inclusive, all of your thoughts, experiences, and ideas are the utmost important to us, only so long as they're things that reinforce what we already think is true. Okay. This was like it was hard to cut down which ones I wanted to keep, which ones I wanted to get rid of, but I feel like having all of these floating around in your head, at the very least, can give you some understanding of things that have shaped my perspective. Let me get a Red Bull. How many total did you get? It was like over 150 emails. Most of them all read like this. I guess you could accuse me of just selecting the ones that agree with me, though, if you want to, but... Gatekeeping is good, actually. Gatekeeping the trans label is essential for 3 important reasons. One, to make it possible for those who are not trans to have an ability to grasp and understand trans issues. Two, for trans people to find communities they can join to share a space with people with similar experiences. Three, to develop a consistent set of medical and social guidelines for how to treat trans people to optimize their outcomes. Where I stand. Much has been said about my position on trans issues, with people claiming that I'm transphobic or that I hold many transphobic positions, despite the numerous debates and conversations posted publicly on my YouTube exploring and defending trans issues. I've had a ton of these, we're not watching them all, obviously, but these examples don't include the countless smaller conversations I've had on stream with smaller creators or chatters as well. Many of these conversations occurred years ago, before it was fashionable to be woke on trans issues on Twitch or YouTube. Some try to point out that these conversations in the past aren't a valid way of figuring out where I stand on trans issues today, but these same people seem to have no problem linking things I've said or done years ago to try to attack my position on trans issues today. For clarity, allow me to clearly state my position on some major trans issues. One, I believe trans people are real insofar as there appears to be a set of people that exist with incongruent gender identities existing inside their mind opposite the sexual presentation of their bodies. Historically, psychologically, and socially, there doesn't seem to be any other way to account for or explain the experiences of trans people other than to accept their accounting of their internal experiences. Two, I believe that currently, gender-affirming care, including social transitioning and surgeries, to be the best way to treat gender dysphoria. There seems to be a growing body of evidence showing that some forms of medical and social treatments are effective at alleviating dysphoria in trans individuals. This medical care should be available and provided for by insurance just like any other treatment at all appropriate stages of a trans person's life. Three, I believe trans athletes should be able to play with the gender they express as up through grade school and high school. High school drug therapy would probably be required for contact sports. Sports in elementary through high school are less about hardcore competitiveness and more about socialization and encouraging active lifestyles. NCAA spots for college sports are far more competitive and limited, but most people should have the opportunity to play in grade school and high school if they wish. 4. I believe the decision to place minors on puberty blockers or HRT should be a decision made between parents, their children, and their doctors. I don't believe the government has a legitimate interest in preventing these types of medical interventions so long as there is some evidence that they can improve the outcomes of trans children. In accordance with my ethical values, my desire is to push for whatever policies enable as many trans people as possible to live the healthiest lives of their choosing without conflicting with the people around them. If further information comes out showing that some treatments I advocate for now are ineffective, I would no longer support those treatments. And if other information were to be released that would show that other methods alleviating the suffering of trans were to be released that would show other methods alleviating the suffering of trans people, I would support those methods. Healthy discourse. What should the ultimate goal even be with trans discourse? It would seem today that trans people's very existence has become the battleground upon which far left and right culture warriors are fighting. The far left are pushing for radical acceptance of ideas totally unrelated to trans people under the guise of trans rights, such as neopronouns, xenogenders, trans women or biological women, etc. And far-right people are still reluctant to even believe that trans people exist as an actual concept beyond delusion or mental illness. What is this? Oh, these stupid tweets. It's 8,000 like tweet. Detransitioners who share their stories about how they were pressured into transitioning early are swept under the rug by LGBT advocates or activists because their lives are seen as fodder for TERFs and conservatives, and trans individuals with successful transitions who are undoubtedly saved by medical and social intervention are seen as mentally ill freaks who have resorted to bodily mutilation to appease a delusion. We can do better. We need to do better. We should be creating safe spaces where trans people are comfortable exploring their identities and how they relate to society. They should be able to seek guidance and assistance from both communities and medical professionals without the fear of being pushed in either direction as a political football in our ongoing culture wars. Even among trans people, there is a rich diversity of thought about what it means to be trans and how best to approach the complicated web of issues surrounding trans issues. So it makes no sense for anyone from the outside to pretend that we have a singular perfect answer to dealing with their issues. Wait, did I say mutation or mutilation? Oh, whatever. Either word works. Fuck you. We should also be able to have spaces where we can critically evaluate trans ideas. We should be able to have challenging public conversations about what it means to be trans without someone constantly throwing suicide statistics in our faces while claiming that we're engaging in hate crimes simply for questioning the current trans orthodoxy. Society has moved incredibly quickly on trans issues. It was barely 10 years ago when the only representation of trans people were lunatics on Jerry Springer and Maury, compared to today where there are mainstream actors starring in mainstream TV shows. So it's expected that society would need a constant level of discourse to keep up with rapid shifts in how we view trans people. Based on the conversations I've had and the observations I've made, it appears to me that there are broadly two different schools of thought on being trans. The first school consists of the traditional trans types, people who simply want to pass and be treated as the gender they identify and express as. These people don't want to be constantly embroiled in conflict relating to their views or constantly questions about their trans experience by people hoping to engage them in some political discourse. They tend to use standard pronouns, acknowledge fair and reasonable arguments relating to trans issues, and oftentimes focus on dysphoria being one of the defining aspects of their trans experience, with the alleviation of their dysphoria being of the utmost importance. The second school of thought consists of trans people who seem to relish in the idea of transness. They are incredibly politically engaged, oftentimes via social media, and want to be perceived publicly as a trans person, not just as the gender they identify with. For this group of people, being trans is seen as having less to do with gender and more to do with personal expression. Dysphoria is seen as not being an important or even necessary part of being trans, and sometimes no steps are made whatsoever to socially or medically transition. This group of people often argue in favor of more esoteric concepts such as gender as expression, neopronouns, and other more radical, less scientifically founded concepts such as trans women having periods and trans women being biological women. Online activism. The online activism coming from those like Demon Mama, Vivian, Chloe, Doe, and Kethels is harmful to trans people, both online and offline, for a few important reasons. I don't know if I should link Twitters or if people know who these are. I guess to some people, I linked one person's Twitter. I don't know. You'll live. Number one, it alienates many dysphoric trans people from their own communities. Anecdotally, it seems to be increasingly difficult for moderate trans people to find communities they can identify with. Online activists seem to be increasingly extremist in their pushes for exotic trans identities, and all seem to require buy-in socialist ideas. They also seem to be more overwhelmingly filled with non-binary activist types whose goals are markedly different from other trans people. Rather than being able to slip invisibly into society and assume the role of their gender identity, the activist types seem to want a spotlight of visibility on their trans identities. Number two, it makes it more difficult for the public to understand trans issues. It's becoming increasingly difficult to have conversations with those with little understanding of trans issues when exotic gender concepts are becoming more and more popular. Defending the concept of autism gender is impossible while I'm trying to explain gender dysphoria to a hostile conservative. Having to disavow 95% of the popular online activist discourse undermines any future point I might make regarding trans people during a conversation. Number three, it threatens to hold hostage all of the progress trans people have made. Oftentimes, conservatives will point to a slippery slope of sorts, claiming that the acceptance of some entirely reasonable LGBT ideas will somehow move us towards more radical ones. It's easiest to fight against the idea of a slippery slope by showing that the same train of thought that leads to idea A doesn't lead to idea B, because the two ideas don't share any similar foundations. Clicky linky. I think this just goes to the wiki gender thing that has a whole bunch of insane shit. For example, the concept of gender dysphoria and trans people's experience of it is something that is extensively documented in scientific literature, and there are social and medical interventions that have documentation showing that gender dysphoria can be alleviated. The concept of exotic genders and the demand for neopronouns, however, have no such scientific or psychological basis. Activists online will link all of the concepts together, denigrating the logic behind the acceptance of trans issues in order to further their own ideological agendas, essentially using trans people as shields for their online enjoyment. It's perfectly fine if there are people who want to advocate for more exotic gender-related ideas, but they shouldn't identify so broadly with the trans movement. There's too much at stake right now in the real world for trans people to have to worry about an uwu cat gender person representing their interests on social media in a way that makes their entire identity seem like a joke. Gender is an incredibly important and integral part of our identity, and trans people shouldn't have to worry that poor arguments made by activists about trans women in sports are going to snowball out of control into anti-trans bills being pushed for across the country. All too often, progressives make it seem as though it's required for us to throw intellectual honesty to the wind for the sake of being compassionate, yet it is essential to realize that throwing rationality out the window is not compassion, it is cruelty. It leaves us unequipped to wrestle with both our own thoughts and the thoughts of those who would oppose us, ultimately moving us further away from a world more inclusive for the very same trans people we're supposed to be advocating for. Chapter 3, Book 3. Character. My top 5 most popular political debates in descending order. In March of 2017, JonTron on his alt-right indoctrination. January 2018 was one of the 1v5s with Brittany Venti and friends on whether or not I was a pedophile. Third most popular one is Eric Stryker on broadly liberalism versus Nazism. Most famously about jazz music. And then number 5, January of 2017, Lauren Southern on immigration, who's changed all of her positions by now and definitely is nowhere near as similar as she was 5 years ago. Good job, Lauren. Friendship. Takes a great deal of bravery to stand up to your enemies, but a great deal more to stand up to your friends. From Albus Dumbledore from the movie Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. What are friends? Friends are people you choose to include in your life because they enrich it in some way. It might be the shared joy of fun activities. Could be counsel they give during times of great personal struggle. Perhaps it's just someone shared history that you can catch up with from time to time. Friends, or at least good friends, should also be able to challenge you if you're making foolish decisions. Friends should be able to push you without condemnation, but with loving conviction into becoming the best version of yourself that you can be. And how do I choose them? In most aspects, I'd say I'm similar to most when it comes to choosing friends. I have friends that I enjoy sharing hobbies with, and I've made friends from a number of different platforms and a number of different settings. A large overlap between my personal life, public life, so any friends I make in one setting is likely to carry over from one to the other. One large difference, however, is that I tend to seek conflict from people who are intriguing to me. People who can challenge me in some way, either philosophically, politically, or even personally, and can do so in a unique way or from a unique perspective, are very interesting to me. Hold on, I'm sorry. I'm totally mind-fucked just in one quick second. Some fucking dipshit loser said, why would I take the quote from the film and not the book? Go read the quote in the book. The quote in the film is better than the quote in the book. That's why, okay? You can go compare the two. I'm right. Fuck you. Okay, sorry. One large difference, however, is that I tend to seek conflict with people who are intriguing to me. People who can challenge me in some way, either philosophically, politically, or even personally, and can do so in a unique way or from a unique perspective, are very interesting to me. Some have pointed out that I have a bias in favor of women or conservatives on stream, yet the reality is that I've pursued many unique friendships over the years due to the interesting qualities and challenging demeanors different people have had, including Richard Lewis, Infrared Haas, John Zerka, Vosh, Hassan, Prime Kais, Dylan Burns, Mike from PA, and Mr. Girl, to name just a few. A few years ago, I was of the mindset that certain political differences precluded friendships with certain types of people. This may still be true to some extent, but I think it's going to depend mostly on how those views filter down to a person's behavior towards me. I could conceive of being friendly or friends with someone who possesses significantly different political views from myself, but if those views resulted in them treating me or the people around me poorly, friendship would likely be untenable. This, of course, does not mean that I condone or sanction all of the behaviors or choices they make, nor do I expect them to do this for me, but merely that I do not see political differences as some inherent insurmountable obstacle preventing positive personal interactions. Many people have been upset recently because of my friendly conversations and personal connections with some right-leaning figures, namely Nick Fuentes and Lauren Southern, but people seem to think that I am some inhuman machine who will process friendships solely for political alignment or advance, sometimes seemingly forgetting how many people who are politically close to me have treated me in the past. I have been viciously backstabbed and attacked by many on the left, including Vosh, Hassan, Josie, Maddie Cakes, Loomies, not Loomies, that should be Loomy-Roo, I think. Loomies is a different person. Oh shit, I wonder how many times I fucked that up. Bad Bunny, Denims, Mike from PA, Alabrel, MX Vivian, Merrick, Xander Hall, and many, many more smaller and larger content creators throughout the years. On a personal level, I don't think maintaining friends solely due to overlapping political views has been a very successful strategy for me so far. Dog whistling, political correctness. When a word ceases to be a term of description, becomes merely a term of praise, and no longer tells you facts about the object, it only tells you about the speaker's attitude to that object. C.S. Lewis from his book, Mere Christianity. Dog whistling versus PC speech. Up through 2018 to 2019, irony and sarcasm were valuable tools of radical groups online. It made their ideologies aesthetically appealing due to clever use of humor, gave cover for more extremist beliefs, permitting popular figures to come across as more moderate than they actually were, and allowed for otherwise TOS restrictive communities to flourish in areas they otherwise wouldn't be able to, such as with our friend world on Reddit. I think this is a clip of Fuentes explaining, we're not going to watch this whole thing, but it's a clip of him explaining like the importance of irony to what he did online a long time ago. While there is value in being able to recognize when a community has masked itself in irony in order to hide more insidious beliefs, this idea, like the beginnings of most good faith progressive engagement, has been pushed to the brink and is no longer a useful way to identify bad actors on the internet. Most don't realize it, but dog whistling and politically correct speech are two poles of a shared spectrum. Consider a spectrum of possible statements we can make that range from 0 to 100, where 0 to 30 are a range of clearly racist statements, 50 is a neutral, factually correct statement, 70 to 100 are a range of clearly unnecessarily PC statements. If your desire is to signal to a racist base without violating the TOS or someone's sensibilities, yet while still adhering closely to your true beliefs, your goal would be to make a statement in the range of 30 to 50. We would call those statements dog whistles. But when we're aware of dog whistles that can occur up to a range of 49 or 50, what happens to our well-meaning neutral statements? Eventually, it's possible to get swept up in feeling like people who are making statements in range 50 to 65 are actually part of the dog whistling crew. So our politically correct speech must narrow from 70 to 75 or even 80 or even maybe 95 to 100, lest we be confused with a dog whistler encroaching on our space from the other end of the spectrum. Consider the following 1352 statements. Black Americans commit, per capita, the most violent crime in the United States. The number one cause of death for young black men during the coronavirus pandemic were other young black men. Where would you rank these statements? 1350 or 1352 statements are obvious dog whistles. These two similar statements seem like they could be dog whistles, so perhaps somewhere in the range of 13 to 50, but neither of them are, on their face, incorrect. What does politically correct pushback in range of 70 to 100 look like when engaging with these statements? The Anti-Defamation League, a common progressive source on the internet for social matters, claims the number 13 used in conjunction with either the number 52 or the number 90 is a shorthand reference to racist propaganda claims by white supremacists against African Americans to depict them as savage and criminal in nature. There's no further discussion of where these stats really come from on the ADL's page. Our politically correct pushback against the dog whistle has now ventured off into the realm of fantasy. In an attempt to push back in a socially conscientious manner against a perceived dog whistle, we've thrown away the factual grounds in exchange for feeling good. All too often I find those in the politically correct crowd are so eager to disagree with those they confront that they lose sight of what it is they're actually fighting over. Perhaps even more troubling, the same crowd has begun to make guilt by association attacks towards people like me who would rather fight on factual grounds than abandon them for moral condemnation. Losing the factual ground in an argument causes two massive problems. Firstly, it costs you the ability to persuade. If anyone not squarely in your camp were to take a gander at the arguments you're making, they'd feel as though you refuse to acknowledge the reality of a given situation. Thus, they're likely not to listen to anything else you have to say on the matter because you come off as a partisan hack, rather than someone interested in commenting on the reality of the situation. The second issue you run into is that you wind up undermining your own positions. If it were the case that black people in America weren't behind in several key areas, why target those communities with financial assistance or community reinvestment? If it's simply all rigged numbers and misrepresented statistics, then we can say that crime in black communities is a non-issue and simply focus on other problems in society. Can't you hear it? If we can't combat dog whistles with overly conscientious statements, then what is the solution? I say it's best to simply own the dog whistle as truth and demand the interlocutor to clarify their position, forcing them to either moderate it, bringing them to your side, or forcing them to ground it out into something that's not a dog whistle and more revealing of their true arguments. Instead of the ADL's response then, consider this exchange. Despite being only 13% of the population, ... True. Why do you think black Americans commit more crime? They've opened with a 30-50 dog whistle, but now we fearlessly owned the position at 50. We've acknowledged the factual reality of what they're saying instead of cowering from it, and we've pushed the ball back into their court. They can repeat the same dog whistle. They can't repeat the same dog whistle, and now they're forced to respond in one of two ways. Either one, well, a lot of black people are poor or disadvantaged in other ways, which means they commit a ton more crime. Or two, black people are just neurologically wired differently than white people due to genetic differences. Either answer moves the conversation forward. If they say the first, it might take some time. It might take some finagling to get them there. They won't readily admit to socioeconomic conditions and will likely have to be talked there from bringing up broken families supplanted by the government or toxic culture which inhibits their drive to participate in society or some other argument that will eventually ground out into environmental factors. Then we've essentially arrived at an area of agreement. Black people do commit more crime, but the causes are not intractable and the reasons can thus be ameliorated. They give the second answer, then we force them off the dog whistle into their truer position. We're now comfortably occupying the factual ground and are forcing them to fight a tougher battle, proving race realism, rather than us trying to wiggle and squirm around uncomfortable statistics. For the past couple of years, I've learned to love dog whistles. If I feel as though someone is not being forthcoming with their true positions, I'll simply seek clarification until we've either arrived at an area of mutual agreement where I'm comfortable continuing the conversation, or I force them to reveal a truer, more difficult to defend position that causes them to lose ground with people who are less comfortable agreeing with the underlying extremist positions. Nothing is more frustrating than watching a handful of well-meaning progressives attempt to argue why it's okay to be white is a white supremacist statement, but it's okay to be black would be a perfectly acceptable slogan for an oppressed community. Don't fear dog whistles. Learn to embrace that which is factually true and push forward from there. Oh, we got some boring shit coming up, guys. Good luck. Ontology. I don't think that you can have any insight whatsoever into your capacity for good until you have some well-developed insight into your capacity for evil. Jordan B. Peterson from a random YouTube lecture. Meta what? Metaphysics is a branch of philosophy that tries to study all of the things that are, like space and time, universal substance, causation, etc., etc. Well, people debate what metaphysics even means, or if metaphysics is even something to be solved. We're not addressing any of those issues here, though. It's simply enough to say that metaphysics is the study of things, and ontology more specifically refers to how things are as they exist. If this doesn't make much sense, it's fine, because metaphysics and ontology are both dumb, and if you ask 10 philosophers to define what these encompass, you'll probably get 15 different answers. For the purpose of this document, ontological just means a sort of classification of something. So when someone says ontologically evil, you're saying that the very nature of a thing makes it evil, implying that there are no other actions or qualities that would allow it to escape such a classification. For example, a combustion engine car might be a category of ontology in which a thing has four wheels and an engine. The combustion engine car might be blue or red, it might have nice seats or no seats, it might be a convertible or a hardtop, it might move fast or slow, it might be loud or quiet, but it is always going to be a vehicle with four wheels and a combustion engine. I wanted to give a brief, better breakdown of ontology and metaphysics, so I was going to read the whole Plato-Stanford section on metaphysics. And the entire section basically said that no one even agrees on what it is, or if it's solvable, or if it's worth even dealing with. So, fuck that shit. On the construction of evil. Perhaps the largest problem plaguing both online and real-life politics today is our inability to separate people from their ideas. It seems to be sufficient to identify only one or two bad ideas or statements from a person to classify the entire person as being ontologically evil. The natural moral follow-up to such a classification is the treatment of said person in whatever manner one deems appropriate. We can see that this treatment of an individual is troublesome for several reasons, but it becomes increasingly problematic when we use these types of classifications across an entire society. Before we dive into specific examples of that, let's build out two more concepts to illustrate how damaging these categories can be to political and social discourse. Also, real quick, if anybody gets upset that I quoted a TERF for the Harry Potter thing, I didn't, because I quoted the movie and not the books, so. Gotcha, bitch! Many people of the past several years have taken to replacing the definition of the word racism with that of the term systemic racism. Systemic racism is the notion that in order to exercise racism, a person must belong to one class on the top of some hierarchy with the ability to exercise some structural oppressive power over another person belonging to a lower class in said hierarchy. There's nothing wrong with the concept of systemic racism, but we already have a term for it: systemic racism. There was never any reason to replace the original word racism, and all it's done is led to a million conversations about whether or not black people can be racist towards white people, with people screaming back and forth at each other using different definitions of the word. Oh, these are all just popular tweets. You can't be racist towards white people. White people never faced oppression for being white. Reminder that racism is prejudice plus power. Therefore, you cannot be racist towards white people because white people have always had control of this country. A reminder that reverse racism does not exist. Daily reminders, reverse racism does not exist. Regardless, many people believe in this notion of systemic racism or other types of systemic oppression, meaning it is impossible for these people to conceive of oppressed people being racist towards oppressor class people, regardless of what's being said or what position both individuals are in. One final term I'll introduce is the concept of punching up. This refers to, especially in comedy, the idea of insulting or attacking a category of person that's already traditionally doing well in society. Punching up is seen as preferable to punching down because you're not capitalizing on the misery or misfortune of a person for humor, but rather mocking a person in a position of power. Now that we've laid all the pieces on the table, I'm sure we could see how we could combine them in highly problematic ways to construct an incredibly toxic environment that allows bullies and bad actors to thrive. If I can identify as an oppressed class, I can claim that you're not allowed to ever attack me for any reason, as it would be an example of you exercising your systemic oppression by punching down on me. However, since I'm part of an oppressed class, I can punch up at you and attack you infinitely. Furthermore, if I can identify just one evil belief in you, or in a group you belong to, or even in a group your friend belongs to, I can categorize you as an ontologically evil person, giving me carte blanche to attack you in any way possible with you never being able to hit back. This can include attacks on your sexuality, death threats, penis, height, or body shaming jokes, family attacks, etc., etc. On the commission of evil. Now we can see how truly problematic these definitions and constructions are. We've essentially created classes of people that are capable of acting with impunity in the most vile manner possible towards other classes of people. This isn't social justice, it's simply bullying with more steps. Now that we've built out the framework, let's look at some examples of how this plays out in the real world. 1. I had no idea what the appropriate amount of examples to include for any of these are, so good luck. 1. Oh, we have the earlier screenshot where that one guy from Vosh's chat called me a fag. That was one of them. 1. Doe, a popular trans Twitter user, explicitly calls Riley, someone she had a disagreement with in a conversation, ontologically evil and demonstrates explicitly the toxic system we've established. I have never even received a fake-ass internet apology for what Riley did to me. As far as I'm concerned, there is no act against her I could commit which would be wrong. She's also called for mass reports against Gammy for making a deer hunting joke. Hey, I don't ever do this, but can everyone report this tweet that's calling for my death? And her joke was, if they want to be a deer, we should be allowed to hunt like in real life. You can't really see the likes for a lot of these because the tweets were deleted and I had to pull them for Internet Archives, but no, these weren't just like one like or one engagement tweets, okay? Despite Doe making genocide jokes of her own about cis people. I think there's more examples of this, but she's had a few of. Anyways, I think we should use gene splicing to cure cis people so they're not suffering all the time, suffering from not being based like trans people, obviously. Go ahead, show me a single piece of data that says cis people won't be better off being eliminated from the planet. Literally every war was started by a cis person. You're telling me this is a bad idea? Obviously, these tweets are jokes, but I think Gammy's was as well. Josie, a trans streamer on Twitch, says that going after a person's looks is transphobic, so attacking trans people on photographs is out of the question. This is a speech she gives. I'm not going to watch all of these because we're going to be here forever. But she goes on to say that, like, anytime you attack a trans person's looks, it's always transphobic. However, Josie can attack people for photographs on Twitter with no fear of being hateful. So she'll make jokes about how nice photo squeeze to make yourself look thinner. Stuff like this. If you've made a similar comment about a trans person photoshopping their Twitter picture for any reason, would it be transphobic to her? Would she be critical of other trans people attacking me for my appearance? What about when Keffels makes fun of bald people, even with other trans creators trying to push back against her for doing it? Oh, these are just people insulting me. I look like a grilled shrimp. I don't even know what that means. This was somebody that was going off on Keffels for apparently making jokes about bald people, and Keffels said she was never going to apologize. I don't want to apologize because it's a sign of weakness when people will watch this like a hawk. I notice when it comes to insults of appearance, it's something that I'll see show up pretty frequently in a lot of my Twitter DMs or Twitter mentions or on other social media. But if you ever attack a trans person on anything having to do with their looks, you're instantly called transphobic. A good example of them being able to attack you infinitely on a subject that you can't touch them on. Keffels, a popular trans Twitter user, tweets to Sanzel and claims that calling her subhuman is essentially a statement that he hates trans people. Yet Keffels has no problem saying other people are not human when referring to others attacking her and her friend on Twitter. You cannot seriously be calling me subhuman while also trying to say you don't hate trans people. So I guess calling a trans person subhuman makes you transphobic. Arguing about other people, messing with her and a friend. Zoe, don't argue with them. They aren't trying to learn a lesson. They want to hurt both of us. They are not human. You'll see this like back and forth a lot. Gwen, a popular trans Twitter user, casually making thinly veiled death threats to conservatives is okay because they are conservatives. She's also made comments that people who are friends of mine are ontologically evil. Destiny sycophants are ontologically evil. It's okay to help conservative politicians figure out if there's an afterlife. Keffels complains that people hate her and make things up about her with no proof. We are going to watch some of these.
What? Oh yeah, I already saw this. And it's like there's no evidence of this. Like, once again, I have a video debunking all this on my YouTube. Like, it's just like people making shit up about me because people don't like me. So you don't really need proof. If people really don't like you, proof isn't something people give a shit about.
Why would the streamer will include this last 5 seconds of silence? Nice job, guys. Then a couple hours later in the same stream speaks about how I want the trans genocide to succeed, ironically, with no proof.
I mean, and yeah, look, and it's probably gonna get clipped. It's probably gonna get... The only reason Destiny hates me is because deep down he fucking hates the trans community and he hopes that the people who want to commit genocide against us are successful. He sees me as an effective advocate, and that's why he needs to paint me with the worst possible brush ever.
Gayest Fesh, an active community member of Demon Mama and Vosh, calls for mass brigading and reporting of Sanzel solely because of who he's friends with. I support everyone reporting any of Sanzel's tweets that would get this defender a fascist ban. I don't care how tenuous the link is. He befriends so many fascists, he should never earn another fucking cent from Twitch. This dude is an insane guy from Demon Mama and Vosh's community who's very much on Twitter all the time. After Keffels accuses Chud Logic of being a pedophile with no evidence.
And Chud Logic.
Thanks. It's been a pleasure. Great to talk to you all as always. All the best. Chud Logic on all good social media platforms. If you like racism,
Pretty sure that guy is like a pedophile. But like,
CTV, how about
actually,
yourself?
I gotta correct Chud. He's not fucking Chud Logic on Twitter. This fucking asshole. He's a rash.
Her mod, Hunter Lion, doxed Chud on Twitter by posting a picture of his face while also calling him a groomer. This is a mod of her. I don't know if I should show a picture of his face. I think it's like kind of censored, but he posts a picture of his face and says, "But Twitch Politics' favorite chasing groomer was there," in a response to what Keffels tweeted. That same Keffels mod has called me slurs in the past multiple times, even after being blocked. Any other combination of people and slurs, especially done after a block, would absolutely be considered targeted harassment and hate speech. Continued reminder that the children of DGG who support Gusano Fuckface, Stephen Bonnell II, the third, aren't powerful enough to mass report my account despite my ability to cyberbully you all. I'm too hot. That Gusano shitlib is so sensitive. Blocked him, still tweeting about me and at me, calling me racial slurs, but Irrelevant talks about how 100 plus people he said to ban from Keffels' audience rating his stream and spamming hate messages, but neither Keffels nor any other trans Twitter user seems to believe they have any accountability for the harassment their audiences engage in.
They get one person inside of their fucking chat room that disagrees with them, that says anything remotely close to DGG, and then it's a brigade. Instantly, it's brigade. Like, they're like, the amount of people that I've had to ban, and they won't ever show you any of the people that they banned, they won't show you any of that shit, right? I could show you, after talking about Keffels, how many people that I had to ban, well, more specifically, RTBA had to ban for me. It was a fair number of people. I don't know exactly how many. It was... It looks like it's probably easily 100. 100, it was a you know, a bot. Like 100 fucking accounts that came in here spamming some stupid shit. Was it a coincidence it came after I talked about Keffels?
It is righteous and good when Keffels and friends take away the income of a perceived adversary. Hey, Steven, I just took away your primary source of income. Please leave me alone and stop bullying trans people for content. Hi, at Twitter support. This is at OmniDestiny using the account at the OmniLiberal to ban evade. Can my followers please boost this so Twitter support sees it? I will continue tagging Twitter support. I'm not responding to Destiny's recent subtweets about me. He picked a fight with me. He got banned. I won. I'm going back to covering anti-trans legislation on stream tomorrow. But if their platforms get reported, it's a tragedy. Oh God, it's a Internet Archive link. Can I just load the original? Oh, it was deleted. How long is this video gonna take to load? Oh no. Wayback Machine Twitter video links never work? No shot. This is such a good... Just skip it, not worth it. No. I thought since the play button was here, it means it works. Ignore that guy in chat, he's wrong. Reread the emails while we wait. It's not archive.today, it's archive.org. It's got to be in a VOD of yours. This is the one where she talks about how sad it is, and she's like almost crying when her Twitter account got suspended. Oh no. Does anybody have this streamable? They do sometimes work, but sometimes don't. That guy is wrong. Oh my God. I think somebody linked it. Okay. Close call, guys.
Hello, bozo.
No, wait, does it actually have her talking about it? You're ruining my presentation.
It was the main way that I advertise my stream. So it's going to like affect my livelihood, getting permanently banned on Twitter.
Okay, I wish I had the better one that is just her crying about it, but I guess you get the idea. Instead of the dumb fucking meme video one. But you get the point. I made this meme with the music. Good job, Tick Brady. Dumb fuck. Oh, but this person made it better. Using our understanding of how we can use oppressive categories to aggressively attack others, it's possible that we could take an intersectional understanding of these classes and use more oppressed classes to attack other traditionally oppressed classes, even if we don't belong to either oppressed class. Remember, we only need to show that the person is doing harm to or attacking some class beneath them to prove the evilness of the actor, giving us the ability to attack them carte blanche. So if we can prove that a gay or a black person is attacking someone of a lower financial class, for instance, we may be able to directly attack their gayness or their blackness. Wait, hold on. Somebody link the other video? Destiny. Oh my god. Now it's all out of order, guys. Okay, sorry. This was the Keffels thing.
Twitter to organize a fundraiser where we raised $250,000 for trans charities. I used it for pushing DIY hormones. And
yeah, that's another thing, by the way. There's like a guy.
Oh god, it's a flamenco clip. Oh wait, hold on. Never mind. We got one more. Okay, one more try. Sorry, this is it.
I used Twitter to organize a fundraiser where we raised $250,000 for trans charities. I used it for pushing DIY hormones. And it was the main way that I advertised my stream. So it's going to like affect my livelihood, getting permanently banned on Twitter.
It's a bit rich to, the word sometimes these people use is like, how do you not see the irony, at least a little bit? No? But I guess. If we can prove that a gay or a black person is attacking someone of a lower financial class, for instance, we may be able to directly attack their gayness or blackness on those grounds. One, when Lauren Southern had a discussion with some trans people on stream, a moderator, Poseidist John of both Vosh and Demon Mama, took it upon himself to begin doxing those trans people. You can be seen typing in the video here. These are logs from the chat talking about one of the trans people that was talking to Lauren Southern. She lives in Maryland, was born in Tennessee. We know where she works. Speak up so we can get your docs. And then this is showing him moderating, like, I think Demon Mama and Vosh's community. This is Stryker, resident DGGer, transphobe, tweeting about how it's kind of fucked up. I don't think Demon Mama or anybody ever responded or did anything about any of this.
Still unacceptable.
It's a lot better than what it was before.
Yeah. Okay. So your what opinion would you have that a lot of people in your community?
You can see, oh, Gayest Fesh, or Gay Fesh, that our friend is in here as well. But speak up so we can get your docs. You can see that he's saying this. Oh, I should have included this. Fuck, this is pissing me off. I'm sorry. If this was happening on my screen while I was streaming and watching one of these streams, and I wasn't saying anything about it, but I was sitting here laughing in the corner, do you have any idea how much I would be fucking destroyed for that? That I literally have somebody on my site, in my chat, doxing somebody while I'm streaming and watching it happen. But regardless. Keffels and Vaush justified death threats being sent to Miss Blair White, with Keffels explaining why the death threats that she gets are wrong, but the death threats that Miss Blair White gets are righteous. I also get weekly death threats, Blair White. The difference is that I get them because people want to stop me from helping our community, and you get them because your presence in this world encourages young trans people to hate themselves and want to take their own lives. When Vosh was attacking J.K. Rowling, he made sexist remarks about both her and other women, criticizing him for said remarks, defending the sexism and claiming he'd do it again, going as far as to say that it was morally necessary because she was attacking trans people. One of his videos was titled "The Moral Necessity of Being Sexist to J.K. Rowling and Why I Do It Again." There were the tweets that went ultra viral. Women Be Quieter and Start Apologizing challenge. Articles that were written about it. And then when other women criticized him for it, he kind of flew off the handle a little bit.
So I'm sorry if my points have seemed childish so far, but a good chunk of Vorsh's arguments being a generous word, involve picking apart my accent, my appearance, my outfit, and my persona. You know, all the things 12-year-old girls go for when they're feeling particularly bitchy. So it's difficult to be serious when I'm not given anything serious to work with. And then, because apparently he really wanted to prove my point about male feminists, he said this.
She's a pick-me. No wonder she's dressed like this. She's wearing a fucking skirt with stockings. She just wants to live in Mad Men and be sexually harassed by, like, the office boys.
I'm sorry?
Are you sorry? In April, Hassan liked a tweet calling a gay man running for Congress in Colorado against Lauren Boebert a smarmy, annoying cigarette, shorthand for fag. Multiple progressive figures tripped over themselves to defend why it was actually okay to be homophobic by applying our understanding of intersectional bullying to the situation. This was the tweet. No one canceled you. Everyone just called you a smarmy, annoying cigarette. Vosh came out justifying homophobic attacks on gay men as long as they're white and wealthy due to their misogyny and co-opting of AAVE. In this case, gay is less oppressed than black or black gay.
That's what they're saying. Now,
we're not going to watch this whole thing, but
I have two things to say on this. First of all, being fully serious, you actually cannot be bigoted against a person because you don't like their political positions. It actually doesn't work that way. You can't do it. I can do it because I'm a member of that group. And in my head, this guy is like flagging every single stereotype for somebody in my head. And I'm thinking just like, if you think like I've got like a, funny misogyny up here, white gay men, holy shit, it's to the racetracks. It's, oh God, it's so much energy up here. So much of my neural activity dedicated to homophobia, exclusively against white gay men. What about black gay men? Not a problem.
Because remember, black gay men are a little lower on the hierarchy than white gay men.
Not a problem. I grew up near West Hollywood. This is a very specific thing. And by the way, if you actually want a sociological explanation, my best guess for it is that white gay men have a particularly callous and ignorant approach towards appropriating AAVE and like black queer culture in general.
Popular progressive Twitter account @VanillaOpinions came out defending Hassan's tweet as a rare win, claiming that the tweet was funny. They went on to condemn me in the same Twitter thread where I was accused of calling trans people trannies. This has never, ever happened. And claiming I'd repeatedly engaged in transphobia. Rare Hassan W. Wait, hello? How? It's a funny tweet. Wasn't Destiny calling people trannies like a month ago? People dislike Destiny because he's repeatedly engaged in transphobia. After being called out for the blatant hypocrisy, they became triggered, told all mutual fans to stop following, and claimed my fan base was one of the worst on Twitter. All because they received some mild pushback on defending homophobia. Forgot that I have followers who like Destiny and his content. If that is you, please unfollow me now. Had to block a bunch of his stands earlier to get them to stop following me. Real sickos. One of the worst groups in this corner of the internet. Keep in mind, I know a lot of you might see some of these and think that like, oh my God, this is like a small tweet. Nobody cares about this. All of these are more popular at the time, but if I have to internet archive it, usually it's archived very early, so I don't have like a record or a screenshot of how many likes I had at the time. Most of the tweets I've tried to source on this were like getting reasonable engagement, like at least like 10, 20, 30 likes, depending on the interaction, or for like big points, like 10,000, 20,000, 80,000. But sometimes on the internet archive, it won't show the likes that they got at the time, but Pete Buttigieg was subjected to multiple homophobic attacks from progressives as well, including Virgil from Chapo Trap House and Mike from PA, Central_Committee on Twitch, questioning Pete's gayness because he took too long to come out of the closet while in the military and living in Indiana. So this was one of the tweets that Virgil made. At the Buttigieg staff party in Concord, the mood is not happy. This is a video from...
Keep banding up in the box somehow.
Mike from PA is live and said this about your messages. Oh boy. Hold on.
Destiny sent me two things that he wanted to talk about. The first is like conspiracies, which I'm not really sure what he's talking about as far as this channel. I do believe, I mean, I can easily defend the position that the DNC is implacably opposed to Bernie, and the timing of things has been at least interesting enough to comment on. And the other thing is, like, about Pete being ashamed that he's gay, is something I said last night, which is obviously true because he remained in the closet until 2015, which is an unbelievable thing for a political figure to remain in the closet.
A military guy from...
No one cares, Destiny. He was supported by internet communist Kira Chats, who rebranded from Bad Bunny to escape the deluge of homophobic, transphobic, ableist, and racist comments she'd made on our Discord server, as well as racist and homophobic comments made on stream and to a moderator. I think this is another clip of that.
He's a conservative. He's a conservative ashamed of being gay, who won't stick his neck out for his own fucking identity. He's an opportunist. He's a scumbag. Yeah. And anybody who with any sense of smell can smell a rat.
Yeah, so that's a stupid argument.
rat.
But of course not. I love everyone. So wait, then why don't you if you love everyone, then why don't you love the Jews the same as you love the gays? Do you
Why would Bernie drop out?
Remember, the issue here isn't that they're attacking Pete and that he is gay. The issue is that they've actually found a way to attack his gayness. And then when people question, why are you being homophobic? The response is, well, I can't attack somebody just because they're gay, which is extra ironic given that I attack trans people all the time, but never because they're trans. Yet people accuse me of attacking trans people because they're trans when that hasn't happened.
Explain. Okay, I want to understand this person's
Let's just go along with this
electoral-
identity politics garbage. You love the gays more than you love the Jews. Let's just ask you that question. Obvious trolls, obvious.
We don't have to go through all the Bad Bunny stuff. I just don't ever want people to forget this. Kira Chats had, it was used to be Bad Bunny. The reason why she rebranded, I think, was to get away from a lot of this. This is 14 pages of using the term faggot. 14 pages down here. Now, it was a long time ago, the end of 2019. We've got tranny being used only until 2019. We've got autistic being used, if you care about that, 149 results. We've got some good N-word being used here. But yeah. She's also made strange.
I, for one, would never be involved with a guy who's bisexual. I couldn't do it. There might be exceptions, obviously. When I say I wouldn't be attracted or I'm not attracted, obviously, if it's like, obviously there could be exceptions to all you super literal nerds out there, but like, I don't like, if a guy's like having sex with other guys, and then he's like, oh, maybe I'll try having sex with you. I'm like, racist and sexist? Please don't say that. Even black people, if you found me a black bisexual man, I might throw up in my mouth.
Then there are other comments. We're going to have to go through all this. Mike also defended other homophobic attacks against Pete, including a comment about the natural devious disposition inherent in gay men.
Buttigieg was psychotic for deploying in Afghanistan in 2009, Moira wrote in one tweet, adding in another that he could never trust Buttigieg because he combined the natural devious disposition inherent in gay men with a bloodthirsty career's drive. Okay, this one's a little bit funny. This one's funny. This one's actually really funny. There's nothing wrong with this one. A gay man can say a joke like this. Give me a fucking break.
Here's Hassan defending the same tweet.
Could never trust Buttigieg because he combines the natural devious disposition inherent in gay men with a bloodthirsty careerist drive. Oh, Jesus Christ.
and question, along with another progressive streamer, Lucid Fox, why any gay man in Indiana would struggle with being gay.
I mean, you know, probably. I
Wait,
guess he's
what?
not, but-
If you could, if there was a pill, if there was a
yeah.
pill that I...
Events like this make me extra upset because not only does it demonstrate what I come to expect of people, that you're a piece of shit who doesn't believe or care about anything, you just do whatever you need to say to get popular, but it actually shows a huge disconnect with the people that you claim to speak for, that you claim that I hate. This is probably one of the dumbest comments I've ever heard in my entire life about somebody's sexuality. Now I'm going to do the punch up oppression Olympics. I have never heard a more cis, straight, privileged comment in my life than what Mike Com is about to say here. Or not Mike Com, I'm sorry, Central Committee, or Mike from PA.
If there was a pill, if there was a pill that I could take and not be gay anymore, I would have jumped on it.
Eesh. We talked about this morning. This is...
Of course you would!
Yeah, yeah. And the thing is, there are people in his mentions that defend it. They're like, well, this is about him struggling with his sexuality.
And thank
as a
God I
youth.
didn't, because then I would not have the amazing marriage that I have now to Chasten.
The context is that this is when he was struggling as a child, but he didn't come out until his 30s.
Oh, that's so stupid. He didn't struggle with being gay because he didn't come out until his 30s.
He didn't struggle, like, he wasn't struggling with like, you know, being oppressed as a child or in college. You know?
You'd think between a chat room full of like progressives and two supposedly progressive guys that like one person here could clue them in on like, hey bro,
I gotta tell you straight up, I find this disgusting. I find this disgusting.
I guess maybe because I have conservatives or people that don't understand it. Maybe if you don't understand, right? Even if you're not being open about being gay, that doesn't necessarily make it easier to have that lived experience, right? Like being gay for a variety of reasons, any sexuality that's off the norm introduces a fuck ton of confusion into your life. Why do you have feelings towards people that you shouldn't have? Are you wrong or broken or damaged or disgusting? Are you ever going to be able to have a happy, healthy relationship? Are you forcing yourself into relationships that you're not very happy about? Are you worried that somebody's going to find out that you are gay? All of these are issues that crop up without you ever having to come out. Of course, there's going to be a ton of internal adversity in your life before ever coming out as a gay person. You don't need to come out and have people call you bad names like what Mike would if you have the wrong political positions in order for you to have like a struggle with it. And that statement that the statement that Pete made is a really common statement by non-cis and non-sexual, non-cis and non-hetero people as well. If I could take a pill and not be trans, if I could take a pill and not be gay or lesbian, I would, because it would have made my life so much easier. That's an incredibly common statement. I cannot believe that you could have any engagement with gay or LGBT, any person at all, and have never heard that in your entire life. That's unbelievable.
I'll tell you why. This is for straight people. This is for bigots. That's what he's talking to. This is this is a description of sexuality that goes back 15 years. Like, almost nobody thinks that it's a choice anymore. And he's actually adopting kind of this homophobic trope where being gay is in any sense shameful. If there was a pill right now that I could take to be gay, I don't care. That's the response. There's no difference to me or anyone who's got a reasonable, up-to-date view of human sexuality about being gay or queer or asexual or demi or pan or whatever the fuck. It is unbelievable.
We don't have to watch the rest of this, but Mike makes a questionable comparison of Irrelevant to Steve Urkel after multiple conflicts the two had on stream. In this case, blackness could be attacked because Mike perceived him to be aggressive towards those of a different financial class.
Oh my god, I didn't realize All Relevant was at the DNC. I didn't realize All Relevant was at the DNC in 96. Oh, there he is. I found him. Didn't expect you to make racist jokes. What? I was calling him a nerd. The fuck? Get out of here, dude. Come on. Calling him a fucking nerd. I was calling him an Urkel. What's wrong? You saying that if you could call me an Urkel if you want? Jesus Christ.
He wishes he could have used the other N-word. Since I've been identified as being an ontologically evil adversary, here are attacks that I've had thrown at me. Hyena, community member and ex-girlfriend of Vaush, after denying calling me a rapist, shows up in Demon Mama's chat calling me rapestiny.
Which, real quick, we have just done a stock on our own site. The only time that Vermin has ever used the word rape at all was talking about a story that happened to them. So, once again, motherfucking liar, literally making up nonsense. Just making it up. He just made it up. Once again, as always, caught in 4K. Oh, you checked further. They called Destiny rapestiny 3 days ago. I don't fucking care. That is not an accusation of rape.
Demon Mama originally called me a liar, then immediately walked it back and claimed she didn't care. Hyena's made multiple rape comments about me in Vosh's chat as well. This is your brain on rapestiny content. Rapestiny, not Vosh. Canvassing hardly does shit, LeMayo. Set up mutual aid. Stop sitting on daddy's lap because there's the online IRL organizing Rapestiny did once. Rapestiny strikes again. The only bad guy here is Rapestiny. Rapestiny, Keck V, Rapestiny. Maddie Cakes, an online progressive streamer, made weird rape claims about me on a panel, receiving pushback from almost everyone else there besides Josie.
I see that. No, but like I think that's like whenever I see Destiny get so amped about this particular situation, right, where he's like, whenever anyone mentioned something like grooming or power dynamics, that sets him off, and to me, that is the biggest fucking red flag that you could have, because I'm like, why is this specifically setting him off? I bet it's because he's trying to reverse engineer his logical way back to absolve himself of any responsibility, because I'm guessing that he's had this sort of thing. I don't know. I'm just saying.
I don't think that's responsible. I don't think that's responsible.
I don't think that's. I would not say that about. Okay, so sorry, I don't.
After I had pushed back against the fake rape claims Maddie made against me, she would go on to fabricate DMs against her, claiming they were coming from my community. Does it count as anti-Semitism and misogyny if she is writing the fake comments to herself? From Cocktease. This was the first threat I received. It was pretty far down in my inbox because I was flooded with DMs after yesterday's stream, mostly positive notes about the panel. For all I know, it could be the same deranged person. I'm once again asking for DGG to leave me alone. Watch your back, ugly Junos bitch. If you think shit's bad now, you have no idea the pain we will cause. We're just getting started. Unfortunately, she did a Photoshop edit of this tweet, but she left in this dot here, which shows that there was a back and forth communication, even though she tried to make it look like she hadn't accepted the DM or talked to them at all. After being called out on it, she just implored me to leave her the fuck alone. Leave me the fuck alone. You're basing the entire accusation on a fucking mark made when I accidentally hit markup while cropping the screenshot. Leave me the fuck alone. That accidental mark that she would have had to have made would have been a pixel perfect mark across several marks that she would have had to make to do it. Saying that the proof of Photoshop was just an accidental markup she hit on a tablet in a pixel perfect position. Further analysis further proved that she'd fabricated those messages. People were able to create the accounts that she had made, or that she'd claimed she'd gotten DMs from, showing that she edited the names of the accounts and that the account was never real. People also went and they checked the timestamps that she'd made. And based on her time zone and when she posted the tweet, the times didn't line up either. Those DMs were 100% faked. Josie would go on to defend Maddie in a later stream after her false claims about me, claiming that people were only having fun on the platform, and then saying that those who support me are no better than those who supported Donald Trump after he started the insurrectionist riots.
And if anybody has a problem with Maddie, you have a problem with me too. And I am willing to talk to those giant platforms about this shit because they're afraid to challenge it. I'm not going to stand for this shit. I'm not. This is one of those things that we have to be able to stand up against as a community. Because there is too much pain that is being dealt to people who are doing nothing more than having fun on a platform. Like, what is our only crime? Trying to have fun, trying to entertain, trying to, maybe make a new way in their lives. But the fragility of these people's egos of like, oh man, I gotta protect myself against the things that the woman said. So I'm gonna entirely denigrate them and make them the bad guy. And then everybody's gonna stop looking at me and all the terrible things that I said and just focus on how terrible the life is for the woman that I stirred up. Instead of focusing on the real issues. And I'll say right now, anybody that is defending the actions, and I'll say it because you know what? I don't care. Anybody who's defending the actions of Destiny and what he said, and then having the fallout after this with what he did to Maddie, you're no better than people who support Donald Trump after he started the insurrectionist riots.
There's another 3 minutes of this, so I'm gonna have to watch it all. Demon Mama defends Maddie, calling me a rapist with no evidence, falsely claims that her fake DM accusations were faked, and when those harassment DMs were proven 100% to be fabricated. I'll leave this here. You can go read that later, but.
Maddie, guys, like, holy fuck. I don't care if you think, like, Maddie was slightly irresponsible or jumped
slightly irresponsible by saying literally that somebody was a groomer, a rapist, or a pedophile. You can pick any of those three.
Or whatever. I don't fucking care. Like, the amount of harassment I've seen thrown at Maddie and the fact that, like, the predominant narrative is that Maddie just made up everything. Come on, that's fucking stupid.
Wait. Yo. Wait, is she doing? Okay, it doesn't matter if she's saying this or not. She's supporting it in her rhetoric. She's saying that there is some truth to the narrative and that she didn't completely make up this idea that Destiny's a groomer. That's crazy. Citations, please? Sources? Any sources?
I made it the fuck up. Casey Tron fabricated a story about me ignoring a safe word and implied I raped Kira Chat / Bad Bunny. I think it's fair to say that Bob sexually harassed someone because of his jokes towards Ophelia, but I'm sorry, Steven is way more a predator. I mean, there were the Bad Bunny rape allegations when he didn't respect her safe word and his community just completely obliterated her. So for them to act like they care is a joke. Not to mention how they won't even listen to how the victims that they keep waving around feel. This mischaracterization is actually, it's not even 180. I would have to go to 3, 4, or 5 dimensions of like reversal to show you how unbelievably wrong she's mischaracterizing that situation. But we'll get to that. Caffles claimed that I stealth people.
Oh yeah, meanwhile he stealths people, which is legitimately a form of rape. Insane shit.
This clip, I wish I had a slightly longer one. She walks this back in about 5 or 10 more seconds. People are going to accuse me of clip chimping here. She does walk it back like 5 or 10 seconds later, softly. Keffels claimed I stealth people, then softly walked it back later. She would go on to say that she would never apologize for it after horrendously misquoting and butchering positions I have relating to informing your potential sexual partner about your genitals.
I love that several months ago, he said that if a trans woman does not disclose she's trans before having sex with someone, they are a rapist. I have done this. According to him, I'm a rapist. But he'll never take that back, nor will his like weird fans expect him to take that back. So, why am I expected to apologize for anything? I don't care.
Kethel's comments are ironically transphobic, however, as she is essentializing a trans person as having the genitals of their assigned sex at birth, which is not always the case, and I specify in my tweets and on stream that I am talking about genitals, not someone simply being trans. If you mislead someone relating to sexual organs and they discover it as you're engaging in sexual activities, that's tantamount to rape. I think you have a right to know the genitals of the person you're sleeping with before you're actually engaging in sexual contact with them. If you are presenting as female and you have a penis, or present as a male and have a vagina, you should absolutely disclose this before any sexual activities begin. This wasn't about being trans. It was about having a different set of genitals.
When you have sex with a guy, you assume that they have some sort of dick. It could be small, it could be large, right? You assume that they have something, right? Typically, we associate like a gender expression with a genital, like 99% of the time. Most people do this, okay? But for them to have a totally different sex organ is something that most people right now in society like don't sign up for, like don't know about, like they wouldn't expect that. Like if you go to fuck a girl or whatever, like there's varying amounts of vaginas they could have. That doesn't mean that you know but that doesn't mean that like they could also have a dick, right? That's like a way different thing. When you gotta have sex with a guy.
Really good clip to have in here is I think somebody actually even specifically asked me, what if they had bottom surgery? And I said, oh yeah, it gets a lot shadier at that point. You probably don't have an obligation to say anything. I should have had that clip though, so you don't have to believe me if I said that. Despite Kethel's lack of sympathy for me and her willingness to make fake rape claims about me without even caring to apologize, she is bothered when I'm not sympathetic towards her getting doxxed. This is a quote from me. I absolutely do not give a single fuck if Keffels gets doxxed or harassed. I have no care for you as a human being. The omniliberal. She gets upset when I use a similar evil argument back at her. The difference is, I'm not calling her evil because of her beliefs. I lack regard for her because of her aggressive and hateful demeanor towards me, including taking credit for getting me banned from Twitch. This is a back and forth I had where, why not actually clip the entire thing? Why take just 13 seconds? Do you honestly think anything I'm saying here is that ridiculous? I'm curious how dishonest you types are. You said you don't care that Keffels got doxxed right after she just said her family got doxxed. Because the person was literally trying to get me banned from every platform I'm on to remove all of my income and bragged about it later on. You realize this is way worse than getting doxxed, right? Why the fuck would I care about this person? Are you insane? And then these are all of her tweets celebrating my ban from Twitch. Your star will fall. Hey Steven, I just took away your primary source of income. Please leave me alone. How did I predict this? Destiny getting banned. Destiny got banned. I won. Congratulations. You for the person who carved out the left-wing politics space you now inhabit. Just so. Ninetails, another progressive trans streamer that runs in these same circles, echoed similar claims with no evidence on her Twitter. Can you post where you called out Keffels for saying Destiny's a rapist and doubling down her next stream, or when Demon Mama signal boosted the live, Destiny called for a hate raid live on stream? It's not my opinion that those are lies. Sorry, Cupcake. So you think those are true? I think after the past few decades, we have seen many people call out men who abuse their power, and those men try to slander the accusers by default instead of taking responsibility. This is no different. On top of this, I have known many people who echo those claims, both publicly and privately, if the shoe fits. Remember the hierarchies. Because I am a white man, you can infinitely attack, make up, do whatever you want to me. But if I do any type of claim back, it's just considered slander and horrible because of the hierarchies that we exist on, incapable of defending myself. Chloe, at Bob Posting, a large trans Twitter user, falsely accused me of raping Melina on stream in response to this video. Hey, at the Omniliberal, please tell your friend Steven to stop sodomizing women on stream. Thanks.
Boyfriend. Damn. Do they have sex?
Steve, what are you... Stop!
Stop what?
Whatever you're doing, I can't really say. To get banned. Stop!
What?
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
Stop!
No.
Steve!
When are you going to ask for non-elect? Drop this destiny
No!
child. We all know what you're going to be.
I'm gonna drink!
Melina and I poke, tickle, prod each other pretty frequently, but Chloe decided in this instance I was raping her, decided to take this claim to Twitter. I didn't use the safe word, though. My no was part of the play. Get the fuck out of our relationship, you dumb fuck. She would later claim that this tweet was just a joke, but people in other communities, such as Vosh's subreddit or people on Twitter, echo it uncritically.
Man, the way he calls HRT sex drugs, blah, blah, blah. It's because I made a rather distasteful joke about him and his girlfriend, now wife, way back, LeMayo. He's disliked me ever since then. This is this gayest fresh guy on Twitter. How about the more recent one where he raped Melina on her own stream? This is from Vosh's subreddit. He fingered, I did not finger, I was probably poking her back or tickling her side. He fingered his girlfriend on stream while they were in a hot tub. She was clearly uncomfortable and asking him to stop. Apparently, it's something Destiny and his girlfriend do somewhat regularly, some form of consent, non-consent. The on-stream stuff was just being pretty irresponsible to your audience while drunk. And why do I know this? Because the man himself literally replied to my comment about that indecent or incident being kind of sus, saying that it was actually completely fine. Yeah, that's pretty creepy. Like, I get that sometimes there could be more caveats when it comes to consent in a long time. Like, yeah, they're acting like basically we're fucking on stream. But this does not excuse him and his partner for non-consensually making chat witness his kink. I'm really sorry. I'm trying not to be condescending. I don't think you can finger a girl in the bathtub, all right? I don't think your finger could go in. It doesn't work that way, okay? It's very hard to have sex in bathtubs. Or maybe he thought I was just trying to rape her with my finger. Maybe that's what he's saying. I don't know. Who the fuck knows? But other active members of these communities continue to echo this claim. Xander Hall even does this while reacting to a 10-year-old conversation I had with Vosh back in 2012. I had a part here, but I echoed it out. But at the point that he's reacting to this video, I think I'd had sex with 2 women in my life, yet already a prolific rapist. Oh, this is the same one again on Twitter.
And once SRS controls the world, everything that any man does will become rape. Now, obviously, that's hyperbole, but people seem to actually operate under the fear that, well, if feminists start like changing the rape to be this, then I've raped people. We can all go to jail.
A lot of it is just like personally uncomfortable too. Like I've raped a lot. Like going under the definitions that you guys have said. But like everybody that's keep in mind that the context of this conversation was somebody like if you have sex with your partner when they're tired. It was one of those ridiculous things like that counts as rape. It was like okay, well in that case we've all been like hardcore rapists. If that's what we're gonna say. That was the context of this conversation.
Okay. All right. Looking at this here and seeing how defensive he is of people being falsely accused of rape because of how insanely broad the definition is according to these crazy fucking lefties. So he is clearly saying here that part of his concern is that apparently he's raped plenty of times, quote unquote, by that crazy broad lefty definition. And then there's the stealthing drama, where his rhetoric and his defensiveness and whatnot are basically identical to what he's saying here. I mean, the parallels are blaring. And I know I'm going to get shit for even, like, hinting at this, but maybe he's just getting ultra defensive about the stealthing stuff because he's done it before and doesn't want to own up to the fact that that's shitty to do. Judging off of what he said there, it seems that way.
I have never stealthed anybody in my entire life. Not even one time. Rape and slur comments are fairly common on Twitter as well. Pathetic, greasy, Gusano transphobe. Keffels was right. You're a rapist and probably a pedophile. We will follow you everywhere online, letting everyone you work with know. Or you can get on your knees and publicly apologize to Keffels. This guy says a lot of wild shit on Twitter. Death threats. Lots and lots and lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of death threats. I don't know. People always cry about this shit, so maybe we can show out some of them. I don't know. The way people are acting, you'd think Keffels killed Destiny, and I'd support Keffels if that did happen. He still draws breath, unfortunately. I wish somebody killed Destiny. If only. If she were to, she'd have my blessing. Wish she did. Maybe next time. If only. I wish. A girl can dream. That would be a marvelous day in Roblox. She didn't know. Come on. The night is young. If only. She should have. Would be better for all of us if they did. It'd be a lot cool if she did, etc., etc. Again, imagine me ever tweeting out like, man, it's like I killed Keffels, and my whole Twitter mentions where people saying like, I wish you killed Keffels. Like, imagine how insane that would be. Remember earlier that Doe was willing to mass brigade and call for reports on Gammy for making the joke, it's deer hunting season. But I'm not trans enough, I guess.
Has anyone seen Destiny? It feels like he vanished from Twitch completely. It's weird. He slipped and fell on a knife 666 times. Very tragic. But good news, his wife is now single, got all of his shit. Random people that will show up. Oh, this is a person in Vaj's chat. Hi, Destiny. Hope you die. I don't, just random. I stand firmly on this. Destiny needs to be killed. Gun him down as he leaves his home. Must resist urge to break TOS. Must resist urge to break TOS. Thousands of people would be better off at minimum if he did. Oh, about killing myself. This had 26 likes and then some quote tweets. Probably my audience blowing this person up. Oh, Dreamleaf is a pretty big Twitter account. Twitter.com. I think they have like... Oh, I'm blocked. Hold on. What, it's like 10,000, 8,000 followers, 7,700 followers. This is somebody that is in the Demon Mama Vosh community. Now, I know I'm not supposed to send death threats and all, but just once, please. The government isn't killing you. Yes, they are. Why don't you come on stream and talk about where I can make money? I hope someone shoots you in the mouth in front of your wife and children. This is extra stupid because I only have one child. You are a legitimately deranged guy. Put it this way, I will donate 500 pounds to a charity of Destiny's choosing if he gets swatted and killed at any point within the next 5 years. I'm trying my absolute best to be polite here, but I just can't stop myself from saying this. This guy should be getting swatted on a routine basis. Many show up in my DMs as well, though the people unfortunately delete their accounts or get banned afterwards, so if I don't screenshot them immediately, I can't archive them. These are just like random DMs I get. Mayonnaise, monkey, pussy ass bitch, honky, you're a racist, fucking Klansman. Kill yourself, jump off a white bridge, cracker. New Kendrick, I'm inside your wall. Stop breathing, fucking cracker, cracker. Kill yourself, honky. I know you think you're on a bigot, but I'm gonna just let you know that Huntington Beach isn't a big city, and if I ever see you making women uncomfortable with your hilarious jokes and they're literally telling you to stop, I will personally find where you live. You deserve to live, or you deserve to fear life whenever you step outside for thinking you can be so fucking disgusting towards women on this app when they're telling you your words and actions are creepy, eat shit. There's like, I get so many of these, but I tried to go back and dig through some, and I noticed that if you delete your account or if you get banned after sending me a death threat, I don't have access to it anymore. So unfortunately, I don't have more screenshots, but like I could do this like for days and days. At suspiciously the same time Vosh's community was chided by the Reddit admins for brigading, we'd received notice that our subreddit was being brigaded. So Vosh's subreddit made a big posting rule update where they were saying that they could no longer post about other subreddits. I'm going to keep it 100 with y'all. The main reason why the no subreddit posting rule exists is because we were reached out to by Reddit's admins about harassment. We'd like to keep our subreddit, so no talking about other subreddits. At the same time, my subreddit received a message from the admins. Hey, our Destiny mods. I'm an admin bot whose job it is to detect subreddits and might need some assistance. You're receiving this message because it looks like you've received more traffic than normal. If your team is feeling overwhelmed, we have some resources that might help. Because ever since Vosh started his Fortress arc, every cross-poster in the Destiny subreddit is banned, but Vosh posters will come to my subreddit to attack me. Many like to attack my relationship with my son. His wife, you mean the one liking a Nazi's banger tweets that are calling trans women a man, and nobody's insulting Nathan, they're insulting Destiny for being a deadbeat dad. Dreamleaf again. He should spend more time with his son Nathan instead of furiously quote tweeting random 100 follower trans people. No Nathans. Nathan is his son. He pulls out script, moved halfway across the country from to pursue better streaming opportunities. This is Nathanless behavior. Finally, you have time to take care of your retarded son. Don't you have a son to not take care of? I think, 37 points. Nice. In Vosh's subreddit, I think Destiny should take his $1 million to retire and become a father. He's already father, moved to a different state for quote unquote the sake of his career. So many tweets attacked Melina after she quote tweeted Lauren defending me. Almost every quote tweet to this is some kind of attack on Melina. Girl, bye, fuck you and your husband. Both of y'all deserve each other. Fucking white supremacist, transphobic, racist cunts. Didn't you like a tweet about Lauren Southern calling a trans woman a man? No, I don't think she did. Bitch who's siding with a neo-Nazi that inspired a mass shooting just to get a petty own over the trans person her husband is harassing thinks people need to be nice to them. You're owed nothing, you deserve nothing. God, Seethe more, you Lauren Southern sycophant. Fuck that child of Yakub. I wish Destiny the worst and I'm glad he's banned. Say that again without crying. There's like all the quote, I can't view quote tweets not being logged in, but all of these quote tweets, a lot of them are like insane. Many have attacked me in the past for identifying as a non-binary. I no longer identify this way, even though I've considered different sexual or gender identities and discussed it at length at various points in my stream. So Destiny admits to being a fake non-binary to epically troll the leftists. Isn't Destiny non-binary? Why would they make this argument? No, he isn't. He always claimed he was technically one and used this identity only as a shield for gotchas. Non-binary streamer admits to not really being non-binary. A quote tweet of me saying, "Wait, so you're admitting that some people adopt labels to use as a shield against people?" I've talked about like we're not going to list all these. I'm not going to even. But I've talked to this like this is like 4 years ago relating to sexuality.
I don't support 100. It especially feels
like I've had like several conversations on my stream relating to like my gender identity and stuff. The idea that I've just made it up one day is not true. You can go and watch. You can go and watch this if you're bored. Many large communities have defended using racial slurs against me, including Hassan multiple times, as well as smaller streamers such as Kira Chats, Bad Bunny, and larger accounts on Twitter, including The Squirrel. Moderators and members of said communities freely use and defend racial slurs against me as well. I won't dig up every time someone says it, but if you search Twitter, there are countless examples.
Can you make Gusano a banned word, please? Oh my god, dude. Oh, yikes, dude. I know exactly where this take is coming from. It generated from a specific community where people are like, people want to make it out to be a fucking like slur or something. It just means worm. Okay, it's a term that leftist South Americans use against other South Americans and Latinos that side with American imperialism.
I like how he says it means worm, and now he's talking about what it really means, like right afterwards.
It's like saying you're what's the term? How do I describe it? It's like a lighter version and not as popular a version as Uncle Tom. Okay. Anyway, not surprising though, to like for a guy who constantly fucking shits on like trans people and it says like, oh, you're just like adopting aesthetics exclusively to fucking, you know, create an oppression. Really weird that he's all of a sudden like super fucking Cuban, super in touch with his Cuban background all of a sudden, and very
never said I'm super Cuban. Never said I'm super in touch with my Cuban background.
Very Cuban and very offended.
I just don't really like it that large streamers justify using racial slurs against me. It feels a little bit weird for these people that pearl clutch over everything else.
Word community is very offended of the usage of the term that like most white people have never even fucking heard of, dude.
Bad Bunny has made multiple references to this slur. Gusano Simulator 2021 when she was playing the recent Far Cry game. Thinking about that streamer that came to visit me in Seattle, and when we met, he was really troubled by the fact that I lied about my height. I didn't, so he made me stand back to back with him in front of a full-length mirror to verify that I was, in fact, still shorter than him. More like short Gusano behavior. This probably, if it happened as a joke. Thinking about the streamer that came... Oh, by the way, that streamer is Destiny. You know he's talking about me. Liked by Kira Chats. Destiny is such a dumb shit sissy Gusano, harassing trans people, people of color, and overall just being a giant shitbag. I hope he gets deplatformed. The Squirrel. These always get thousands of replies. I don't have the engagement. 14-year-old suburbanite white dude bros who have a Twitch streamer for a surrogate daddy. Oh my god, that's a slur. You can't keep saying that. Oh my god, it's worse than the N-word. Nobody has ever said it's worse than the N-word. I don't know why that's strong. Well, I know why it's strong as brought up. Will you stop saying it? Gusano. Motherfucker in the world. All right. Of course, this fucking Gusano cracker worm bitch is trying to get involved. God, what a loser. What is it? Is this on a Hassan server? Jesus Christ. What the fuck? I think that was one of Hassan's Discord mods. I think. You guys should report that to Discord. Actually, server ban. Fuck it. Jesus.
Guy like grew up in America or something.
This is a thread that was on the Hassan Piker subreddit. Thank you, Hassan, for having the correct opinion on the Gusano word. I don't even know what these examples are. Don't expect a Gusano to tell the truth, Ambi. Destiny would rather waste his time tweeting racial slurs, bashing neopronouns, and being the ultimate debate bro. Gusano is not a racial slur because anti-Castro Cuban is not a race. Just like a bunch of random shit. I bet you guys can all go through there. People have attacked. I think this is like searching for like Gusano to the omniliberal. And you can just see like all the people that tweet like Gusano. Always be looking for posting Gusano, tanky grind set. Oh, this is Gappy. I think that's a meme though. He's on my side. Maybe. Oh, I need the streamable real quick of the guy calling me blue-eyed Gusano. That was a really good one. I can't believe I didn't put it here. I just remembered it because somebody in chat said it. Does anybody have a link? If you can give me that link in like 20 seconds. That's a really good one. Let's go. Okay. Sorry if you're getting banned for the linking. You guys are martyrs, inshallah. One more. This person, by the way, never banned, never punished for any of this.
Up arms because I call Destiny a fucking Gusano. Because he is. Oh, but he's Cuban. This motherfucker has blue eyes. Not that it necessarily matters, but I can definitely tell you that because I can definitely tell you that his family owned fucking a plantation. His family definitely owned fucking slaves. There's a big tell.
People have attacked me over my canvassing efforts, with Josie claiming I made a progressive candidate lose.
Assistant Secretary of Health. I mean, it's not like he's solely responsible. He got a lot of these young kids out there for the first time to knock on doors. I met a lot of these guys. They would have never come out. Ever come out.
Inexcusable. Yeah, I do door knocking. I used to do door knocking for a living, IRI. Like the idea that you...
She's never done door knocking for a living.
Like, Destiny got some people to go knock on Georgia. That's great. That's great. But he also made a candidate lose. He also made a Democratic candidate lose as well. He also made a Democratic candidate lose as well.
And fans of Hassan sexually harassing and attacking me for canvassing in Omaha over Discord. Wow, another typo, guys.
Pull your dick out. Pull your dick out and say you're Hassan's baby boy.
So Riot is...
There's a whole talk on that, but... These canvassing efforts culminated in a hit piece being published on me by Hannah Michelle Bussa, the UNO Gateway, spurred on by a short clip created in and propagated by Vosh's community, to which I responded with a detailed write-up on my subreddit. This was the big hit piece that got Gudgel basically out of the race. A lot of this ties back to a clip that we'll go over later that Vosh's community propagated about me. This was my write-up to respond to that whole incident. She had sent me an email asking for clarification on statements that I made. Do you have anything to say about the comments you made about protesters last summer? The article is due tomorrow at 3 if you have time to respond before then. This was my response to her, where I included things about defending BLM, things about defending protesters. I sourced and linked every single thing that I mentioned in my email, policy positions that I had relating to progressive issues, everything I could do. And the only thing that she included of my email... Why would Hannah's takeaway from my response to her, where I include numerous times where I've defended BLM and protests and even riots in some instances, be, and what she wrote in her article relating to the email I sent her was, he only added that he thought the rioting would give former President Trump a path to victory in the November election. His message about protesters did not change. There's a whole other thing in here about this whole ordeal. I'm not going to rerun all of that right now. But basically, this was one of those cringe white liberal women that's obsessed with black people. The UNO Gateway ran 2 articles about 2 of the candidates running for mayor. Both of them were black women. And she, on her personal Facebook, was posting about how she supported... Oh, no, wait, this is a different one. But she on her personal Facebook was posting her support for one of the other black candidates. Oh, Hannah personally supports Jasmine Harris, an opponent in the primary. Fuck, I don't know how this got removed from Imager. She follows Morgan Freeman, the campaign manager for Jasmine Harris. Jasmine Harris and Kimera Snipes were the 2 black people running. But regardless, that's a whole other thing. I don't really want to get into that right now. Oh, yeah, and people in that instance were doxing my canvassers as well, but she didn't find it necessary to write about that either. Fuck, hold on, I just want to look at those messages real quick. Why did Hannah neglect that Amelia was giving away the addresses where volunteers were staying when I notified her as such? Yikes, there are far more affordable options unless they're in a $20 a night studio. Are there even any like that in Omaha? They're not in $20 a night places. I know that. PM me if you want to know the locations. I can imagine it's probably an area much nicer than my regular home. No need. Very close to Sheelytown. This woman, I don't know if she followed where my canvassers were staying when they were in Omaha, but she was giving out the address of where any of my canvassers were staying to other people. These two women, you could go through their Facebook because all of it was public, are also big supporters of the other two black candidates running for the mayoral race in Omaha. Regardless of that, Casey, Tron, and Anna falsely claimed Melina and I spread STDs. Melina is nasty, to be honest. Didn't her and Destiny spread STDs? I think Anna is in chat here echoing the same claim. Just don't give them STDs like Destiny does, Jackson. Me and Melina have never done this. Multiple people have made fun of me for someone misrepresenting a drug and selling an unknown amphetamine to me instead of MDMA. I could find a ton of examples of this, but remember when Destiny accidentally did crystal meth? 529 likes, LOL. Looks like Destiny had to drop a scheduled debate because he accidentally took meth. Lots of like meme response to this. Not gonna lie, that's hilarious. Imagine being such a snowflake over the fact that you accidentally did meth. Oh, this is the funniest tweet on this website, making fun of me that I thought it was strange that people are like laughing at like a at like being drugged basically, but I guess it's all good and fun when it's me. There are many other random attacks, such as people calling me fascist, claims that I've never been raped or violently assaulted by an intimate partner, people saying I'm a griper, claims that women only fuck me because of my money, telling people to give me no charity, etc., etc. It's honestly not worth listing all the attacks. There are hundreds more across thousands more accounts. Hopefully I've gotten the point across. Not all of these claims come from large accounts, and these claims run the gamut from not so serious to extremely dire. I hope I've been able to accurately convey the diverse amounts of harassment I receive across a multitude of platforms from a variety of communities on a near daily basis. None of the prior claims have anything to do with a difference of opinion or disagreements in political philosophy. Rather, they're all personal, baseless attacks that are either hateful in nature or rooted in some fact that does not exist. Please understand that there are thousands more comments that could be gathered out there, either in relation to me or other people being attacked in a similar manner, but I've only got so much time to gather and write. Also, these are only attacks that have come from communities that are supposed to be closely politically aligned with me. If I wanted to show even more hateful comments, I could easily visit Kiwi farms, conservative subreddits, YouTube comment sections from conservatives I've debated, or 4chan threads made about me. There's an unbelievable amount of lies and hatred one in my position is expected to not only tolerate, but deal with in an even-handed manner, where I'm expected never to lose my temper and cross the line. My community got super ass mad when I made a joke implying that Demon Mama... This usually happens and it's very frustrating. If I ever fuck up, my community gets really mad about like, are you lying about Demon Mama? And it's like, yeah, I shouldn't do that. I know, but like, holy fuck. It's hard not to. Living your values. I don't care much for what people say about themselves, truly. I don't care if someone says they're tolerant or different people. Are tolerant of different people, if they profess some political position, or if they're good towards their friends. Ultimately, I only care about people's actions and how well they understand the issues they claim to care about. I'm far from perfect, but I believe I'm a better person than the vast majority of those that inhabit online political communities. I have and will continue to make many mistakes in my personal and public life, but I believe I aspire to some ideal at the end of the day that I am proud of. I don't like to come off as a braggart, but I do believe my track record is better than most in this arena. If there was ever a time to recount some achievements, this would be it. This is the cringiest part of anything I've ever written, but I'm going to suck my own dick for just a second because Jesus fucking Christ, I'm like a demon to some of these people. Professional causes. I have always believed in revenue sharing as a business model for people who work directly on creating or editing content for me whenever the model works. If I'm paying flat rates, my rates are generally better than industry rates. I paid my original editor at a loss for $1,000 a month until the channel was earning enough money to split the profit 50-50 with the editor earning more than the $1,000 a month. I pay my current editor a 40% rev split on a channel currently earning over $550,000 in ad revenue yearly. When I saw the positive reception of my D&D Patreon, I contacted Koibu and offered to bump the rate up from the one he'd originally discounted me. Hey yo, so I've started my Patreon to help me fund some D&D related stuff related to this and maybe other campaigns. Initially, when you approached me, you offered me a discounted rate from $400 a session to $300 a session. But since it seems like the response has been relatively positive from the Patreon, I'd be perfectly fine with a $400 a session if that's okay with you. Certainly is. Thank you. I've tried to pay every person whose designs I've used for merchandise, stream events, YouTube/Twitter, banner/profile pics, or any other art I've used, including $5,000 for my D&D music and $1,000 for the original Les Roux's picture drawn in paint. I pay people to maintain my website, including a monthly fee to Cake and extra compensation for work by Jader Vernanda, tons of random site updates, and Linus Red, major work on bot and other integrations for my website. In 2012, when I first started my website, I made the choice to make it open source so that any work that went into creating a website for me could benefit the greater streaming community for years to come. I was unaware that my website source would be taken and used so prolifically by people who would try to get me shut down, including Vosh, Shoe on Head, Keffels, The Surfs TV, Xander Hall, XELX, I don't know how to pronounce their name, Merrick, Devil, Conyer CC, Shark3300, Demon Mama, and Queen Marcy. I think every single one of these people have at least at one point called for my permaban off of at least one platform that I've been involved in. Neither me nor my developers have ever received a single word of thanks from any of these content creators, and no one has contributed to the original repo from the forked project. Generally, it's considered good faith, or it's considered good practice that if somebody makes a project and you fork, meaning you take the code base and you copy and you start working your own thing, that if you update it or add something to it, ideally you would contribute or merge back some updates to the original repo, because that's like good etiquette. You generally would want to do that. It's considered rude, colloquially, I guess, it's considered rude to just fork a project, do a whole bunch of work on your own, and never contribute to the original. But, you know, who cares? Whatever. I have never charged an appearance fee for any of the live shows I've gone to unless a larger company or sponsor was paying out of pocket. I've not requested payment for any of the university speeches or debates I've attended, even when the others there have. Elijah Schaefer got paid a stipend. I believe Dennis Prager got paid a stipend. I have hosted and supported a massive number of smaller streamers, including those who either no longer support me or attack me constantly. I am one of the only large streamers that consistently gave voice to smaller streamers by way of conversation, hosting, or numerous appearances, sometimes on and off my stream, across panel shows. Personal causes. I've donated money anonymously to some projects in the past online, including personal LGBT causes like Lumi Roux's surgery. I think this was the conversation I had. Oh, she said that she was doing a thing. Hey, thanks for understanding me, blah, blah, blah. Oh, I said, congrats on your fundraiser. I heard you hit your mark pretty quickly. Thank you. We didn't quite cover, like, maybe processing fees, but I think that should do it. I'm looking around. I desperately hope I can get it done before Christmas, blah, blah, blah. What'd you end up getting out of it? You were trying to raise like $5,000. Yeah, we were trying to raise $4,000 at stream. We raised $5,000, something, I think. When she was done streaming, I donated $1,000, but I thought it was through an anonymous thing, but apparently it wasn't, which is super cringe. But I guess afterwards she noticed because she messaged me and she said, oh, thank you so much. I don't know what to say. Thank you very much. This helps a lot. Thank you. Holy fucking yikes. I thought that was anonymous. What the fuck? Anyway, fuck. I hope that covers transaction fees. Good luck with stuff and finding a surgeon. I'm sure that's like a whole battle in and of itself. Thank you, Destiny. 1 year later, she would be giggling along with Mike about my departnership from Twitch while he's claiming I do nothing for trans rights. Their pronouns are they, them, actually. Sorry.
Before we begin discussing optics, for a second, for just a couple minutes, we have a few different crab-related emotes. Why is Philly so dirty? There is trash everywhere. I don't know what neighborhood you're in, but street cleaning happens. It's weird. I'm planning on giving him the subs next month, so hopefully we can get that debate scheduled. Destiny wanted me to give him 200 subs to debate, so next month I was going to click the 200 subs. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like that's going to happen. That's a shame. That's a real shame. That's such a shame. Anyway, sorry about that. What was I going to do? Oh, yikes, yeah. So, in case you don't know, I just want to touch on this topic for a little bit. In case you didn't know, we had a discussion last week where we went over this Lance's and a certain other affiliate streams. Oh wait, that's a little early. You have to do path to affiliate before you get affiliate. It's not, you don't just sign up for Twitch and then get affiliate status. You have to go through the affiliate path. So I need to correct myself. I'm sorry.
soon to be affiliate, had a debate on. Oh, thanks.
Oh yeah, Russian. I saw that.
Given dog shit rhetoric, he was a massive force for progressive politics on a massive platform. Okay. All right. Listen. Just because someone says trans rights doesn't mean they're a force for progressive change. All right? Like, corporations have been saying that shit for the better part of 10 years now. It's not good enough for progressive change. All right? Voting for the Democrat is not enough for progressive change. All right? Like, that's not progressivism. Progressivism is about attacking these fundamental structures. There's a bunch of different groups that are under.
1 year later, they'd be giggling along with Mike about my departnership from Twitch while he's claiming I do nothing for trans rights. Another thing, I offered to fly out to stay with or remotely book rooms for Nicole, Bad Bunny / Kira Chats, after she had a traumatic sexual experience with one of her moderators. I think that I'm not going to read through all of this. So my mom that was visiting did bad shit. I think this is me asking, what happened? Are you okay? Are you hurt at all? I mean, like, you didn't break anything or anything like that. Blah, blah, blah. And then I think at some point, well, make sure you get to a safe place where you can catch your breath and just chill for a bit. If you need help figuring out a place to stay or something, I can book a room for you. And if you're super worried about being alone or bored or something like that, I can swing by for a few days if you need a buddy or something. Good luck with everything. Stay safe. And then I offered to book her a room long distance if she can afford it because she wasn't originally planning on staying at a hotel. And then here I'm thinking about trying to move my schedule around because this is when I was watching Nathan every day, so it was going to be pretty hard. Yeah, it's fine. Do you need help booking a room? No, I already have one booked. Thanks so much. That's really thoughtful. It's no problem, buddy. Chatting with you, well, it was fun. Yeah. This was a sexual assault experience that even my community showed support for, which they did. With this blade, I cut those who disrespect Bad Bunny. She's pretty cool. I legitimately enjoyed Destiny's IRL streams with her. His IRL streams in Seattle were super scuffed with shitty camera work and disconnects. Less than a year later, she would be trashing me on her stream, claiming I never cared about her, called me a bad friend, claimed I valued viewership over friends, and that I cultivated a toxic community. She's gone on multiple tirades since then, despite me defending her at multiple points against my community. I'm not going to watch all of this, but I mean, like, you can see the sections. Destiny can't remain ethical because he's scared of losing viewers. Destiny's scared of being called a white knight, cultivates a toxic community, implicitly approves of harassment, values viewership over friends, calls me sexist, says she feels like she lost a friend, called me a bad friend, says I have no principles, she regrets sticking up for me ever. Really hurt by me not caring. I guess we're just not friends like I thought we were. He's going on multiple times. Oh, Bad Bunny goes on a deranged rant calling Destiny a fascist for an hour. And then I think these were defenses that I'd made of her in my community that she somehow forgot about. We're not going to watch all of this, but...
Hey, I know you just like people talking about Destiny in your channel, but watch your rant about Hassan and agree with you. I like when people agree with me. Feel special. I'm sorry. But Hassan, you need to stop constantly cutting people off and talking.
Oh my god, it was so awkward. I noticed it happen like 3 times in a row, and I was gonna say something. You can actually see me. I know exactly what she's talking about, and I started dying in the background. Oh my god.
You need to stop constantly cutting people off and talking. Something called conciseness. It's the thing. Be concise. Holy shit. Every time I'm like trying to get something down, it's like, no, and you start talking, I'm like, I'm so tired
Happy
of
9 month buddy.
I fucking room with other fucking dudes. It's constantly dudes talking over me. And for somebody that's progressive as Hassan, you think you know the fucking woman who's constantly being like, doing this. You should know this.
Concise. Bunny is generally, for whatever faults you might think she has, she's generally pretty concise with her speech. Nicole literally goes on monologues during the Raj podcast. I mean, maybe, but I mean, like, she doesn't usually ramble. She's usually like gets her point out for.
Sorry, but Hassan.
What is this?
Do you still like Bad Bunny despite her terrible takes? Listen, okay.
Do you still like Bad Bunny despite her terrible
None
takes?
of you guys give anybody shit for liking Slicker now that they all met him in real life. I'm allowed to like Bad Bunny, okay? Chill. When a friend makes a mistake, the mistake remains a mistake, and the friend remains a friend, alright? Whereas the line between a few hot takes and enough to require breaking off.
Let's see. This had to do with, I think, sexist or homophobic things she was saying, or homophobic or transphobic things. Stalled, I've spoken with her pretty extensively about it. I'm aware that it's not that way, but people in chat who are hardcore dug into these social paradigms don't make the distinction. It's pretty complicated. SGW, this person holds some, oh, I think this is about her, like, only wanting to date, like, non-black people or something. I mean, 4 to 5 years ago, I would have defended using the N-word and faggot unironically. This is, yeah, me talking about Bad Bunny. So, this tirade that she ended up going on, saying that, like, I was never friends towards her and I, like, never defended her is just really irritating to me. But
The moral of the story is never help anyone with anything, I guess. I don't know, sorry. I was one of the first big streamers to openly and aggressively support OBS back in 2013 when XSplit was the leading streaming service, and again in 2018 when Jim needed help fundraising for his platform, and I pushed for other large streamers to contribute with me. Jim was amazing for a long time, providing me with personal support for pushing the limits to what I could do with streaming. On the early days of streaming, I would bother. I don't know, a lot of people don't remember this, but XSplit was like de facto what people used. I think up to like 2015 or 16 maybe, like everybody used XSplit. But I really liked OBS, and Jim was super cool. We talked a lot on Discord. He helped me do like crazy streaming shit. That was back when I was always the one like pushing the edge of like what was quality. I think it was one of the first people to try streaming at 60 frames per second, like et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, he was a cool dude. I think, oof, I don't know if I can say this. He can correct me if I'm wrong. Who is Jim? Jim is the founder of OBS. I think that I'll say one of the reasons why Jim was able to go independent and do it full time was because of all the pushing I did for fundraising. I don't want to solo take credit for that, but I'm pretty sure that is the case. I went back to StarCraft 9 years ago to do a big fundraiser for the guy who created the Game Heart overlay, eventually netting him a full-time job at Blizzard after the success of the integration of his overlay, despite having been out of the community for several months when he was trying to raise money. This was a guy that I'd known for a bit tangentially because he did the Game Heart overlay stuff, and I found out later when I met him at a BlizzCon or something that because of that fundraiser push and the developing he did afterwards, he got a full-time job off of that. Also, I didn't put this in here, but Dharma Turtle, the lady that used to run the Dharma bot in chat, also got a full-time job coding because of the like work and everything with my community that she had done with the bot. She was able to do that too. But I've intervened in issues where I perceived a wrong being done, even if it was potentially an unpopular stance opposed to much more popular figures that I have closer relationships with. One such time was during the Prime Kai's drama where I helped to clear Prime's name by bogus improper conduct allegation in the middle of the night in Amsterdam off my stream. An intervention he later publicly thanked me for. I've also taken the side of less popular streamers against more popular ones, such as siding with Novaru during the DM leak drama, and even prevented high schoolers from canceling each other. You could argue the last one maybe was content, but the first one was siding against popular streamers. This is, I don't think we have to watch all of these, but or maybe actually we could.
My channel wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Destiny.
Thanks, bud.
There's no two ways about it.
I've gone out of my way to get even streamers I'm not on good relations with unbanned for what I perceive to be unfair causes, such as the Surfs TV. I think this was me DMing my partner manager. The two streamers who got banned over the Irish Laddie and Vosh thing were all relevant in the Surfs TV. Awesome, thanks. Thanks for taking the time yesterday. Good getting each other person. So this was me trying to get both of them unbanned when I saw that they got banned just because they watched a Vosh clip or something. I also tried to submit an idea so Vosh could appear on Twitch streams, again, back when he was banned, though I was willing to mute my Twitch stream and send viewers his way when he wanted to have a discussion, such as for the Rittenhouse conversation. So I tried to push for this idea of like, there are certain political commentators like Vosh or Nick Fuentes that were banned on Twitch. Maybe we should be at least allowed to talk to them or watch their thing. I wrote up like a proposal, shipped this to my partner manager to see if they'd approve it. I don't even know if he sent that anywhere, but when I talked to Vosh, I would still, even though he was banned from Twitch, I was generally willing to mute my stream, and then I would link to his stream to send viewers his way so they could follow the conversation.
Responsible for you getting banned.
I'm not banned, I'm muted. We didn't talk policy a single. There were multiple times where I did this so that we'd be able to have a conversation. It would benefit his stream because all of my viewers would have to go watch him to hear us when he was perma-banned from Twitch or when he was banned from Twitch. Such as for the Rittenhouse conversation. I am the only large streamer I am aware of that will judiciously pursue cross-platform bans if my viewers harass someone. What is this? Oh, this is an example of somebody like, I think RTBA reached out to her because she was complaining about trans white people. I probably could have had clips in here saying I will ban people for doing it, but whatever. I've stated multiple times that I will ban someone from my subreddit, DGG chat room, Twitch and YouTube chats, as well as block them on social media if I see them attempting to harass someone from any of these platforms. Despite having this offer open, it was often not taken seriously by the very same people who complain about harassment. So like MX Vivian was one of those people that would say this, compiling it now and also fuck you. Tons of people would say like, oh, there's all of these harassing people in your community. And anytime we reach out, it's like, who is it? Tell us who. Tell us who and we'll ban them. Very rarely do we ever get a response back. RTBA has been pretty aggressive in pursuing those types of interactions. I made it a point to cover sexual assault allegations on stream to provide some more insight into how events like these happen and how they can be avoided.
Oh, we had like a spreadsheet where we were going over like, was it really fucked? Was it kind of fucked? Or was it not fucked at all? These were met with overwhelmingly positive responses from the victims involved.
Thank you for sharing with me what Destiny wrote. I feel like that helped me a lot in terms of my fear of waking up to something bad happening. I feel like what Destiny did, breaking it down, kind of nailed it for me to feel like I'm not crazy, I guess. Because sometimes I feel like as nice as people are, you know, they're my friends or they support me, so it's kind of like, of course they'll be nice to me in a way, I guess. But hearing it from Destiny, he's a ruthless debater and is very good at breaking things down. So hearing it from him felt like a, I don't know, like somebody on the outside is, I don't know, understanding, I guess, of the situation. So I'm not crazy.
And when he was reading Falcone's account of abuse, I had never heard the reason why it's so hard for a woman to say no, and the reason why men don't understand, and speaking in general terms, so aptly described by literally anybody before. Not only in such a way that makes us feel heard and understood, but also in a way that can get that across to a mostly male audience who wouldn't otherwise ever think about that shit. And he said it beautifully, and I would have a difficult time paraphrasing it.
I think these were logs from her in my chat afterwards. I just got home from the dentist. I was listening the whole time and asked him to let me keep my earbuds in because it was an important podcast. The way you try to explain what it's like to experience harassment as a woman and why it's hard to say no, all of that. I haven't cried since all this went down. I'm in hardcore survival mode and running on anxiety and dreams. But hearing that and knowing it's being said to an audience of people that wouldn't otherwise even think to try to understand how different it might feel, it's so validating and relieving. I was holding back tears while driving. We're getting shit like, why didn't you just say no, every single one of us? Most people don't get it. You get it, and this community gets it. We never hear this understanding, compassionate perspective from men, so thank you. Political causes. I offered up my platform to any progressive candidate that wanted to have a conversation and advertise for their campaign, despite these videos not performing very well on my YouTube or my Twitch streams. I've got 5 examples. All of these are generally pretty low viewership. One of these interviews was Josie, pre-transition, and it would be her first major appearance on any internet platform. She was initially a fan of a lot of my stuff and thought my audience was valuable back then, though she would later go on to accuse me of being transphobic and defend people calling me a rapist.
If you don't mind me asking, how old are you?
33.
33, okay, cool.
Yeah. And I'm actually a bit of a fan. I actually have seen a lot of your stuff before, so it's cool to actually sit down and chat with you.
Oh man, a lot of my stuff in what context?
Oh well, I mean, I saw anything like political, the things you go against Hassan and things like that. I find entertaining, so I like to see what you have to say. I think it's good to hear.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Well, we have
this video only has 30,000 views. He just didn't perform that
you gotta
well.
start giving, and because I can't do my job effectively without the support from people like your audience, right? Because this is our base. This is our base. This is who we're talking to. To take the time to speak with you, Stephen, is like something that a progressive would do, right?
Yeah.
Like this isn't something you're not going to get Sarah Jacobs. You're not going to get Georgette to
hey,
come
calm
and
down.
talk about.
I spent over $100,000, which about $5,000 was fundraised for my community for canvassing efforts in Georgia and Omaha for progressive political leaders. This was the budget sheet for what we'd planned to spend in Omaha. I had salaried both of my full-time organizers. I paid one $5,000 a month and another $4,000 a month. I was paying $2,500 a month for 2 different Airbnbs, so about $5,000 a month for both. I was covering food, a discretionary budget for extra expenses. These were the hotel rooms that I paid for. It came out to around, I think it ended up being $15,000 to bring down people and have places to stay every time they came down. This was food for the event, and then this was, I think we had clothing. This might have included like signs and stuff too for like canvassers or whatever. I paid my 2 lead organizers $5,000 and $4,000 a month to have a full-time residence in Omaha for 2 months to manage volunteers whose accommodations and food was also paying for full-time. We also coordinated travel and covered hotel expenses for the final weekend in Georgia and for every weekend in Omaha. In Georgia, we knocked on over 20,000 doors and led the single largest canvassing mobilization in the state during the final weekend of campaigning for Warnog and Ossoff. I helped to support and promote some local political causes in Georgia. One of the interviews I gave to 2 of the people working on causes in Georgia wound up being Maddie Cakes' first major appearance on any political platform, a woman who would later go on to falsely accuse me of vague rape accusations.
I initially
This was Maddie Cakes' introduction to Twitch and the internet.
set out to like justify this worldview that I had cultivated for myself, and over time, when you actually look at
I could put more here, but I jerked myself up enough, I guess. I feel like I do a decent job, my personal, political, and social life, but lies. Besides, as the vilest writer has his readers, so the greatest liar has his believers. And it often happens that if a lie be believed only for an hour, it has done its work. There is no farther occasion for it. Falsehood flies, and the truth comes limping after it, so that when men come to be undeceived, it is too late, the jest is over, and the tale has had its effect. This was written in an article in The Examiner by Jonathan Swift. Evidence is inconvenience. In this chapter, I'm going to explain different types of harassment that exist online, the relevant accusations levied at either me or my community. Some of these sections are going to feel a bit empty, but that's because other members of online communities have found it sufficient to simply accuse me or my community of committing any of these acts, oftentimes without understanding what the acts are, without providing a shred of evidence for any of these accusations. This is not only unfortunate, it's a reflection of substandard character to propagate these sorts of lies when other online figures should know better. Hate raids and brigades. A hate raid involves some organized or coordinated attempt by one community or group of people to show up, brigade, en masse, and spam either hateful or derogatory messages at another individual or community. Hate raids are not when a handful of people decide to respond rudely to a tweet. Hate raids are also not when individuals decide independently to send negative DMs to someone via social media. Hate raids are also not when multiple members of an instigated community show up in the instigator's arena and leave hateful comments. It could be said that some amount of organic brigading could happen, especially if a content creator views the work of another, but it wouldn't be considered a hate raid unless explicit or at least implicit calls to actions were made. Let's look at a few examples. John attacks a much larger content creator, Nicole, in a YouTube video. Nicole views the YouTube channel, giving it a scouring review, and many of her fans, in turn, go to John's channel and leave negative comments or reviews across many of his videos. One could argue that this is brigading behavior, as Nicole reviewed John's video on stream, will inevitably lead to some members of her community visiting John's channel. But a hate raid, it is not, unless there are community posts or directions from someone within the community to leave some specific types of hateful comments. Laura and Jess get into a big fight with one another online, culminating in both exchanging heated words. Once their exchanges are done, Laura retreats back into her server and begins to link social media posts and videos by Jess, telling her community that Jess has an ugly goblin nose and that people should say as much. Even though some comments may be exchanged by both communities that aren't really brigading or hate raiding, the explicit call at the end by Laura to go through Jess's videos and leave comments would definitely rise to the level of hate raid behavior. Another example, despite being blocked, Keffels will continue to tag people and direct their community to harass them on Twitter in an attempt to speak with them. Keffels has engaged in this behavior multiple times. So this is, Blair White has blocked Keffels literally less than 2 minutes after I replied to her, yet she still tags her. Miss Blair White, you want to prove to me you aren't a coward and a snake? Come on my stream and talk to me. By blocking me, you were just trying to hide in your right-wing echo chamber and are doing everything you claim to be against. A little bit ironic there, but... here's Keffels talking about her harassment of Stone Toss. He blocked 3 of my accounts, so I unprivated my personal account that I had not used in over 2 years to ratio him. Always wanted to ratio Stone Toss. If someone has blocked you on a social media platform and you continue to direct your community to them or create new accounts or use old accounts to circumvent the block, you are almost certainly engaging in some form of brigading and harassment. With a slightly more sophisticated understanding of what a hate raid is, let's review the allegations against me and my community. Keffels claims around the time of my ban that she was hate raided by my community. We just ended the hate raid by modifying the bot in chat to ban anyone who follows Destiny on Twitch. It's over a 13,000 like tweet. Sanzo reviewed the hate raid and showed that Keffels was brigaded by another community before I even knew who she was. A post on my subreddit, John Locks, later summarized this in a post.
It's these two. Cool. So this is Keffels' stream, okay? We can look at over the course of her stream and we can look at all the clips. I'm just going to summarize it, send you a link. Okay, cool. I mean, I'll put it in chat for you. You can
So the bars here are bans that she's done in her stream.
compare and contrast. All right, you can review the first part of my stream where I go over all of this. Here's Destiny's from that same night. So those are both of theirs from the same night. Okay, it's in UTC, so you just have to kind of compare and contrast the numbers. I can't motion if I point at the screen. You're not gonna see. But
Oh my god, he takes longer sense. But essentially, he goes through and points out that
that's what her chat says in the clip. And
by the time she'd called me out, she was already hours past whatever this hate raid was. She accused my community of being the one that did this hate raid, but the timelines don't line up for it at all.
until 11:50. This is at 8:40. She didn't interact with Destiny until 11:50.
So she interacted with me down here. She'd already banned this many people from a hate raid earlier, but then she accused my community of doing this hate raid.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I misworded that. She had interacted with Destiny earlier. They put the bot for the to catch all the DGGers at 11:50. All right. So 11:50. That's when the bot started. They didn't end the first hate raid with the bot. All right, because that happened at 8. This is where they put the bot because you can go and you.
And then this is where they did the bot to start banning all of my community members. I think I was talking to that NATO guy, someone in chat said. This guy summarizes it here. Also, people always bring up these points too, which is always true. If Destiny actually organized a hate raid, there wouldn't be just 7 people. There would have been thousands, or at least hundreds. This alone should make the hate raid accusations dubious. Even if we grant that among the people who got banned, 7 followed Destiny, that does not mean that Destiny organized a hate raid. It just means there were some people among them who followed Destiny. We don't even know if the 7 who got banned are Destiny fans or simply users who follow Destiny on Twitch. What many people do, even his haters or neutral bystanders, simply because he's the second largest politics streamer. Keffels never seems to bring up the fact that she was not only fighting with large content creators early on Twitter, she was even harassing them from behind a block. It's more likely any hate raiders came from this than my community. So earlier that night, even though Ian had blocked her, she was still tagging him and directing her community to attack him. Still, Gray, if you'd like to come on my stream and talk to me about trans issues, you're more than welcome, because I gotta admit, you made yourself look like a bitch to someone who you think is subhuman. And then you can see the engagement she's getting on this. This is probably where the earlier hate raid came from. But Casey Tron bolstered this claim, saying I've targeted trans people to hate raid, again with no evidence. Honestly, you need to make this public, would probably help with many hate raids. I know he's been targeting trans people on Twitch whenever his audience is bored for some drama. Demon Mama claimed I sent a hate raid to Keffels. Demon Mama later said she didn't even care to review proof or evidence of any hate raid, which is common for her.
And this time, Destiny bit off more than he could chew, because he sent a hate raid over to a streamer who has their own independent large following, and all that Keffels had to do was block all people who follow Destiny using a chatbot, and all of a sudden the raid disappeared. Now, there's 2 things with this. First of all,
So you can see the hate raid in the chat of the video. Okay, let's see what's this about.
did Keffels ever post proof of the hate raid? I think Keffels' chat logs contain that. I don't really care. I know that that Keffels isn't lying, and if Keffels is lying, then I'll obviously recount that. But I highly doubt that Keffels is lying. Just
Never recounted, by the way.
because you want to play defense and go, oh, Destiny definitely didn't do that, when he does it all the time, and everybody knows he does it all the time.
I've never organized a hate raid before.
Sorry, Keffels can post proof, but we saw it. We saw the Twitter beef happening, man. Yeah, you can just watch the VOD.
Also, he's not.
She didn't even care to review proof or evidence of any hate raid, which is common for Demon Mama. Josie also claims she would be hate raided while streaming on Dylan's panel. She later claims that she banned 24 chatters who were hate raiding her, disregarding the fact that any hate raid from me would involve hundreds of chatters, or hundreds or thousands of chatters. Logs from her chat would later show that she only had 10 chatters banned, with only one of them actually being transphobic.
Is a person that is supporting Destiny in this. But I know that I'm taking an unpopular opinion. I know that just being on this panel against everybody here is going to verify the shit I was talking about. Like, I'm going to get people that are going to hate raid me probably during this stream. I'm probably going to get messages that are going to be very transphobic and awful. This is going to happen. And it is something that I'm going to have to deal with, because every time, even when I spoke up for a friend that he brigaded and admitted to brigading.
A friend. She's talking about Maddie Cakes, the one that accused me falsely of sexual harassment and then fabricated DMs against my community.
I was the one that was also dragged for speaking up. This particular topic is exactly why it is hard to speak up. Because
these are logs from her chat of people who were getting permanently banned. These are the types of things that were being said. Josie, you defended Maddie Cakes when she called Destiny rapist. That's literal Destiny derangement syndrome.
Don't think that's transphobic. Hi, Josie, you're unhinged. Have a good day. I don't think that's transphobic. Didn't you also lose your running for office? Why does that matter? Not transphobic. Joe's oh wait, I don't know what this guy's message was. Can't close Vim. What are you doing in here? Mr. Anonymous, as a hate raider, I belong to a marginalized community in this chat space. Banning me is a fascist act of bigotry, discrimination, and oppression. That's not transphobic. Welcome to the internet where you're forced to hear other people's opinions, even if you don't like them. That's not transphobic. 41% troll face. This is a transphobic comment. Die Hard, make sure you bring up the person that killed themselves to get more victim points. They got banned. How did Destiny win and isn't even on the platform? He got banned. Real W there, buddy. Going back to that 25 average next stream. Once people forget about you again, Nathan W. Oh, close. Vim got banned. So one of these was transphobic. That's... I don't think I included this in my doc, but oh, I should have. Later on in that same video, Josie claimed that one of her mods killed themselves because of my community hate rating. I don't know why I didn't include that clip in, but she unironically made that claim. They committed suicide because of the Destiny hate raids. And it was one of her members of her community that committed suicide. It wasn't because of my hate raids. Vosh has, without evidence, also made multiple claims about hate raids, despite his own community getting clocked by the Reddit admins for excessive brigading.
Criticism or whatever. I mean, they're like the most brigady community in the universe. They kind of earned that for themselves, you know. Getting a lot of bans, so you guys need to fill in to replace the DGGers who brigaded and got banned. Okay, you have to...
Even though his own community got dinged by the Reddit admins for brigading mine. We were the brigaders in his eyes. To date, despite multiple claims of hate raiding, not a single content creator has produced a shred of evidence of any members of my community calling for or coordinating any sort of hate raid or brigades on other streamers. Even the hate raiders people point to tend to be zero-follower, newly created Twitter accounts, or Twitter accounts who only engage with me in a negative manner. Doxing. Doxing is a semi-informal concept on the internet that typically denotes someone publishing information about someone else online that the victim typically wishes to keep hidden, especially for purposes of harassment. The information may already be publicly available somewhere, but if one attempts to republish or amplify publicly available information or collect it on another platform, would typically still be considered doxing. A lot of people are mad at my spelling of doxing, and I don't give a fuck. A couple quick examples. Amy goes through John's old school website looking for information about his address. She finds it and posts it on Twitter, hoping it will scare him into deleting his account. This is a form of doxing, even if the information was publicly available prior. Steve sees that Jennifer says a racial slur in a TikTok video where none of her information is listed in her account. Steve is able to find out her identity and place of employment and adds her employer on Twitter to get her fired. This is a form of doxing. Steve has found Jennifer's personal information and is amplifying it on social media to cause harm. After witnessing a quarrel between Keffels and Chud Logic, Keffels' mod, Hunter Lyon, posts a picture of his face that he explicitly wishes to keep private on Twitter. He also pairs this with an unsubstantiated Grimmer allegation. This is a form of doxing, as Hunter Lyon's goal is to harm Chud by posting information he'd wish to keep private. And the allegations against me or my community? Keffels makes an ambiguous claim about who is doxing, but will clarify in other things that the harassment mostly comes from my community, or falsely claim my community has a large overlap with Kiwi Farms, a banned term in my chat so people can't link to threads. People online are actively attempting to dox my phone number and home address. I had to wake up my mom at 5 a.m. to go to deactivate her social media accounts. I'm okay, my family is safe. These people can't stand seeing trans people gain a platform and succeed. It drives them insane. I'm not letting them win.
Think you could use a vacation for the relentless harassment? There's literally no avoiding it. Like, you see it happens on Twitter, it happens on Twitch. Mostly from Destiny and Destiny's community. But other places as well, conservatives, Nazis, fascists. I don't know, they all sort of like amalgamate together. Genderqueers are basically in the same orbit. And after I got into a fight with Destiny, they found out about me. Because there's a lot of overlap between Destiny's community and that community. And for the last 3 months, basically every day, they have been sleuthing. They've been digging for everything they can to use against me. They document literally everything I do online. They doxed my mother. They doxed like half a dozen of my Twitch mods. It's fucking crazy. They haven't managed to actually dox me yet, though. I'm thankful for that. Like, yeah, my name's out there. I ran for fucking office. Of course it's out there. But my address is not out there. And I've been trying to just not talk about this shit. But then I found out today, more revenge porn shit started popping up. They found old videos from when I was working as a dominatrix.
I don't know if these people just don't know what revenge porn means or any of the terms they use also. She'll go on later to claim, I don't know if I mentioned this argument, she claims a lot about how people are leaking revenge porn of her. It's not revenge porn, it's porn that she posted online and then it ended up getting like re-brought up. That's not what revenge porn is. That's not what revenge porn means. Again, there's like, it's like the delegitimizing of every word. It's the accusations that don't make any sense. It's the misunderstanding of what any of these online harassment things even mean. Maybe because they don't have online harassment. A better example of revenge porn would be that one SRS subreddit integrating my dick pic into their CSS of their site. That would be an example of revenge porn.
And the porn shoots I did in my early 20s and when I was 18 were already leaked like 3 months ago. And there's not a lot I can do about it. But I just wanted to finally talk about it. And
falsely claim my community has a large overlap with Kiwi Farms, which is a banned term in my chat so people can't even link to threads, or falsely claim I'm getting stuff from Kiwi Farms. It's definitely a coincidence that whenever people are digging up about me, he ends up tweeting about me, not deranged behavior at all. Surely he's a great advocate for trans people by mocking childhood grooming victims. I'm so glad I have a team to manage my YouTube account because holy fuck the comments. I love how Destiny isn't a bad guy, can be in between death threats and telling me I'll never be a real woman. Predictably, other people jump in and allege that my community is behind it. She also makes false claims about revenge porn in this earlier clip, which doesn't make sense because porn you've released yourself on the internet is not revenge porn. I'm completely unsurprised that DGG has gone full Kiwi Farms about their daddy getting taken off Twitch. This is over 600 likes. At the time it was screenshotted. I don't know how much it has now, but this kind of shows you that, like, even if she's not mentioning my community by name, that's the impression that she's given everybody. And she's more or less said it in other clips too, so that's kind of what people think. These allegations echo to other parts of the internet and are generally well received. I don't know who took these screenshots. I'm not upvoting, downvoting shit, but... so this probably came from Vosh's community. Gruesome, from the community known for potential doxing, hate-rating streamer, Keffels being the best example, and as a result did some transphobia while claiming it isn't transphobia because he's been defending trans people for years, so this transphobia is okay. Downplayed a rape victim while their daddy did rape apologia. Cried about cracker while claiming N-word isn't a slur. Continuously defends Lauren Southern, who's still a fucking Nazi, and of course mocked the death of an innocent dog that had nothing to do with any of this other than being Hassan's dog. Oh, I could go on even more. Basically, every single claim here is either half true or fake. But that's dealt with in another section. But yeah, 73 upvotes in Vosh's community. Hassan's dog was not innocent, by the way. I'm just kidding. But even random chatters from other communities make the same claims, again, with no evidence. Oh, this is a crazy dude that was a Hutch fan. Destiny quite literally made a 25-minute video about me when I was a regular chatter a few years back, and his cockroaches doxed me, so this is a very good feeling. It's okay, it was bad in the moment, but now I like that I live rent-free in their heads and can piss them off with my existence. Keffels never seems to mention that she has accrued an impressively huge Kiwi Farms thread over 400 pages in a relatively short amount of time. Kiwi Farms is a community known for doxing, brigading, and other forms of targeted harassment. But for some reason, she always seems to blame my community and ignore that her Kiwi Farms thread got bigger than mine in like 1/20th of the time. I think in a couple months, her thread grew to over 400 pages. How the fuck do I get blamed for the Kiwi Farms thread on her? And by the way, well, no, never mind. Yeah. Like the idea that this is all coming from my community, when again, not a shred of evidence has ever been posted proving as much, is just ridiculous. No content creator has ever provided a single shred of evidence of any doxing happening in any part of my community, be it my chat rooms, my subreddit, or my Discord. Hateful remarks. Hateful generally implies you are making derogatory remarks towards someone, specifically in relation to some protected class. These remarks tend to be sexist, racist, or anti-LGBT in some manner. Many people make claims about me making hateful remarks, but virtually all of these are either half true or just entirely fabricated. Keffels has claimed, among other things, that I've made 41% jokes about her or other trans people, and she said the same about my community, implying I endorse it. Others seem to believe that I want to embrace 41% jokes. Destiny has made 41% jokes towards me, accused me of being a rapist, accused me of being a pedophile, and is now actively mocking me for being a childhood grooming victim. None of these things are true. I do not regret at all my role in getting him deplatformed from Twitch because he deserved worse. What's worse than getting your job? Did I need to be killed, tortured, castrated? I don't know what that means, but... When I engage with a content creator who doesn't like me and their replies are filled with people making 41% jokes, misgendering me, and mocking me for being trans, every trans person is aware of it. It doesn't even take an ounce of integrity to tell your audience it's wrong. We tell my audience it's wrong all the time. We ban people that make transphobic jokes. All of this was probably coming from Kiwi Farms. Oh, that last tweet had over 30,000 likes, true. I think the existence of Destiny creates a lot more transphobes, really. I mean, imagine encouraging and laughing at people for doxing her family, never done this, making 41% jokes to his audience so they bully her more, never did that, and then blame it on her. I blame her for the false accusations. Truly brain-dead logic. Let's also not forget that Destiny openly said he wants to do 41% jokes at Keffels. So yeah, Destiny is definitely a bigot in many directions. They'll probably say, it's a joke, bro. But all of his cozying up to white nationalists and making 41% jokes says otherwise. Never done it. Also, referencing Keffels' genitals to make multiple remarks fantasizing about how wealthy she must have been, Destiny laughs at a chatter that says it's comforting to think this person will kill themselves in 30 years. Destiny says it's tempting to embrace 41% jokes. The reality of what happened was that I misread a comment in chat, assuming the chatter was making a trans suicide joke, when the chatter was actually just making a neat suicide joke. I went on to say that, although it was tempting to embrace the 41% jokes, I'm trying to stay above board. I don't think I need to explain myself, but just in case, this was literally the day of my indefinite suspension from Twitch, a suspension that Keffels and others cheered on and even tried to take credit for. At this time, it was tempting to attack the people who were attempting to destroy me by any means possible. Despite this, I've held myself to a higher standard, and I resist the temptation.
Says.
So Nixon here made a joke, a neat joke. Destiny, take comfort in the fact that in 30 years, this person will probably Minecraft themselves. I read that much and assumed it was a transphobic joke, but it was a neat joke. Because their parents will no longer be around to care for them, and they will have to be an adult for once. Take comfort in the fact that in 30 years, this person will kill themselves. Jesus Christ.
Obama.
It's tempting to embrace the 41 jokes, but I'm trying to stay... I don't even know why at this point. I'm trying to stay above board.
You're the reason I started caring about politics.
Thanks, Dan.
Don't retire or you prove JLP right.
I've never made a 41% joke in my life. If anybody ever wants to link one, knock yourself out. Throw one at me. Many claim I make fun of trans people for attempting to commit suicide. With basic media literacy, you can understand the following. Destiny believes it's okay to make fun of suicidal folks if their attempts aren't real to him. Trans white women expressing suicidality aren't actually suicidal, and that he wants to make 41% jokes about trans women. This claim originates from me being skeptical about a suicide attempt and the afterwards behavior from Doe. She claimed in a published Word doc that she had upwards of 700 to 800 milligrams of diphenhydramine in our system, which is about 15 pills of Benadryl, well under the LD50, the dosage at which 50% of subjects will die, which is about 20 to 40 milligrams per kilogram of body weight. This was the wonderful Word doc that she published with all of her poetry and everything after she attempted to commit suicide. After her attempt, she immediately published some poetry, along with some vague posting about childhood trauma, and tweeted it to warm reception to all of her Twitter followers. The next day, she was immediately back to valiantly fighting with degenerates on Twitter over political and social causes. She continually made personal attacks against me in regards to my mental health and the bad drugs I was sold, sometimes even from behind a block. Up your meds, improve your diet, get off Twitter. Happy world awaits you, I promise. Like, bro, it's Thanksgiving, go spend time with your family. The fact that you feel inclined to say anything at all here is your own sickness. Seriously, instead of trying to rile up your audience, just go eat some fucking stuffing. I think that I blocked her here, and that's why she's using a picture. Check out the new J.O. Crystal. Me and my bros charged for like 40 hours straight, bro. I want to be clear, and I want to say something. Personally, I think that the drug jokes are funny. I'm not going to sit here and pearl clutch over it. My issue is when pearl clutchers make the jokes. Because if I make any joke related to almost any quality of any of these people, it's transphobic, it's hateful, it's evil, it's doxing, it's all the worst stuff in the world. If you want to make fun about me getting drugged and you think that's funny, that's fine. But like, if you're going to be at that level of making jokes, you have to be ready for me to joke about some things related to you without constantly calling me transphobic or something. I think that double standard is silly. Like, you're literally bringing up an attempted suicide because you got ratioed to your really good health, Steve. This person is so addicted they're spam quote tweeting me behind a block. Everyone cheering you on is validating unhealthy self-destructive behavior. I can't imagine how much your therapist rolls her eyes when you bring in another 40 tweets that triggered you for the week. Regardless, if you think my criticisms of Doe were well-founded or inappropriate, this is the only suicide attempt I've attacked the credibility of. It clearly had nothing to do with her being trans and everything to do with the ridiculous set of circumstances and the treatment surrounding this particular attempt. Also, I never initially directed any of these comments to Doe. These were comments that I made in my chat. If they were so harmful to Doe, why were people finding logs in my chat, screenshotting them, and then posting them all over Twitter when I already had Doe blocked? Wouldn't they be the ones causing her harm? People always claim that my community makes transphobic remarks, but they can never link or show long-standing members of my community or places that I have control over being transphobic. It's always random Twitter riffraff or people who follow me that I have no control over on other social media platforms. I have and will continue to mute anyone in my Twitter mentions making transphobic remarks, but it's impossible to control who hate follows me. Random harassment. Harassment comes in all shapes and sizes and is quite vague. Many erroneous claims about harassment nonetheless have been made about me or my community as well. Some of these are just random things. Charmhole, a random politics orbiter on Twitch, claims he has a clip of me assaulting him. This was just weird. He was like DMing people saying that I have a clip of Destiny assaulting me and violating TOS. That clip is literally just me in a chat room saying that I don't want him in the call because he's insane, and then asking Chud Logic to kick him out. Like, that's it. Hey, that's me? Wait, were you the guy he was DMing? Manja. Oh, nice. Vosh has claimed while speaking to Demon Mama with zero evidence that my community was absolutely DDoSing both of them.
Do you not have two monitors?
I do, but I'm capturing Discord right now because the site's getting DDoSed.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah,
Let me
that DDoSer is definitely somebody from Destiny's community. No denying it. Because they started DDoSing me after something happened with Destiny's community. And now my website is ironclad. And now they've jumped over to you literally right after a shared event between you and I. So that feels like one which was being watched by Destiny, by the way. So
yeah,
as an aside, all of our conversations have a lot of people watching. The idea that this is the only time my community has done like a cord. Oh, this was when they misconfigured Cloudflare and they DDoS themselves? Oh, was that true? I didn't even know that part, if that was the case.
Clips last night. That oh my god, he fucking hates my guts. Holy shit, he was just shit talking me the entire fucking time. Oh my god.
Destiny?
I didn't think I was. Yeah, Destiny was shit talking me the entire time, and in fact, this morning I woke up and DGG had like 3 posts making fun of me on the front page of the DGG subreddit.
Yeah, I'd say they're fairly obsessed with it.
They're fucking obsessed.
Vosh and others have claimed my community tried to pedo jacket, falsely state someone is a pedophile, Doe, again with no evidence. This is Vosh liking this tweet. The fact that DGG tried to pedo jacket Doe for months over nothing but are now celebrating this Mr. Girl freak show shows how deeply unserious they are. Again, with no evidence. I'm sorry, can I please just for once actually get proof of this? Destiny subreddit at the time, also Gammy. Yes, I can. Her name is RGR. RGR isn't DGG. This is like saying a certain religion of all, like, that's, yeah. I looked it up. The opposite is true, as often is the case. I'm sorry, but RGR's position is dog shit on this. It still doesn't deserve harassment. This is what was getting up. Nobody in my community sided with Riley on this argument. But I think I say that next. The sad thing about this conversation is that the truth is actually entirely the opposite, with both me and my community completely siding with Doe in the argument, despite my personal dislike of her. Not even dislike, I should say hatred. I think the thing that's most disappointing is that when the RGR Doe drama was happening, Destiny wasn't even streaming. If Destiny was afraid of shitting on RGR, he could have easily came back and just said, like, it's old drama, I'm bored of it, I want to play League or some shit. And up until that point, almost all of the sub was posting about how cringe RGR was in the debate and how she was obviously in the wrong. I didn't see anyone saying her position or the way she went about the conversation was good. The fact that Destiny chose to come back, do an entire stream on the drama, and almost entirely side with Doe's perspective, to then have people like Vosh and other idiots blatantly misrepresent the series of events and his community's perspective is so annoying. I wish someone that was a mutual like Hunter would talk to him about this, because at this point this is legitimately spreading really harmful misinformation and defamation. And then before Vosh goes, I have bad memory, I thought I remembered them doing this, I think we need to really start questioning whether or not Vosh's shitty memory precludes him from just having any take you can believe at face value that isn't pointing directly to an article that he just read. I'm really disappointed with VGG. I really liked Vosh, but I feel Vosh at the end of the day was a propagandist who cares little about honesty. We'll get to that. Extra funny claims from Merrick that Vosh's community is not sexist, even though she said the exact opposite before. A years-long member in VGG called me a Botox brain and was permabanned instantly. Destiny's chat called me retarded a lot and talked about how I'm not a worthwhile person but have nice tits, and it was just normal and everyone was cool with it. This was later when she was on her anti-Destiny binge. But what did she say closer to her conversation with Vosh? Why is this not?
And he didn't necessarily, he didn't agree with me on that, but that's okay. I thought we had a really pleasant conversation. It was totally fine.
Mm-hmm.
However, reading chat was, wow. I'd always felt comfortable. I'd always felt like I was a part of VGG. People were saying that I mean, I saw stuff that was like fucking Botox brain bitch. Like,
yeah,
people were talking about what a dumb woke scold I am. And I was just like totally shocked. When the video came out on his YouTube, someone was like, she's a fucking snake in the grass. You need to keep an eye on her. She's going to stab you in the back and turn on you at the first opportunity. And I was like, what the fuck? I was like, this is like my community. Like, what is this? And like a bunch of people were just, like people talking about how I'm retarded. Like, it was like, I was like, oh, but wow.
Especially after Vosh's J.K. Rowling fallout with more claims about mine, although she will never contact any mods of mine or provide proof to ban any of the sexist comments. It's also funny that Merrick claims to care about sexism when she had no qualms with sexism from Vosh, when he said that a woman who was wearing stockings and a skirt wanted to be sexually harassed, or when he called her a stupid fucking bitch, all while Merrick was in his chat.
Vosh, I don't care.
Shut up, bitch. Stupid fucking bitch. Sorry.
Merrick DeVille. I found this video a while back and just turned it off when she randomly went on this rant about you. Also, hi, Vosh. Claims by Josie that I am a constant source of transphobia and harassment, and would go on to say that I laugh at rape victims, claiming that there are inconsequential forms of rape.
But that is the only point I agree with. I think that Destiny is probably one of the most toxic humans that was on this platform and was a constant source of transphobia and harassment of trans content creators particularly. He was not great when it came to women's issues, including laughing at rape victims, saying things like there are things that are, there's such thing as inconsequential forms of rape.
right? Saying those exact words, brigading people. I've had to deal with personal friends that had mental health crises because of his large platform, and he brigaded people and put them having people, you know, do heinous things to those individuals. Twitch doesn't just only ban people.
None of those claims are true. That inconsequential form of rape is a horrendous misquotation of a conversation I had with Duncan Can't Die yesterday. This is like a really common one, right? Say that two people go to sleep, say that they're cuddling when they're sleeping. The guy wakes up, he's kind of got a boner, he starts like touching the woman a little bit. She's kind of like touching her back, she rubs her booty against him, and the guy starts fucking her. And then she wakes up more and she's like, I'm not into this, I don't want to do this actually. And they didn't talk about it beforehand. And she says like, hey, can you stop? And the guy's like, oh yeah, shit, sorry, I thought you were into it. And then they stop. In that case, I think you could say that like the guy raped the woman. That's what happened, you know? Going by his definition.
Oh, he absolutely did. That's rape.
Yeah.
And
but like, is this like
shouldn't do that?
Yeah, I agree. You shouldn't do that. But is this like he needs to go to prison and this is a horrible, absolute?
I think he needs to be punished. Yeah, I think if somebody does that, they need to be punished, and we should teach people not to fucking do that. Like what?
I think that sexual situations are a little bit more complicated than just saying like that's the example of a person that needs to be punished.
I don't think that one is that complex. I don't think that if that's the best hypothetical you can give of like a rape situation that isn't bad, but a woman is asleep and you decide to fuck them, like. If you're in a long-term relationship and you've had sex before, it's a bit more nuanced. But even then, like, she probably wouldn't call it rape. She'd be like, hey, don't do that. Like, it depends on the impact on the person. If it's just a girl that you've gone to bed with, but you've never slept with before, you know, you're cuddling.
No, hold on. Obviously, I'm talking about somebody you have an ongoing. I'm not saying that this is like a random girl that you're like just happen to be in bed with. Of course, I'm saying.
So wait,
like,
is marital rape not bad then? Do you think marital rape should be legal? Like,
so in this conversation, I uttered the phrase, well, in that case, it seems like there's some inconsequential forms of rape. If you're talking about a situation like this, it doesn't seem like this rises to the same level as like drugging people or pressuring people or whatever. But now some people like Josie will take that quote and go, oh, Destiny believes that rape is inconsequential. She would also falsely claim here that Demon Mama doesn't use a site based on my website's original code, a false claim also stated by MX Vivian Wolf and Keffels.
Sure, Demon Mama and her
Like, doesn't Demon Mama use
she's had to deal with
open
mental health
source code for her website created for Destiny?
Wait.
That is not true.
Wait. I'm gonna. Hey.
These are all of the people that use clones of my old code base right now. This is a false claim that's also stated by MX Vivian and Keffels twice. Vivian said this, not really Destiny's code, it was mostly open source. I don't know what they think that means. If it was just like a random like bunch of people that made this.
And Elor to read through my old licenses to see if I can start sending cease and desist to people who use my site for commercial purposes. Okay, but I'm not using his fucking site. The site has nothing to do with his site, and also it's fucking open source.
The site is a derivative of my early code base for my website.
He can fucking die mad. I don't care. Like, you put out, like, imagine putting out open source software and then getting mad and bitter about it because people you don't like use the open source.
Wait, so did I or did I not? Wait, did I not put out the open? Is it mine or is it not?
Software.
You can see when you go to her site, like, it is obviously a clone of mine. Probably the same, it absolutely is. It's the same chat, same layout, same fundamental code. It was all a fork from a very early repo that we did. I've closed it since then, but obviously it doesn't keep all these people from using it. But yeah, I mean, like, this is, I mean, it's, yeah. I think she utters this claim again.
I'm a dev, open source, it's a completely different code. It has nothing to do with his site. It does not matter. It's a completely different fucking code. Unfortunately, he does not have a monopoly on something that he has nothing to do with. I'm a dev, open source, it's a
random statements. I'm not even sure how to classify these statements. Just random, baseless, bizarre things that people believe about me. I've generally seen it alleged that I go to paid events for fascist propaganda. I generally don't get paid for the events I go to, and certainly not the one referenced. Oh, the people who made careers of debating fascists were only able to do that becoming a part of right-wing media. They don't fight fascism. When they aren't persecuting marginalized people online, they appear on right-wing shows and paid events as foils for fascist propaganda. I don't get paid for going to the Better Discourse events. Hassan's community claimed during the Our Place event that my community was botting the event. This is just like, I don't even know why I included this. It was funny because his whole community was claiming that we were botting and that's why we had such a big presence. But then when Reddit started banning for bots, a whole bunch of people in Hassan's community got banned. They were also linking in their subreddit, like how to bot. I think this is how to bot, but I have not vetted the code, so I don't know, trust it or don't. Also definitely read the comments. This is them trying to show their community members how to bot. This is them getting banned. I got a 138,000 hour ban for trying to rebuild. I know we shouldn't body shame, but this is really tiny dick behavior. This is them, I think, trying to spam report my stream for the dog. It just, yeah. Could we technically mass report Destiny's subreddit for organizing a hate raid? But that was K911. 3/5 of the way done. We're gonna take a quick break, bathroom break, food break, and then we're moving on to the next part. Ian. Be right back, one moment. Wow. Are we ready? This book or chapter is called Ian. Everything about my stream would be significantly worse if it weren't for the tireless dedication of the people who work for and with me. In no particular order, RTBA, the bear, security, moderation, and a million other things. Cake, master website maintainer, and chief puts out fires guy. Jader Vernanda, a mysterious, the actual developer guy. Linus Red, the other actual developer, chatbot maintainer. Forethought, chief subreddit janitor. Ninu, email manager, master unbanner, and merch deliverer. August, actual YouTube editor, God on Earth. Lemmy Winks and Ken Dolly, the old guard, Twitch mods. Auntie, George, Mike Com, Free, Andrea, Polecat, Not Diced, Bogboy, Amelie, and Zolus. And there's probably more too that I missed too for my thankless Discord moderators. And Cinza and Stanpet, the two who originally, really for no compensation, originally built out Destiny GG, got the whole project and chat started back in 2013. The VQ. The world is in a greater peril from those who tolerate or encourage evil than from those who actually commit it. Good friend of the stream, Albert Einstein, referencing an interview he was summarizing of Pablo Casals. Et tu, Brute? We've already gone over the insertion of Ian Kaczynski, currently known as Vosh, formerly known as Irish Laddie, into the YouTube and Twitch sphere. In this section, I want to focus on how Ian chooses to operate in this space, and how the intentional mischaracterizations he makes of me are ultimately harmful to both me and the work that I do. While I repeatedly get characterized as being obsessed by both him and his community, Ian is easily the most prevalent puppet master of this narrative. There's nothing obsessive about covering some of the most popular political figures in this space making commentary about hot topic political issues. The only goal of framing criticisms in this light is to escape any and all responsibility for the things one says and give oneself a pass to endlessly attack the people covering you. It would be impossible for any mainstream figure like Sean Hannity or Tucker Carlson to start claiming that rival pundits are obsessive stalkers, and this situation is no different. Ian has always been someone who's been an extremist in his political ideals, even back in 2012, claiming that we ought to sacrifice intellectual honesty for the purpose of the progressive movement. I think
it would be detrimental in the sense that you wouldn't get the same frenzy, blind, anti-intellectual mob mentality following you, but it wouldn't be detrimental in serving a greater intellectual purpose to mankind, I think, in my opinion.
And that's your opinion. And look, ideologically, I would like nothing more than for us to be able to frankly and candidly discuss all issues with nothing more than the sincerest of intellectual honesty. The only problem is, and I said the same thing about discussing differences about races and gender, so this is something we're going to have to agree to disagree with. Okay. Sometimes, if intellectual honesty is the cost of a successful improvement of the state of humanity, then sometimes that just has to be made. And
he's also caused some conservative members of my community, namely XKillsMe, to leave after making multiple overtures advocating violence against conservatives. This is stuff that he said, I think, on stream and in my
I think this is actually a pretty astute comparison. I'm a leftist. I'm a communist. I believe that the property rights of the wealthy should not be respected. I feel that their assets should be seized from them and that many of them should be executed for crimes against the workers of this country. That, if I go up on stage and I express these views...
Just to be clear, that's a pretty hardline communist stance. I don't
ideology.
I know you're a capitalist. Well, you know, I have an interesting mention from you where you say that I have all of the bullet attracting characteristics of a human, Do you remember saying that about me?
Yes, I stand by.
To be clear, yeah. So to be clear, chat, Irish Laddie has basically said he would give me the bullet in his real world. So while he's here whining about me dialoguing treating him, we're coming into this with him basically saying he would kill me under his political system.
Okay,
so,
okay. All right, okay. For one, I didn't say I would do it. I'm lazy, okay? Let's not assign that responsibility to me. But would you be killed generally? Ooh, I don't know. You make a solid case every time you open your mouth. Yeah, I'm not ashamed of that statement at all.
Right, but just working every day and you have me killed and other people like me. So
whoa. Okay, like for real, you realize, like, memes aside, you aren't in the demographic that would be like killed, right? You do realize that.
Damn, you're not enough of a capitalist.
Yeah, no. You told me. I mean, I hope.
Yeah, no. Like, I keep saying this. I don't know why. For you, excuse me, it would be a matter of pleasure. But for other people,
why do you keep joking like that when he keeps railing you for it? Has anyone here ever actually wanted to, do a terrorism against groups like that? No meme. Not going to elaborate anything. I don't know, I just wish neo-Nazis were more scared for their life. Maybe just a backpack left at a rally. A classic. It'd only take one bombing to throw the entire alt-right into chaos. Can you imagine TD and 8chan? If a Nazi rally was bombed, holy fuck. The salt alone would ethically justify the deaths of many people. Thank you, Jen. And I mean, hopefully the culprit wouldn't be found. God, I can't believe Nazis can just congregate and nobody's doing anything drastic. A few hundred dudes in a crowd chanting blood and soil, a single bomb or a well-timed burst of rifle fire could really make racists afraid again, remind them that they're alone and in peril. Keep in mind, in the United States of America, you do have a First Amendment right, even if you are a Nazi, to go and march up and down whatever streets you want. It used to be a right that we cherished in this country. Also, the scary thing about comments like this are, I'm pretty sure my community would count as a Nazi community, so I don't know if they'd want to ban like a Destiny GG meetup, but hey, it is what it is. Vosh has flirted with the idea of being more or less radical over time, but for the most part, he's always been considered significantly to the left of me. Ian was a highly active member of my community and has stated multiple times that he'd watched every video and debate I'd done. Twitter, because lefties like to jerk themselves off over shit that I say about workers or whatever.
Embarrassing as it is to admit, I have watched every single YouTube video that has been produced by your editor over the past 2 years.
In March of 2019, it had been brought to my attention by a few individuals that Ian was engaging in some form of long-term sexual pressuring of an 18-year-old woman in my community. As my fan base was currently undergoing a fairly radical schism at the time, I had to figure out a way to handle the situation that didn't make it look as though I was only punishing Ian for being a leftist. I decided to do a public reading of the logs, first to my community, to see what the general reaction would be to the behavior before revealing the culprit. His behavior was almost universally condemned, and it was only once I revealed who the accused was that some members of my community changed their mind and said I was being too harsh. This is where the classic, as I'm reading the logs, this is Train, Omega lol, Pepe laugh. This has to be Train. Please don't flirt with me. Yikes, lol. Nathan, yikes. Wee you. And then finds out it's Irish Laddie. Yikes, Destiny. Why leak this shit? Fuck you. I have a clean as fuck record. Destiny's pretending like he doesn't do anything, so he just leaks shit. What the fuck? Destiny, you're gonna say all this shit and call someone out on a stream and not give a friend a chance to defend himself? This seems vindictive as fuck. He says you posted misinformation. Regardless, the die had been cast. I brought Ian into Discord to have a conversation about what had transpired, but ultimately was forced to kick him from my Discord server for some time to protect members of my community. The entirety of their Discord DMs can be found here, and then this is a link in our archive to all of their conversations. You can go and do that in your own time. I'm not. Ian was incredibly upset at Poppy post-accusation, even though he had continued to harass her after his apology, and made references to either silencing her by attacking her in Discord, smearing and attacking her with his Discord community, or about how she was a disgusting human being who never needed an apology, who needed to be reduced to a sobbing mess. This is Poppy talking about how even after the apology, he would still make weird comments and attack her. I won't read this whole thing. This is Vosh signaling to his Discord, should I at Poppy and DGG and tell her I'm onto her shit? Maybe I can scare her into shutting her up. This is Poppy complaining about how even once he was blocked, after I blocked him for trying to groom me when I was going through a traumatic experience as an autistic young person, he told me he wanted to prolapse my anus and rape me for months on end. He did not stop until mods got involved, never apologized.
Really nasty.
And then this is a video.
Really nasty stuff. Nasty Bonnell.
But that's the gist of it. Poppy is not worth apologizing to. She is barely worth the fucking intrinsic human rights to which all human beings are endowed, okay? She is a disgusting human being. And that doesn't mean what I did wasn't wrong. It does mean I will never apologize to her. But I would love to have her on stream sometime, because she is a nervous, anxious, neurotic liar, and it would be really, really easy to reduce her to a sobbing mess publicly. Would this make me look better in the public eye? No, it would make me look worse. But it would be very satisfying.
Poppy has posted as recently as a year ago a summary of most of what happened and the fallout she experienced afterwards. And then this is like a summary of basically everything that happened. Basically, she was having a lot of trouble in her life, was relatively asexual. Vosh or Ian would continue to make like pretty aggressive sexual comments towards her, even after she pretty explicitly said that she didn't want it anymore. And then once they had a falling out, he basically harassed the fuck out of her in my Discord, and then kind of sicked his fans on her to harass her as well. But once banished from my community, Ian began to grow in his own right as a YouTuber. He also rebranded from Irish Laddie to Vosh in order to escape the stigma of his prior misconduct allegations and continue to produce video and debate content across YouTube and Twitch. We would go on to have a friendly rivalry for the next few years through conversation and debate, with me privating the allegation video so as not to destroy his fledgling career, though it wouldn't be without a couple notable road bumps. One of the worst of these was during the Rittenhouse debate saga, where he stood idly by as his girlfriend, roommate, and community tried to get me banned with a 16-second misinterpretation of what I'd stated during a debate about rioting and defense of property. So this is Vosh saying like, oh, you guys can do what you want, just don't advocate for reporting in my Discord. Stop, do what you want with your reports, but don't allude to or encourage mass reporting in the Discord. This is his girlfriend, I think at the time. Unironically, reporting the stream might be a good idea. Reporting him in this situation might actually be a good idea. He's like saying people deserve to die. This was Conyer and then Xander Hall amplifying and trying to signal boost the fuck out of this video that probably got over like 1 million views. This was one of his subreddit mods, report his ass. I don't care how you feel about Destiny. This is fucking reprehensible and objectively worse than anything the likes of even Nick Fuentes or Tucker Carlson would feel comfortable saying. His community had multiple threads calling me a white nationalist or a stochastic terrorist, with Ian liking multiple tweets stating the same. This was a big thread about Destiny's painting all protests with a wide brush. This is irresponsible rhetoric and starting to slip into conservative talking points. How long till someone sees this video and goes on a shooting spree against BLM? Go look at his sub. All of his fans are calling the shooter innocent and treating him like a hero. We need to stop engaging with Destiny. His takes will only continue to get more nuclear when we respond to him in this way. Easy to say as someone who had functionally 0% respect of his, having his life put in jeopardy. White moderate check, conflating protest with rioters check, demanding so yeah, just this is a whole effort post. Destiny is committing stochastic terrorism. Just yeah. These are tweets that Vosh is liking about cut a liberal and a fascist bleeds. All it took was Conyer, I think was his roommate. All it took was black people showing black people in the streets and willing to burn shit down for Steve to start really showing his ass. I've consistently been the left's resident of Destiny politics, but holy shit, are you fucking kidding me? Post-Rittenhouse, I decided it was no longer sufficient to be correct, but rather I had to engage in some optical and rhetorical considerations, so actors like Ian weren't able to come out of arguments looking good while being so incorrect in their analysis. Ian decided to stop interacting with me after I became aware of this, leading to 2 disastrous conversations where he advocated that socialists didn't have to live their principles, and a heated screaming match where he claimed that Bush and Scalia were fascists.
There's something particular about socialism and about Hassan and
this is like a whole conversation on, I don't even know if I could clip this, but about how basically if you're a socialist, you don't have to do anything different than a capitalist when living your values.
I'd be happy to come back with a lot more arguments because this is stuff that I have.
And then this is Vosh arguing that I think it was Scalia and Bush were fascists. This panel was unhinged.
Remember from podcasts that I've listened to and articles that I've read and conversations that I've had. With Bush, I think the argument is a lot more direct, and it's obviously something I remember a little bit more directly. I think that Bush, the obvious ones, the straightforward ones, are obviously the 2020 election and the extent to which it was not fairly earned, in my opinion. The broader ones, though, are the...
This was him arguing that George W. Bush and Antonin Scalia were fascists. Once he started to elicit critical responses from his own community, he decided it was no longer worth engaging with me and would continue to invent new excuses to avoid doing so indefinitely onwards. So his community even started to realize that like he was getting a little bit unhinged. Good faith criticism of Vosh's performance in last night's Prime panel. This had to do with him being a little crazy, saying everybody is a fascist. I genuinely think this was probably the worst performance I've seen from Vosh. At least with the first Sargon debate, the only issue is that he got mad and was optically ineffective. Even his community understands the optics obsession. Here, not only did he get mad and optically ineffective, his argument, at least when Pepe La D, that's me, joined, were subpar. Some pretty yikesy takes like Scalia is a fascist. And then this was him talking to Irrelevant about the socialists don't have to live their value or whatever, but yeah. The Vosh identity. Ian initially started out as a more left version of me. Edgy, debate lord, logic and fact-pilled, but ardently socialist and anti-capitalist. In 2019, he did very well absorbing the fallout from the beginning of my anti-lefty arc, but eventually realized, with the decay of BreadTube, that it wasn't enough to simply rely on absorbing Destiny anti-fans. Due to Ian's extremist, violent, and anti-establishment rhetoric, he could really only draw fans from other extremist circles on the internet. However, Ian also had an interesting predicament in that, like me, he found himself at odds with many in the far left as well, and became increasingly unwilling to debate or even engage with the far right. In January of 2022, Vosh began to feud aggressively with Luna Oi, Non-Compete, FD Signifier, Professor Flowers, and Thought Slime. All of these were large,
hypothetical
left-leaning content creators that he's fighting with. For a while, Ian sought to forge a friendship with Hassan. Due to Hassan's fallout with me, however, Hassan was looking to disengage with the debate side of the internet and network hard with more normal streamers so he could grow his fan base, off of. Hassan also prescribes to a similar view Ian does of not platforming smaller content creators, so Ian had no chance of linking up. For years, Ian was incredibly critical of Hassan, even wanting to take his place. Cargo Boy, fuck that. I'm going to be the dragon who takes Hassan's place. I strongly disavow Hassan's perspective on tankies. I need to grow stronger before I can publicly criticize people like Hassan. I actually am dieting right now. Looking better will help my appeal. It works for Hassan. All I care about is growing. Is it weird for me to think it's weird Hassan doesn't follow me on Twitter? FYI, remember the Hassan editor drama? I was the person who encouraged Hassan's would-be editor to make public his exploitation. I do hope I'm able to eclipse Hassan. I'm growing rapidly. Hassan should pay his editor guy more. My problem with Hassan is that he's the biggest leftist streamer, and I want to be that. For years, Ian was incredibly critical of Hassan, even wanting to take his place. But when setting his sights on further stream growth, he eventually tried to gear himself up to be more palatable to larger streamers, even admitting as much when doing a large charity stream in May of 2021.
You know, I really hope that this big live stream, the charity, the positivity, all of it, I hope that it encourages some people who are on the fence about me to be more open to working with me in the future. Working with me, I mean, you know, speaking amicably. That would be nice, I think.
By January of 2022, Ian switched to maximum simp mode, trying to get on Hassan's good side. Eventually, he would realize this was futile, as Hassan simply had no desire to engage, and would return to being critical of him and his fan base.
Spies, people that want to like constantly fucking, I want to debate. I think the only way to figure out who has the best ideas is by like testing the intellectual metal. It's like, dude, that's fine. There's a space for that. STEM lords love that shit. Okay, that's how Ben Shapiro made his like living, right, for many years. And I like having someone like that on the left so that they can, you know, take all the debate guys. Because I fucking despise it. Like, I think it's really annoying. It's kind of like how I used to love Tulsi Gabbard because, like, all the cranks would go and, like...
Hard hat being here.
And then this was Vosh's interpretation of that.
I want to debate, like, is this woman...
Oh, by the way, in case you guys are wondering, this is me inferring or whatever, but, like, people bitch about Hassan in my community. I'm pretty sure this is Hassan actually, like, covering for me. The real reason why Hassan, like, doesn't do collab shit with me is because my optics are terrible and would incur, like, a fuck ton of hate on his part. Him saying, oh, it's because his debate bro community would be annoying to deal with is actually a way of covering for me. Because the inevitable follow-up to him saying, Vosh's optics are so bad it's difficult to even think about talking with him, is to explain why my optics are bad. And every time that comes up, it's a 20-minute conversation about every cancellation I've ever had. So keep in mind, like, you guys are being used. I'm pretty sure you guys are being used as a shield to prevent criticizing me, which I actually think is rather courteous of him. So yeah, I don't have anything to complain about here. Aren't you both equally controversial? Not even close.
Syrian or not? I think that's.
January of 2022, he switched to simp mode, didn't work, blah, blah, blah. In March of 2022, Ian had another massive falling out with the leftist and video essayist community. This time after a fight with Cat Black, ContraPoints, and Noah Sampson. This, combined with viral tweets with J.K. Rowling losing him thousands of subscribers on his YouTube, Ian decided to totally isolate himself in his community, eschewing debate, eschewing? Fuck, I don't remember what I said. Debate or challenging engagement, and instead focusing on ratcheting up the extremist rhetoric and exclusively covering YouTube videos and social issues on stream. He would go on to call this, in April of 2022, the Fortress Arc. I think it's eschewing.
The way to defeat bad ideas is exposure, argument, and persuasion? No, idiot. The way...
Oh, this is in mid-2020. Oh, there's a better clip for this. This is in mid-2020 talking about him wanting to... Oh, no, wait. Oh, shit. Maybe this just... Sorry. Let's just watch. There's a lot of clips.
The way to defeat bad ideas is exposure, argument, and persuasion? No, idiot. The way to defeat ideas is power. You seize control of institutions, you do everything within your legal and moral right to destroy the ability for them to disseminate their ideas, you excise them from society, you make intolerant their perspectives, and then you obfuscate any granules of truth they're able to get out. I'm sorry.
The idea in this case is someone mounting any defense for Destiny. Here's how he'll go about squashing that in his community.
But anyway, they'll pull out any rhetorical technique. Which brings me to my subreddit. The purges will continue. 100%. DGGers, in terms of their willingness to raid, and in terms of their moral, what would I say? Moral capacity, their moral standing, are, as far as I'm concerned, like, on board with, like, alt-right raids, and I just don't care. You can look over at, like, Destiny's subreddit, and there are people over there, like, they literally act like Kiwi farmers. That's not a joke. You're free to go and look at Destiny's subreddit. They just act like Kiwi farmers. You can compare. They don't use slurs the way Kiwi farmers do, sometimes, but in terms of their behavior and their seeming, like, adherence to reality, they're pretty much on board with that. So, yeah, the bans will continue, like, pretty much all the time.
Make it tolerant their ideas.
Last thing. Reminds me of Gamergate. Back in 2014, Gamergate, big bad stuff. And during Gamergate, like 95% of the well-intentioned skeptic community, like 95% of Gamergate was full of like well-intentioned people who just wanted to defend, journalistic rights and like games journalism ethics and what have you. And there was the 5% who were like psychotic doxers. This was the case every time. Basically, the psychotic doxers would go to like feminist YouTubers and like dox them, leak all their shit, harass them, death threats, rape threats, everything, And then when those victims complained about it, the 95%, the concerned trolls, knowing or unknowing, would come in and they would be like, how can you paint all of us Gamergaters as psychotic doxers? I don't stand with that person, but they all watch the same content creators. So they do. And they all do the same thing, and they play the same game. This is Destiny. This is Destiny's fans. I don't care whether you're one of the psychotic Destiny fans or not, at all. I don't care. You all play defense. You're psychotic. Destiny is psychotic. Do whatever you like. Next topic.
Doesn't matter to Vosh. You are a psychotic doxer or not, being a fan of Destiny is intolerable in all cases because you're supporting that behavior. 4, obfuscate any granules of truth they're able to get out.
The issue with Destiny is that, like, speaking frankly, if you distill it down to its truth, Destiny argues to feel smarter than other people. Every position that he holds is a product of his desire to satiate an emotional need to feel smarter than other people. That is absolutely the case, and he has essentially admitted this on stream before. That's what happens when you are primarily interested.
I don't know if I have to say this or not, but I've never said on stream that I argue to feel smarter than people, by the way.
In the pursuit of the truth, which, by the way, pursuit of the truth means pursuit of what you think is true, and you're primarily self-interested, and you argue in favor of self-interest. All this adds together to mean that he doesn't argue for trans rights because he believes in trans rights. He argues for trans rights because those positions, when held, are the easiest ones to defend. They give him the greatest rhetorical and intellectual advantage against the people he argues against. But having pro-trans positions is not the same thing as being pro-trans. Usually they are. For most people, that is the case. But it's possible to be Destiny, a person who argues in favor of most pro-trans positions, and then to spend a ton of time on Twitter quote tweeting tiny trans accounts, accusing them of being groomers, accusing them of being pedophiles, accusing them of being sex pests, making fun of trans people's suicide attempts.
We'll get into this, but almost every one of these claims is half true or fake.
Going on a Twitter rant in which he defends continuing to make fun of people's suicide attempts, it's possible to be pro-trans position, but still transphobic.
If you defend Destiny because of his support of social issues, Vosh will obfuscate Destiny's position to say that he doesn't really care about it, but we'll get into this later. I don't need all this now. In March, I was indefinitely suspended from Twitch. After some time not appealing his ban on Twitch for the Cracker arc, Ian, sensing an opportunity, that very same day applied for an unban from Twitch, and then made excuses to go back onto panels again, unchallenged, perhaps with the goal of trying to peel viewers off of my old colleagues.
He still wouldn't have me on. How is that defending him? Why was Hassan unbanned? I haven't even submitted my ban appeal. Is it a perm ban from Twitch? It's an indefinite ban. I don't think he was implying that much spite as people said. I don't know why people got so hung up about it. Herman? I don't know what Pee Wee Herman actually is. I don't actually know what that refers to. Will I ever get unbanned from Twitch? Maybe one day I'll submit an appeal. You know? Did you mention the new emote? Oh yeah,
And then on the day that I was banned.
But you've not appealed? No. I appealed last night just because I wanted to find out if Destiny getting permit from Twitch was some kind of like Full Metal Alchemist equivalent exchange thing where like I could somehow wrest myself from the ban through the power of his ban, you know, like to see if there's some sort of universal constant that I can exploit to get back on the platform. But I thought you didn't want to do panels. Well,
I thought you didn't want to do panels, but now that I'm banned,
I generally don't. However, Dylan Burns is like live covering stuff from Poland, like talking to refugees and shit. Like that's pretty awesome. I feel like that deserves recognition, you know? He's a liberal.
Oh, and then example of now that he goes on panels unchallenged, he can say insane shit. This is Vosh calling someone a liberal as a derogatory term because when asked why or what liberal meant, he changed his mind to fascist and admits he avoided it because people make fun of him.
So it doesn't really matter.
To be fair, Wildman was here for.
He's
well,
a
he was
liberal.
on Twitch before.
What's wrong with liberals?
I
who's a
don't-
liberal?
I don't know.
Who are you? Who are you?
Wildman.
Oh, why are you calling him a liberal? Why do you think he's a liberal?
There are a couple of reasons. I mean, he's certainly not a socialist.
What's a liberal?
A liberal is a person whose economic and social ideology derives from liberalism, or
No,
pointedly
don't
the
use
Enlightenment.
liberalism in the I'm sorry.
Liberalism, the broader, Enlightenment philosophies, it tends to be associated with things like, okay, fine, you found me out. I don't actually think he's a liberal. Honest to God, I think he's probably closer to a fascist. I don't think that he embraces liberal values. I was just using the term liberal. I was just using the term liberal because I always call people fascists, and I get made fun of for it, even though I can substantiate it most of the time. So in that case, I decided to go with liberal. But no, I think he's probably a fascist, yeah.
My treatment of Ian. Before I get too far into how Ian treats me, I'd like to establish something for how I deal with people I lack respect for. I might personally attack or show disdain towards someone who has wronged me, but I will always give them credit for making good arguments, and I will try to be fair when they get involved in situations with others. This has resulted in me siding with and supporting arguments for several individuals over the years that I'd had long-standing public feuds with. Later on, we'll look at how Ian claims I'm spite-driven and dishonest when dealing with him, but before we look at his claims, let's take a look at how I actually treat him. 1. I almost always show the full video of whatever Ian is saying so that he has a chance to explain the entire context of whatever topic he's discussing. I almost never rely on second-hand characterizations of things he said, those tend to be warped, whether intentionally or not. 2, I was willing to mute my stream to have conversations with him while he was banned from Twitch.
Are you gonna wait? I don't want to be responsible for you getting banned.
I'm not banned. I'm muted. We didn't talk.
3, I deleted the Poppy sexual allegation videos from my channel so his fledgling YouTube career wasn't besmirched with such damaging allegations early on. I would defend him relating to Poppy multiple times later on.
I don't want to know they exist anymore. You just don't want to know they exist. They talk a lot of shit about Vaush also in Destiny's community. Yeah, because Destiny doesn't like him, and he has gone out of his way to humiliate Vaush on his stream too.
I'm pretty sure I'm one of the few people in my community that defends Vash. I'll say it again for the 7th trillionth time. I don't think he should be canceled forever. I don't think he raped anybody. Like, I'm totally cool with him, like, acknowledging what he did, and I said I'd unban him in a month or two. Like, I'm pretty sure I've said this like a million fucking times. I'll say it again, I guess, but okay. go for it. People bring up Vash's past on like a weekly basis. Yeah, I mean, I stopped that shit after a month. I didn't care anymore. After like a week or two even, fuck. Irish said he's planning to get unbanned in 2 weeks. If he gets unbanned, would you let him come back? Yeah, sure, I don't mind talking to Irish. He's a good conversational partner. Have you seen Irish Laddie's tanks on tankies? Honest to God, I think Irish Laddie might be the only leftist I've seen that's actually disavowed tankies. Honestly, that might actually be the case. Like, he actually disavows the fuck out of tankies. I don't know if I've ever seen another lefty that does that. Vosh did too? No, that's what I'm saying. Vosh is Irish Laddie, sorry. Isn't Contra doing that now? Well, Contra is, but I don't think Contra's ever presented herself as like a socialist or commie. But like all the other lefty people, like Non-Compete and Hassan and Michael Brooks and all those people, like those guys harbor the fuck out of like tankies and like USSR apology and shit. Any thoughts on how Vosh handled his interview with Jesse Peterson? It seemed to be okay. I think, did we watch all of it or just most of it? I don't remember, but it seemed to be fine based on what I saw. Did a pretty good job. I would like Vosh if every time I think of him, I didn't think of the whole harassment thing. I mean, people fuck up and do stupid shit. I mean, I don't know. What are you gonna do? I've done stupid shit. If you don't like Vosh, like, you probably shouldn't like me, because I've done a lot of dumb shit in the past too, so.
I've defended and advertised Ian's good faith multiple times to my community, even after the Poppy drama. But I'm guessing it refers to the bingo card that this guy was saying earlier. How, like, before I go into a debate with somebody, I already have a bingo card for everything they're going to say. Like, I'm going to check off all the boxes. Like, I already know how to respond to all of the whatever, because I have my own hit pieces and everything prepared. Like, it's super, super, super weird. And it makes me feel like, it's really uncomfortable. And it's, like, it's super rare. This is actually one of the reasons, like, it's funny because, like, the one, who was the pedophile guy? I don't know if he was a pedophile. Amos Yee? That guy. Him.
Spoiler alert, he was.
And, like, one other person. Irish Laddie, believe it or not, are like, these are like some of the few people that I've had a conversation with, and I felt like they were actually engaging with what I was saying, rather than they had like memorized scripts, and they were just kind of like running it down. Like, it was super. Vegan Gains actually was okay as well. Vegan Gains was good too, even if I disagree with them. But yeah, it's really hard to find people that can actually like engage in a conversation that's two-way, where they're not just like dictating to you some like memorized speech or whatever. I ironically even worried about him turning into YouTube Vosh in one of these clips where I was defending him.
Yeah, it sucks to say, but I think Vosh is probably one of the best good faith interlocutors I've ever had. Although, to be fair, this is hard to say, and I don't want to disparage Vosh because I just don't know. But like, it seems like people are really good faith when they're like guests of the Destiny stream, but then sometimes when they spin off and do their own thing, I start to wonder a little bit more. Like when Rem was on my stream, I feel like Rem was always like pretty good faith. But then some of the things he's been involved in like recently, it kind of made me wonder, like, well, hold on, like, wait, is this like an issue I should care about? Or are we literally just like farming over like heck W's on Twitter? Like, what the fuck? I'm not sure. I hope that like Vosh like isn't like, if I talk to Vosh again, I hope he's not like YouTube Vosh instead of like the one that I remember talking to before that could have like good conversations and shit. He's never given me a reason to believe that he would be like significantly different or fucked up, which is good, so, but yeah, I guess.
Despite being friends with Bastia and feuding quite viciously with Ian, I cast the third and deciding vote in his favor in the hippy-dippy debate because I genuinely thought he did a better job.
And the last vote is from celebrity guest judge Destiny for Vosh, giving it 2.
He laughed early because he thought I was going to vote against him because he thought I was as spiteful as he is.
2-1 for Vosh, making Vosh the hippy-dippy champion, Destiny being the tie-breaking.
Wait, I was a tie. Oh God, Vosh is gonna, or Bastia's gonna hate me. Fuck.
Congratulations.
Well, yeah, you know, I saw the twist coming the whole time, frankly. Wait, in all seriousness,
Despite being friends with Riley, I took his and Doe's side in the RGR/Doe debate.
Good evening.
Hello, can you hear me?
Uh-oh. Yeah, I can hear you just fine. So, the debate was between you and Doe. I don't want to rehash its entirety here.
Oh, this is just the start of this, but I ended up taking his side and Doe's side, despite the fact that I hate both of them. I think they made better arguments. I gave Ian a lot of credit in his debate with Demon Mama, even after Rittenhouse and after him calling me spiteful and obsessively hateful. Vosh has been so kind and so generous to Demon Mama. He's been so charitable. He's boosted her, given her a huge... This is March 15th of this year. Platform, brings her on, they're chummy pals, he's like ultra charitable, even in their disagreements. And even though he's done all of this, now he's getting pissed off. He's like, because what he wants to say is like, dude, shut the fuck up. Like, I'm treating you with kid gloves. Why the fuck are you raging at me right now? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Are you trying to gaslight me?
I sided with Eon against Chaos's Mel, even though he was a bit hot-headed.
Framework is
I don't know if
ideological.
I
You're
make a
asking
comment
me
at the
for
beginning here.
pragmatic ways of disassembling.
That's not what Mel is saying at all. Oh my god. Dude, Vosh is so fucking mad at this conversation.
He
He's
is
just
mad.
going full steam ahead. Oh no. Wacky debaters.
You've never talked to me. You have never.
All right, muted.
Oh my god. He was so bad. I did ultimately side with him in the debate, though. Then again, Chaos's Mel is a fucking tanky, so maybe that's not saying much. Even my community sided with Ian against Professor Flowers. Debate between Vosh and Professor Flowers over black nationalism. Ethnic nationalist bad. Literally Nick Fuentes talking points. Nice one. Lefties defending that crazy racist bitch on Twitter, proving yet again horseshoe theory is correct. No different to Gripers and Nick Fuentes. Fuck these disingenuous pieces of shit. For all the justified hate he is getting, Vosh is a good debater when his opponent is insane. His Charlie Kirk debate and this one are good examples. I no longer watch his content for a plethora of reasons, but at the time he does a good job against anyone with bad positions. This is in contrast to his community calling me a pedophile, rapist, groomer, trans hater, whatever, by the way. I sided with Ian hardcore multiple times against Noah Samson. You can make fun of Ben Shapiro and Jordan Peterson all you want, if it makes you feel better, or if it makes you feel like an elitist, or if it makes you feel or whatever. But like the fact of the matter is that these are two like wildly influential people, and they have a hold over a huge audience that the left just basically said you and abandoned. When this started, he was a debate bro. The only reason I even had on my screen was because of the big debate he had with Charlie Kirk, and it was prepare for future debates. If you come out of the non-compete Vosh arguments thinking that non-compete looked good there, I think you probably are you need to check your political bias or something. But the thing is that like even Vosh would agree with this. Like they act like it's some big like, oh well Vosh, like they would say like Vosh. Wait, what?
Antagonistic than I intended to.
And I think this is the second one too, where I side with him on this one because I think they have two comments.
We're already capped. Why would he agree to do this talk? It's the Jordan Peterson debate. Have you watched every single video? Jesus Christ. Do you think that I could ever use that excuse? Like when these lefties say, like, didn't you say something? I'm like, have you watched every single one of my videos? Have you seen every...
Sided with Bosch every time against Noah Samson. I sided with Ian multiple times against Luna Oy and non-compete.
So I'm gonna guess. I don't watch this loser's Twitter, but is he and Luna on Twitter now saying that Vosh is a Nazi, or thinks that like the Jews deserved to die during World War II? Because that's when I had a conversation with him, that's what him and Luna did to me exactly. They're like, oh, Jesse thinks Vietnam deserved.
Project 30 looks pretty fake, but will probably be brought up by anti-vaxxers in the future, so good to be familiar with it. Bonus meme. Wow.
And then this is them doing the same thing to Vosh. Yeah, okay. This is exactly the same thing that he did to me. It's really scary. I guess I don't know as I'm getting older, because he says that him and Luna are like translating books. This is another, I think, where I
side goes the same thing. You're going to lecture me on dialectical
There's
materialism.
no point in having this discussion is my point.
Can you answer that question? Do you think idealism means when you construct a hypothetical? Have you read Capital? It's full of...
Wait, why does this not work?
Oh, why is this so hard?
Fuck, this is the beginning of this debate, so I'll say it eventually, but I side with him in this one too. I said Ian did a good job in his conversation with Charlie Kirk. I think I
But like
praised
in
him
terms of like content, everything they talked about, I think that Vosh did a good job at like not like losing his cool or like being chill. Like I think that was fine. But then on the flip side, I could see people being upset where they're like, he didn't challenge him enough. He didn't challenge him enough. And I don't know how you balance that, because I'm trying to think like at the end of the day, do I feel like Vosh and Charlie had like substantive disagreements that were ever settled with some sort of prescriptive thing? Like Vosh did push back on things, right? On most things, but like was there actually substantial disagreement? I'm not sure. It's hard. I guess it's hard to tell. Maybe it's like the moving through topics, or even when he was bleeding thousands of subscribers during his J.K. Rowling fumble, I tried to give the best possible explanation of his point of view.
Doesn't deserve me.
Oh, I could see myself totally, especially because maybe I wouldn't have made a misogynistic comment towards J.K. Rowling because I might have made fun of her for being British instead. True. Oh, because I was saying I can understand Vosh being under attack so much and then just letting like one misogynistic comment fly and then that one gets blown up. And I said, yeah, I could probably make the same mistake. Like I'm sympathetic towards him there. Let's talk about more in this video. I defended him multiple times against people misquoting old things he said where they paint him to be a pedophile, even on a popular podcast with Isaac Butterfield. Arians in my chat, it's usually to make fun of the fact that they argue about wanting to be pedophiles all the time. That's what we talk about when it comes to liberty.
No, are you talking about Vouch when you say that?
I don't think Vouch has done anything that is remotely pedophilic ever.
But that's really weird because he's talked about how this the age of consent would be lower in a socialist society. He's talked a lot about the age of consent. I read an article today that said his opinions on the age of consent have changed a lot since 2019. So I do think it's maybe like a little bit disingenuous to say he's never said anything.
I think that if you go and listen to any
of
of the arguments that Vosh has ever given when talking about the age of consent, they are far more nuanced than I think we should be able to fuck little kids. I don't think Vosh has ever said anything remotely bordering on. That was in 2020, December. This was a recent podcast, I think more recent, with Isaac Butterfield in March of this year. Send him any good faith whatsoever, because he's, I don't,
I hate that I'm saying this because I shouldn't extend him any good faith whatsoever because he's truly a scumfuck human being. I don't think he's an actual pedophile. I just say shit like that to try to fuck
I don't
him.
either.
Yeah.
I
So
don't either.
I think he's had some like dumb quotes that are like kind of hyperbolic. Like I want to say at one point, I hope I'm not misquoting it, but I think he said something like, if you're okay with like child slavery, like people making clothes in China, you should be okay with like child sex. And it's like, I understand what he's going for there. He was trying to say that like neither of those are okay, but people took it as him saying that both were okay. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what a lot of the quotes are. But the only so do my best to understand and steelman his positions, even though I shouldn't. I clarified that Vosh wasn't as bad as Hassan when he was banned from Twitch over the cracker discourse. This week, Twitch suspended 3 streamers, Hassan, Vosh, and Fawnchild. It sucks too because Fawn, Melina's friend, she shouldn't be included with either of these two, okay? Because she legitimately was not insulting anybody with it. Vosh definitely shouldn't be included with Hassan, although Vosh should argue, I'm still going to use it as a slur, which maybe sounds kind of dumb. But like Hassan was like clearly the worst. I like the grouping of these 3 together. Like we're tranching fucking CDOs, we're trying to throw like bad mortgages in with good ones to make all of them seem the same. Like this is bullshit. Why would you have, I don't know why you put all 3 of these together. It's actually so disingenuous. I've said that I hold Ian to a higher standard than Hassan for political discourse.
A lot of fucked up shit happened. He was also walking around.
There's like so damn, dude. I evaluate Vosh and Hassan differently because I consider Vosh to be more like a political streamer and Hassan is more like pop politics or whatever. I don't know what the fuck you would call it, whatever, like Frankenstein of like socialist larvae entertainment plus pretending to read anything about the news is. I don't know what you'd call Hassan, but I tend to hold them in like different regards. So like I'll put Vosh like to way higher standards than I would hold Hassan. But like I expressed that I thought that Ian's ban was unfair from Twitch over the cracker discourse.
That's horrible.
Yeah, that's where we're at. I do agree though, it sucks.
I don't think Vosh should be banned from Twitch.
No, I don't think so either. It wasn't really that bad, not compared to Hassan. If he appeals, he might come back, but little did we know he wasn't going to do that until he could slither back on. I even defend Ian against unfair characterizations from my chat. It's like, was Vosh alleging that you were lying about Wreckful Destiny? Wait, what? Like, there are people that don't even seek help from mental health professionals because they are so fucking afraid of being committed to institutions. That's why Byron jumped at fucking kill himself trying to find more help. Because he had one bad experience, he was committed to a mental institution, he never wanted to talk to anybody about it. It wouldn't surprise me. I know they can, but I don't know if most people know that. It wouldn't surprise me. Somebody saw it. You can laugh all you want, but I don't think that most people see it. Wait, what did he even say? Hold on. Anybody related to it wouldn't surprise me. I know. Cops can commit. I don't think he implied I was lying about this. Notice that, like, the guy makes a claim about Vosh in my chat, so I click through the link and then I listen to what he was saying to see if I agree with the characterization of the chatter. The chatter said that Vosh is implying that you lied about Byron killing himself. And if I was Vosh, I would say like, oh yeah, he did. What a horrible person. That's because he's evil. But I don't do that. I'll click through the link, I'll listen to it. And in this case, I disagreed with the chatter's characterization. I don't think that's what Vosh was implying there.
More autocratic than we are. We could have been on top of the world. If we had committed to the development of green energy and then moved our manufacturing sector over from coal and cars or whatever else comparative advantage would have demanded we move our industry to the third world and started producing green energy shit here, we could have been like spacemen. We could have lived in the future. We could have patented all this technology and sold it to the rest of the world. Of course, I would have asked that we sell it at very low prices and maybe even give it for free for developing countries and stuff. But like, man, modern American industry could have been built off of the green energy revolution. And it's too late now. We can get into it, sure, but we won't be the first ones, not even close. We're going to be, at best, at par with other leaders.
No, everyone in chat saying this is so stupid. This is absolutely true. The United States could have been the leader in all of this. 1,000,000%. 1,000,000,000%. We just didn't have the political will to do so.
We'll probably
you guys in chat need to listen to what people are saying or go away. Oh my god, some of you guys hate people so much. I fucking hate Vosh, okay? Well, I don't really hate people, but fuck, it's so, I don't like him, obviously. But just when he says something right, it's right. Like, don't be like so fucking weird where like every single thing somebody that you guys don't like or you think I don't like says something, you're like, oh, that's so wrong. Oh, that's so dumb. Oh, that's so stupid. Like, Jesus. This is a common theme in my chat. Even you guys do this, as much as I don't wish that you guys would, you guys will hear somebody that you don't like Jordan Peterson or Ben Shapiro or Vosh or Hassan. They'll say something and you just want to disagree with them just because of who they are. I try not to ever do that. There might be times when people you don't like make good points. And when they do that, then you give them credit for it, you know? I could probably find more here. I don't know if I need to, but like, I think that I'm pretty relentless in my treatment of Ian. Pretty good faith. I'll give him credit when he needs it. When I disagree with things, they're on substance. But Similaxtony. I want to describe one of the big processes in which people come to believe things about me that aren't true. For lack of a clever name, I'll call this the DLC, or Destiny Lie Cycle, that Ian continually takes part in. 1. A false claim about me is made, or a statement about something I've said with no proof or reference. Oftentimes, this might be a chatter saying, hey Vosh, did you hear when Destiny said XYZ?
Oh, apparently I skipped 19. It's just me saying that Vosh is better than all these other people. To be fair, Vosh is easily 1,000 times greater than the 3 of these other dipshits combined. I just didn't have time to make a meme with someone else in the bottom left. Sorry, I skipped number 19. Step 1 is a false claim about me is made, or a statement about something I've said with no proof or reference. Oftentimes, this might be a chatter saying, hey Vosh, did you hear when Destiny said XYZ? Or a tweet claiming I've said or done something? Number 2, a character explanation will be given for why I've done the thing I did not do. Of course Destiny said this. It's because he's transphobic, arrogant, racist, sociopathic, etc. Number 3, this claim will echo and reverberate throughout the community. Ian's community will listen to, agree with, and repeat back his characterization of me as they discuss why I am the kind of person who would do the kind of thing that I did not actually do. Number 4, this new demonic caricature will become the reference for future attacks. Remember when Destiny said XYZ, guys, where the thing that's being remembered is not actually the thing I've said or done, but the initial false claim, a copy without a reference, or simulacrum, if you will. Let's look at some examples for how claims are made and exaggerated. Notice that, in contrast to my treatment of Ian, he will almost never have the original video or tweet on screen to engage with what's actually being discussed. Instead, it's almost always a caricature or his memory of another caricature of what I've said. Also, sometimes the exaggerations are not huge, but they're just slight enough to slowly change the representations of things I've said over time to slowly morph me into a monster. Example 1. Ian misrepresents an entire Twitter chain for the purpose of making me look ridiculous. Almost nothing said here is true.
You who don't remember, there was this lady on Twitter who just tweeted, not at anyone, not in response to anything, just not even in this circle, just a person on Twitter who tweeted that she'd been raped like several times and essentially asked men to not do that. And then Mindwaves, who's like I guess adjacent to Destiny, I don't really know, tweeted some snarky shit at that, and then Destiny jumped in and said something about how like if she wasn't strong enough to speak up to the guys who were raping her, then it ended with him calling her like a retarded child for not having the strength of character to speak up to a rapist or whatever. Like out of nothing. Like again, this was just some random. And
almost nothing said here is true. She hadn't initially tweeted that she'd been raped several times. She said, a dude slipped his condom off during sex after I asked him to wear one this week, and it's been bothering me, but I was too awkward to say anything. Not even the first time this has happened. Stop doing this, man. I never said you needed to be strong enough to stand up to guys raping you. I said, if you're noticing someone is taking a condom off and you can't say anything, you probably don't have the emotional maturity to engage in sex. You should just grab a caretaker or something and stick to masturbating to furry porn. Sorry. And that's a response not even to the girl, but to somebody else. I never called her a retarded child. I quote tweeted one of my own tweets and said, if you are noticing someone is taking a condom off and you can't say anything, you probably don't have the emotional maturity to sex. And then the quote tweet was, sorry, I want to apologize for my last tweet. You should treat every single woman you come across like a retarded child who's incapable of voicing an opinion about literally anything. Ideally, you would bring her dad along to every fuck so that he can guide her through the process. Ian goes on to spend minutes recounting an entire set of tweets and convos, yet never shows an original video or tweet once. Why? Number 2, now that Ian has created a false copy, he refers back to it, saying I've engaged in rape apologia, and that I've said a woman who was raped is like a retarded child, right after saying I've done so many awful things to justify my Twitch ban.
Justified. When he was doing his like rape apologia arc and like laughing and saying that like a woman who was raped was a retarded child, like if he got banned from Twitch for that, I would have thought, yeah, no shit.
I have never engaged in rape apologia, and none of my tweets were ever calling the original victim a retarded child. 3. Ian has also incorrectly stated that I'm laughing at women who are choosing to be raped.
I'm a proud agent of the CIA, and Destiny is currently laughing at the audacity of women like choosing to be raped.
Ian talks about something we saw in regards to me laughing at a woman who was raped and calling her a retarded child. This never happened. The thing his audience saw was past fiction, and now he's referring to it in reference to an event that never happened.
But we saw Destiny during the whole like rape apologia arc, where like again he's literally just like laughing at a woman who was raped,
calling her a retarded child. He also claims I've argued against Me Too in this clip and says women should shut up if they get raped, despite me doing a ton of Me Too coverage on stream and being thanked by victims of abusers online about it. He also repeats, we saw all of this, except Ian has never shown anyone anything. He even goes on to say that no context is missing from any of my statements.
But we saw Destiny during the whole like rape apologia arc, where like again he's literally just like laughing at a woman who was raped, calling her a retarded child, attacking her over nothing. Literally, she said nothing to him. He just decided to attack her, like just.
Remember, I'm not attacking her. I'm quote tweeting myself and responding to other people.
And then later he like argued against Me Too and said women should shut up if they get like raped and not like talk about it on social media. Anyway, we saw all of this. And like I saw somebody in my replies point this out. And then somebody, a DGGer, replied to that saying, did you look at the context of those statements? My brother in Christ, no context was missing from those statements.
Almost every statement created is either half true or completely fabricated. The anti-Me Too statements are most likely in reference to this tweet, where I was critical of people who randomly open up about trauma and assault on Twitter. Real talk, opening up about your rape and shit on Twitter is incredibly fucking weird and should have never been normalized. I have no idea why the fuck people encourage others to trauma dump on social media. It's insanely unhealthy. I don't believe it's an appropriate forum to trauma dump, but I've also said I don't believe Me Too is about trauma dumping. It's about holding larger figures accountable when all other avenues of justice have been exhausted. It's fair to take issue with my tweet, but there's no fair characterization of me that is anti-Me Too. Ian here calls me transphobic while admitting I hold pro-trans positions.
Honestly, I just think that Destiny's a transphobe. People in his community will argue against it because he's had pro-trans positions in the past and even does currently. But let me talk to you very briefly about that.
He goes on to destroy my character before stating anything about my transpositions, saying I don't care about minority groups, calling me a sociopath, and badly misquoting my philosophical position on egoism. After running through some garbage philosophy to explain his own way of argumentation, he eventually arrives at the position that I argue to feel smarter about other people.
Honestly, I just think that Destiny is a transphobe. People in his community will argue against it because he's had pro-trans positions in the past and even does currently. But let me talk to you very briefly about that. Very, very briefly. How can you justify that? Just you watch. Person who joined the site in the last 24 hours. All right, Artemy, you getting out of here. You fool. There we go. So I'm going to paraphrase Destiny here, but nothing that I'm about to say is a smear. It's literally just a thing that he said about himself. Destiny does not care inherently about any minority groups whatsoever.
Remember, he's paraphrasing me because he can never show the reference. Only the references that he's created, the false references.
However, he cares about the pursuit of the truth, truthful positions. He said that himself. He said it for years, too. Like, he cares first and foremost about finding the truth, which sounds nice, you know. He said for years as well that he's a sociopath, which is kind of a warning sign when people say that about themselves, whether or not they're correct, but, you know.
That's a joke.
He said many times that he's an egoist, that his moral biases are towards his own self-betterment, you know? Now, on their own,
That's step one to building out social contract theory, which he never does.
These things are inherently wrong. The issue is how they combine. Let me explain, okay? So,
the way that these combine are me saying, I'm generally interested in myself. People work better when we're working together. Therefore, we ought to work with as many people as possible because when we've created a society that's happy and healthy for everybody, it's going to benefit me the most. That's how it comes together in the end. And that's how it's always come together in every moral philosophy debate I've had and in every policy position debate I've ever had. And it's exactly what I said earlier in my own document regarding trans issues.
I talk about all these political issues. It's because I have a political bias towards a set of principles derived from subjective axioms that I want to achieve. They involve equality. They involve, you know, human betterment, you know, blah, blah, blah. I've talked about it a million times before. I have what feels like an external set of processes and destinations that I can refer to whenever I want the world, you know, whenever I want to refer to my own beliefs. Now, obviously, these are still subjectively held values, the axioms, so it's not like I have some objective truth marker that I can figure out, but I think it's still useful. The issue with Destiny is that, like, speaking frankly, if you distill it down to its truth, Destiny argues to feel smarter than other people. Every position that he holds is a product of his desire to satiate an emotional need to feel smarter than other people.
The way that he characterizes this is so insane. I've said that I hold the positions that I think are the most defensible because I think they're correct. I don't understand what the alternative to that would be. Would it be me arguing for positions that I think are incorrect? I don't understand. Oh, Ashley Jubilee, is that the person we fought with a few days ago? But apparently I only argue to feel smarter than other people, whatever that means. This is an obvious contrast to the large number of academics I've had on my stream. Why would I challenge myself if I just wanted to feel smarter than others? It seems strange to construct so much argumentation to attack someone for wanting to pursue the truth. Ian here falsely claims that I'm quote tweeting multiple transgender people and calling them pedophiles, groomers, and sex pests and making fun of their suicide attempts.
But it's possible to be Destiny, a person who argues in favor of most pro-trans positions, and then to spend a ton of time on Twitter quote tweeting trans accounts, accusing them of being groomers, accusing them of being pedophiles, accusing them of being sex pests, making fun of trans people's suicide attempts, going on a Twitter rant in which he defends continuing to make fun of people's suicide attempts. You know, it's possible to be pro-trans position, but still transphobic. And
none of these statements have literally anything to do with transphobia. The only trans person I've ever called a pedophile was Chloe, the one who originated the joke about me raping my wife on stream. She was the one that originally popularized this. She even admits as much. And that was in response to her tweeting that she'd gotten over 500 minors on HRT. Yikes, @Bob posting as actual pedophile. Be careful, kids. Her tweet response to me was, also, I got like 500 plus minors on HRT, not 7. Get it right, Steven. I do not make fun of trans people's suicide attempts. I have only gone after one person, Doe, and it had nothing to do with her being trans. Ian will go on to do more character assassination, trying to claim that I believe all trans people to be stupid ingrates who are subhuman internet detractors.
It's that he and his community regard them with a kind of detached apathy. Essentially, Destiny thinks trans people are stupid ingrates who don't appreciate all the good he's done for trans people. And in that respect, because they've wronged him and his bias and priority is towards his well-being, they're functionally no different from the alt-righters that he used to argue against. They're just another group of, you know, essentially subhuman internet detractors that he can pull out all the stops against.
I have never given any indication like this in my life. This is also a touch ironic, as Ian has said in much harsher words than I.
The left community online, particularly the LGBT community, is cancerous as fuck. If you're not an idiot, you will agree with me on this. If you have any fucking experience with online like LGBT or leftist discourse, you know it's cancerous as fuck. You understand this. People are hyper fragile. There's a ton of mental illness. And you can't convert these people. They're not reasonable. They have to be excised from the left. And it's because it's coming from dumb fucks who are gay. This person says they're gay as hell? Because it's coming from the gays. It's woke now. These people are less than human to me. I have no respect for these people. These people are fucking disgusting. You don't need to be a psychologist to see that a large portion of the broader fucking like woke-tard, cancel culture, idpo left is predicated on shared mental illness. This is particularly prominent in the trans community. If you disagree with me on this, you're wrong. I know it sounds yikesy. It happens anyway. Pretty much every time I deal with dipshits from the left that's trans girls, that I notice there's a vastly disproportionate amount of dumb fuck lefty takes in my feed coming from trans people. I don't know. Most of the time when a wildly fucking irrational lefty comes in to make bad faith arguments against me, it's a trans person. That is a fact. If all of these dumb fucks recognize that I despise them and think they're every bit as detrimental to the left as Nazis are, I am doing good. I want these people to know that they're my enemy. I fucking hate them. I really do. But they're not your enemy. Oh, no. Yes, they are. They hurt me and they hurt you. Because every time some dumb fuck trans girl on Twitter who's acting out mental illness, whining, calling people like me transphobic because I disagree with them, they're hurting the left. No, these people are ill. These people are cancer. They're subhuman. I don't care.
Question. You don't have to do that kind of shit. That doesn't help.
Yeah, I'm edgy. I don't give a fuck.
It's not just you know that's not just being edgy.
Damn right. Yeah, it's edgy as shit.
No, making a reference to the Jewish question about how like there's like a trans conspiracy or whatever. Like that's not just being edgy. That's like literally calling for the death of.
It's a touch ironic, as Ian has said in much harsher words than I, the online trans community is hyper-fragile, wrought with a ton of mental illness, and that they are unreasonable people that can't be converted. He also said that these people are less than human and subhuman. And he's claimed...
Coming on stream and saying that people need to kill themselves and, like, it's the trans community.
Well, well, hold on. For one, yes, I think these people are an existential threat to the safety and success of leftism. Yeah, they're as big a threat as Nazis. Easily. Yes, 100%. Yeah, Detroit, yes.
It's also claimed that the online trans community is a bigger threat than Nazis. I guess technically he said as big a threat as Nazis, so that's a little bit of fake news here, my bad. Ian's transphobic rants were so legendary, they got him notoriety in other left-leaning communities on Reddit. There are some Reddits that have bots that will automatically ban you if you post in Vosh's subreddit because you're, because they say that he's transphobic. I don't remember all of these subreddits, but Vosh, a cis man, claims trans people do not have a better understanding of transness. They have like a bot to like auto-respond to Vosh posters, I think, with quotes from Vosh about trans people. Vosh claims that my moral compass is fucked and that the warning signs have been there for years. He'll make another reference back to all of the horrible things I've done, but he's never referencing a real action or thing I've done, only his other references.
The stops against. I think that Destiny's moral compass is fucked. I think the warning signs have been there for years, but they've gotten infinitely worse in the past few years. And as a product of all this, I just don't care about him being banned from Twitch because he's done so many things that I would consider worthy of it, that parsing out the specifics of how this ban took place when the Twitch ban is opaque and I don't actually know how he got banned from Twitch is, I just don't care.
This is in contrast to when I was talking to Mr. Girl, and I said that Vosh probably shouldn't be banned from Twitch when he was explicitly defending calling people racial slurs because they were white, by the way. All doing this while still claiming that I'm the one that's spite-driven and that I'm the one that treats him unfairly. Ian claims that my community is psychotic by referring to objective truth.
Care. Which brings me to his community. It's psychotic. I'm sorry, I can defer...
What is the evidence for that? Can you tell me again?
To objective truth on this one, just go look at it.
Oh,
it's
okay. Of course, he never does look at it, of course, or show anything about it. Ian horrendously misrepresents my opinion during the Just Move discourse, claiming my positions are ridiculous, and then I walk them back.
Can you fuck Destiny up? He's singing a new lows. We're not talking with Destiny anymore. There's not really a point. I mean, I have to keep saying this because I know there's like a deep tie between the community, but the tie is done. We're not getting through to that. I think that his behavior has been desperate and juvenile over the past couple of months, and it's so clear that his positions are motivated more by spiting the left than anything else. He's taken ridiculous positions, walked them back, then redoubled them. One of the things that I found most embarrassing, like really embarrassing, is that for about a year now, Destiny has repeated this like just move thing. If you not everyone has to live in a big inner city. If you can't afford your rent, just move to like Nebraska or some other place that doesn't have super high rent. To which the immediate question is, then what about the hundreds of thousands of service workers in that city? Like, you know, the people in that city that maintain the city for wages that are too small to live in the city. He never answers this. Then he finally talks.
And never answers this. My Just Move arc was a prescription that if you couldn't afford where you lived, your rent is your biggest part of your budget, so you should find a cheaper place to live. That got distilled down into Destiny thinks all poor people should move from every single major city.
Talks with Noah. Noah, what was that guy's name? He's a liberal economist. Is this Noah guy? And Noah Opinion? That's what he goes by. Noah Opinion. Anyway, Destiny then completely walks back the take, and now it's about people in the tech industry who make six figures but decide to live in penthouse apartments that cost $6,000 a month and then complain about their rent.
That wasn't only what it was about. It was about poor people with expensive houses that didn't have to pay taxes with them because of Prop 13. Not only was it not about that, but oh my God, did I not include the link? Noah 100% agreed with my opinion. Fuck. Harpers are now on a... Oh my God, did I not... Didn't have it. Fuck. I asked Noah what his opinion is on Prop 13, and he says, you know what? If you have a $2 million house, maybe you should just sell it, because it sounds like you're doing okay, which is one of the weird problems coming up in California, where Prop 13 has made it so that people with expensive houses don't have to pay property taxes, essentially. Fuck, I can't believe it. I don't know why I didn't play that clip. But he also claims I've changed my entire... Wait, it's there? Oh, maybe it's here, down here. Sorry. He also claims I've changed my entire argument from claiming poor people should move to saying that wealthy tech bros should move in a conversation I had with Noah. My initial argument was not to say that all poor people should move. It was that people who can't afford a particular area they live in should move to a cheaper apartment/area, as rent is going to be your largest expense. Many people in both mine and Ian's community counter this by essentially saying that moving as a poor person is impossible, a position I still disagree with. Developers are now unironically saying stupid shit like, oh no, if you're poor, you can literally never ever move. It's impossible, which is like just fucking stupid. It's beyond fucking stupid. So the arguments people were giving is, well, what about the security deposits? You can't move. It reeks of fucking dumb fuck college kid. Which is, first of all, you get your security deposit back when you move, and you can't just never move and just die in your house or apartment because you can't afford another security deposit. I did not walk back any housing position with Noah. We spoke about people being forced to move due to high property taxes relating to Prop 13 in California, in which both of us agreed that the people living in houses should simply sell them and move. Prop 13 isn't seen as protecting wealthy people in California. I think it's seen as a protection for relatively middle class or working class people in California who own property.
Prop 13.
Okay, so assuming no Prop 13, how do you prevent those people from being displaced, or should you? Should you just assuming no? Yeah, are you pro?
Got it.
Or I made a big assumption.
Owners.
Yeah, are you pro?
Owners.
Yeah, $1 million. You can't.
You have to move so we can build this train track?
No, I mean you have to move because, so we'll say like in the place California, absent Prop 13, you bought a $50,000 house, now it's worth $2 million, you can't afford the taxes on it, you should sell it and move. Like, how do you prevent displacing people like that? Yeah. So I'm asking him, how do you prevent people from being forced to move if you can't afford the property taxes on your house in California related to Prop 13?
Got it.
Or I made a big assumption.
Owners.
Yeah, are you pro?
Owners.
Yeah, are you pro Prop 13 or are you anti Prop 13?
Anti Prop 13.
Okay, so assuming no Prop 13, how do you prevent those people from being displaced, or should you? Should you just like let them sell and leave, or what?
I mean, your home is worth $2 million now. You're okay.
Fuck. Okay.
You take your $2 million.
Sure. And just move.
Okay. But if there's like a medium, like maybe if.
I did not walk back any housing position with Noah. We spoke about people being forced to move due to high property taxes relating to Prop 13 in California, in which both of us agree that people living in the houses should simply sell them and move. The next day, he references his own prior misrepresentations of my Just Move conversation to reinforce the idea that I'm classist.
If to cap it off, I've said that like Destiny's main issue is spite, and that's true. My criticism won't update, It's not an insult, because insults are something that I have to vary so that they can stay interesting, but it's just the thing that he is, so it's going to remain the case. I think another thing that he is a reactionary in the sense that he's classist, which is worth bringing up. Everything from the Just Move thing, the idea that like people who complain about how high rent is when they live in big cities should just move elsewhere, even though big cities need people being paid wages for minimum wage.
Remember, so it's changed from people who complain about high rent to people who complain about high rent from people who can't afford where they live. So subtle changes.
Jobs in order to survive. Like, if all the people who paid more than 1/3 of their salary in rent in LA just left, LA would collapse, right? Because those people prop up LA, right? It's a very stupid point. Like, it doesn't.
And to me, claiming that every poor person in LA should move out of LA.
Much thought to understand, like, oh wait, the city needs these people, but it also doesn't provide them what they need to live there. That is a problem.
Here's the level 1 rejection against a stupid argument I would never make. Well, Destiny, what are you going to do with the city when all the poor people move? Yeah, that's true. That would be a pretty stupid thing of me to say, huh?
But he reassigns that back to their poor decision making. Oh, they should just move out to Arkansas and live in a house that costs $2 or whatever. That alongside his critiques of worker co-ops seeming to stem from him thinking workers are stupid, which is what he said on Twitter, I think, like 2 Twitter accounts ago and like 18 Twitter purges ago. And later he...
Mike, I should have included like this. My saying that workers were stupid is I don't think workers should be put in charge of companies, because I don't think the average line worker is going to understand the inner workings of like bureaucratic management for companies. Not just that people are intrinsically dumb and they have worker brains.
Contextualize this by saying like, well, anyone's stupid if you haven't been educated or whatever. But I think that deep down, one of the holdovers from... No, not holdovers from. One of the things that causes people to be libertarian, which is what he was for the longest time, was the deep-seated belief that you're better than everyone else. And I think that's what motivated everything else that he's done and everything else that he's believed, if that makes any sense. He doesn't seem to care much about democracy because the people are stupid. Any system which enables democracy, he doesn't like very much, or he seems to have some kind of innate disdain for the intelligence of the people in that system.
This is a misquote. I don't know if I can have this later on, but this is a misquote of an argument we had where I said that I don't know if democracy is effective for solving complicated problems, because the problems that need to be solved are so complicated. I don't know if the average citizen has good insight into how to solve them. And examples I gave were things like climate change, which is still probably somewhat true.
Most of his debate advocacy seems to be like the sort of aesthetic performative enjoyment of the
ironic statement,
being smarter than the people you're talking to, if that makes any sense. I think that actually speaks to him more than contrarianism or whatever. Like, I think that, like, that's one of the reasons why libertarianism is appealing. But I think the only reason he moved off libertarianism isn't because his, like, fundamental ideology changed. It's because he found a better system for being smarter than other people. And of course, it's serving him very poorly with, you know, wise criticisms of worker co-ops like, well, what if they all just voted to raise their wages up super high? You should react.
He claims that my criticisms of co-ops were, what if they just vote to raise their wages high? Which is an absurd way of me getting across the idea that people running a business that they're also an expense of introduces a weird contradiction that the same person in charge of profitably running a business is also in charge of raising one of the expenses because there's a worker who's getting a salary. But I mean, if he wants to phrase it that way, he can do that. But hold on, I don't think I need to watch anymore of this. Oh wait, shit, I needed to watch for... Oh shit.
If to cap it off, I've said that, like, Destiny's main issue is spike.
And then he does the...
super high. You should react to Destiny's critique of your debate with Econ Boy. I assume he went over the second one as well, because he went over both debates with Econ Boy, no doubt. He seemed to have some legitimate criticisms worth addressing.
Destiny had legitimate criticisms worth addressing. What's the response?
Probably not, you know? That's sort of like looking for an apple in a sewage tank in terms of legitimate criticisms towards me from Destiny. Seems highly unlikely. I tend to get my advice from people who I haven't just left in the dust, intellectually, of course. But if there are any criticisms or whatever, you're free to, like, email me. I can give them a look. I feel like all the empirical claims that I made were empirically...
We'll never engage with any thing that I've said about him, directly, of course. One criticism I said was that people... At 240, he even explicitly says that he doesn't want to address any criticisms I've given him, so he'll never watch a video with my claims. This doesn't prevent him from misrepresenting my views on his stream over and over again, however. One thing that I don't know if I do this, explicitly say this, but like, if somebody doesn't want to engage with things I've said or whatever, that's totally fine. I don't like Crowder and Ben Shapiro. These people don't engage with things I say. What I don't like is this dual world where they're like, I'm not going to cover anything that he says or does, but then they continue to straw man or misrepresent the fuck out of me on their stream or YouTube channel. That's incredibly frustrating to me, is having somebody say, I'm not engaging, but then they'll continue to dole out these caricatures of me that are absolutely insane. One criticism I said was that people should not be moving to the most expensive cities in the US and that there were other cities you could move to for job hunting. So I think this had to do with some people were saying that, like, oh, I need to live in LA. I need to live in San Francisco because that's where the best jobs are. And my argument was that you're not getting paid 4 or 5 times as much in these cities generally. So you're not getting a wage compensation to justify you moving to, like, the most expensive areas and the most expensive cities. Stated for how much it costs to live here. And this is why I said it in the past. People got mad at me, and I'll say it again. Move. You get the fuck out. I don't know why the fuck anybody would come to live in fucking LA, Portland, Seattle, San Francisco, Miami, Orlando, fucking New York. I don't know why the fuck anybody would move to these fucking cities. Go somewhere else. Why move into one of these cities if you don't have, like, a promised huge paying job? Because it's so expensive. There's no reason for it. We're not talking about janitors or poor immigrants that are already here. We're talking about people that are choosing to move to these cities to work jobs that aren't really even compensating them for how unbelievably expensive it is to live there. The part missing from that, though, is my parents grew up and bought a house in rural Ohio, and I want a fucking high-rise in Manhattan. That's what feels like the difference, is that all these people complaining about the affordability of housing, the cost of living, want to buy a fucking single-family home in the fucking Bay Area. So this has to do with people saying, like, boomers could afford homes. Boomers could afford homes everywhere. Yeah, they did, but boomers bought homes all across the country. Millennials and Zoomers want to live in 10 cities. Destiny, rent here is $1,500 a month. What the fuck do you mean, Orlando? Wait, are you talking about Miami? Miami rent is hella expensive, my dude. I've stated in the past that I'm frustrated when people act like you can't move to a cheaper place to budget money better. Israeli tax police not sticking on this. Okay. This kind of comment is getting upvoted on this thread. Budget better equals move. Are you trolling? Moving to a cheaper place can absolutely be part of budgeting. Hold on. I might be condescending here. I'm trying not to be condescending now. Yes. This is what you do. Part of living in an apartment and managing your budget is sometimes you move to a cheaper apartment. I don't know why that was so controversial, even in my community. Do you not understand that? Do you think that all homes are immovable? That you know that just because you move, it doesn't mean you have to move to an entirely different fucking planet, right? Like, you can move to... Oh, this is Slug Christ typing this dumb fucking shit. Oh, fuck, I feel even better about banning you then. What a dumb fucking comment. Better budget? Budget better equal move? Are you trolling? Like, your home expenses are one of the biggest parts of your budget. Yeah, of course. Like, what's next? If I were to say, like, maybe you should sell your car and buy something cheaper. Oh, so selling my car is better budgeting? Like, what the fuck else are you supposed to budget? Between car payments and home payments, that's like 50% of your fucking monthly expenses. At least 50%, if not more. Like, what are you budgeting better? Like, the type of coffee you buy? What do you think it means to make a budget? Like, when I see comments like this, it reeks of fucking... Whoa! Rich college kid. It's true. I've literally explicitly spoken to Ian about this exact conversation topic before and explained my exact position. He backs off from his issue with my position and just moves to a "your rhetoric is mean" argument.
with their situation, or
well, it would be it would have to
complaining
apply.
about it's
Yeah,
hard
it
to
would
find
it
a
would
job.
have to apply to. So I was giving the advice that if you can't afford your current dwelling, sometimes it's good to downsize. And then somebody said, what if you can't find another job? And then I said, okay, well, if you can't find a job now, and you're in a place you can afford, you can't find another job now, like with unemployment as it is, you're pretty fucked. Like there's no
I would
reason.
consider that problematic. Yeah, like if you're saying if that's the group you're targeting, if we want to be specific to that group of people who
Do you
should
sure.
move,
Do you
but they
understand
wouldn't be able
that?
to find a job, I would consider that problematic. Yeah,
Do you understand
and
that
hurtful.
his response isn't really a response to anything I'm saying?
Whether or not the person in chat was being reasonable is unrelated to the way in which your statement's meaning is interpreted and the group of people that are being selected for the conditions you've set for your hyperbolic statement. You're referring to unemployed people, or more specifically, if you want to be charitable, unemployed people who are worried if they'll be able to find another job after they move. And to say to those people what you've said, I would consider that to be frankly discriminatory, in the same way that I would take umbrage with somebody who made a statement of comparable, hyperbole about black people or trans people or whatever.
It's not. Whoa, this isn't about. It's not about black people or trans people. It's not about some intrinsic characteristics. It's the idea that you think if you can't move because it's impossible to find another job right now. I find that statement to be a little bit ridiculous in response to the suggestion that you should move to a cheaper dwelling if you can't afford where you live. Hence the hyperbolic response. I don't believe that it's fair to say that I was targeting all poor people with that reply. In which case, almost any reply that I make to a person that gives that reason why they can't move is going to be necessarily targeting like all classes of poor people. Like somebody tells me it's too expensive to move, and I'm like, listen, dude, you should have like some friends that can help you. It's $25 to rent a truck. Like, oh well, are you attacking all poor people that can't make friends, or all poor people that can't afford the $25 to rent a truck? It's like, okay, well, like literally any response I give to this person is going to be interpreted as an attack on the class of poor people.
But if you're making that statement without knowledge of the specific case the person is talking about with the specific living situation that they have, you can only be making that statement in regards to whatever it is you were making in response to, which is a person who wants to move but is worried they won't be able to find a job. There's no interpretation of your statement that applies the hyperbole you engaged in to any group more specific.
Well,
than
sure,
that.
because in
Well,
general, you should be able to find another job in this economy, especially if you're working like a retailer.
But now you're justifying it. You're not saying.
No.
it's not
Hold on. I'm not justifying that they should kill themselves. I'm not justifying the hyperbole. I'm saying that like in this.
Justifying the sentiment of antagonism.
What antagonism?
Would you like me to read it again? Again, I'm not saying.
No, you don't have to read in a dramatic voice my quote. I'm saying that if my advice to a person that can't afford where they currently live is to move, and the response is, well, I'm not going to be able to find another job, like, well, what are you going to do at that point? Then you're fucked. There's nothing for you in life. Like, it's over. Like I don't understand what your mentality is at that point. Like, do you just give up and wait for your bills to catch up with you, and then you get foreclosed on, or you file bankruptcy? Like, you have to move, and like you should be able to find another job in this economy. Like, that's the general like line of discourse. Like, there's no other alternative other than unless you have a suggestion.
So let's say, for one, there are plenty of ways to express that sentiment without the. Can I not say the statement was antagonistic?
Yeah, of course it was. But I mean, like you.
Sure. So eventually it backs off into, well, you were antagonistic. Well, you were kind of mean, right? So that's eventually where we wound up at. But I've explained my position pretty deeply here. But of course, he always cites it again as like, oh, when he said that poor people should just move, as like a response to all of our societal housing ills. Regardless of if you agree with my stated positions or not, it is insane to think that I have ever given the prescription that every single poor person should move out of every single huge city. Ian claims that I debated someone and called them a pedophile just for recommending do-it-yourself HRT. Says I have the same mental stability online as Haas or Hinkle, two tankies.
Apparently, he was on. He debated a person who does DIY trans HRT stuff and called them like a pedophile or whatever, in a very not conservative tendency of calling trans people pedophiles for trying to reach out to young trans people or whatever. Or Chloe. It was Chloe on Twitter, right? The Bob posting person or whatever.
I think that's it for him. This is not why I called her a pedophile. I called her a pedophile because she had a Discord where she bragged about privately talking to over 500 minors and getting them on HRT. It's still a mistake by me, but far different than calling every person who advocates for HRT for children a pedophile. I had a conversation with Taftach where I explicitly state that I'm fine with do-it-yourself hormones the day before Ian gives this take.
It's less dangerous form of drug use.
Yeah, I think I talked about this earlier where I said that like I don't necessarily have problems with the do-it-yourself hormones. It was the culture of people online surrounding it that made me really uncomfortable. And I gave that example of that one. There's some crazy lady that was like bragging about like I've talked with like 7 minors this month. I've gotten them doing yourself hormones. And that felt like really weird to me. If I were to draw a one-to-one comparison to drugs, I think I would actually still feel pretty much the same. I think there'd be a big difference between somebody online saying like I really wanted to try heroin. You know what? I did it. I did research, blah, 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 versus somebody that's like I got 7 of my friends into heroin and I'm so proud of myself for doing it. Like I think that the feeling there is a little bit different. And then I would also say that like doing a drug, I think, is a bit different than using a drug to change into a new identity or to match like a gender expression. I think that these are fundamentally different things. But that all that being said, even though those two aspects are different, I don't think I'm opposed to do-it-yourself hormones like done in a reasonable, responsible manner. I think, like I said at the beginning, in some countries you're on like a 2-year wait list for shit, and that might be like too late for a lot of people. And if you do the research and do-it-yourself hormones seem fine, then I think I'm okay with that. I just get really weird about the culture around it.
So I'm not against do-it-yourself hormones. I've never said that. Ian refers back to the misrepresentation that I called Chloe a pedophile because she advocates for kids being able to get on HRT.
Meanwhile, Destiny has not only said but maintained for months that a friend of Keffel's is a pedophile because she advocates for like trans kids being able to get on HRT. like calling a trans woman a pedophile because she's advocating for trans children's rights to like get access to hormones is literally a far-right talking point.
I've stated multiple times before this Ian rant that I am in favor of people pursuing do-it-yourself HRT if other options aren't available. Somebody wanted me to go through this like 5-minute segment. Yeah. Okay. I've defended multiple times the concept of access to hormones for underage people. I don't think that's a bad thing. It seems like puberty blockers is a really good thing if you've got people that are dysphoric as children. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. Should there be more research on it? Yeah, of course. But in the meantime, if people want to prescribe it, that's fine. Also, I understand and recognize that there are rare cases where, well, not even necessarily rare, but there might be cases where children don't have access to those drugs and they've got to resort to like gray market stuff. Otherwise, maybe they're going to be on a waiting list for like 2 fucking years, depending where you're at. I understand that as well. The only thing that I said was it was really fucking weird to tweet out and brag about the fact you've got over 500 minors sex drugs. That's really fucking weird to me. I don't trust some rando on fucking Twitter to be having responsible conversations like that, to be doing the amount of due diligence they need to with zero fucking oversight. Yeah. Like, that's just really fucking weird to me. That doesn't. To be clear, I don't think there's anything wrong with helping minors get HRT, but when you're bragging about it like that, that's pretty sussy. Pretty sussy baka. My positions on this are so clear, but people still think I'm against it because of the things that Vosh says. Ian is upset here because he claims my community and I gaslight people into believing I said or did different things than I actually said.
But like Destiny and his community will do anything or say anything about any people and justify it, and they'll gaslight you into thinking that you were the one who wronged him because they have a massive victim complex. It's fucking pathetic.
This is because what I claim I've said never lines up with what Ian claims I've said, because he's often engaging in bad faith when quoting my views. If you're a member of Vosh's community, it probably does feel like I'm gaslighting you when I say I haven't done these things or they're being misrepresented, because Vosh literally does this to me constantly. I will never match the caricature or the simulacra that he's created to represent who I am. I will never align with that, because that is an object, a caricature created with no reference to anything I've ever said or done. Oh, fuck. I've never seen this tweet before. I don't even know how old this is. Apparently April, January, February, March, April. Oh, maybe the Chloe person might actually be better faith than I thought. Apparently Chloe's even said that my takes on do-it-yourself HRT are okay. His takes were actually pretty okay. Well, okay, whatever. Vosh is still white knighting on behalf of them though, because he's trying to win back credit with that community after being like considered transphobic for so long. Ian claims that my subreddit literally acts like Kiwi farmers and makes fun of their lack of adherence to reality. I should have made a whole title called Projection.
You can look over at like Destiny's subreddit, and there are people over there, like they literally act like Kiwi farmers. That's not a joke. You're free to go and look at Destiny's subreddit. They just act like...
They're free to go and look, but he'll never show you.
Kiwi farmers. You can compare. They don't use slurs the way Kiwi farmers do sometimes, but in terms of their behavior and their seeming like adherence to reality, they're pretty much on board with that. So
adherence to reality? This is extra ironic given that Ian's subreddit is the one that was dinged by the admins for harassment. That's still true. And you have no idea what Kiwi farms, a banned term, this is literally a banned term in my chat, is if you think my community acts like Kiwi farmers. Not even close. Ian claims I was banned from Twitch because my community took a hard right shift, again with no evidence of shifting beliefs or anything.
Now, Destiny's community has taken a pretty right-wing shift for a long time. It's probably one of the reasons he got banned from Twitch.
He will constantly say that I'm spite-driven.
Work is functional. I can engage with them and we can disagree and they can be pushed into something more ethical. You know, like the tools are there. And Destiny is like this, and I hope you all will forgive me for saying this, a brilliant person and very funny. But he is so consumed by his emotional state. When he feels hateful, it just obliterates the processes that I ever liked about him. And that's become more and more like what drives so much of his behavior. You know what I mean? So, and by how hard he's fallen off plus L plus ratio. No, I have no interest in going over him mauling. Did he post any, like, 2008 was the fault of... I don't know. I don't like playing telephone. There we go. Always classism. His politics are always going to be about supplementing his ego by finding avenues through which he can demonstrate to himself that he's smarter than other people. Classism is the most socially acceptable venue for him to do this, but I'm fairly confident that in a different world he would be just as comfortable doing it through racism.
Ironic coming from communities that defend and use racial slurs against me because they found a one that they can use.
Destiny walked back on what he said in Israel-Palestine after talking with Dylan Burns. Lol, I was the person who asked Dylan to talk to him. What did Destiny walk back? What specific position? The only reason Destiny had the takes he did on the Israel-Palestine thing is because they're not the positions the leftists had. It's the only thing, right? Like the whole world agrees that Israel is in the wrong for what they're doing to Palestine, and then Destiny goes on Twitter and he's like, guys, it's complicated. You're making it sound like there's not violence coming from Palestine too. It's like the All Lives Matter shit, you know? Imagine if like the United States of America and someone's like, you don't understand, there's still black violence on cops. Cops still die to black people. You know? Like that's exactly what he's doing, basically.
He never really gives any clear evidence or examples of me changing positions out of spite. My views on certain things have naturally evolved over time, but not to the right. On some things, I've moved a bit left on, like trans issues, and on a lot of procedural things, I've been moved a bit, like the Electoral College, gerrymandering, Citizens United, etc., but none of these are generally shifts to the right. Vosh in the past has agreed as much, saying that my shift is generally in rhetoric and not policy position.
Implementation.
Okay, so then when I ask you, like, because I'm curious what political views might have changed, it's not really my political views. It's just you think my rhetoric has gotten more pointed in a certain direction to be more antagonistic towards a certain part of the political spectrum rather than what it was before.
The view you've switched on the most, because it is mostly how you approach politics, more so than your actual hardline.
What does my approach change? How?
Oh, well, I just talked about that, how you've gotten bad faith and how you justify it by talking about how all the college
Okay, I'm sorry. So when I think about politics, when I think about like political positions, I'm thinking of, so I'm not saying that you're wrong on this. It's just where my mind is because we have a disconnect here. So if you're saying my politics has changed insofar as like how I approach certain groups online, I agree with that 100%. But in terms of like my actual like policy position or the political positions that I sincerely and with a lot of heart argue out against other people, do you think those have changed over the past year or 2 years?
One of them, two of them, very big ones, yeah. There are probably others, but again, I don't have a list of them.
Sure. Okay, which ones?
The thing, I just want to clarify, the thing you described earlier is infinitely more important to me than actual policy positions.
Okay, that's where we're different then.
So he thinks that the rhetoric part is more important than the policy positions. Even Ian's own community completely saw through his rhetoric about the Palestine claim. His subreddit also provided a better, more precise criticism of my spite-driven arguments, though I responded to those criticisms here. Let's see. Destiny challenges Vosh to a debate. Oh, so we were going to debate, and then he got really scared about the Palestine-Israel stuff, probably because he doesn't know anything about it. And that was when, I don't think I put the clip in here, but he had that really weird, he was like, what? Why would I debate him on that? Oh, wait, it might have been this clip, actually. Also, pretty sure Vosh misremembered Destiny's convo with Dylan because they did not agree on everything. In fact, they had a slightly heated debate because they didn't agree on multiple things about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict.
Have you seen Destiny's invitation? Didn't he say to debate me on Palestine or housing policy or something? What? No. I saw a clip that was provided. I don't even know if we disagree on Palestine-Israel. I had a conversation with Dylan Burns, and it seemed like we agreed on pretty much everything. And Destiny also had a convo with Dylan Burns. It seemed like we pretty much agreed on everything. I feel like Destiny and I would have the same opinion on this if he wasn't obsessed with triggering the lefties on Twitter. And as for the housing policy, am I going to debate him on whether he backpedaled in a conversation with another No. What? Ridiculous. That'd be a waste of time for both of us. I mean, like, what would that even be? No. Jesus.
Providing a concrete example, I haven't seen a similar situation. Couldn't just fire back it up. Yet Citizen United in fact, I see Vosh misrepresenting all his positions or agreeing with him, but saying Destiny's so wrong anyway. Like Heterano or neo-pronouns. This is a
So this guy makes a good post. This is actually a really good post in Vosh's subreddit, and it made me think about how I view why people think I'm spite-driven. I think I actually got a lot of insight into it because of this post on the Vosh subreddit, which was basically him saying the reason, I think it was, the reason why people perceive me as changing my policy positions is because based on who I'm fighting at the time, I'll kind of like represent a different shade of an argument. So like, for instance, if I'm arguing about like trans rights and I'm talking to Keffels, somebody might think that, oh my God, he's an alt-right conservative. But if I'm arguing with like a Trump fan, people are going to think I'm like Keffels. This guy made a huge post about this, which I thought was interesting. I don't remember how I responded to this video, but I think I go over my response to it here. I hope I bring up that Citizens United thing comes up again, right? I think so. I hope it does. Ian claims I bully trans people on Twitter. He then talks about how he followed Synth on Twitter, then unfollowed her because she was a DGG stan, but then refollowed her once she became critical of me again.
I don't know. Just whatever. Would you consider his take on trans athletes actually transphobic? I don't know I don't know. I only see him on Twitter like bullying trans people, and like I only see little trans accounts like going private or like freaking out because they get like transphobes in their comment replies because Destiny quote tweeted them, and a ton of far right people follow Destiny on Twitter for like targets to like engage with. You know what I mean? I don't really know. Yeah, just I don't know. His community's gotten pretty far right. Oh, it's so like in their comment replies because I only see trans like little trans athletes actually transphobic. I don't know. I don't know. I only see him on Twitter like bullying trans people, and like I only see trans like little trans accounts like going private or like freaking out because they get like transphobes in their comment replies because Destiny quote tweeted them, and a ton of far right people follow Destiny on Twitter for like targets to like engage with. You know what I mean? I don't really know. Yeah, just I don't know. His community's gotten pretty far right. Oh, you know, Danny, or I think Synth was here is her name. I followed her for a while on Twitter before unfollowing her because she was an insufferable like DGG stan. But then I refollowed her on stream actually because of a horse dick joke. You know, I'm consistent. Destiny like banned her from his chat a couple of days ago because she was pointing out that his behavior was attracting like a far right audience that was engaging in transphobia unironically, and she just got banned for that. Okay, am I misremembering, or did he not say like banned for posting child pornography?
I do all that in my chat. I always like banned for child porn. That means don't unban. And I'm pretty sure he knows that because he's a huge fan of my stream for a long time. But it's kind of funny that, well, I unfollowed her because she was a DGG stan, then I refollowed her once she had a falling out. I do bully trans people on Twitter, but because they're stupid, not because they're trans. I bully everyone on Twitter. It's a bit ironic, given that Ian has demonstrated the same frustration with minority groups getting more space for arguments and held to lower standards.
To this, if we care about introspection, you have to give me more than Professor Flowers didn't say the things she said because she said other things that weren't the things she said. I need more than that. Should I not? Should I take everyone then at their word, every criticism? Mel, the genocide denier, is this a person for whom I must hold water? Luna Oy, a nationalist? I mean, where does that line stop? It seems to stop a lot farther out with minority groups than it does with white people. It's a concern that I've noticed. And if you I'm sure understand from your presence in the online left that there is often a performative, what would you call it? A performative giving of space to minority groups. Not to say it's not good to do that, but a performative one which is about, virtue signaling, essentially. I think it's an issue because it means those people are being held to a lower standard with regards to the quality of their perspectives, when all of us, of course, should be subject to criticism for the things that we say.
Interesting. It's a bit ironic given that Ian has demonstrated the same frustration with minority groups getting more space for arguments and to lower standards. He's even said the exact same thing about the online trans communities as recently as September of 2021.
Here. So wait, hold on. One more time, just so we can get all the arguments. Now that you have the full context, okay?
The left community online, particularly the LGBT community, is cancerous as fuck. If you're not an idiot, you will agree with me on this. If you have any fucking experience with online like LGBT or leftist discourse, you know it's cancerous as fuck.
So I do still think this is true. I probably wouldn't phrase it in this way. And in the broader context, it's yikesy, but the statement on its own here I think is true. So, whatever.
Synth has essentially admitted to just clout farming me for followers and constantly farms my DGG community for OnlyFans subscriptions. She's literally said, Synth, I see the thread and what you wrote to him. First of all, why did you write to him like that? You know he does that, and then you continue to attack him. Just log off or delete Twitter at this point if it makes you feel so bad. He says every time there's a new Twitter drama, this sort of you attack him, he shoots back. He doesn't care about your problems. Synth says, oh, I know. I'm clout farming him. He should attack me more so that I can get more clout. It gives me more money. Someone says, dog, if you're having actual panic attacks over this shit and still goading it on, it makes it look like you're lying about everything. And then these are logs where every time after drama she'd come into chat, post nudes, sub to my OnlyFans, I need money. I have an OnlyFans if you just want to spend money on me. Sub to my OnlyFans, I post every day. Please sub to me, I'm poor and I'll love you forever. Also, if you want to sub now, I have actual content daily. Others seem to attempt to clout farm off of fights with me too. Natikska or whatever, this weird person, comes into my chat to make a comment and then immediately clips a video out of it, publishes on their channel, then runs to Ian to have a conversation about the event. This person has their own incredibly contentious past, changing the name from Scrimzox/Nathorix after allegations came out of them, encouraging fans as young as 12 to send them nude pictures. None of this mattered though. Feuding with me, was enough to get a follow, a coveted follow, from both Ian and Kethels. Both of them followed Natikska after they had their fight with me. Wow. Not spite driven though. Ian uncritically reads a comment from his chat, doesn't bother to fact check, leads to misinterpreting my views to his audience. He tries to claim that he doesn't like playing telephone, but he'll move on to character assassination as though the prior claims were true.
To go over Destiny's coverage on Folding Ideas NFT video. He took issue with Folding Ideas NFT video?
Wait, real quick, let me check something.
He goes on an unhinged rant about how 2008 was the fault of the people taking the loans and was hostile right from the get-go. He
goes on an unhinged rant about how in 2008 it was the fault of people taking the loans.
And does a lot of classist shit. He couldn't finish the vid because his orbiters went on a stream to call him out. Really true. I'm consistently astonished by how hard he's fallen off plus L plus ratio.
It's interesting that he almost pretends to have a modicum of good faith there. Was that really true? Huh. He is fucking evil.
No, I have no interest in going over him malding. Did he pose any, like, 2008 was the fault of the... I don't know. I don't like playing telephone. There we go. It's always classism. His politics are always going to be about supplementing his ego by finding avenues through which he can demonstrate to himself that he's smarter than other people. Classism.
This is the... Now he just, off of the last chatter's comment, will go on to talk about how I'm a classist without even evaluating whether anything I said before was actually said. My original take regarding the housing crisis was that the incentives were bad for every single actor in the housing market and that everyone acted with impropriety, not that it was solely the fault of homeowners. Reality is everything he's saying is... Oh, fuck. Correct. There were bad, like, the bank's incentives here were perverse. The credit rating agencies probably did fuck up when they were rating some of these bonds. This whole incentive structure was probably bad, but people also bought homes that they couldn't afford. Like, consumers were dumb as fuck as well. Now, if you want to preface this by saying, and you know what, I would say, you know what, I'm not going to blame consumers at all because I expect consumers to be literal brain-dead monkey apes that respond so incredibly predictably to financial incentives that if I were to pay them enough money, they would sell me their fucking children's kidneys, then sure, that's fine. That's probably true. But it just did not... True. Bring that up at all and to make it sound like, oh, the only people who did anything wrong, like it was just a bunch of poor homeowners, poor buyers. No, there were people looking to get rich quick, which was a lot of them, to get their first home that they couldn't rightfully afford, which was a lot of them, and they got caught in the middle of the bubble with their pants down, and they got fucked by the bubble pop as well. Now, we can say that we expect the average consumer to be a dumb fuck, which is fine, again, I'll do that. But to totally leave that out is a little, like, they stood to gain a lot as well from this whole fucking crisis, just as much. True. A lot of consumers did stand to gain a lot and did gain a lot in the housing crisis. Same as the banks had perverse incentives to sell mortgages that they knew people couldn't afford. People also had incentives to take mortgages that they couldn't afford, knowing that they could flip the house later because of how insane the housing market was with the constant increase of housing prices. I'm not solely blaming, and I even say here that, yeah, it's probably not the majority fault of consumers because you don't expect consumers to be incredibly financially savvy. Now, I think I said not like dumb fucks or whatever, but that is true. It's not solely the fault of homeowners. No one else can hear this fast. Wait, was that too quick? You're fine. You should get used to hearing me talk fast. Fuck you. Ian has claimed that Mr. Girl is a pedophile and that my community and I defend him since I'm becoming like Sargon of Akkad who defended Amos E. He's claimed several times that my community is full of pedophile defenders.
Destiny, early Christmas morning, was in my subreddit defending that Mr. Girl pedophile guy against my fans.
Can you flip houses without repaying your loan? Kind of, yes, because you're gaining a massive amount of equity. If I buy $100,000 house and a year later that house is worth $200,000, I can move up or buy another house by selling that one. I get $100,000 in equity that I've gained because of the appreciation of the underlying asset, and then I can flip that loan and make a ton of money off of it. Yeah.
Defending pedophiles is just part of Destiny's path onto becoming identical to 2016 Sargon of Akkad. It's you know, maybe they're jumping on that horse a little bit faster. Is DGG saying Mr. Girl? Yeah, there are a lot of people defending it apparently over on the Reddit. Why don't you post the debate in the main channel? Because the debate.
But yeah, the Destiny's community seems to be engaging in some kind of fetishization of the idea of owning your takes and like being forthcoming and biting the bullet, which is interesting to me because they never seem to feel that way about anything Demon Mama has ever done. You know, Demon Mama bites bullets like crazy. She owns positions that I disagree with remarkable tenacity. So do a lot of very left people on Twitter. You know, there are tons of lefties who will instantly bite bullets on stuff that the Destiny crowd disagrees with. But do they say, "Hey, I disagree with you, but I'm impressed by how well you bite the bullet"? Does Destiny's community ever look at a left-leaning person like an anarchist or whatever and go, "Well, I disagree with you, but I am impressed by how how consistent you're being, and even though your values are different to mine, I think that your ability to just own it is good." No, they don't do that. But if you're a pedophile, if you're talking about how you want to fuck 10-year-olds. Now that's something they've got respect for. It's just anti-left spite. That's really all there is to it.
Mr. Girls never said he wants to fuck 10-year-olds, by the way. This is a particularly silly example, given I had a massive debate and disagreement with Amos E, an actual pedophile, and never defended his point of view. I had a pretty big debate with Amos E. I completely disagreed with him the entire time. It's also annoying when Ian himself has made some fairly edgy jokes surrounding pedophilia. A modular sex bot with adaptable components. From the waist down, it's 26. From the stomach up, it's 12. Hanami can ride its dick while Desiderata fucks it. Or Desiderata? I don't know how to pronounce the name. Fucks its face. I will draw this. Everyone is happy. I will not actually draw this.
Okay, next question. Simulated child porn. Lolly stuff?
I think it's pretty sussy.
What's that?
I think that if you have an interest in that sort of stuff, you should definitely be checking yourself as to why. You know, like the thing that really bothers me about this shit, apart from the fact that anytime you want to look at like hentai on a hentai site, you have to like negate the tag lolly and thus 50% of the site's content. The thing that bothers me is people who pretend there's no relationship whatsoever between like drawn lolly shit and actual attraction to children. Of course there's a relationship between those things. Ridiculous to pretend otherwise. So they need to be aware of that, if anything.
Nice right now? We've all jerked it to lolly at some point or another. We've all... Well, you don't have a penis. We have all... We have at some point in our lives been going fucking crazy on some hentai site, and we've been fucking stroking as hard and fast as we can, and then after we nut, we go back, look over our history tab, and we go like, oh, jeez. Oh, boy. Some of these girls looked pretty young. Okay, I don't give a fuck, all right?
Okay, next question. Simulated child porn lolly stuff?
I think it's...
Did I like the same thing twice? Oh, it's the same like. Ian claims I am a creepy, obsessed stalker in the same way that Anna was a stalker to me, seemingly ignoring the fact that we're both large content creators occupying a very similar space talking about these same political issues.
That's the Destiny Anna Frills thing. I don't know anything about it. I know that she's like some creepy stalker or whatever. Everything I've seen from Anna Frills makes me think that she's like legit, like creepy as fuck. Like super, super bad. I will say that given the fact that Destiny's behavior towards me has been pretty unironically creepy too, I do find it funny. You know?
Vosh is living in the mirror dimension? Yeah, maybe.
That like, it would hold water on something like that, but not reflect in his own behavior.
Apparently I'm stalking him.
He gets sick of chat bringing up Destiny? Not really. I mean, Destiny's clear only goal at streaming right now, what he thinks of when he wakes up and falls asleep, is to get my attention. And you can cry about that assessment if he wants, but holy mother of God, I've never had a content creator obsess over me that much. Outside of maybe, like, Kiwi Farms adjacent types who, like, every day they'd stream for 6 hours saying, like, this is why Vosh is worse than Hitler, except Hitler wasn't that bad, really, you know?
Historical data.
Yeah, it's like stalker shit. It's really fucking weird, you know?
I'm a stalker. This other political commentator that comments on my shit is stalking me. Please make him stop. Please. I just want to say things unchallenged. I don't want any critical analysis of anything I'm saying. Please just stop talking about me.
Like when he jumped onto a panel to talk with me, and then like he spent the remaining 2 hours of the panel.
I jump onto panels at night all the time to argue with people. By the way, I used to do that all the time on Twitch. A lot of people in my chat would realize at like 2 a.m. like what the fuck Dustin's on a panel. It wasn't just because he's well, it's because he was saying stupid things on it. But anytime I hear somebody anywhere saying dumb shit on a panel that I can hop onto, I always hop on.
Silently, like just sitting there.
Because the rest of the panel was Stardust asking questions like, how big of a dick would you suck if it belonged with your dad? Okay? That was true. And awkward. Ian would reference this claim again in a few weeks, saying that me covering his content is me being creepy and abusive.
Burying the hatchet thing isn't going to happen. I find it weird when you guys say stuff like that because I don't know, like he's like a creepy stalker. It's not like we have a few petty disagreements that we could overcome for the good of the left. He has relentlessly gone out of his way to be like creepily like borderline attempting to be abusive.
Abusive? Calling me creepy and abusive. Ian claims that my defense of Citizens United is that it's complicated.
He said he used big words yesterday, said Sam Cedar in the Co-host the Majority Report makes shit up about Citizens United. Well, he's like really on defending Citizens United. I've seen his defense of it too. He's like, well, don't you know it would be complicated for us to not have Citizens United? Lefties don't understand. It's complicated. All lefties have a very simplistic understanding of Citizens United, as opposed to my very nuanced take, which is that Citizens United is complicated. And I don't know how things could ever be any other way, even though things were another way for a very long time and then changed. But I don't know how they could ever have been any other way. You guys have seen him? Am I summing that up correctly? That's his take on Citizens United, right? That's his...
Citizens United is a complicated case. Now, that's not the only thing I've said about it. I've discussed the issues surrounding the case multiple times on stream, even with educated people about it. I've had lots of conversations related to Citizens United. Obviously, the dumbest... This is Ethan Hirsch, the author of Politics for Power. He came in to talk about, like, a lot of complicated political issues. I don't know, watch, like, every time I talked about it. But, like, yeah, I've had, like, a lot of conversations about stuff related to Citizens United and the complicatedness of figuring out lobbying and super PACs and, you know, who should be able to advertise what and, you know, was the bipartisan act or whatever, was it okay? Like, But the ultra-ironic thing is Ian literally agreed with me that it's a complicated case that's hard to decide.
To Citizens United. Because I hate it. I really do. I just don't see a way around it.
Fuck the Constitution.
No, I don't care. So let me to explain my point. I don't care about the Constitution. I don't fuck the Constitution. Amen. I don't care about the Constitution. But like when you're saying that like any type of advertising that you do that could be pro or against a certain campaign, when you say that we're going to ban that type like around an election season, is that something that you're intrinsically okay with? Would that like extend to like our streams? Like how do you reconcile that in your head? Where do you draw that line? I'm curious.
So that's a really tough one. I acknowledge and I agree with people who say this is a more nuanced issue than a lot of leftists will give it credit for. I think that right now the consequences of Citizens United are disastrous. I think
literally says it's a more complicated issue than what most leftists will give it credit for. Almost verbatim my take. But then later on will roast me for the same thing. Ian admits that he didn't watch my debate with the Surfs TV and completely misrepresents my argument about Google requiring trans people to wear dead names on their badges, claiming I just didn't think it was a big deal to dead name people, after literally saying he didn't even watch the debate.
Stupid. I actually didn't watch his debate with Lance the other day. Did you know? This is, by the way, I'm totally poisoning the well here. But did you know while debating with Lance was making the argument that like Google was still like reactionary or whatever? Okay. Lance pointed out that at Google, you need to get a legal name change if you're trans for your name card to be updated. So if you're a trans lady and you've got Michael on your name card, like you need a legal name change for them to confirm the change in the thing. And Destiny, I swear to God, I actually looked, I did double check to make sure it's real. Destiny, he said, is that really a big deal? So we're truly beyond the pale here. They on the left. Anyway, I didn't break my rule because I was on that panel for 2 hours before he jumped on.
My argument here has to do with the idea that you probably can't just put whatever name you want on a name badge for security purposes.
For example, Google, while Google puts the the rainbow logo on their icons and all that kind of stuff, they are actively forcing their employees to have to use dead names on their ID tags if they haven't been able to change them for whatever reason, usually economically, through the state level. So that to me is incredibly fucked up. So I think it's
how is that incredibly fucked up?
Forcing employees to use dead names on their ID tags?
If they haven't gotten it changed with the state, my guess is this is probably a policy almost everywhere, right? How do you have people that just give whatever name they want if it's not registered anywhere with the state body? I'm genuinely asking you. I don't know. I haven't heard about this issue, but that sounds like common sense to me. Of course, you have to go by your state registered name.
Because it's okay. Well, first off, it's not something that every single person can afford, right? The ability to change your name is usually something that's privileged for people who can afford to do that. Secondly, the ID tags themselves. We're not talking about just verification badges. We're talking about what they have to wear as part of their everyday getup. It was something that was like spread around through the alphabet union right now.
Okay, I'm gonna.
Your company badge doesn't mean shit, right? Like, I'm not talking about like.
If you work at Google, you should. Okay. Also, I don't know if I bring this up, but I hate that your company badge doesn't mean shit. I have very limited corporate experience, and even I know that, like at the casino, your badge is your ID thing. Sometimes you use it to swipe into places. Security will look at your name tag. At the casino, if you swapped badges with somebody, you got caught for that, you would get fired instantly. You would get fired. You would just get fired. You can't just swap your name badge. Those badges have sometimes, and I'm sure they're probably even more sophisticated now because this was back in like 2008. But be able to afford a name change. Okay, number one. Okay, number two. Oh, even if you can't, like, I'm sorry, but like in terms of how security and everything works, you probably need to have like actual name badges and shit. Like, I'm sorry, like, I don't know how you can think that you can just not do that. Like,
there's so many things here. Like, okay, what if they just got hired, for example? Like, they've just started. They're not making the Google salary yet. They've just gotten the job of their dreams, but they also don't want to be called by their dead names anymore because that shit really fucks with them.
Then unfortunately, I'm sorry. I know that it's everybody's dream to work at Google, but I guess you're one of the 1% of the 1% who was able to get whatever prerequisite education or computer background you needed, but don't have the money to change your name. So wait a month or two or save up. Or, I don't know. Like, this is such a weird.
Also, how much does it cost to change your name? It's got to be like $100 or something. Maybe it's more than that. I don't know.
Hill to die on. Like, you can resolve this after working at Google for 2 or 3 months. This sounds like such a non-issue. Like.
Well, okay. Well, this is one of the reasons why I think them using
probably depends on the state you live in, I would guess. Oh, $400 in California. Okay, maybe in some states it's more expensive. My argument here has to do with the idea that you probably can't just put whatever name you want on a name badge for security purposes. The extra irony about this is that it ended up not being Google at all who required this. It was a security company that Google was subcontracting for security work. So the company that was doing it was actually a security G4S that did security. It was a company that did security. The name tag is probably pretty important there. That would be my guess. But remember, Ian's summary of that conversation, that Lance, by the way, would actually concede to me at the end because he didn't even know who was being impacted there, that it was a subcontractor of Google that did security. Ian, I'm pretty sure Lance conceded to me at the end of that. This was Ian's summary of that take of mine.
Stupid. I actually didn't watch his debate with Lance the other day. Did you know? This is, by the way, I'm totally poisoning the well here. But did you know while debating with Lance was making the argument that like Google was still like reactionary or whatever? Okay. Lance pointed out that at Google you need to get a legal name change if you're trans for your name card to be updated. So if you're a trans lady and you've got Michael on your name card, like you need a legal name change for them to confirm the change in the thing. And Destiny, I swear to God, I actually looked. I did double check to make sure it's real. Destiny, he said, is that really a big deal?
I'm sorry. Just whatever. Ian claims I only bring up negative experiences to get dunks on other people because I brought up Byron's suicide in an argument about why social workers can be scary to people who have been committed to mental institutions before.
The funniest thing, though, is how obviously mad he gets when people, like, take sympathy for his negative experiences, because it's very clear he only brings up his negative experiences to get dunks on other people and not because he actually wants to share in any empathy of the situation.
I don't want people treating you like a victim for anything ever. I've said that a million times before, and that's not even an uncommon experience for people that have been victims of different types of things. I don't know how you could say something so mind-numbingly fucking clueless like that.
Because it's very clear he only brings up his negative experiences to get dunks on other people and not because he actually wants to share in any empathy of the situation. Like how he brought up Reckful's suicide, a suicide of a close friend of his, to me, as part of an argument that social workers are scarier than police officers when doing mental health checks. That's a real thing that happened, by the way.
Ian claims I only bring this up to get dunks on other people. I brought up Byron's suicide in an argument about why social workers can be scary to people who've been committed to mental institutions. I was not bringing this up for a dunk. I was bringing it up to reinforce why social workers can be so scary to people. Ian later claims I'm making stuff up regardless.
Health professionals, because they are so fucking afraid of being committed to an institution. This is why Byron jumped out a fucking window and killed himself instead of trying to find more help, because he had one bad experience where he was committed to a mental institution and he never wanted to talk to anybody related to it. It wouldn't surprise me. I know that they can, but I don't know if most people know that. It wouldn't surprise me if somebody saw. You can laugh all you want, but I don't think that most people see a cop
and bring you to the hospital for the detainment.
I mean, Ian misrepresents my contention with Philosophy Tube, claiming I was only upset because she implied she needed to go on a runner strike. He even brings up the exact same Bernie Sanders comparison that I shot down in our prior conversation.
I know we talked a little bit about your earlier debates with Destiny, but out of your modern debates with Destiny, pick one. What do you think is a highlight? What do you think you could have done better?
It would definitely be the one over Philosophy Tube, I think, because of how stupid it was. Destiny was arguing that Philosophy Tube, Abigail, was a hypocrite and like destroying the left or whatever, because she advocated that people go on a renter strike in a way that implied that she also needed to go on a renter strike even though she makes a decent amount of money. Which is like imagine if Bernie Sanders said, we need a workers' revolution, and Destiny was like, Bernie Sanders, you're a millionaire. Why are you lying to your fans by suggesting that they need it as much as you do? Like, that's literally the tier that was on, so that's
literally the tier that was on. I had literally already had a conversation with Ian about this where he agreed with me that Philosophy Tube's tweet was unsavory.
Pandemic, ignoring the fact that they're literally doing this to somebody that is probably making far less money than they do.
I don't necessarily have an issue with people calling for a rent strike and using collective language and doing
Stop. That's not what we're talking about.
Oh my God. I do think that it's bad that they hide their income, though. I think that's the big definer here. I think that if you show your income, then I think that's totally
This is not what I'm saying is she is making it sound like she literally won't be paying rent due to the pandemic, ignoring the fact that the landlord makes less than them. I would say that this is a trick into making somebody think that they're on their side. This is what I'm referring to. I think that my first statement is
on their side.
What?
Wouldn't she be on their side? I mean, she's a lefty. What do you mean is she not?
As in, has the same struggles, has the same class problems, has the same problem affording rent, when that's not the case.
There is definitely an implication here that they can't afford their rent that I do find a bit unsavory. This is why I really wish they would show their income. But the general, we should do X language, I think is perfectly acceptable.
Stop. I don't think you made a compare. Hold on. I have to do this because I can't let you get the rhetorical wins. I'm sorry.
Why are you accusing me of rhetorical wins?
Because you're doing. No. You might not realize you're doing it, but I'm listening for it now and I'm hearing it more. Okay. Earlier, you used the comparison of Bernie Sanders. When Bernie says something like, "We need free healthcare, we need free blah blah blah," Bernie Sanders is not presenting himself as a fellow poor. In fact, I'm almost positive that I've heard Bernie Sanders say, I think word for word, the average American should have the same healthcare that I have in the Senate. I'm pretty sure he said that word for word. I think I've heard Bernie say that. So you're comparing. So stop. Yes. So this is why I'm calling this a rhetorical win, because it's a disingenuous comparison. When Bernie Sanders says we need to do this, that's different. I don't think Bernie Sanders would come out and say we need to go on strike and stop paying our mortgage. I'm writing a letter to my landlord saying I'm not going to pay the mortgage. I don't think Bernie Sanders would fucking say that. That's what I'm talking about. You can try to divert, okay? But Abigail's tweet here.
Come on,
Abigail's tweet here. Abigail's tweet here is not comparable to Bernie Sanders' statement. Abigail's tweet here is a trick into thinking that she is on your side. That is my first statement. I think it has been sufficiently justified.
I don't like the use of the term "your side" because it implies that she has malicious intent or politically disagrees. If you wanted to say the language of this tweet gives the mistaken impression that she's struggling more financially than she probably actually is, then I think I would agree with that. Would you mind this tweet if she had her income publicly known and it was something that she referred to?
So he essentially agrees with my complaint here, but then he will misrepresent it later, saying, using the exact same Bernie Sanders analogy that I literally shoot down in my exact conversation with him. Ian claims I've only attacked Demon Mama, Vermin, and Conyer because they're in his community.
Here to target because he'll be that desperate. I mean, he's literally done that. He's attacked people in my community because they're in my community. When he attacks Demon Mama, it's always, framed in reference to me, like, oh, you're my thrice descendant because you come from Vosh, and Vosh comes from me.
My first conversation with Demon Mama had nothing to do with Vosh. It had to do with language being used on Twitter. You think
we're back to square one.
This is this. My second conversation with Demon Mama had to do with her trying to paint the Scrub King as an incel. It had nothing to do with Ian. My issues with his ex-girlfriend and roommate had to do with them constantly calling me names, calling me a rapist, and trying to get me banned from Twitch. Every day, I am more and more certain that Rapestiny hates trans people.
Which, real quick, we have just done a stock on our own site. The only time
and
has ever used the word rape at all was talking about a story that happened to them. So, once again, motherfucking liar, literally making up nonsense. Just making it up. He just made it up. Once again, as always, caught in 4K. Oh, you checked further. They called Destiny Rapestiny 3 days ago. I don't fucking care. That is not an accusation of rape.
I'll watch that clip as many times as I can. Ian claims I've kicked him out of my community because he was a lefty. This is explicitly why I went about the sexual harassment allegations in the way that I did, to avoid exactly this type of bias on true claims.
Systems that right-leaning people do. Now, I would argue that characterization is very disingenuous to begin with, but whatever. We're not here to talk about Destiny. He's been trying to purge lefty elements from his community. Some think that my ex-decision from the community has something to do with that. And by some people, I mean me. I think that. I think that he acted uncharitably towards me because he was sick of having leftists in his community. And I was a well-known leftist in his community.
That's true. He was a well-known leftist, which is exactly why I went about that confrontation in the exact way that I did, to avoid exactly those types of claims. Ian claims we were never friends.
Your relationship with Destiny is kind of cute and sad. It's only sad if you have some weird parasocial thing. Destiny and I were never friends. I like shitposting in his chat. I kind of probably always will, but it's not like some weird emotional thing. It's really funny. Chat cares more about the Vosh Destiny relationship than Vosh does. Yeah, but that's a consequence of parasocial.
This seems like it's probably not true. There's like a lot of like random comments that he's made over time.
It was really cute how Destiny called you his buddy. Oh, Destiny calls everyone buddy, so. The real Sadstiny stuff, or the real Depressed-Destiny content, is that in one of the later YouTube videos that was made from the VOD of me discussing stuff with Destiny, he had like some really flattering, what was it exactly? Wait, hold on.
Where I had flattering things to say about him, and he's happy about it.
This was from 2017, I think. Yeah. Talking with my buddy Irish Laddie. This is one of my really left-leaning buddies, a full-on anti-capitalist sociology major. I always appreciate my conversations with this guy as he can present his thoughts very concisely, and we disagree on quite a bit. Really respectful, you know? Really, Gary Cypher? That's actually pretty cute. And before I wrote that.
Dairy Cypher. Oh, that was cute. Oh, Vosh, one of the first few times I heard about you, I thought you two were school. Oh, cute in terms of me complimenting him. Destiny, it's your friend. Want to play League together? Maybe that's just a meme comment, I guess. He would like draw comics of us. This feels really weird now. I'm sorry, but maybe that's just a meme. He would post pictures of us together. Now I do feel like Anna. And he would draw extensive comics of us together. Friendstiny. Now, maybe that was also just a meme thing. Who knows? But we were never friends. That's just some weird parasocial thing. He's claimed over and over and over again that I am classist and have no solutions for anything, despite the fact that I religiously go over policy or research on stream constantly. I don't think I have to watch him calling me classist. We already heard him do it like 3 times. Notice how when I say we've already heard that, we've actually watched the video and heard him say it, and I'm not just referring to a false caricature that I've said with no evidence. This is also extra ironic, as Ian has admitted many of his solutions only exist so long as a socialist revolution happens. He also tries to gaslight me on this very same convo, claiming he didn't bring up my net worth to attack my positions.
Productivity of our
So you
industry.
have no policy suggestions. Why would you accuse me of that?
Well,
When
that's
you're literally
because,
the one here saying
because
you don't
that's
have
the
any policy
difference.
suggestions.
I don't think solutions need to only be policy-based. I think that broader ideological movements can also be a great way of changing the way countries
Which broader
function.
ideological movement is going to help us with climate change?
Well, a populist socialist movement would probably lead towards a great deal of class antagonism that might manifest in some way in the ability to electorally restrict some of these businesses. That happened back at the turn of the century, back in the 1900s, 2000s.
Oh, sorry. Oh, fuck. I fell asleep. I'm sorry.
Why are you?
Wait.
Utopia?
Do you understand that when I'm having a conversation with you, I'm not bringing this up. When you're having a conversation with me, you are bringing this up. I know you throw the white whatever bullshit liberal at you. You are throwing my net worth at me.
Wait, no, I didn't. I just said it on stream. You said the white thing on stream. Directly to you.
I did not say.
Oh, he's just saying, oh, I just brought up your net worth. I wasn't saying that that makes you a classist or anything.
That Vosh is just another white liberal whatever bullshit. You did say you brought up my net worth in some way.
Is it just a personal thing then? Okay, so wait. I don't think it's a matter of being demeaned. I think it's just a fact that people's material circumstances influence how they tend to behave, whether that be
okay,
race
then
or
we're
wealth.
in the same class then, dog. So what does that say about your utopia or your ideas about your class struggle or whatever?
Well, it would mean that if I did end up making a tremendous amount of money or more.
Ian claimed I was only victim blaming when talking about the Prime Kai's allegations and that all of my arguments were conspiratorial. He also alleges that if you're a workplace victim of sexual harassment, you have power over your boss.
Destiny came on. And I'll get this out of the way now because I know everyone wants my opinion. Destiny and Dylan argued for about 3 hours, and there was basically nothing distinguishing Destiny's behavior from that of a common victim blamer. His arguments were bad, if eloquently delivered. He came in to discredit and attack Kat. He did so with all the standard tropes. You know, she strung him along by not being forthcoming about his harassment. She's clout sharking, you know. She actually liked him, so he got mixed signals. Yeah, he actually said it was woman tactics at one point. At one point, he actually said, if you're a victim of workplace sexual harassment, you have power over your boss. Like if your boss harasses you and you're a woman, which that is some content creator skull if I've ever heard it, but
This is a gross mischaracterization of what I said, which was in fact that Kat, the woman involved, knew Prime was into her and admitted to playing along to further her career, which does indeed make the situation more complicated.
The work relationship without turning them down or to continue to work. Is the worker manipulating the boss then? I don't know. You have to look into it. It's pretty complicated. That could go either way. Generally, it's bad of the boss to proposition an employee. That's almost always the case.
It's almost always the case that the boss shouldn't proposition the employee.
But in terms of like how it actually plays out, like, I don't know. The problem is that Prime was hitting on Katarina by her own admission from the moment they started interacting. And Katarina, by her own admission, said it would be profitable and beneficial for her career to essentially play along. So like, and that's in her own words. So yeah, I don't know. That's a rough one.
I even say here that it's almost always bad for a boss to proposition a worker. And he claimed that I was saying that so what I just said there, his characterization of that was, if you're a workplace victim of sexual harassment, you have power over your boss. That was his characterization of that. He would then later claim that he was correct about the entire Prime Kai situation.
I was wrong about Prime Kai. Oh, I saw this. This was yesterday. I thought you were referring to some new development. No, as far as I understand it, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to turn this into some kind of, ego boost. Wasn't I right about everything? The underlying inappropriate behavior Prime Kai engaged in against Kat seemed inappropriate, and he apologized for it. The problem is Dylan went public with it too early and ended up fronting a bunch of claims that he couldn't support. And then later, those claims ended up being facile because it turns out Samantha the Banana didn't communicate with Prime Kai in the way that she had said that she did to Kat. So my take of the behavior evidenced here is like fairly cringy, but not like super terrible, and I need to wait on evidence for more, ended up being completely correct. The EGG is going to hate that statement. Yeah, I saw like Destiny fans who were hardcore raging over me when everything I said was completely correct. And I didn't have to change any of my statements or beliefs. Like it all ended up being true. But a lot of them were like, I can't believe you said Prime Kai was a sexual predator. That's like, wow, we're not even pretending to know what we're talking about anymore. But okay. Anyway, it seems like a pretty unfortunate situation all around. You literally said he sexually harassed her? Yeah. Yeah, from what I saw and from talking with Prime Kai, and according to Prime Kai's statement where he apologized, yeah. But that's not like end of the world. And
I don't think that was the case, that he admitted to sexually harassing her.
It's also not like the worst thing that could have happened. The worst thing that could have happened would have been Prime Kai deliberately sexually harassing with the malicious intent of exploiting her social lack of mores, which was never proven, so.
There is a belief that I would bully rape victims, very popularly endorsed by Ian's subreddit, probably because he himself said I engage in rape apologia. His subreddit will say this constantly. BetDGG would look at a rape victim and say, you're just trying to get clout by coming forward. Wait, this sounds familiar. Despite how many like sexual assaultment claims I've covered on stream and victims I've supported through that.
I'm amazed that he wasn't banned for the rape apologia arc, you know?
And
like
he said this, he's used this rape apologia comment. I think we've heard it like 5 times at this point. Countersue. One incredibly irritating aspect of Ian is that he engages in behavior that I'd be crucified for, especially by his community, if I were to engage in anything remotely similar. Many of the things he's actually done are even worse than the things he's falsely claiming I do. While Ian was fighting against Kat Black over their personal issues, it wasn't enough to prove that what she was saying was incorrect. He also had to label her as a stalker, an abuser, and again an abuser, similar to him labeling me an abuser and stalker just for reviewing his political content.
And Mama debate? Wait, she's watching my live stream debates and she doesn't follow me? I think, has she been like stalking me? I never would have believed that based on her behavior over the past few years, but she has acted so crazy over the past few, like, days that it's, like, really fucking weird. Like, holy, like, I don't care about you. I don't care about you. I don't, like, I worry she's going to start like posting that she doesn't even care, like, that I live at my address. You know, like, holy shit, Jesus fuck. Wait, I think DM convo means direct message. No, wait, wasn't that? You know, I've said this a lot, but I really feel like Cat Black comes across like an abuser here. Anyway, out of curiosity, you're asking me to respect you, and you clearly don't respect me. Not really. Holy shit, she's such a fucking abuser, dude. Holy fuck. And I said, there was never any way at all to make you believe anything other. Should I be listening to Cat Black then, since she is in this case the abuser and the oppressor? Like, this is the problem. The only way to answer this, the only way to really solve this problem, is to point out that I need to have some kind of independent decision-making ability.
Similar to him labeling me an abuser and stalker just for reviewing his political content. He's claimed I'm transphobic merely for quote tweeting and fighting with trans accounts on Twitter, yet here he is blowing up a smaller trans creator while simultaneously using stereotypically transphobic insults against them like mentally ill. Ian has talked multiple times about using his community to brigade. He's mentioned trying an underhanded way to effect an outcome regarding other Reddit communities.
As you guys all know, the entirety of leftist Reddit is controlled by a core team of moderators, most of whom are tankies, who despise me and just auto-ban basically anyone who speaks positively of me. I don't have a solution for this problem. It's possible that in the future we can attempt to do like coordinated, you know, like, I don't know, mod mail. No, that sounds super dorky. Nah, that's dumb. I don't really know what to do about it, to be honest. There might be some way, some underhanded way of affecting an outcome. It's not like I don't have the influence to do this, you know.
He's encouraged people to publicly shame ContraPoints.
All right, thank you guys. Keep it up though. Don't get complacent. The more of you are in the replies being like, that's not what's happening right here. Like, this is necessary, okay? Publicly shame her into changing her mind on this. All right, thank you.
He's told his audience to go nuclear on Riley, an online trans content creator, and to call her whatever you want.
Just want to see if I can't find that clip sometime. I think that I think I'm comfortable though that if it does turn out that after that conversation, Riley's takeaway is that I said it would be okay to have sex in public, I'm okay with going nuclear on Riley. We no longer need any respect for her. We can sort of shame people for even continuing to give a fuck about her. You can call her whatever you want. I don't care. There's absolutely no charity reserved for people who behave that way. Absolutely none.
He even gave cover for people going after her law degree, with Demon Mama also chiming in to say that she shouldn't be a lawyer as well, after communities began to spam phone calls to get Riley disbarred.
The board's like that, right?
Oh, and then this is Vosh giving justification, I think, for why it's okay to go after RGR's fucking bar license. Bar license? Attorney license?
What would you call it? Her qualification for the bar? I don't know what you call it.
Go after her to try to make it so she can't get certified from the bar. Like,
I mean, I think. Now, you could say it's like esoteric and this online drama doesn't like perfectly describe her value elsewise, but I think there's at least an argument to be had here. Dylan says, every Maryland queer I know who knows of her advocacy has shining reviews. Her stuff offline has been great. The last thing I want is someone doing good work to be thrown off their work. As a queer, I think she does good work. I'm not sure if I like that necessarily. And Doe says, thanks for making your stance clear. I'm glad we can all be clear about our stances here. You just think it's cool to play defense for people who say buying human beings for sex is, quote, primarily about the buying. If that's who you want advocating for you, say it with your chest. And then it seems to end there. At least in this case, we're not really talking about going after one's job, right? We're just talking about one's suitability for a progressive board. I mean, at the very least, what a person does online is definitely relevant to their presence on such a board, is it not?
This was Demon Mama. Gabby saying, I'm mainly a game streamer. I have people from Vosh, Dylan, even your community watch me. Do you think I'm a DGG parrot? Huge difference between saying your political takes are bad and shouldn't be platformed and trying to make sure someone never gets a job. Yes, based on your constant attempts to pick fights with me, you're constantly appearing only when drama around me shows up. And two, no one is saying Riley can't get a job at Best Buy, just that she probably shouldn't be a lawyer if she's going to sling false accusations everywhere. Ian also mentioned on stream, perhaps Riley shouldn't be a lawyer, at the same time that everybody was trying to go after her job.
Positions to you, and every time in chat you're like, well, that's not what I mean. Well, with respect, you shouldn't be a lawyer then, because clearly there's a huge disconnect between what you're thinking and what you say. I mean,
he wished his audience would have harassed Professor Flowers some more.
And slandered for it.
I feel like my main issue here, after all of this, is that you guys didn't go far enough in harassing a queer woman of color. I feel like you guys could have gone way harder with that, you know?
He's encouraged his community to harass a police officer having a mental breakdown on social media.
Really frightening.
I don't remember what this cop was crying about, but it was pretty clear she was having some kind of breakdown.
So I hope, and I encourage all of you to get on this, that we all make fun of her as aggressively as possible. And we make fun of everybody who is trying to turn this into some sort of victimized police narrative. The police, the most perpetually victimized. God, man. I wish I remember the details of this story. I wish I remember. Can somebody fill me in?
Are they that important, though?
Do you remember? It was a town in America.
Just try to imagine for 1 microsecond, if I ever was sicking my community on somebody like that, what the fallout would be. It would be unbelievable. Ian will be critical of views of mine and then copy the same view and pass it off as his own, sometimes just a few days later. I was critical of BLM after they defended Jesse Smollett, which I was mocked by Ian and many others for. Vosh was liking all sorts of tweets where I was saying, this hurts to say, but supporting BLM is getting harder and harder every day when this organization exists. Having to constantly say to conservatives, listen, BLM, the movement, and BLM, the organization are totally different, always comes off sounding like a massive cope, ... This I had to say in response to BLM had come out, the organization, and supported Jesse Smollett, to which Vosh liked the tweets, oh dude, I'm so ready for this arc. Destiny is speedrunning the left wing of fascism. 3 days later, Vosh went on stream and spoke about how disgusting BLM was for defending Jussie Smollett. This is his video. BLM org disgustingly defends Jussie Smollett. Ian amplified others, making fun of me for saying that people would kill themselves if they lived for 7 days in my shoes. I tweeted out, you would kill yourself if you lived for 7 days in my shoes, 100% guaranteed, Limfeo. A statement that I still stand by. Vosh liking, funniest reply I've ever seen. Unknown to most, Destiny trapped himself inside a cock and ball torture device 10 years ago, and if he attempts to dismantle it, it will explode. Least reactionary debate streamer community, just people making fun of it. And then a few days later...
People will downplay this, man. People always downplay this. You know, like, oh, it's just, it's just harassment. Whatever, you deserve it, I'll talk a little bit more about that, but I can say with great confidence, that the stuff that people like Lindsay Ellis, or God help us, myself, have to put up with, if experienced by an average person, we'll be more specific. An average person on Twitter who's currently harassing Lindsay Ellis, they would kill themselves in 8 seconds.
A few days later, he said an average person on Twitter would kill themselves in 8 seconds if they had to deal with the harassment he does online. Ian attacked me for trying to test his conviction with a $25,000 bet on whether or not a trans genocide would start in the US in a few years after he said that we're on the precipice of a genocide.
The thing. Could you actually engage in a little peeking out the Fortress store and watch Destiny being Destiny with your segments? No. I don't really have an interest in succumbing to the latest attempt at getting my attention. I was browsing the subreddit and I saw this tweet from Lycan, as it were. Where is it? I just saw it while scrolling through earlier. Where, here it is, yeah. Where, I'm assuming that he's not lying. Apparently, you can imagine him saying this. Can I try to do this in his voice? All right, buddy. How about this, huh? If you're so confident that a genocide of LGBT people will happen within the next 5 years, how about you put some money down on it, huh? $25,000 to your LGBT charity of choice if there ends up being a genocide of LGBT. if not, then you have to donate 25. Right. Yeah, you get the, yeah. This seems like some dumb shit Jimmy Dore would do to get, like, Ilhan Omar's attention. Yeah, it's up there in terms of, like, attention grabbing or whatever. I wonder who would have taken a $25,000 bet as to whether or not Republicans would back an attempted coup on the U.S.
He laughed at the idea of a bet a few days later.
Because in a way, you just want the hats. You don't wear hats in fencing. You wear those mask guards. Vosh, are you serious? No, I'm serious. Okay, here's the thing, okay? I feel like one thing that people don't get tested enough on is conviction, So one way that you can test conviction is on gambling. Hey, if you believe this so much, then why don't you put money down on it? But it's not considered to be a very honorable or very socially acceptable way of resolving high-level disputes. Like if there are government officials that are saying X is going to happen, like say, for example, back in 2018 before the primaries, whether or not there would be a giant caravan of migrants coming up that Donald Trump then used the National Guard to defend against, So it would be like, well, if you really think that's going to happen, why don't you put a bet in on it? But the thing is, people don't really do that. So what if instead, people who are in...
Ian is constantly amplifying and liking tweets that are attacking me or my wife after complaining about me going after people just for being in his community. So he says that I go after people that are just in his community. Here he is attacking, I think it's either me or my wife. And this is all just like, he likes so much shit on Twitter that's like attacking me and attacking my community constantly. This dude beefing through his wedding
When your VDS is so bad, you actually think the pedophilia guy has logical arguments. DGG giving props to a pedophile, like all of this. I think these were things, and here attacking Melina. Oh yeah, this one. Destiny's wife liking tweets from neo-Nazi Lauren Southern about censorship over a transphobic tweet towards Keffels. Melina never liked the original transphobic tweet. She just liked this because she saw Lauren defending me on Twitter. That was literally it. She never liked any original transphobic tweet. I don't even think she knew what the original tweet was. Really funny that Destiny saw this tweet and didn't say anything about his wife tacitly agreeing that I am a man, but did quote tweet one of my followers in the replies. Yet his fans keep insisting that he's done more advocacy for trans people than I ever have. Melina is not transphobic at all. She never has been. Like, she's from Sweden. I don't even think they have transphobic people. They probably do. But like, Ian complains that people view him as a boogeyman by spawning false narratives about his community while constantly doing the exact same thing to me by claiming that my community is full of evil people who defend pedophiles.
With regards to how these conversations typically go wrong, I do think a lot of it is a narrative-based thing. The issue is that a lot of people do view me as some kind of big, bad, scary antagonist, a person who's representative of the rot in the online left, and also, because people constantly talk about this alleged harassment from my community, a person who mobilizes this massive wave of hate that people will get after, which, again, I've seen the comments under Professor Flower's video. There are people who are angry at her. I didn't see anything I would characterize as harassment, and her subs have gone up. So, you know, the industrial complex of anti-Voshites, you know, continues to produce to this day.
Ian defended the idea that individual actors and systems could act as capitalists as they want because we're all slaves to the system. He said he would never criticize individual capitalist actors, only systems.
A lot of social pressure in the online social...
Oh, fuck, I don't have the timestamp here?
Community about hiding one's income because being poor is an aesthetic, but that's not the same as like it being an attempted trick or deceive people, you know? These are not the same thing.
When your aesthetic is literally disguised like some property of yourself, how is that not a trick? You don't think that this person is like making it
Somewhere
sound...
in here I'm like, so do you like, wait, they need doing this?
I don't necessarily have an issue with people calling for a rent strike and using collective language and doing stuff.
Stop. That's not what we're talking about. Wait, fuck, can I find this on the fly? Hold on. Damn, like, if you're gonna go that hardcore, like, why can't Bezos just use that comic when you guys make fun of him, right? Like, what's wrong with Bezos being a billionaire or whatever, right? Like, he lives in a capitalist society and he participates in it. Maybe Bezos is a socialist, but like, he lives in a society just like you do, so he can't do anything about it, right? Like, I don't know, man. That just seems crazy to me. How do you find your saved Reddit posts? Wait, fuck.
A lot of social pressure.
Oh wait, there was a timestamp. 2670 seconds. Fuck, what is that? $44.5 minutes? Was that right?
We have people in legitimate positions of power, as opposed to a bunch of college students and...
You understand that, like, with that mentality, you could never criticize Bezos again, though, right?
Well, I don't criticize Bezos. I
Really?
Criticize... Oh, okay, hold on. It's entirely possible that I've misspoke. Generally speaking, and I do hold to this, try to criticize the systems that allow people like Bezos to exist. Now, there have definitely been times where I've...
Whoops, really? I only found one example of this because I feel like that's such a ridiculous thing. But of course, he's making fun of people like Elon Musk or people like Bezos, saying that like, oh, you've got so much money. Like, couldn't you do other things? This tweeted over 75,000 likes, right? Making fun of Elon for not ending homelessness and hunger because he could just spend all the money apparently to do it. But despite how critical Ian is now of me fighting with leftists and being spite-based, he had a decent understanding of my issues with leftists through 2019 and 2020.
Why do you think Destiny is so anti-left? Destiny has talked multiple times about why he's doing this. Destiny was a reactionary for a while, and he would make arguments like, oh, nobody should care about representation in media. Who cares what color the person you're watching is? We should all just like the media for its own merits. But then he realized that a bunch of fucking reactionary dipshits who actually fucking hate black people and women were taking his points and using them to further their own aims. Destiny felt betrayed by the right, who he felt hadn't standed by the principles that he was advocating for. So he got ass mad and started critiquing the right more, and that led him down the progressive route that he currently exists on. And during that progressive road, he took on quite a few alt-righters, did a whole bunch of damage to them and their credibility, and now he feels as though he's done the exact same thing for the left, where a bunch of leftists are like LARPing dipshits who have no idea how like political efficacy works, have no idea how to meaningfully improve society, but are just a bunch of LARPers who want to like kill all cops or whatever. So he feels as though he's been memed on in the exact same way, and he feels betrayed by it. It's that simple. I don't need anything from here. Do you think you'll get an opportunity to talk to Steve if I get unbanned from Twitch? I mean, I made a comic about it, so I hope so. except the leftists don't lose credibility from any debates they engage in. I disagree. I think non-compete did pretty poorly. Michael Brooks has said some pretty dumb shit. The Serfs was good. The Serfs conversation was fine. Ben Burgess was in... He thinks renting is cheaper than owning a house. Renting is cheaper than owning a house unless you plan on living there for a really long time. Where can I find your comic? Just go on Twitter. It's somewhere there. The whole thing. All 23 pages.
That was a pretty good summary, actually.
How do you feel about the breadtubers who say the best way to deal with Destiny is not to engage with them? Ha! That's a good idea, because every single fucking time a breadtuber shows their face near Destiny, they get blown out. It looks really fucking embarrassing for leftism in general. Yeah, please, stay away. For your own sake. For all of our sakes, stay away. I can only handle so much more disappointment. There are some breadtubers who have developed versus Destiny. Ow! What was that lag? Oh. If there was
Ian makes fun of my community for pointing out tactics he uses to sound more serious, such as deepening his voice and changing his vocab, despite him admitting as much on stream before, and in earlier chat logs we saw.
It really is indistinguishable from a conservative community now. Wait, they do it unironically. The fake calm voice leaks condescension. That's true. More than usual, that is. It's very cringe once you notice all his little tactics. Debate tactics memes. These little we've noticed all these sneaky maneuvers that Vosh engages in, like being calm and making people he talks to look bad by pointing out their face. Have you noticed how effortlessly Vosh alternates between inhaling and exhaling?
Gender is a collection of performative demonstrations, like social attributes that you use to identify yourself. Like, I'm a male. I'm male. I have a penis and I'm hairy and shit and XY. I assume I'm XY. There have been examples of like XYY or XXY, like male assigned people. I'm pretty sure I'm XY. And that's sex. But I wear boxers. I wear t-shirts. I guess I was about to say I don't grow my hair out long, but I don't wear makeup. I choose to keep my beard grown. I wear deliberately masculine clothing styles and hairstyles. I trained my voice to be this deep. You know, I trained myself to speak in this way. I code myself masculine. I act masculine.
I mean, he literally has admitted as much. Ian has been selectively critical of Me Too stuff when it doesn't serve his political interests as well. Sydney Watson called him out on Twitter, and his community responded in time. Sydney Watson, I'd just like to remind everyone that when Vosh found out I was sexually assaulted by a non-white man, he accused me of making it up. This is an objective lie. For anyone who actually cares about the truth, you should find the video she's referring to yourself. He never says any of the things she's saying he said in her tweet, but people don't actually care about the truth nowadays, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, it's really funny because I'm over here.
You know what? Okay, I'm gonna... Here, wait, hold on. I should probably move my webcam down because I'm like blocking their faces. I've been doing it the whole video. I just want to say, do you think it maybe speaks a little bit to the fact that we have a rape culture when we put 6 people in a room together to talk about Me Too, and when they're like, hey, who of you have experienced sexual assault? And the 4 women sit down and they've all been raped and they all can barely choke out a coherent sentence. Like, do we think this perhaps maybe slightly speaks to the fact that there's a problem? Like, Me Too has gone too far. False allegations are ruining people's lives. Okay. Who among you have experienced sexual assault? And like every woman in the room starts crying. Like, almost every female friend I have has been the recipient of sexual assault or violence or rape or whatever at some point in their lives. Seriously, it's such a common thing. I think 1 in 4 is probably understating it significantly. I wouldn't be surprised if the rate for sexual assault on women over one's lifetime was as high as 1 in 3 or 1 in 2. We just don't know because nobody fucking reports, because reports aren't taken seriously. That's what Me Too is about.
You're like, I don't think things are on the same level, but things impact you in like bizarre ways. But yeah, like because the perpetrator wasn't white, and because he was like, you know, part of like a certain religion.
Wait, are we being real?
And the police were basically just like, we can't because of cultural differences, which I don't feel like is such a good.
What? Bullshit! Are you fucking kidding me? Did she turn her fucking rape confession onto how the rape fugees fucking Ahmed Muhammad raped her and the police were like, oh, we can't persecute brown people? Bullshit! Bullshit!
He self-admittedly engages in quite a bit of motivated reasoning. If I ever left a convo with a lefty and said, I know they're wrong, I just don't know why, lol, let's go find out why they're wrong, I would be crucified for it.
All right, we're on an unrelenting economic research arc until we find out why that guy was wrong. You can call me an ideologue if you want, but the idea that we've been doing all of this shit, all the imperialism for centuries, and it's like, oh, it was like nothing. I don't believe it.
Summary.
My goal here is not to explicitly illustrate how horrible a political pundit I believe Ian to be. I think other people have done a good job at that. You've got the Doomer.
Hello, my friends. Have you?
Doomer politics vid is one way. Wannabe Sad Boy in my subreddit has written up a pretty big effort post on it as well, because that's what he does. Instead, my desire is simply for people to understand how figures like Ian can contribute to such a horrendous misunderstanding of who I am, the positions I advocate for, or the things that I've done. I don't even necessarily blame Ian's fans for hating me, given the monster that Ian builds me up to be every single time he opens his mouth about me on stream. I just wish people would hold content creators to higher standards when it comes to illustrating the positions of our political rivals, and demand to at least see the original video or tweet being referenced. I'm also not saying that I'm correct or even acting virtuous in every interaction I have. There are times when I've said or done things that I shouldn't have, and I'll admit as much. For instance, I should not have called Chloe a pedophile, despite my discomfort with her talking to hundreds or thousands of minors on Discord about HRT, and despite her making rape jokes about my wife and I. I will not apologize, however, for calling all people who advocate for do-it-yourself HRT pedophiles, because I have never done such a thing. Same as with Doe. Perhaps it's not my place to speculate on the validity of her suicide attempt, but I will not apologize for mocking all of trans suicidality because I simply have not done such a thing. The end. I hope this was as agonizing to listen to as it was for me to write. DGGL. I wish it need not have happened in my time, said Frodo. So do I, said Gandalf, and so do all who live to see such times. But that is not for them to decide. All we have to decide is what we do with the time that is given to us. From J.R.R. Tolkien, the book, The Fellowship of the Ring. I'm incredibly lucky to do what I do. I've been blessed with the opportunity to learn new things, play more video games than any human should be allowed to, provide financially for myself, my child, employ talented and wonderful people, pursue dreams I didn't even know I could have, travel to more parts of the world than I ever thought I'd see, engage with wonderful people from around the world, meet new friends, lovers, co-workers, enemies, fans, and haters alike. Despite the cost, I would never choose to step back into the life I've lived before this, and yet the cost is great. I feel sometimes there is no recognition of this. Rather, people think me to be a monster wandering the internet, looking for communities to terrorize. This is not the case. I believe the vast majority of the things posted about me on the internet are lies, and I believe people undercount the good I do in both my personal and public life. I don't wish for people to like me or even respect me. I simply wish that those people that hate me at least hate me for things I've actually said or done, and weren't only spurred on by the rantings and ravings of bad political actors online looking to animate an audience from the rubble of my reputation. I hope this document served to correct the record and establish, with good foundation, my beliefs regarding some of the more controversial topics and positions that have sprung up over the past couple of years. I'm sure it will be a continual battle to fight against mischaracterizations against me, especially as my opinions continue to mature through time. I appreciate everyone who stood by me. I hope I can continue to at least aspire towards the ideals I've set for myself, and I'm excited for the projects and adventures awaiting me. Jesus, fuck. What a ride. Never again. Time for some League of Legends. I think this public doc will work. I can link a published version, but the formatting is a little fucked up. But I don't know if you guys care about formatting. There you go. I tried to watch through, because I know there are people in Vosh's server right now claiming that I misclipped or clip chimped. I really tried to watch the before and after of almost every single clip that was linked in here. If somebody thinks I misquoted or misrepresented something, they're free. I mean, yeah, I have every link in here. Almost 500 of them. You guys can go through and decide if you think anything was unfairly mischaracterized.
I don't know if anyone told you, but the Brute, oh, it's Brute, I think, because it's, I don't remember the original language. Et tu Brute, I think? I don't remember. I only speak God's language. Is it shotgun time now? They tried calling me a bunch earlier, so I think it's in. I'll probably pick it up tomorrow morning. Wait, it's not Brute, it's pronounced how it's spelled? I looked up the pronunciation last night. I actually looked it up to make sure. Sorry, I thought I did the same thing today. What do they say here?
Tu, Brutus. How do you go about pronouncing it? Et tu Brute.
No, it is Et tu Brute, yeah. I fucked it up. Fuck you. Should add hyperlinks to the table of contents. It's easier to navigate. Yeah, there's a way to do that with like headers and stuff, but I don't know. Do you expect a response? No, of course not. I don't expect any response to this. Again, it's all like people have asked me how my positions have changed over time or how I feel about certain things. So it's just nice to have at least like one thing to point to. Do you think Vosh is going to react or even mention the manifesto on stream? If I had to guess what Vosh's goal would be is one is either to just say he didn't watch it at all and then call me obsessed. I think there's a 50% chance of him doing that. I think there's a 50% chance of him probably trying to go through all of the stuff, and he's probably going to try to find one thing that he feels like I misrepresented, or one thing that or one or two things that he feels like, oh, well, this could have been represented a different way, and then he'll bring up like one or two of those examples, and then he'll hand wave the rest of them, I guess. But Rhodesy literally made it for you, and the group DM in my DMs with you said this 8 hours before you started stream. Yeah, I was sleeping. But I didn't have time to wake up and reformat the entire doc to see if it would work. My bet is he brings up the stalker part, and it's like, stalker tries to prove he's not a stalker by writing a 30,000-word manifesto about me. True. Although a third of those words, I think the emails were probably about 10,000 words. Unironically, I think all of the emails together were. One of the things that's frustrating, okay, so retrospective. A couple of things that's frustrating is, I'm going to talk about the Sam Cedar thing too. That is probably one of the most irritating conversations I've ever had in my entire life. One of the frustrating things is that when I go to make accusations against people, I usually want them to be well-founded. So normally I don't have to worry about this because if I'm reacting to somebody on stream, normally I'm just reacting to like the video itself. So like if Vosh does like a 1 hour coverage on something, I'll watch the 1 hour thing and then I'll cover it. Or if Hassan is or whatever, I just watch it and respond to it. But if I'm gonna make like a post content like afterwards, like an accusation, I feel like I have to do a lot of work to show like, here's a link to this, here's a link to that, here's a link to this, here's a link to that, here's a link to this, here's a link to that. Like I'll do that, like I'll do that really hardcore. But it feels like nobody ever spends time doing that for me. Like when people make accusations to me, they'll just say like, oh, remember that time Destiny raped a 4-year-old and then laughed about it while calling him the N-word while killing a trans person? And then people were like, yeah, I remember that. It's like, okay, yeah, that's why I don't like Destiny. It's like, okay. It's just kind of frustrating, but I mean, yeah, I don't know. The document was way too expansive. I think in the end, I think that I would have preferred to do way fewer topics and get a little bit more in depth, because making it so broad, like some of the sections were a little bit hard how they lead in from one thing to the other, and I don't think everything necessarily tied into everything else. Some of it was a little bit, oh, we're going from here to here now. But initially the inspiration was I wanted to look at how people misrepresented me, and then what I wanted to look at online to prove that, like, these are how these misrepresentations work, using Baudrillard or whatever the fuck that guy's name is, like that simulacra thing, using that template. I was like, oh, okay, let's see how this like applies to how Vosh treats me or other people treat me. Then it expanded to like, well, hold on, there's a lot of people that harass me, I should include that. And then it expanded to like, well, I should include like the reason for my ban and how I feel about trans people. And then people ask me, why are you friends with conservatives? So it just kind of like, it ballooned out to like so much shit. And the most difficult part of this was just having to go through
so much shit. It was so much stuff to go through. And like, I tried to restructure this a few times. I think I made like 2 or 3 different outlines. I might publish those in the future just because it's, but I tried to make like outlines I experimented with a few, like, how am I going to structure this? I tried to line up, like, here's like all of the links for this and that. Like I had to rearrange like what section fits under what a few times. We had some of the emails tacked on the end here. There's like so much, like, it was like way too much. It was way too much, and then it became difficult to keep track of things. It was just like way too expansive. I should have, yeah, it needed to be way more narrow in scope. Because holy fuck, what a use of time. You keep saying you need more to stop being so charitable to a lot of these lefties, but I unironically think it's one of your best traits. I have to. And I've had a lot of personal feedback from somebody else that's like counseling me on this. And I'm trying to keep in mind, I have to try to figure out how I'm going to work the charitability thing. Because one thing that I notice in some debates is that I'm running into a bit of a prisoner's dilemma. I'm running into a bit of a prisoner's dilemma with how I do the charitability thing. So yesterday, I think I had my Sam Cedar conversation. In the Sam Cedar conversation, I was trying really, really, really hard to be as understanding and bridge building as possible. I was very gentle in laying out all of my groundwork. I was very gentle in our disagreements. I was very gentle in not pushing him for concessions. Like, I tried to be as nice as possible, even when he was saying things that I thought were kind of I won't say stupid. Things that I disagreed with that I could have pushed him on. I didn't buy his Pac-Man-like argument of like, oh, well, this is just how I presented it. It's whatever. It's like, bro, you explicitly were agreeing with a guy calling this kid a Nazi patrolman. You explicitly made comments like, bag of Skittles, blah, 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 blah. But I was like being so gentle. By the time we came to the end of that conversation, I was happy with the end of the first part because I thought that like, even though I disagree with him, I could have pushed him more. Like, I think I'm showing that I'm making an effort to be good faith, even though we disagree. I'm not pushing as hard as I can. But then the problem is that this is something that I learned. I've learned this a long time ago, and I've forgotten it. I don't know why. If somebody wants to pull you into a debate that you're not ready for, you should always say no. But if you want to talk about it next time, we can. I've had to learn this with Lauren sometimes because I'll end up getting yanked around. I was like, fuck, I don't have the data for this right now. But if you want to talk about this later, I think I did an okay job of that one of the times. It was like, okay, well, if you want to debate about this, we can schedule a future time. Cedar came into that conversation super fucking mad about me claiming that he didn't know anything about Citizens United. And he probably did a bunch more reading to like refresh himself on it. And then he decided to go in, and his whole goal in the Citizens United part was not to have a discussion on Citizens United, which a lot of you believe. A lot of you got tricked into that. His goal was to just show how much he knew, because we didn't even have a discussion on Citizens United. Was the ruling too broad? Should it have been narrow? Was the broad ruling incorrect? Should the Supreme Court ever make a broad ruling? Should the Supreme Court be in the business of overturning prior legislation, if not explicitly asked for by the plaintiffs, et cetera, et cetera? Those are all interesting conversations. We didn't talk about any of that. If you go back and you watch that debate, it's just him constantly saying, come guzzler, you said I didn't know what this is about, you don't know what this is about, and then stating another fact about Citizens United. Well, actually this happened. Well, actually this happened. Well, actually this happened. I don't think I disagreed with much of what he said. I just didn't, it didn't feel like when I heard the phone caller talk to him about the Citizens United thing, it didn't sound like they knew what the case was about. That's what it sounded like to me. And then he screamed at me and shouted the entire time. But the issue was that, here was the problem. There were 2 parts of that debate. The second one, relating to Citizens United, I wasn't refreshed on Citizens United, like ready to go. I didn't brush up on that before that conversation. I was not ready to have that debate. And he didn't mention it at all in our emails either. Because I emailed him and I said, do you want to talk about Rittenhouse? We set it up. So I wasn't ready for that part of that conversation to go that hard. He wasn't ready to even have a conversation on it. He just wanted to prove his knowledge. But on the Rittenhouse thing, I went very, very, very gently on him. But I realized that he wasn't there for that. He was there to get dunks. So the problem is that I basically given up the whole part of the argument where I could have completely slaughtered him because his Rittenhouse takes are insane, way more insane than what I let him get away with in that conversation. But I gave up that part of the convo and let him move it into a second part where he was going to posture as aggressively as possible. And it's frustrating because it's in a way for debating, like he did a good job at that. Because I'm completely fucked now, because now he's pushed me into an area that he specifically brushed up on just to like crucify me here on this past thing, but I let him slide on every stupid thing that he said earlier relating to Rittenhouse, and now I'm like fucked. And the problem is because I was the one that had the conciliatory tone at the beginning of the conversation, now I look like I've bitched out of the whole convo. So even like the majority of you guys, and I do think it was like probably like 40 or 50% of you guys think that like, wow, Destiny was a huge, like saw people saying I was an asshole in that conversation, that I was being too debatey. Now there was another big thread that said that he was being debatey, but it feels like it was like a 40, 60, 50, 50 split almost in my community of people saying like, oh yeah, like Destiny was so mean. He was like, he was way too combative. He was trying to straw man Sam Cedar. It's like, wait, what? No shot. But I don't know. I'm trying to think because I always think like looking back, like what can I do to avoid those situations? So one is I just need to always go pedal to the metal, ultra hard. That's one thing. There were two things, but I had a third revelation that I understand as well. So the first one is that I should just go pedal to the metal super hard in the beginning, even though you guys will hate me because Sam's a lefty. That's one thing I could have done. Because at the very least then, he would have come off the Rittenhouse part looking horrible. And then for Citizens United, I would have already been in a more combative mood, so we could have gone back and forth on that as well. So number one. Number two, a way I could have avoided it is if he wanted to have a conversation about Citizens United, I should be like, oh, hold on, I didn't brush up on this at all. If you want to talk about this, like, let's schedule another conversation. I'm not going to talk about this right now. And then boom, I could have cut it off there, which is usually what I do when people want to argue about a topic that we didn't come here to discuss. Because I don't know how much you've like prepared for this particular topic. I don't know what you've brushed up and you're ready to argue about. I don't even know what position we disagree on. Like, that's going to be something I need to take a step back and brush up on. The way you were presenting your side at the beginning sounded like you were walking eggshells for how nice you're trying to be. Yeah, I think I deleted my notes for that debate. Fuck. I don't know if I ever showed them on stream. But yeah, I'd written out notes and I'd written out quotes and I tried to be like super gentle. The third thing, the true reason why that conversation was so heated. This is something else that's frustrating, and I quoted this as much in my manifesto. When people make the same mistakes I do, you guys will blame me. But when I make the same mistakes other people do, you guys will also blame me. So the reason why that convo was kind of fucked from the start is because I technically violated my rule, kind of, by not matching energy with Sam Cedar. I could have been entirely critical of his positions without saying that he would guzzle cum. He might not be somebody that would guzzle the cum of a black person had they murdered somebody. Now, I don't know if I would have said that in other words if he wouldn't have been upset. I'm not sure. But it could be the case that he heard me saying things on stream that came off as personal insults. And so he came into my stream fired up, ready to fight over it when I didn't know that was going to be the tone of the debate. Now, the ironic part is that on my subreddit, I think people say as much. They're like, Destiny, of course he was mad. He already said this. Destiny, of course. But the frustrating part, and this is just the reality that I have to live with because my life isn't fair. The frustrating part is that when I have very heated debates with people, usually it's because of what they've said about me on Twitter already. But when I do that, you guys will say, Destiny, you can't be mad at him, like the conversation's starting. I'm like, well, look what this motherfucker's already said about me on Twitter or in other videos. And they're like, doesn't matter, Destiny. He's being nice now. Why are you being so hardcore? It's like, well, because right? So that's kind of a frustrating thing to. I also don't know how much he's been linked with me or like what he watched or whatever, but I can't stress enough how dangerous it is for Destiny, a content creator with several thousand followers, to make a specific list of people that have wronged him in some way and to publish it for everyone to see. Can easily do tons of harassment to those listed. Okay, and again, harassment isn't somebody disagrees with you. I'll never do this because I probably actually would get either swatted or banned from the internet or something, but I wish I could live in another world for one day you guys could see what it would be like for me to use my community to harass you. We could probably dox your entire life, could probably take over almost all of your accounts because people are really bad when it comes to web security. There's a lot of ways to find databases of passwords on the internet. And once you've got one, for most of you, you have most of them, or you add a 1 and an @ and you'll get the rest. Probably tons of ways to harass through blocks and through tons of different types of social media. Probably, like, there are so many ways that if I was to, like, target a creator with my community, your life would be fucking hell. And I know because I've been targeted by communities, right? Like, bro, like, dude, we have people in my community that are on some wild shit in terms of, like, web security shit they know, stuff they have access to. Like, it would be unbelievable. So it's so irritating to me when people claim like Destiny's community is like a big harass community. Motherfucker, we're way better than that. If we were to harass you, okay, you wouldn't even be on the internet anymore. I promise you, my friend. We do not do coordinated harassing. I think I have the most well-behaved community of this size, of a political nature on the internet, full stop. Easy. It's not even close. It's really frustrating when people make these claims that we target people and harass you and do crazy shit. Like, it's super bullshit. Yeah, it could be funny on the spot to see your name or that of someone you know there, but some people could really take it the extra mile and actively harass people. Like, fuck off, dude. Like, I get her. Like, come on. Like, you don't apply. Like, imagine saying this. What about Keffels, whose whole career is online brigading and hate rating? That's all Keffels does on Twitter. It's brigading and hate rating. Sometimes through blocks. Like, even when somebody is blocked, she'll make another account and do it. Like, oh, I do show my notes. Oh, these were the notes that I'd written out. I wanted to be so gentle here. And I had videos of his quotes so that he couldn't, like, walk away from things that he'd said. I had facts that I'd written down, like, this is stuff related to the Jacob Blake shooting. He didn't care at all about point 1. He seemed to not want to engage on point 2. He just said Rittenhouse was an asshole. And then on 3, he kind of engaged, but not really. I should have forced consent. No, I shouldn't have. No, I shouldn't have. He was mad because I had already gone hard on him beforehand, and I should reserve personal attacks for people that have personally attacked me. I should wait on that. You promised not to hold back against Sam after your college debate. He even threw shade at you the next day. Wait, did I? Oh, maybe I shouldn't have then. People always say I'm so aggressive and bad faith towards lefties, though. I try to keep this in mind sometimes, but... This picture from the manifesto, I screenshotted. It was from Hassan's subreddit, not Vosh's. Oh, gotcha. This is from Hassan's subreddit. Okay. Why are you always so gentle with Cedar? Every time you talk to him, you come to this conclusion. I don't know. Because I have high respect for him because I've seen him say things that are really smart, but I don't know if I care or not. But I caught a few screenshots of VG the manifesto reading. Should we go through there? It reads and hears like the rantings of a crazy man. Liberals. I should suicide bomb Destiny. It'd be like the ultimate irony. It won't be, and you shouldn't feel obligated to capitulate to this shit. My feeling. You're not missing much. He's bitching about trans people. Okay. Oh, nice, Kiyate. It's funny because I have nothing but the darkest, most primordial hate for my existence, but being trans is like the one thing I don't want to kill myself over. What if someone tells you their name, do you not believe them? Lemeo idiot. I just want to address this philosophically real quick because people say this. I think this started with the brain rot that is Demon Mama, and then I think Vosh propagates it uncritically because he's too much of a coward to take a principled position anymore. When somebody says, how do you know you're a woman? Well, I identify as a woman. And then they say that, well, how would you know somebody's name? It's because they identify as a name. These two properties are fundamentally different things. A name is by definition the thing which you call yourself. So when somebody says, what's your name? They're asking, what do you call yourself, right? I think in Spanish, that's literally the Translation, ¿Cómo te llamas? Is literally what do you call yourself. That's what we're saying in English. We're saying, what do you call yourself? There can't be a wrong answer to that. But if somebody asks, what are you? That's fundamentally a different thing. What is your name is just what you call yourself. What you are, categorically, is going to be different. I can't identify as a 10-year-old because there's a fact of the matter about my age, the times I've spent on this earth, right? Or in any planet, I guess, technically. If somebody asks me, like, how tall are you, right? I can't lie and say I'm 3 feet tall. If somebody asks me, what kind of phone do I own? These things are fact of the matters. Are you a woman or are you a man? Some would argue, I would argue, there's a fact of the matter inside your brain for how your gender identity is structured. There's a fact of the matter there. It's not the same as saying, what is your name? Trying to pretend like that's some type of out is like the most intellectually lazy argument I've ever heard in my entire life. It's just so stupid. Like identifying as a thing, as a different category, is not the same as a response to the question of what do you call yourself? Is Scalia not a fascist? Scalia is fascist, but okay, Jesus. Destiny, I feel like you should have asked something about Sam. Still thinking Jacob Blake being dead after he misspoke saying the Jacob Blake death. Oh, yeah, maybe. Oh, I could have ridden him hard for that one because he literally... Good job, Destiny. You managed to give proof that you're not bad faith by showing selective clips in which you were not being that. Those fools who say that you can't prove a negative clearly haven't gotten good like you. Do you think that maybe if you were being bad faith in general, like you were with the what if alt his debate, there would still be examples of you exceptionally were not so? Like why not just prove it then? Like, show me where I'm... Like, just show me where I'm bad faith. I sent a classy. I can't... Like, look at what you're asking me. Destiny, prove that you're not bad faith. Okay, well, here's like 30 clips of me being not bad faith. You could have been bad faith in everything else. Well, okay, here's every word I've ever said ever. You got me, dude. Here's everything I've said for the past 13 years. Like, what am I supposed to... What am I supposed to say? What am I supposed to do? How can I possibly prove because the problem is when people accuse me of things, I don't have any evidence. There's not even anything I can fight over. I think you should highlight in the middle of those calm conversations like with Cedar that you often take the best faith interpretation of views because they're counter-positive. So if he doesn't know a lot about... maybe. I don't care about Sam Cedar's. I don't even give a fuck at this point. Or I don't care what his impression of the conversation was. In French, you say... I don't know how to pronounce this. I don't know what this fuck is. Which is, how do you call yourself? Destiny blatantly took Poseidus John out of... what? Out of context to falsely accuse them of doxing. I don't know what else for this. Pardon. Destiny said it was rude that his code would be forked without contributions. The problem is that I did attempt to contribute, but Cake made it very clear early on when I was issuing me. No attempt to further contribute. Oh, maybe this came up initially first time. I have to go through Cake's logs. I think when I asked Cake, did anybody make any further contributions to the project, Cake said that they tried to merge one thing and it ended up being shit or something. I think that's what he said initially, but... I was there. We were reacting to a Lauren Southern stream and talking about how the DGG orbiters she brought on were doxing themselves live on Lauren Southern in front of her far-right audience. Showing that clip would be like taking a 1-second clip of Vosh saying, I hate black people, and trying to unironically portray that as his opinion, except Poseidus John has a tiny platform and can't defend himself. Here's a stream where Poseidus John got taken out of context. And then you just link a 4-hour and 20-minute video? I think I linked the video alongside, it's them talking, her mentioning things, and then the guy pointing out in chat like, oh yeah, tell us where you live, where's your job? I guess you could argue that he's joking, maybe? Is that the thing, that it was just a joke?
Stock Zoth. Maybe in the debate of what if alt hist don't pretend as if the dumb fuck is saying anything worthwhile just because he's debating Vosh. Do you want to come on? Actually, wait. Do you want to come on and chat right now from the VGG community? I will talk with any VGGers that want to come on. If you want to come in and chat, I don't think you watched my response to that debate. I know you didn't. Actually, I know you didn't. You've probably only seen other clips that VGGers have shown you because that's how it works in your community. It's the simulacra thing. You're seeing representations of positions that I've never even had, copies of things that don't exist. Hold on. Somebody's saying, I agree with everything you said except that Striker part. I genuinely do not think that they were actually trying to dox her. I'm willing to come on. Okay. Even if that was the case, that he wasn't actively trying to, even if that was the case, it's a community that's already gone after trans people's jobs. It's a community where everybody's already signed off on it. It's a community where people have been involved like Doe saying that they could do anything they want to other trans people like Riley and it would be fine because they're evil, right? So why would you think that jokingly repeating information about somebody's docs is appropriate? You understand that like I could never do that in my community. That if somebody was talking and people in my chat were like, come on, give me that information. We already know that you went to school in Tennessee. We know right now, like you really think that that would be treated as just a joke? Like I don't buy that, sorry. Like, I mean like maybe it's kind of, but there's a ton of misinfo in that document so far, mixed in with some true stuff, and a lot of context left out, a lot. I don't know how many more clips or how many more full videos I can link or how much longer. Like, I feel like I listened to so much and go through, but it's like, I think I predicted this in the beginning. I don't know if I said it option. There are still going to be people, no matter what, saying like, oh, you took things out of context. Oh, you did blah, 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 blah. Is Zoth going to debate D? Hold on now. Oh, okay. So if you listen to my alt his thing, so he hasn't. If you want, you can go through and listen to it. But my issue, and I stated very clearly from the start. Also, I've watched Vosh debate plenty of people. When Vosh does well, I'll say he does well. I showed that. I've demonstrated that. So if you disagree, you're wrong, okay? I think I more than adequately demonstrated multiple times of me being good faith towards Vosh's arguments, okay? Number one. Number two, that my issue with that debate with Vosh and alt history or whatever is that Vosh clearly didn't have the historical background to engage in an argument with that guy, so he switched modes into trying to find simple contradiction in order to have a debate. That was obvious from that conversation. I don't think any of my interpretation of there was bad faith. You can go and watch my reaction to that debate, and I go through every time and think, oh no, Vosh can't engage here, or I don't think Vosh has the necessary history background to engage here. Vosh is only looking for simple contradiction. That's what the rest of the debate is going to be. That's what the rest of the debate was. I mean, you can go back and watch that if you want. If you think there's a part in that convo where I'm being bad faith in my interpretation, then sure. Amid, Destiny, I am a huge VGG fan. I will debate you. Join my Discord and join the general chat, and I'll drag you on. Just tell me in this room what your name is. If any of you other guys join it, I'm banning you. But Destiny, you're not great at history either. True, before I perma-ban you from my channel. The difference is I don't pretend to be. Bye. The best way to describe it is if the debate was the history version of Vosh's debate with a philosopher, no preparation at all. True. Do you think Vosh will concede on anything you said on the manifesto? No. This wasn't for Vosh. Vosh is not going to react to or say anything about this at all. He might try to find like one or two things that he feels weakest on, or that he feels that my thing was the lightest on. So maybe like the White Nervosa stuff, if maybe she did try to do early on one merge, he'll find something like that and go like, oh, he lied about like these two things. And then that'll be his only comment about it probably. Where do I see these guys' chat?
What's up, Voshites? How's the Vosh community doing? Then Zoth is doing exactly what he's shown examples of, trying to make claims without evidence at all. Destiny literally said the thing I described. It has nothing to do with you unless you're Destiny. Want to defend your positions is such a grug fucking statement. I mean, if you're going to attack positions, why would I not want to defend them? Like, I mean, like, you're such a fucking liar, bro. Really? What did I lie about? Asking me why I'm calling you a liar is such a grug W position. Like, okay. Like, okay. You get true, based. Amid, you need to join General Lobby, the voice chat, if you're trying to. You and your community will never get the hours you spent on that embarrassing document back, DGG. Well, I got a lot of viewers doing it, so it was worth it for me. Hold on, we've got one VGGer stepping up to the plate.
Okay, I'm here. What's up?
I don't know. You tell me. You're the one that said you wanted to call.
Okay. I think. So okay. So I'm not really a. Okay, I am kind of a fan, but not really. I don't know. It's complicated.
Wait, of who?
I'm kind of off and on. Of Vosh.
Oh, okay.
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 All right. Okay, so just wanted to talk about the Sydney Watson thing because I think that's like one. I kind of agree with like a lot of what you said about Manifesto, but I think the Sydney Watson thing is something that I kind of agree with him on.
You don't think it's a little bit of a bad look to talk about how sad it is that women aren't believed for whatever, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, and then when a woman gives her story to be like, oh, that bitch is lying? You don't think that's a little bit...
No. So the problem is that the way she said it, okay, the way she said it was like, he raped me because, and then like the police didn't do anything because he was non-white for like a religious purpose, right? That's kind of where I have an issue with it, right? It's
you don't think that's at all a possibility? Like it's just totally...
I don't think the police are not catching like are not catching Muslims because they're Muslims. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's probably the case. I would believe that. That's probably not going to be generally the case anywhere. Sure.
Yeah, so like that's where I kind of took issue with her like framing of it. Like
I would be the only issue that I would have there is that you probably have to be really careful when we're talking about people framing their sexual assaults and being like, for this particular thing, like that's just impossible, because that doesn't sound like an impossibility to me. It could be a lie, but
the reason, I get what you're saying, right? And I don't think he like denied the rape, like the actual rape itself. I don't think he denied. I think he took issue with the actual way the framing of it, right? Because he took it as like an attack on like Muslim people, right? But
sure, I'm just saying that like in a video where you're talking about women making these rape claims and then never being believed, et cetera, and then you start laughing out loud, screeching in laughter about how this woman is definitely lying about her particular sexual assault.
Yeah. No.
Looks really, really, really bad. If I wanted to, and I'm kind of like ran out of charity for Vosh at this point, I'm sorry. If I wanted to be ultra hyper charitable, like extending this into 7 different dimensions, I could find a world where like, okay, maybe on factual grounds, he does have some loose footing where he could reject her characterization of the incident, even if he doesn't know that that's what really happened, maybe because like I had to get really, really, really out there to do that, right?
Yeah. I get that, but it's a bad look, and I don't disagree there. It's just that like I can understand why he would react that way. It's just because like there's so many like awful like claims made by like far right people about how like Muslims are taking over the West and like the Great Replacement and how they're raping all the white women and the police aren't doing anything about anything. So I guess like when he heard that, he kind of had like the gut reaction of like, wow, this is like just
Sure,
totally
that can be an issue sometimes, but so my complaint has always been that like I think that far right people push people further to the left, and far left people push people to the farther right, and so I'm really only familiar with like Swedish stuff, and I'm sure there might be issues in other places of Europe where this happens, but it seems like for a long time that there were these claims that certain groups of people were highly predispositioned towards like being more criminal, like from coming from different areas, but a lot of people didn't want to ever acknowledge this. So
yeah,
I think in Sweden specifically, this might be true across the rest of Europe, but like certain immigrants, especially from places in Northern Africa, tended to be way more highly represented in crime than in other places. And when people don't want to address that factual statement, not all Muslims, but people specifically from Northern Africa, Muslims from Northern Africa, when people didn't want to address that as being true or not, and they just said like, well, no, all of that is fake, then I think it makes people on the center and on the right be like, okay, well, hold on, these guys aren't even acknowledging the reality of the situation. It looks like only the conservatives are speaking the truth here, so now we're going to go over in that direction, you know?
Yeah, no, I guess it's just I feel like it's being addressed. I think Lonerbox, right, made a video about it. I think it is being addressed. It's just that, you know, I just feel like we have to be kind of careful giving credence to rhetoric like that.
Yeah, I agree. I just don't know if like a rape claim is the time to do that.
Yeah. No, I get it. But that's understandable. Yeah, I mean that's pretty much all I really have to say about that. I'm trying to think what else issue I had. No, I mean that's really it. That was the only thing. That's like the only thing I kind of. I'm like I understand where you're coming from, so I don't completely disagree with you on it. But I can understand. Like I can kind of side with Vosh on that one, but I can also side with you on that one. It's kind of like a 50-50 thing.
Okay.
But yeah, that's really good. I mean, like I think your manifesto is like long and arduous it was to go through because I kind of looked forward to it because I came from work and I was just like, oh wow, Destiny has a manifesto. I want to see what it's about. But yeah, I mean, other than that, that's pretty much it, really. So.
Okay. Well, yeah. I love you, buddy. Be careful, okay?
Yeah, you too.
Bye.
All right, see you. Bye-bye.
Destiny, I think it's great how you said Vosh did terribly against you in the last debate and then didn't mention cops versus social workers. This is one of the few debate areas where I think if you don't have the experience, there's literally nothing that I can say that will convince you otherwise. The initial position that I took, that everybody found that was so ridiculous, that I still have, is that there are situations when you're dealing with a mental health crisis where social workers can be more scary to people than cops. I guess I've gotten panned, even in my own audience. People think that that's a ridiculous take. But after that conversation, I mean, I don't know, my audience would know, I've had like 10 different therapists, psychologists, social workers, paramedics, like people that have come on stream to talk to me. Because anytime I give a take where I get a big pushback, I'll usually say like, hey, if I'm wrong on this, email me with your experiences, or hey, somebody come on and chat with me about this if you think I'm wrong. And almost every single trained professional that came on echoed basically the exact same thing. That like, yeah, when you're dealing with a mental health crisis or whatever, scary workers can be very, very, very scary. Like a cop is just a cop. Cop is there to make sure you're not doing like crazy shit. A social worker, if he thinks there's something mentally wrong, will forcibly commit you to an institution. And if you've had that experience one time, your mind will be fucked on, unfortunately, the entire world of therapy. Everything is going to be like a horrible disposition. There are also other articles, and actually, I know this from personal experience. If you're doing things and you've got children, social workers are scary because the worst a cop can do is arrest you. But the worst that a social worker can do is take your kids. And it is so much more frightening, especially in minority communities, impoverished communities, and I didn't know this until I did more reading on it, communities of people with disabilities, where those communities are frightened to death because if a social worker says the wrong thing about how the condition of your kids, if they think they're not getting fed enough, if they find weird marks on them, then you could lose your children. And to a parent, it's infinitely more horrifying than a cop showing up. But I guess I understand because in your guys' worlds, cops are these like violent murder machines. How many times has Vosh said, cops just want to do the sickest kickflip and shoot? The vast majority is most people in America have no problem with cops. Even most black people have no problem with cops. Even if they have a lot of irritation with them, most people aren't getting bullied, harassed, murdered, killed by the cops. They're just not. But the idea that every time a social worker that shows up, yeah,
I know that like people will keep saying in the future, like, oh, Destiny took the L on that one. You're so wrong, blah, 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 blah. But I not only did I feel I was pretty correct when I said it, but all of the people that came on afterwards to talk to me, all the professionals, like hardcore reinforced that belief as well. So, I mean, that's like, yeah. Destiny, last year on the whole What If Alt Hist video, you spent right about 0 time criticizing the guy who said the definition of postmodernism is liars lying. Yet you spent easily 20 plus minutes on endless rants on Vosh. When What If Alt Hist went Joker mode, you ignored it because triggering left is your primary objective, not criticizing wrong positions. I don't have the educational background to criticize What If Alt history. It was hard for me to do it. Now, you are incorrect that I didn't criticize him at all because I said that towards the last part of that debate, it did seem like he was becoming unhinged. I'm positive that if you go back and listen, I was saying that in the last part of the debate. Like, oof, it seems like he's like losing it here. He's becoming unhinged. I'm almost positive I said in the last part of that debate. But if somebody's going to give me their broad characterization of postmodernism while being able to name and then tell me books they've read from like 5 different postmodernist thinkers, like I'm not going to sit here and say like, well, they're totally fucking wrong when my information about postmodernism comes from Wikipedia articles. I'm just not in a position to criticize them there. I'm sorry. I don't think Vosh is either. But yeah, I don't know what you like. Do you think I'm going to sit there and be like, I think What If Alt Hist is totally wrong here about what postmodernism is? Like, I don't have the background to say that. I don't know. Like, my understanding is postmodernism, broadly speaking, was like a rejection of modernism, or the idea that society could basically be like neatly structured and organized in certain ways. They fought back against these ideas of like moral progress, these ideas that societies always can be organized or seen through these like grand narrative types of lenses. So things like Marxism. And the postmodernists did a lot to like deconstruct all these different things in society to kind of break down how we view it, like roughly, broadly speaking. But you've got people that are called like postmodernists, like Foucault, I think, who they themselves are like, I'm not a postmodernist, don't call me that, that's bullshit. So like, I'm not going to sit here and like, if somebody's going to tell me what their perspective is on postmodernism and they've read a whole bunch of books on it, I'm not going to sit there like, actually, you don't know what postmodernism is at all. Like, I can't do that. I just can't. I don't have the background to do it. I have to prepare a lot for a conversation like that. Okay, what's next? Oh, cool. You guys have polling too. Interesting. Looks pretty similar to mine. Destiny, what was the point of pointing out how you were on Vosh's side against Luna Oi, non-compete Samson, etc., when it was obvious as fuck who was right or wrong? When somebody burned Vosh's house down, I took a brave stand and said that was fucked up. Because usually, if 2 content creators are fighting and somebody doesn't like either one, they just won't cover it. Like, I don't have to cover any of that at all. I can just watch other shit. It's like, oh, I don't know. I heard that they were all fighting each other. I hope the left eats itself alive. Like, that would have been, if I'm trying to cover it in a way to just like throw shit on both of them, then I'll do that. But I think there are times when I'm obviously right and the other side is obviously wrong, but Vosh still doesn't side with me. Like, Vosh tried to find a way to side with Prime Kai's and against me in the same like sexual harassment thing, when I think everything I said was right on the money. I think I was correct about basically everything. But Vosh still found a way to shit on me in that conversation, saying I was victim blaming when the victim was Prime Kai. So, I mean, I don't, yeah. In all seriousness, anything from the Festo new at all? It just seems like old criticism at this point. That was my main criticism of the Festo, old content. Well, I just want to like, it's hard because I'll reference things and people don't believe me, or I have to show the same clip over and over. So I just wanted to have like a central place. It's like when I say that Vosh mischaracterizes me or his community treats me with bad faith, this is what I'm talking about. And then boom, I can just point to it. So I just wanted to have like a place where it's all like there, you know? Vosh has sided with you in multiple debates, like with Haas, Hinkle, Professor Wolf, Micro PA, Tim Pool, and the canvassing drama. Very rarely. He used to, but as of like the past like year, he's gotten unhinged. I think you can see that most clearly with like the banned stuff. Like, I think if I would have gotten banned like a year and a half ago, Vosh would be like, oh yeah, you know, Destiny's crazy, but I don't think he should have been banned. Whereas now it's like, no, Destiny needed to be banned for the hundreds of horrible things that he's done. And it's like, okay, I don't know about that, Chief, but... Destiny. Okay, one of my editors just said, Destiny, the only debates since the breakup that he listed are against Haas and Hinkle. The rest were before the breakup. He was on your side when he watched your debate with Nick Fuentes on Russia, which was recent. That is true. Although that was, I mean, it was a debate against Fuentes. I don't know if I give him much credit for that, but that is true.
But I still think that, I mean, I feel like I showed like 30 clips, literally. I could find more. Sam DeLaser, join the general room in my Discord and tell me what your name is, and I'll drag you in, buddy. Fuck, I don't remember what I was saying. Oh, I still think I've shown enough like clips of him characterizing me in insane ways. Well, Vosh doesn't watch that many debates of yours. Okay, here. So I don't know why I say this because he's still gonna lie about me, and you guys are gonna still lie about me. But if Vosh didn't cover any of my shit, never said anything about me, I wouldn't give a fuck. That's fine. If somebody's like, "What do you think about Destiny's debate?" and he's like, "I don't know. I don't give a fuck about Destiny." It's like, okay, fine, that's fair. But the problem I have is when somebody says like, "Oh, I don't watch much of Destiny's content, but he's evil. He's transphobic. He engages in rape apologia. He, makes fun of people's suicide attempts. He thinks that any trans person that wants to do it to yourself or is a pedophile." Like, okay, well, hold on. Wait, are you going to engage with my shit or not? Because you can't have this, like, this engagement with a caricature. That's not fair. No one lied about you. Old clips. Wait, what? Okay. VGG were saying that you were a rape apologist while the Festa was live. Don't let them get away with it. Oh. Well. Do you think stealthing is rape or not? When Vosh described it as such, you clarified it was stealthing. But when you were debating Hans, you referred to it as rape multiple times. I'm a DGGer, but writing here to get your attention because I feel like you were dishonest about that. Stealthing is probably like a form of rape. I don't think I've ever said anything that's different. It would be like lower on the tier of like rapes, but probably for a variety of reasons, if not for pregnancy reasons, but also because of STD reasons too. And you're doing something without the consent of somebody. It would depend on what kind of stealthing we're talking about. If two people say like early in the night, like, "Hey, if we fuck, we need to have a condom," and then they go to fuck later on and the guy ends up not putting one on and the girl doesn't really think about it, and then they afterwards goes like, "Oh my God, you stealthed me," that's going to be different than like two people are fucking and the guy in the middle of sex like sneakily takes off the condom and continues. That would be a different thing. Both would probably be bad, but yeah. You said before that it is rape, but it shouldn't have the full moral weight of rape. Sure. I mean, it's a bad thing. Like, I've never defended it. Cis transsexuals have more privilege differences of pronouns experience than binary passing medical men who don't. Cis transsexuals? I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. Ironically, this manifesto is just reaffirming my bias against your destiny. Dino Smash are, I think you are actually somebody who's most likely mentally ill. You're one of the moderators of that uncensored Stinny subreddit, which is probably one of the most deranged subreddits I've ever seen in my entire life. I don't know if you're the same guy, but there was another guy who was one of the head mods there, I think, who recently posted on Vosh's subreddit that he was actually like taking a break from the internet because he was dealing with extreme mental illness. I don't know if that was Dino Smash. Was that you? Or was that somebody different? Does anybody know who I'm talking about? Is this the guy? Oh no, I'm thinking of Progressive Report. That guy was also like hardcore mentally ill. Like people that were obsessively posting. It's the guy who was mass reporting during the R Place thing. Wait, Progressive Report or Dino Smash? He was the main guy that made the subreddit? Oh, maybe. I was expecting you to include the Republican claims. You'd be wrong on those too. Republicans are a problem on the U.S. You are constantly downplaying. Is abolishing the Constitution about anything Republicans want to do? Republicans are a problem in the U.S. What do you think that I don't think Republicans are a problem in the U.S.? Do you really think that? On Discord, my name is Lesgo. You're not in general lobby. You need to be in general lobby. Here, Vosh cites your specific tweets about the retarded
sexually assaulted.
Oh, this is good. He does go through my tweets here. Oh shit, I missed this one.
They're not mature enough to engage in sex.
Oh,
because
at least he does. I guess he did watch them initially here. I guess it's just that when he recalls them, he just recalls them completely and totally incorrectly. I don't know if that's better or worse then. I'm not sure actually now. I don't know if that's a good thing or an even worse thing now. If he actually saw the real tweets. Jesus. Dino Smash wants to talk to you. If I'm waiting for this other guy to do it. He doesn't go through all of them? Does he just go through a few, or I guess we can just speed through it and check?
Sexually assaulted, that they're not mature enough to engage in sex because the way in which they responded to being sexually assaulted was what you consider to be not ideal. Sometimes it can be quite dangerous to tell a man that you are having sex with that you're not happy with something they're doing. But this just isn't any guy, right? This is a guy who's already sexually assaulting you. This is a person who is demonstrating through their behavior.
Oh, fuck. I get so irritated by this too because Vosh wants more women to get raped when he says things like this. This is the worst advice in the world, okay? So real life advice for when you guys finally walk out into the world and have sex, okay? Most people that do rapey things are highly non-confrontational. When people are trying to rape you, they are relying on you being as passive and non-confrontational as possible. That's always the goal. For rapey guys, the goal is to just get you closer and closer to sex until you can't really say no because you're too nervous to start a confrontation. If a guy is starting to like stealth you, if you look down and you notice he's like taking a condom off, if you say, hey, fuck off and don't do that, 99.99999% of the time, the guy's going to stop because he doesn't want to fucking have a fight there. When people are saying things like, if you push back against a creepy guy, I don't want to go off in a hole. Fuck, I don't want to relitigate this thing. But when people are saying things like, oh yeah, if the guy's already doing weird stuff, you know, you can't say anything. It's too scary. It's like, well, hold on. Well, now this is like, you're creating the best world for the creepy raper dude because he's relying on you, because that's usually the goal for people that are being creepy and rapey, is they're trying to rely on you to never want to put up a fight and never want to start any confrontations. Yeah. Downplaying means you are acting as if they aren't as big a problem as they actually are. Hey, is abolishing the Electoral College still comparable to anything the Republicans want to do? Is abolishing the Electoral College still comparable to anything? I don't know what you mean by that. Like, I don't know. Is it comparable to anything the Republicans want to do? I don't know what that sentence means. I don't know what that means. Like, Republicans and Democrats want to do a lot of different... I don't even think the Democrats want to abolish the Electoral College right now. Not trying to pin you down, but is there any evidence supporting the whole rapey dudes are non-confrontational? I ask since one would think instinctively someone like this would be confrontational. It's not true because, okay, one, I think there was a study showing that when women said something, like a huge percentage of things just stopped. I don't have that offhand. But two, it shows a fundamental misunderstanding of how rapes happen, okay? People think that rapes happen when an incredibly confident guy gets a girl into a compromised position, holds her down, and does the rape. That's not how it happens. Usually it happens by a guy awkwardly pushing further and further and further and further and relying on the discomfort of the woman and her unwillingness to speak up in the situation and her overall like discomfort being in that proximity of the guy to keep pushing until he gets what he wants. That's where most sexual assault or rape comes from. It's not the dark alley rape. It's not the spooky Muslim immigrant rape. It's not the guy is so huge you could beat the shit out of me rape. It's usually guys that are like pushy until you're in a spot where you don't really want to say no. That's generally how it works. Yeah. Okay, where's this guy? He's in general lobby. What's the name? Vosh has said this exact same thing. He's just an idiot. Well, no, ironically, it's the projection. He's just projecting onto me like the worst thing he can think, even though he knows I don't think that, right? Yeah. Or no, I guess it wouldn't be projection there. Oh no, it's not projection. It's contrarianism. He just wants to disagree with whatever it is I'm saying. Yeah, I'm invaded the fortress. True. I don't know where the guy is I'm supposed to drag in. I don't know what his name is, if he's in that general lobby. He said his name is Les Go. Hi, what's up, buddy?
Hi, Destiny.
Hi, how's it going?
Yeah, let me just turn off your stream on my computer because I don't want to get like a feedback. So
Sounds good.
all right, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing okay, just chilling.
All right, I'm not gonna come in here and be like, ooh woo. I don't be mean. I just wanted to talk to you about your manifesto. So, I watched the whole thing, and you're not gonna get any pushback on me that a lot of lefty content creators have been really like extremely disgusting towards you. That's totally
Not just
fine.
to me, but to a lot of people. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, that's fine. I think a lot of content creators go around and do that. So that kind of like undercuts my position on whether Vosh is quote unquote like uncharitable to you, I guess, because he does kind of like by degrees of separation, like kind of defend their takes on you by like the like tweets and blah blah blah. But the past caller that talks to you was talking to you about Sydney Watson's accusation. And my interpretation, and I'm going to try to be fair with this, is that Vosh didn't not believe her accusation. He didn't believe that the cops didn't pursue him because he was of Muslim descent or he had a Muslim background. Is that would you think that is a fair interpretation of that?
Yeah, maybe, but I don't know if that could have been the case or not. And it just feels like a really weird place after giving a whole speech about how women aren't believed to say, well, I don't believe this one because of this particular. That just it seemed like a really weird place to say. There is a world where she could be right.
Do you think given her background in conservative media and her videos on YouTube that a lot of them, like I would say a majority of her early work was really bashing on the refugee crisis and that Muslims are basically taking over Europe and blah, blah, blah. You don't think there's like maybe some, and going on, what was the name of that channel?
There could
What was the name of the channel?
Yeah, there could be. It's a Jubilee video, I think.
Yeah, Jubilee, which is like they get content creators, like I think that's not unfair. Maybe his rhetoric was a little misplaced, but
I mean,
think
I'm
we
just
can
saying
go
that
over
it
the
could be
rhetoric
it could be the case. But I know so many people from so many different political facets now that are women that have been raped or sexually assaulted. I would be really hesitant in like claiming anybody's story is like fake.
But again, you did agree that he doesn't necessarily think that she wasn't sexually assaulted, just that the cops didn't pursue it because of Muslim background.
Yeah, but again, I don't know. I'm not sure. Did he know all of that background information about her at the time?
Sydney Watson, yeah.
Did he know it was Sydney Watson everything in the video? I'm trying to remember.
Does he know that Sydney Watson's a content creator, or does he know?
Does he know that was the Sydney Watson in the video, or was it just a random Jubilee thing? I don't remember if he did or not.
No, he knew she's on the Blaze. She's with this guy.
Yeah, I know she is. I know.
Yeah, so he knows of her background.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? Let me be fair. I suspect he does from the streams that I've watched. He does know who she is, but I could be on the off chance wrong. I think that maybe. Yeah.
One other thing that I would like hesitantly caution people on too, and this sounds bad. I don't mean for it to sound bad, but something that I've learned over the past few years is that there are no accidental feelings. Like people feel the way they do about things because of things that have happened to them. Now, I'm not saying this is 100% the case, but there are a lot of people that are like conservatives because some fucking stupid shit has happened to them in the past regarding a thing. Well, it might be the case that Sydney Watson...
Do you mean that... I'm sorry.
It might be it might be the case that she did have that experience, and that's one of the huge things that pushed her towards being conservative. That might be the case. I don't know if that's the case, but it could be. But man, calling it out at the end of that video is a really awkward place to tempt that.
Okay, so you're I guess what you're trying to communicate with me is that like let's say a white woman's walking down the street and a black guy's coming across them and they like grab their purse and they like flinch, and Sydney Watson having that, like, because she said that the cops told her directly, like, hey, we can't go after this guy because he's Muslim. And I don't, and this was in Australia.
Well, I think she said cultural differences, right?
Okay, yeah, but can we guess at the implication, because you even mentioned before I even called that it's not all Muslim North African, so I guess it's easy.
So
it's fair to,
this is the issue that could potentially happen, right? It could be the case that you go to the police and you say a particular thing and you give like an account of who's there, right? It could be the case that they do say something along the lines of like, well, you know, maybe this type of person thought this, or maybe there was a difference here and you communicated this poorly, therefore, you know, we don't think we can pursue this. That's not that's not like impossible, right? That could be a thing, right? It could also not be a thing too. She could be lying about it completely, but that's not an impossibility.
I could understand that if it wasn't if the indication was that cultural differences, like we don't know when this happened, you don't have a good description of him, blah blah blah. Like I could understand that, but it was like pointed like cultural difference.
Sure.
Like I could understand if it was like a little vague. But
I'm just saying that's
really
the way that
big.
that's the way that she decided to represent it. But like I could say something along.
Can we play back the clip again? Because I don't think it was like I don't know.
Okay, hold on. The problem is that like you're on incredibly shaky ground when you're trying to dismiss something that you have no evidence whatsoever of because of a political ideology, right? Like that's the scary thing that we're like what we're trying to do now.
But again, he's not dismissing the sexual assault. He's dismissing the claim that they didn't want to pursue it, right? Which is the whole point, right? Because he's saying,
no, wait.
This was like a Me Too topic.
No, hold on.
I'm sorry. Go. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. That's a big part of the issue with sexual assault is the police either not being willing or able to pursue the claims. It's one of the biggest parts of sexual assault and why it's so difficult to deal with. Is it common accusations because of cultural differences? I don't know if it's cultural differences or not, but link me the. Okay, hold on. We'll rewatch the thing, I guess.
You have a whole manifesto with a whole bunch of links more than I do, so
no, that's fine. All right, I'm rewatching the.
Do I hear it on your stream end, or I mean?
No, I don't think so.
Wait,
hold on. Fuck, I need to do the information gathering first. Hold on.
Is there anything on this? Sure. What's this bitch's name?
Oh, so Vosh actually didn't even know that she was Sydney Watson also before he doubted the story. That's what it sounds like. Hold on.
I don't know. Sydney Watson is a big
cultural differences.
Like, she literally works for Glenn Beck.
Sure, but he just might not have recognized her in the Jubilee video. I know who Sydney Watson is, and when I was first shown this video of Vosh, I didn't know that was Sydney Watson in the video. I had no idea. I thought it was just some random woman.
I remember watching that stream. Now I might be wrong, and maybe but I think chat pointed out that was Sydney Watson, and I don't think it's
okay. Let me listen for a second. Let me listen. Hold on.
Of women over one's lifetime was as high as 1 in 3 or 1 in 2. We just don't know because nobody fucking reports because reports aren't taken seriously. That's what Me Too is about.
Here, like, I don't think things are on the same level, but things impact you in like bizarre ways. But yeah, like because the perpetrator wasn't white, and because he was like, part of like a certain religion.
Wait, are we being real?
Again, I might be wrong.
Hold on, wait, I'm listening. Hold on.
Sorry.
Of cultural differences, which I don't feel like is such a good.
What? Bullshit. Are you fucking kidding me? Did she turn her fucking rape confession onto how the rape fugees, fucking Ahmed Muhammad, raped her and the police were like, oh, we can't persecute brown people? Bullshit! Bullshit! In fucking Australia? Bullshit, dude. Is there anything on this? What's this bitch's name? Cultural differences?
It sounds like he doesn't know who she is. But
about 2.6% of the total Australian population. Yeah,
Are you referring to the part where he says who's the biatch's name and he looks for Sydney Watson?
Well, no, he looks for Australia Muslims is what he looks for.
Okay, I guess maybe perhaps he didn't know who she was. The point about Australia, I think, is kind of a good point because Australia didn't accept, I think, any Muslims during the refugee crisis. I think they had a very strong stance. Didn't they send a lot of refugees to an island?
Hold on. Wait. Okay, let's back way up. Okay.
Sorry.
My original claim was that after doing this impassioned speech about how we need to believe women and about how nobody believes them about their rapes, to
immediately 90 degree into a brick wall and go, this bitch is lying and turning this blah blah blah.
Lying about.
I'm just saying that's a dramatic change to float on no evidence, because her story, and I think you'd even be willing to admit this, could be entirely true. We have no idea. And to literally just go into the like absolutely fake blah blah, and he didn't even know she was like a conservative commentator. That's a.
I don't think we established she didn't know. I think he just didn't know her name offhand. But okay, I'm granting you that. I want to be totally fair. Okay, so then we disagree. Then the point you're saying is that he was very impassioned about Me Too, and then she says, "Look, I was sexually assaulted." Then he didn't doubt. And then she says, "Oh, because of cultural differences, they didn't want to pursue it." They said, "Oh, you lying bitch! Like, oh, what cop does that?" But so I just want to make sure your point of contention is his rhetoric, then, right? Like being all impassioned about Me Too, and then going 180, like, oh, because of political differences, I guess. Oh, you lying bitch! You're lying about cultural differences. The cops, blah blah. Is that what I'm getting?
Yeah, it just seems a little bit sweatsy to try to fight on that point. Yeah, when you don't know, you really don't know.
Okay, all right. Then it's just a disagreement. I guess I don't guess there's a factual way to agree to disagree with that. Another thing. I watch your content. I watch Vosh's content. I unironically like to watch different points of views. I even go on Nick Fuentes' stream sometimes to see what crazy shit he's saying. When I watch your videos and you are reviewing Vosh's content, you are quick to point out when he's saying something stupid, when you disagree with something. But something I've noticed is that every time Vosh has a good point or says something insightful or something you agree with, you always kind of give this backhanded comment of, "Oh, that's because he stole all his takes from me." Yeah, which I think undercuts the whole "I am charitable with Vosh."
Well, the problem is that for some things he literally like has 1-to-1 copy pasted. So like, I
remember that whole thing that he did the graph. Of like,
not just that too, but like he's a bit like a very poor understanding of normative ethics for me. And anytime he talks about like utilitarianism, it's always some like really dumb shit that I believed like 4 years ago. So I see that popping up from time to time. But I mean, like if it's an argument outside of that stuff.
Hey, but what about his Ukraine? What about his Ukraine takes? His foreign policy takes?
I think that all of his imperialism stuff comes from me not being rabidly anti-imperialist, because I
understand, but my point is that during the whole Ukraine arc, which I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, you didn't tackle that subject because you self-admittedly said, and I don't know much about it. Me neither. I really didn't know much about Ukraine, but Vosh went into it like from day one, and he developed his whole NATO position. He thinks NATO should be stronger. Yeah. Russia's in the wrong. And I remember watching a video of yours while you were discussing it, and he made a good point about the whole NATO situation. And then you said, "Oh yeah, that's probably because he stole all of his foreign policy takes from me."
Yeah. So the foreign policy take that I'm relatively unique on, I think, for center left or left people on the internet, is I don't think that the U.S. is insanely negative when it comes to foreign policy and imperialism. I don't think that is the case. And I've never heard any other left-leaning content creator on the internet like really have that take, except for Vosh. Everybody else almost ubiquitously shits on NATO, ubiquitously shits on the United States, ubiquitously shits on the CIA. That's like almost always what's happening constantly. Maybe Vosh actually did.
And do you think he took that? United States isn't always bad take from you, or did he develop that himself?
Took it from me 1,000,000%, of course.
So, okay. All right, then there's that. All right, that's fine. If you think that he took it from you, that's fine. I watched the whole Ukraine thing. I think he...
Oh, wait, hold on. Hold on. I'm sorry. Let me expand a little bit more on that. Somebody taking positions from me isn't a bad thing. Technically.
Oh, I've got that.
That's what I want people to do. Like, I want people to have my positions. I think they're the best positions. Okay.
But don't you think you kind of
wait. The The only reason why I have such a huge problem with Vosh taking my positions is that he's also constantly saying that I'm a fascist, that I'm far right, that I'm transphobic, that I'm crazy. That's my issue. It's like a cultural appropriation thing. If you steal shit from me, but we're like chill or whatever, that's fine. I'm not going to sit here and like scream at like Irrelevant or Riley or some like friend of mine or Wicked Scream like, oh, these guys stole my positions. I wouldn't care about that. But if they were shit talking me, calling me fascist, constantly, et cetera, and they also like were obviously like had bit like a ton of my philosophical or political positions, I'd be like, oh well, fuck you. Of course you stole this from me. That's my issue generally.
Okay. Well, but the only thing I'm pointing out is that your claim is that, and for the most part, I do agree. When you interact with Vosh's content, you take a charitable, or you try to review it in the most I guess neutral way possible, even though you guys have a history. My only criticism is that if that was the case, then when he does make a good point, or when he does say something that you generally agree with, I think it kind of like it's like a backhanded way of like taking a shot of how genuine his positions are, or how he has arrived at those positions himself. Wait, one second. I think you would agree that despite coming from your community, Vosh is better at political understanding than like the average person, right? It's probably why he's a streamer and has so many subscribers. So I think it's kind of unfair to like, and I've noticed I'm trying to be like, I've noticed a lot of those times you use that backhanded comment, and me watching it as, I wouldn't say a fan, but as a viewer, kind of like takes away from that whole like, look, I'm just reviewing his content. Whenever he says something good, I agree with it, but when he does say something good, he's just taking it from me.
Okay, if he says something good, I usually give him credit. I don't think without undercutting him. The only time I'll undercut him is when I think it's things that he's like really obviously stolen from me. So usually when it starts talking about philosophy, or usually when he has like this very outlandish, like pro-NATO, pro-US take that doesn't seem to coincide with any of his other political positions, but he has this because I think it came from him listening to me talk about foreign politics for so long. Like if anything, I would look at like, for instance, like his position on Israel-Palestine. I think I was like pretty markedly anti-Israel a while ago when he would have been watching my political stuff. But then I became a little bit more nuanced as I've looked into both sides of the topic more, and I realized it's a little bit more complicated. But he only has that old position that he's gotten from me, so he thought that my new position was like far right because he hadn't watched or engaged with my political content seriously since then. Same thing with like.
I think I got a little lost. I'm a little slow. So your past position with Israel-Palestine is that Israel was shit and they were doing horrible shit. And now you've graduated from Israel to shit to like, hey, it's more nuanced than that. Vosh's position before, with the whole glass Israel thing, I think we could know what his position was back then. Do you think he's changed his position to a more nuanced take now?
I don't think any of his political positions have grown. I think he's stagnated over the past year or two. I don't think he's grown or researched much on anything.
At all?
Yeah, I think he's devolved quite a
bit. Can you be a little more specific? See if I disagree
like
with
the
any
Vosh,
specifics?
the Vosh, 1.5 to 2 years ago, seemed like somebody that could critically engage on points with like critical points of disagreement. So we might argue about something, and he'll have like a way to I can tell that there's some sort of internal metric there or internal rubric by which he's evaluating beliefs and statements, and then that's kind of what I'm arguing with. Nowadays, I think he's just a demagogue.
Okay, but can I get like specifics though, like any specific positions?
Sure. So specifically, like 2 or 3 years ago, when we would argue about stuff relating to I think relating to co-ops, he'd have positions that I disagree with, but we could argue about it. We listened to some things on stream when we'd argue about like what poor people, like the type of rhetoric we use, whatever that, right? Like these are arguments where we would disagree, but he would have like good points he disagree with. But more recently, his points are just going to be like these ultra soy, like I can print all of his statements because it's just whatever I would expect his political ideology
to support at the time. So for
I
instance,
don't want to sound. I don't want.
Wait,
I don't
let me
wanna
finish. Let me finish. Okay.
Well, I'm sorry. Okay.
Yeah, you
say
keep cutting me off and then you
chill,
talk a lot. Yeah, let me just finish. Okay. Anything today that he's talking about like relating to Republicans, for instance, you could probably just print him saying something like, "Oh, like Republicans are evil," or like all these people are fascist. Like I don't think a Vosh like 2 or 3 years ago would have been saying like Scalia and Bush are fascists and then not know anything about the Florida election. Like he had no idea about anything relating to it. It's like, oh, that's kind of weird that you're so hung up on this, but you don't even remember any specifics about it. Like that just seems kind of weird. That's something that like new Vosh would do that old Vosh wouldn't do, I don't think.
Okay. Can I go?
Yeah.
All right. So the Florida election, I didn't catch that whole arc. From what I understood is something about the Chad ballots. You had the guys had a disagreement on a panel.
He was just saying that Bush stole the election like a fascist, basically.
That he stole the election like I wouldn't say okay, and I would have to rewatch that.
Sure.
Okay, so as far as that goes, I really can't speak to that. So I want to go towards the point you make that you think Vosh was, I guess, more introspective 2 years ago. Like, is that what you're saying? Like
yeah, he would have good points. Like the Vosh of 2 years ago wouldn't say like Rittenhouse opened fire in a crowd of 60 people. He would at least know the facts of the case before he starts like spewing whatever crazy shit he wants to talk about it. Like I think the Vosh of 2 or 3 years ago would have done that.
And Vosh's Rittenhouse take was that he shot into a crowd of 60 people?
I think it was, hopefully I'm not mischaracterizing this, but I think he said as much that he was probably a white supremacist. I think he made that claim. And then he said that like, yeah, he's like blindly open firing into crowds of people, or he was shooting rounds at people from 60 yards away. He said something to that effect. You go back and watch it, but it's something like that.
Because what my recollection was that, and this is very a vague recollection, is that the kid was dumb, and what he was doing was he was too involved with militias, which after the evidence, I guess we could argue that, but that legally self-defense was a valid ruling, right? Did he ever question that Rittenhouse didn't act in self-defense?
The problem wasn't that. It was just that he didn't know anything about what he was talking about, but he'd already formed a really hardcore opinion about it. Like, we started watching like videos together on stream, and then he would walk back what he was saying because he had really strong opinions about it before even seeing the videos.
Is this you're talking about the debate that you guys two had?
Yeah, I think this might have been, he might have moved to the self-defense thing legally after our debate, but before then he was on some wild shit, saying some crazy stuff. But the position you just gave was
so he changed his position?
Yeah, after we had an argument about it, in which I guess he got confronted with every fact that he was wrong about.
But okay, so I don't want to sound like a dick here and make it sound like a gotcha. I'm on the phone real quick. So that does sound like a little introspection, right? Like he was wrong about that position, and it's developed.
The thing was that initially he attacked me, and his whole community attacked me as a white nationalist apologizer, because I disagreed with him initially. And then slowly, over the years, and then post-verdict, he came around to like...
Wasn't it?
I don't know. I don't think he ever said at the time that it could have been self-defense. I don't think he admitted that until after the trial was over.
Was it the huge white nationalist thing was because of your infamous comment, which I understand it was a part of a broader conversation of dipshit protesters, militias, whatever. They have my blessing.
Sure, none of this has anything to do with white nationalism, though.
Well, I guess maybe I'm a little slow. Okay,
and also I think that comment was afterwards. I was in a debate with Vivian that I think happened afterwards, but
it happened afterwards.
I think so. I think that was a debate I had with Vivian afterwards.
I thought the debate was okay. All right, then I misremembered. Another thing, what would you say is out of all the bad things that Vosh has said about you that you feel are unfair, which would you say is like out of all the clips, which would you say is the absolute top worst?
I don't know if I could say like top worst, but my issue was just that he doesn't ever deal with my positions. He deals with the essentializing things he said about me. Instead of saying like,
I think that Destiny's wrong about trans women being able to compete with cis women in sports. He'll just say, I'm transphobic and hate trans people. Like, that's my issue, is that he never engages with, like, the material or the substance of what I'm going to say. He definitely doesn't extract, like, a Steelman version of it, which is what I usually do for him. But instead, he will just mischaracterize me as a demon and then say dumb shit like, oh, Destiny thinks all poor people should move out of all the cities. How dumb is that? Like, okay, yeah, that would be really stupid.
Yeah, all right. I see that fair.
Or saying I've engaged in like rape apologia over and over and over and over again.
Well,
really
this is going to be into the whole debate of how I think you acted in that, and I don't want to debate you on that. I think forget it. I don't want the whole clip with what's his name, Haz of Hakir, I think it was. Hans, yeah, but where we were talking about it, and then the girl made the tweet while you guys were having discussion live, saying that I have literally told them to stop, and they just rate me harder.
Hold on. If you want to take issue with the things that I find
I'm not
funny,
trying
real quick, hold on, real quick.
for it.
I understand it, but because this gets thrown at me so much, okay? Maybe I have a bad sense of humor. But when somebody says, I said no to this guy and he just raped me harder, that phrasing sounds like a fucking like Adult Swim skit, okay? It's a dark comedy, really funny fucking way to phrase that. Now I understand that it's not a joke, or I'm assuming the person didn't mean it as a joke, but that phrase is just very fucking funny to me. I'm sorry. It's like somebody killing you.
I don't know. I think you pointing out that Bosch was being like very, I guess, with the whole Sydney Watson thing, and then when a girl is live tweeting you, telling you that, and then you like laughing.
Yeah, but hold on. I didn't doubt her story. I didn't say that like, oh, I think she's making this up. I think I even said, I might have, I don't remember, but I think I might have said afterwards like, okay, hold on, you shouldn't laugh at this, or maybe that was in reference to Hans. But like, it was just the phrasing was very funny.
No, but
I didn't use that phrasing.
Hans literally said like, dude, come on, and you're like, oh no, shut the fuck up, dude. This is like, I remember that clip because I thought that clip was pretty egregious. I guess I understand that you're like, okay, it was funny. But even when Hans been like, dude, like, no, like, seriously, like, you kind of went a little harder than that. I just think that. And
if I went harder, it wasn't doubting her story. It was the idea that you should never give pushback to people that are being sexually creepy. That is an incredibly damaging thought. It shouldn't be spread anywhere. People talking about that shouldn't be allowed to talk about sexual assault online because you're creating rape victims. That was my issue.
Yeah, but I think the most of the point was that it not that it's the correct thing to do to not push back on people that are being inappropriate, is that it's very scary for a woman to do that out of fear of escalating violence.
No, hold on. You're dead wrong. Okay, sorry, hold on. The issue wasn't...
I think what that was the conversation was about.
No,
I think that was what the conversation was about.
You're dead wrong. The problem was that the phrasing of her tweet implied that a woman should never push back. That's the issue that I had.
Because she said, stop doing this to me?
Because she said, when I told him to stop doing this, it just made him do it harder. That's the implication. It would be like me saying that, like, it'd be like me saying, like, I can't even think of an example right now. But me giving a really bad piece of advice because I tried to do something once and it didn't work out well, and it just made things worse for me. Like, I wore my seatbelt when I was driving home once, and I got into an accident, and it got me even more injured because it hurt my stomach, right?
Do you think when she said, I tried to do that, but he just raped me harder, she was giving like general, like, I guess advice of like, hey, if that's happening, don't say anything, just let it happen? I'm trying to understand the point correctly.
Yes. Yeah, I think that
she's advocating for it.
Hold on, not just on that one particular tweet, but then the whole conversation that was occurring around it, and with what she'd said earlier. Yeah, she was giving the implication that saying something is a waste of time because they're just going to do it anyway. That was the impression that I was getting from all of her tweets. Yes.
I didn't get the impression that she was making a broader claim of like, hey, if you're getting stealthed or you're getting raped, just let it happen. Don't say anything.
Wait, does anybody have the original tweets? We can just look at them.
I would like to see them too, yeah. Because I really want to engage with this fairly.
Somebody in chat will have it.
All right. And if you're right, you're right. If I interpret it that way, then...
It's on the doc. I don't want to scroll through docs. Can you just link it? In the time it took you to type, it's on the doc. You probably could have just linked it.
To be fair, you did make the manifesto. You should control F for it.
someone in chat.
You could have controlled that for it already, Destiny. Come on.
I don't even know what word
I'm joking. I'm joking. I think, well, there is a lot of rape in that document, so yeah.
Yeah, true.
Which maybe is the Rapestiny nickname.
Hold on.
Okay, I've noticed DGG, really nice. YouTube chat, totally cursed.
Yeah, there are a special breed in there.
Why don't you, like, ouch. Don't DGG. I'm just saying you guys are nice because you guys are the most militant, and I don't want to like kill myself in 2 weeks. Okay, don't take it as a compliment. YouTube chat doesn't even know that how they can get into DGG.
I don't think I have her tweets saved in this doc.
Okay.
Oh, I'll see if somebody else links them.
All right, so
but I think the reason why I felt like she had that position that she was saying you shouldn't do anything is because I want to say that people were saying that like because it was spurred on by my tweet and my way's tweet. People were saying like, oh, you should be able to speak up if something is happening, and then she seemed to give a response to that like, well, when I spoke up, I just got raped harder, and it's like, okay, well, fuck, what are you trying to say there? Like, it makes it sound like you're saying that like, so why are you contradicting yeah.
All right, so your interpretation is that with her response saying, oh, he just raped me harder, was that she was trying to say that your position of, hey, you should speak up broadly, people should speak up, try to speak up when they're getting sexually assaulted. You thought her comeback was like, hey, that's stupid. I spoke up a few times and they just raped me harder. Or it's just that she was just pointing out her experience. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? I'm not the most articulate.
Okay. So here's an issue that I have, okay? So right now, you switch to this too. She's just pointing out her experience, and she's not making any broader claim, and you just want to keep it 100% there. Okay, so let's say that I actually just grant you all of that. Why is it earlier, though, that you were so critical of Sydney Watson, claiming that she was so ideologically driven in what she was saying, and now you want to go
because that's the whole thing. That's what I was trying to do. I'm not really good at it. I was trying to connect those two. You see what I mean? In a way, I wasn't trying to gotcha in it. I was just trying to connect those two. Like Vosh's reaction to that interaction on Jubilee compared to your reaction to what she was saying. I think if the point is that maybe Vosh was insensitive or being like hypocritical, I think by my logic, and maybe it's wrong, I think the same could be extended to you. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm a dumb fuck. But that's what I'm trying to get at. And if you have any point of contention with that.
Okay, hold on. I didn't follow 100%, but okay, I have one of the source tweets.
Okay.
So I don't know what I'm responding to. No Nothing TV is probably criticizing my position here. So I quote tweet him, and I think I say, she literally said it, quote unquote, it felt awkward. And then to watch a guy stealth her, just to voice an opinion, have a little bit of agency over your life. You don't have to be a victim all the time, and you sure as fuck can't expect to be treated like an adult if you won't act like one. Because the initial tweet that she had tweeted out was basically just saying that like, oh, I didn't say anything because it felt awkward to say something. Mm-hmm. That was the initial tweet she said.
Can you leave the tweet up on stream so I can read it?
Yeah.
Just like
then she quote tweeted me, and then she said, dude, I've been actually raped, and saying no just made him rape me harder. I noticed what had happened after he pulled out. And then for the first time, she clarifies her initial tweet. She said, I noticed what had happened after he pulled out. It's not incomprehensible that I would rather just want to walk away from that situation than start a confrontation. So when she gives more context to the first tweet, it sounds a little bit more reasonable, because why would you point it out afterwards? But the initial part of contradicting somebody saying, hey, if somebody's doing something you don't like, you should speak up, and then her saying, well, when I spoke up, it just made it worse. What is the implication there other than to say that you probably shouldn't speak up about these things?
The way I interpret it is that this, because I think we would both agree this is a very personal situation that she's speaking about. I don't think she is speaking about towards the broader implication.
Okay, hold on. Wait, let me ask you.
Wait. Can I just want to finish. I promise. I'll let you talk. I'm just saying, when you, and this, I don't really care you're a large content creator. She's a small Twitter account. I don't care about that. But I'm just saying, trying to not identify, I guess, like sympathize. She's seeing you talk about her story, saying, look, she said it felt awkward. Just voice your opinion. Have a little bit of agency over your life. You don't have to be a victim all the time, and you sure as fuck can't expect to be treated like an adult if you won't act like one. I don't think she's seeing that as you're giving advice broader to everybody else. I think she sees that as an attack on her personally, which she responds by talking about her personal feeling towards your personal, I guess, quote unquote, attack to her. I don't think it's she's trying to make a broader point like, hey, don't speak up. She's just saying, hey, in my experience, when that has happened, when I told them to stop, they raped me harder. I think she's just trying to do like a one-on-one thing. I don't think she's thinking about the broader implication.
If you're in a room and everybody is saying like, we should all wear seatbelts when we drive, and then somebody reaches up and they're like, oh, I wore a seatbelt and it just made my accident worse for me. Is that just like them sharing their personal story?
Well, I guess the comparison, the comparison, I wouldn't give it like a. I know that comparisons are comparisons. It's not meant
well,
to be
let's say that you're in a
one-to-one.
classroom full of people and you're trying to give a lesson, and you're like, hey, it's important if you guys like, if you guys wear your seatbelt. Like, that's an important part of like being in a car. And some kid raised his hand and is like, well, my grandma wore her seatbelt and she died when she got in a car accident.
Well, I would see it more apt as if people were in a classroom and everybody was talking about driver safety, and she said, one time I was driving and I had my seatbelt, but I didn't buckle it the right way, and I thought about buckling it, but I didn't do it, and then I got into the accident, and I don't know, I broke my neck. And you're like, hey, like, don't you think you should be more attentive and try to buckle it correctly? And if you're not, double check, triple check, go quadruple check. And she's like, in her response is, well, I guess I'm trying to make a good analogy on the fly here. I just don't. My point is that
it seems to me like this is exactly what's happening. So her initial tweet was really shittily phrased. She literally just
which
said
was not directed to anybody.
It was directed to everybody. She tweeted publicly on a social media platform. If you don't want to share that publicly, then shut the fuck up. Why would you tweet things in public social media platforms if you don't expect people to engage with them? So the first statement was to everybody, number one. And then she had said in that statement that she felt awkward watching a guy stealth her. She didn't mention anything about it being after the fact. She didn't mention anything about like any other rape. She just mentioned that people had stealthed her multiple times and she felt. Her initial tweet was, a dude slipped his condom off during sex after I asked him to wear one this week, and it's been bothering me, but I was too awkward to say anything. Not even the first time this has happened. Stop doing this, man. This is probably like the third time this has happened with a dude that otherwise seems not dodgy. I'm bored of it. Her phrasing in the first tweet makes it sound like it's happening during sex.
Could you leave it up on? Just don't close it.
That's the phrasing makes it sound like it, right?
A dude slipped in his condom during sex after I asked him to wear it. Yeah, because there's a delay to where when it was bothering me. You close it. But I was so awkward to say anything. Not even the first happened. Stop doing this, man. She said that's literally sexual assault. I know this is probably like the third time this has happened to me, but the dude that otherwise seems not dodgy, I'm bored of it.
So her first tweet really was to everybody. She's literally saying, stop doing this, man. She's tweeting it publicly. She's looking for engagement, obviously. So she does that. And then I think at some point, Mindwave's...
She's looking for engagement?
Yeah, that's why you tweet things on public social media.
Oh, okay. All right. All right. Well, I would just say that the way it escalated in the conversation with you, a larger, which I said I don't give a fuck about, a larger concept creator, I don't think her mind is set like, oh, I'm making a broader social stance here. Like, hey, if you get raped, if you start to get raped, don't say anything.
Okay,
I
but
think
here
she
the
was just-
issue is that as I'm quote tweeting having this conversation, my tweet is essentially saying, "Hey, this is what you need to do," and then this is good advice to not get raped. And then she retweets and she says, "Oh, well, actually, I've done the opposite before, or I followed this advice before, and I still got raped." Which the implication is that what, you should never speak up, don't ever voice an opinion, don't ever have any agency.
Do you think she read that as like, oh, he's attacking? And this is just the way she might be thinking. He's attacking my situation that happened, and I'm trying to let him know. Listen, I tried that a few times, and I just got raped harder. Like,
okay, here's a question: do you think
you
that
see where I'm
if
coming from with that?
if somebody, I see where you're coming from. It's just incomprehensible. Okay, let's say somebody is
I
about
said
to,
I wasn't very articulate.
That's fine. Let's say somebody is trying to rape you. Okay, do you think that you should tell them no, or should you just lie there and take it?
If somebody is raping me, should I tell them no?
If you think
or just
somebody
say
is going to
that?
like start doing like, do you think you should at the very least like verbalize like, no, I don't consent to this, or should you just lie there and shut up and take it?
Well, if my past experience with sexual assault is when I said no, they were more aggressive. I don't know. I guess you have to put into.
No, you don't. Your past experience with sexual assault doesn't change what your optimal behavior is going forward. Again, you're giving like the worst advice.
People don't. No, this isn't advice, dude. I think if you're getting raped, you should communicate. Like no.
Okay,
think
so then we agree. If you're communicating,
wait, I haven't finished. Come on, give me a second. Just 1 second, and I'll try to be more articulate. I'm just saying that when people get sexually assaulted, they tend to freeze, and I don't. What I'm trying to say, I don't think she's giving advice here. I just think she's just saying what happened to her.
When I'm giving advice, she's contradicting me. She's quote tweeting and arguing against what I'm saying. So how can you say that she's not trying to be on that level of giving advice or pushing back against advice?
Like I said, when I see that quote tweet, I just think she sees it as a personal attack on her. That's all. That's all I'm saying. I don't think she's trying to argue with your advice to other people. I just think she's saying, oh my god, this guy is talking about my sexual, which granted she posted online herself. She's talking about my sexual assault to a lot of people. He's making it sound like I didn't do anything. And she's just trying to communicate that. I just don't see her trying to give broad advice. And I don't know if this is boring you. I'm sorry. But
no, that's okay. That's okay. Maybe as a public figure, I just view it differently when I'm on these platforms.
I think you have public figure brain.
No, well, I think
and that's good.
When you're tweeting things out on social media, you're talking to and giving advice more or less to everybody. Like,
there's a larger scope here. And I'm saying I don't care if you're quote tweeting small accounts. I was like, there's a smaller scope where she might be talking to followers that she interacts with, and maybe
if I were to tweet out things like meth is awesome, I started doing crack cocaine when I was 12. If I started saying things like this, right, and then some other kids like started finding my tweets and engaging with them, would you be like, well, you probably shouldn't be talking about that like on a public social media platform? Or would you say like, oh well, hey, those are just your tweets of other people? Like,
should I extend like a responsibility for what they're saying online when they think that they're just talking to people that they interact with daily online? I don't know. Should she just keep that on a private Discord DMs?
Yeah.
I don't think I would be that. I don't think I would care that much, honestly. Like, let's say this tweet was 300K likes, and people were like, "Yeah, you shouldn't have to say shit. Like, what the fuck? Like, men are trash." And you coming in and saying like, "Okay, this is a dumb fuck take. You shouldn't be giving advice." Or, like, yeah, I would say you were in the right there. Like I said, I don't care if she's a small account, but at the same time, like,
she's literally ending the tweet with like, "Stop doing this, men." Like, it's literally
which I don't think is a. I don't know.
It's like her trying to make a viral tweet. Like,
I understand. Okay, now the intention was which is the whole thing with engagement. Do you think she made this tweet to communicate with people on her following her? Or do you think it was to like, oh, I want to get like 300K likes on this shit?
When you're saying stop doing this, men, that's like a soy Yas Queen tweet that you're trying to like get to go viral. Yeah, of course. Why would you add that at the end?
I don't know. When I say something about women and be misogynist on my misogyny, I say, hey, bitches ain't shit. I don't think I'm trying to get a viral tweet. I don't know. Maybe you see intent that I don't, and that's fine. That's totally fair. We don't know what was in her heart.
Okay, maybe.
I just think maybe it was. My only criticism was maybe you went a little like too hard on that, which is just a rhetorical thing. I think you're totally correct on your position, though. Like, hey, if you're getting sexually assaulted, it's good to let the person like.
I feel like we need to change how we, like, if you're tweeting things publicly, like, it feels like you're ready to have public conversation about it, but maybe not. I don't know.
Do you think smaller accounts have a more the same level of responsibility as a 300, 500K follower account?
Yeah, I do, but like my brain is like so different than your kids today when it comes to social media. Like,
dude, I'm 35.
Oh, okay. I don't know if I would ever use Twitter if I was a normal person. Like,
oh no, I wouldn't either.
Yeah, when I used social media back in my day, it was Facebook and MySpace. But when you posted things, it only went to like your friend group. Yeah. I don't think I have the experience.
I totally agree.
Or like we would post like in forums, like on Team Liquid or even on 4chan. But I would never have an account where this is my public-facing account and I write messages to the entire world. That seems really weird to me.
And this is kind of like and this is something I do sometimes. It's like old man yells at cloud thing. This is like kids live in a very social media world, and sharing these kinds of stories. It seems like the normal thing because they grew up with that. I don't know how old she is. I just think the way I guess you tackled it. I don't know. Do you have any regret on how that all played out at all?
I could have been softer with some of my phrasing, I guess, but I think that the disagreements maybe were substantive generally, not. I think people try to pearl clutch over the language, but I think people just don't like it when you talk about rape. And I've seen this play out in a million different conversations.
Do you know how old she was?
Don't know. Don't care.
Did she ever give that information?
But there were a ton of people finding me that were plenty older. But it seems like anytime you talk about rape, if you say anything besides men don't rape, people lose their fucking minds. That seems to be the case with that discourse every time.
Do you feel that's across the board or just younger people?
Across the board. You basically, all you can say is men stop raping, and anything different is like rape apologia, victim blaming. Like that's it. That's what it feels like to me. But
I could see Twitter is definitely a place, and I don't think Twitter is a place for the most nuanced conversations about serious topics like rape, but that's just the beast. That's just how it is. All right. I don't want to take too much of your time. I see you yawning. I don't want to. But I really appreciate the conversation, and I still watch it. I think I agree with what you're saying. I think you're based when I disagree. Like, I don't think you're based. But anyway, thank you for the time, and thank you for being so cordial.
All right. I love you, buddy. Be careful, okay?
Take care, man.
Okay, I'm fucking tired. I'm gonna sleep. It's been fun. Now that we have lifted this weight from our shoulders, I have like, where are these? Chat with Tyler, Healy. I've got 3 chats scheduled for tomorrow. Interesting. Dono is re. I don't know how long they're back that far. I can play them and step away from it if you want. I'll be right back. 1 sec.
Please do not spam the emote of the dog breaking IT down with the flashing lights. My computer is overheating and I have epilepsy for my sake. Please do not spam that emote.
Balls, 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 balls. 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 Balls, balls, balls.
We're not burying them at sea. What then?
We'll make diamonds from their ashes. They did battle with us.
A shining light to our brothers in arms, even in death.
We are diamond dogs.
If you want to buy merchandise, look at how cute it is. I keep going to the wrong link.
It's been 15 years since 2007, since Obana Girl, since the first
Look at how cute
Assassin's
this is.
Creed.
Also remember to like and
Since
subscribe to my
Halo
channel.
3. Since World of Warcraft Burning Crusade.
Be careful.
Since Two Girls,
I'll be right
One Cup. Since Charlie Bit My Finger. Since Keyboard Cat. Since Chocolate Rain. Feel strong, man.
Bather. Read me who. So do we all drink the poison at the end?
Begin.
It's finally here. Do the right thing, chat. Can I have a non-consensual hug instead? TTH, 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 TTH. People needed to hear those stories. Too many just ignore what they don't want to hear. Base manifestacy. Inshallah DGGL.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
The Soycock Stephen Destiny Bonnell II has been edging us for months. But now that this manifesto is here, we did not get to bust our loads. Now I have blue balls, and Sam Setter cannot guzzle buckets of my cum. Very sad. Obama.
Thanks for the effort you put in for the trans conversation. It's impressive and appreciated. Yo, 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 yo. Hi, Destiny. Hope you live. Mashallah brothers, let us use the manifesto to spread the word of the Daliban in the name of Allah. Wallahi, we shall bring down the menace known as Kefils. Thanks, mods.
Cut, 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 cock.
L. I was wrongfully banned from the Destiny Discord, so this is all INEC to me. I want justice. Arabic Shadow Donor. That VGG chat, holy shit, the copium use is near overdose levels. The trash goblins. Not so erudite. Salute the Taliban. Inshallah.
Okay. Are we good? Can I go to sleep now? Are you guys happy?
I tried to tell them this was going to come out, but they didn't want to listen. Destiny ever listened to Elliot Smith? So glad I found Vosh, as that is how I found Destiny. You were the chosen one, Stephen. You were supposed to beat them, not yet intellectually left behind. Notes. Musical note Vosh mad. Vosh mad musical note. Notes.
Nice, good one.
Turns out you actually do get banned for linking Kiwi Farms, feels dang man.
Good job.
Beep beep beep.
Ritbozo. Ruffle, ruffle, ruffle. Yin live on Pack Watch. Clown face, clown face, clown face.
True.
To all of the chatters, including the ones getting this gift, thank you for being here today. The love from this community is unmatched. Thank you for being you, and never forget how amazing you are.
Cute. Thanks, Trump.
DGG, they'll wrap this. When Manifesto 2.
All right. I love you guys. It's been fun. I'll be back tomorrow.
It's messed up you have to respond to this stuff to begin with. You're probably one of the most reasonable people I listen to.
Thanks. I try to be, my dude. Be back tomorrow with your regularly scheduled programming. Should be fun, duders. I love you all very much. It's been fun.
Thank you for 7 hours of memes. Have some money.
Thank you. Ripperino, cappuccino, poppuccino, hoppuccino, moppuccino, dabpuccino, cappuccino, appuccino, alpuccino, my duderinos. Big drama, don't leave yet. DSP calls out Destiny.
Steven, this manifesto will simmer like my mother's famous chili. The longer it simmers, the better it gets. Wait until the hot takes cool off and see how it really cooks.
Based, okay. All right.
Back to our regularly scheduled programming.
L.
No, not that. All right. Good night, duders. I will be back tomorrow.
Who should we host? Are Eurodite and Mr. Girl both streaming on YouTube? Does that mean I have to like choose one or? Oh no.
You have the exact time and place.
Wait, is Lily streaming on YouTube?
You have the exact time and place.
Oh, she's not even streaming.
You have the exact time and place.
5 gifted subs in YouTube chat. Oh yeah, Envy, thank you. OMW, thank you. And Fallout, thank you. You guys are gifters. Cool.
You have the exact time and place.
Okay.
You have the exact time and place.
Mr. Girl YouTube. Okay. You can tell them both. I'm just flipping a coin. Heads, I host Mr. Girl. Tails, I host Not So Erudite. Okay. I'm hosting Mr. Girl, okay? Fuck. Do you think Erudite's gonna think that...
I don't want to attack your boundary either, so...
Yeah. I mean, that's the tricky part of boundaries, right? Is when you...
Alright. I love you guys. It's been fun. Stay safe, okay?